The streets of Manhattan were calm, not foreshadowing the coming turmoil for the legendary metropolis on the American coast. Suddenly, a preventive downgrade operation began, turning into a defense assignment, forcing the warriors to look anxiously into the sky. The reason for the assignment became obvious with the appearance of the monster of the end of the world, Behemoth, who tore the sky with his paw and looked around the audience with a set of ferocious eyes. Hitting the ground with a giant limb, the monster caused a storm of emotion in the warriors, who reacted with screams of terror and numbness. Realizing the threat, the warriors realized the need to stop Behemoth when the monster's muzzle revealed itself and began aggressively attacking those present. The moment all eyes were fixed on the monster, it opened its huge maw and let out a piercing roar with its burning red eyes. Quickly gaining control of himself, the chief warrior urged his comrades to hold their defenses, shouting the disastrous consequences of cowardice in this battle. Warned of the end of the world as the price of defeat, the defenders rushed forward as the monster swung a huge paw, intent on grabbing the brave men. Appearing in 2010, BattleNet began as a competition between Earth-based nations until the Space League opened in 2022. As the battle for survival against extraterrestrial beings began, humanity's representatives suffered one defeat after another, losing ground in the intergalactic war. By the advent of 2023, only 10 nations survived on planet Earth, putting all of humanity at risk of total annihilation. The behemoth did not limit itself to physical attacks, opening its huge maw and unleashing a powerful vortex of destructive energy directly at the defenders. The terrifying beast intensified its sonic attack, its loud roar turning into a crushing wave of doubled power, shaking the foundations of the universe. The defenders, gripped by holy terror, screamed and froze in a daze, unable to resist the unprecedented attack of the space monster. The bravest of all the defenders abruptly soared high into the air above the monster, making a swift maneuver for a decisive strike from above. His sudden action was a deliberate choice, scrutinizing every detail of the enemy's monstrous body in search of a vulnerable spot. Noticing a new threat from above, Behemoth directed a stream of violet light at the potential enemy, his sonic waves of rage rushing towards the daredevil. Preparing to strike, the defender froze in flight, allowing the dark magic to attack, though he was well aware that something untoward was going on. Despite his badly damaged left limb, he continued to fly downwards, bringing his undamaged right arm up to strike again. The ground shook from the violent collision, the sheer force of the impact shattering everything within the attack radius into small shards and debris. The shocked defenders, covering their faces from the flying debris and thick dust, tried to keep their balance amidst the chaos of destruction. Opening his eyes after the collision, one of those present saw an absolutely incredible sight and uttered words of utter shocked amazement. The astonished comrade kept repeating about his independent victory over the behemoth as he watched the protagonist standing on top of the defeated monster. The young man sitting on the ground loudly expressed amazement at the incredible strength of the battle priest as he continued to stare at the hero without part of his arm. The unexpected congratulations that rang out caused Song Juan to raise a disgruntled gaze towards the source of the sound. A voice from a tall building announced a new historic American victory, promising that this moment would be forever remembered. The speaker, Baron Williams, head of the American First Guild and first in the world rankings, concluded the address with a mention of all citizens. A sharp cry from a girl nearby interrupted the silence, and she promptly jumped down, ignoring her comrades' pleas for caution at a dangerous moment. The guild leader allowed the priestess to descend, knowing of her self-defense abilities despite the dangerous energy still emanating from Behemoth. The top-ranked player noted the colossal strength of the monster, whose post-mortem energy could easily crush most ordinary combatants. Observing Jihan standing calmly on the giant corpse, the guild leader noted his uniqueness among the warriors suffering from post-mortem energy. Sophia, a rank 3 player, examined her comrade's damaged left arm with a startled shaking voice, assessing the severity of the battle wounds. Immediately beginning to recover, she summoned healing magic, and the green glow of the staff enveloped the protagonist, concentrating on the arm. Warning of the coming pain from Behemoth's dark energy, Sophia encouraged Sun Jihan, urging him to bear with the recovery process that had begun. Suffering from the pain and contorting his face, the fellow only snorted disdainfully, showing resilience in the face of the healing recovery process. Watching from up above, one of the subordinates abruptly turned to the guild leader, pointing an agitated finger straight down at something important. A glowing chest containing the reward for the defeated boss suddenly materialized between Sophia and Jihan, catching the attention of everyone present. A harsh voice from above loudly ordered the two to step aside, causing the girl and boy standing below to look up in surprise. Williams claimed the bounty, summoned his magic, and along with several subordinates, soared into the air, forming a circle over the chest. The two warriors who had come to their senses began to object about the injustice, worrying about the near end of humanity and the real danger looming. The fighter recognized the humans as the only hope, watching the guild completely descend and the hovering head above the chest. Williams formally called the entire American First Guild to attention, preparing to announce the recipients of the well-deserved rewards for the task at hand. The subordinates all answered in the affirmative as the protagonist, and Sophia stood behind them watching. After announcing the rewards for the priestess and the two numbered players, the head bewildered the girl next to the protagonist with his incomplete list. Disagreeing with the injustice, the heroine took decisive steps forward towards the center, reminding everyone of the monster's true killer. Demanding justice, the girl continued her arguments. But the guild leader only looked at her condescendingly, pointing his finger and asking about the reasons for the outrage. After shouting the accusation of foreign origin, Williams pointed his finger at the calm young man who was not surprised by this development. The guild leader continued the humiliation, stating that citizenship did not make a person a part of them, causing anger to flare in Jihan's eyes. Sophia tried to defend her friend, but he turned around and started to walk away, assuring everyone that everything was fine and the situation was normal. Jihan declared indifference and continued to walk away, while the priestess and the guild leader looked on in tense silence. Recognizing the rightness of the accuser, the protagonist sank into thoughts of refugeeism, remembering the loss of his homeland and past life events. He recalled achieving 7th place in the world rankings after gaining special abilities and the arduous journey to the top. Despite his achievements, he was not recognized as his own, forced to experience different types of discrimination at American First every day. Sitting on a wrecked car, Jihan voiced his main anxiety and guilt over being the only survivor from his team. Refusing to be sad, the young man closed his eyes and spent a few minutes in silent reflection, gathering his thoughts. Pulling himself together, Jihan remembered the need to repair his damaged arm and set to work, knowing that the results of the task would soon appear. As soon as he thought of this, an end-of-game announcement appeared, causing the protagonist to look up and interrupt his treatment. Everyone present saw the notice on the screens. The conditions of the defense task had been met in the United States, with most of the players surviving. China was also successful, and the battle participants received the appropriate notification of the neighboring country's achievement. The only good news was these achievements, as the other 8 countries all failed in the battle. The two warriors looked at the notifications in horror, unable to believe that only 2 countries out of 10 had met the challenge. They drew the sad conclusion that humanity had lost after seeing the confirmation of the failure of the prophylactic downgrade. An additional notification informed them of other participants outside of Earth's territory who had passed the prophylactic downgrade and the upcoming final battle with the orcs. A disturbing question about the orcs echoed among the attendees, as the guild leader silently studied the notification with an unreadable expression on his face. Sophia desperately insisted on Jihan's participation in the upcoming battle, recalling his crucial role in the past victory, but could only sense the growing fury on Baron's face as he stood with his back to her. The guild leader flatly rejected the offer, announcing a campaign without that aid, followed by a message calling for representatives of the planets, and everyone moved to the battlefield. Baron William took a position in front of his team. His aides positioned themselves behind him, all displaying serious facial expressions. Carefully studying the opponents who appeared, the first-ranked player sarcastically greeted his enemies, showing contempt for his opponents. Sophia anxiously noted the numerical disparity, noting that only 5 people, including the Chinese ranker, would be going up against the orcs. Guild leader American First assured the team of the success of the fight, inwardly convincing himself of his ability to cope without Jihan, while simultaneously enveloping his entire body in a fierce force. The enraged first player mentally ordered himself to attack, flying into the air and unleashing magic while his team took up defensive positions behind him. Representing humanity, the man drew his arm back and prepared to attack, preparing to meet the oncoming orcs with a decent resistance. Uttering a battle cry, the defender drew closer and closer to his foes, showing his fighting spirit and determination to engage in battle. His overconfidence proved disastrous when the orc struck a fatal blow in a split second, splattering the ground with blood before the victim could react. Despite the immediacy of what had happened, the remaining 4 members of the team froze with mouths open and eyes widened in horror. The people watching stood with the same facial expressions, some covering their mouths with their hands, realizing the catastrophic consequences of what had happened. The protagonist calmly got off the car he was sitting on, scrutinizing the system notification of a critical change in the situation that had appeared. The system notification of the death of a representative of humanity caused a collective cry of horror among those watching the tragic turn of events. The calamity was compounded by the appearance of a similar notification of the death of a second representative, brutally chopped in two by the sharp weapon of an enraged orc. Simultaneously with the previous one, a third notification appeared about the death of another defender of the land, who fell at the hands of a furious, green-skinned monster. The last surviving Sophia begged the approaching monster to stop, menacingly raising a huge, gleaming weapon over the defenseless girl. Ignoring the pleas and swinging for the final blow, the orc mockingly thanked the humans for their weakness in making his race's victory inevitable. The notification of the end of the game and the expulsion of humanity, number 4212, from the Bronze League, came as the girl closed her eyes, unable to bear the spectacle. A black and purple hole began to form under the feet of the central observer, marking the complete annihilation of unworthy humanity. The process of removal began with the inevitable expansion of the dark circle, engulfing everyone present without the slightest chance of escape. The protagonist also found himself captured by the mysterious substance, watching his own plunge into the unknown with incomprehension and horror. The realization of the end of the world came to Song Jihan during the slow fall into the bottomless abyss, which seemed to burn the losers out of the planet. Universal screams filled the space as bodies began to split into molecules, literally being wiped off the face of the earth with no possibility of recovery. Once the process of removing humanity was complete, the system detected a critical error, recording the abnormal preservation of some members. Song Jihan mentally realized his unique survival when a new system notification indicated the unnamed divine art's opposition to the process. Repeating the phrase about the obstacle to removal, the young man tried to comprehend what was happening as he watched his own body gradually recover from oblivion. A stream of thoughts about the possibility of improving his skills and saving his homeland filled the hero's mind while the higher powers were deciding his fate in a tense debate. An unknown voice announced the decision to return the player to the time of his first entry into the league, after which the reality around him began to rapidly collapse. The phrase about moving on to the interview was the first thing the waking young man heard, opening his eyes from his sudden awakening in an unfamiliar environment. Barely out of bed, the hero felt a throbbing headache upon seeing the multitude of empty liquor bottles on the nearest table. Voicing memories of returning to the time of his first entry into the league, the guy continued to clutch his throbbing temples, trying to make sense of the situation. After a few moments, he began to scrutinize his surroundings, incredulously recognizing the familiar outline of a room from the past. With an incredulous exclamation, the hero continued to cautiously look around, trying to make sure that the scenario of the return was real. Sun Jihan quickly approached the window and pulled the curtains open in an abrupt motion, frozen in surprise at the view. The view from a tall building revealed a panorama of a street with people walking carelessly, confirming the incredible displacement to South Korea 2020. Two boys, imitating stick fighting as if they were sword fighting, were having a lively discussion about their resemblance to the legendary Sword King Yoon Sejin. The carefree dialogue of passers-by about the upcoming game and the completion of their training emphasized the peacefulness of people unaware of the coming disasters. After realizing the reality of going back in time, the protagonist anxiously activated the status window, confirming the achievement of the second level. With a sigh of relief and a slight laugh, the guy recognized the emergence of a unique opportunity to change the future using knowledge from his past life. Clenching his fists and looking at the family portrait with a small child hanging on the wall, the hero vowed to protect everyone at this crucial time. Sun mentally made a promise to himself to change the course of events thanks to his unique knowledge of the game's ending and the chance he was given to fix the future. In the distant year of 2020, excited people sat on a huge field, passionately cheering for their team, who fought desperately against a strong China. Until that fateful moment, Korea had been proudly at the top of the world player rankings, with the top 11 representatives hailing from here. Korean fighters in any fierce battle showed truly incredible success, lightning-fast movement, and impeccably accurate combat strikes. It was thanks to the legendary Sword King Yoon Sejin that the mighty Korea firmly stood at the top of the world rankings, crushing its many rivals. He was the country's true pride and national treasure, the strongest undefeated warrior who always made his country rank the highest. Correction needed. It had once been until the illustrious hero announced his decision to change his name to Ryuhei and take Japanese citizenship in July of the 20th. Memories filled Jiham's head as he watched the same historic conference with Betrayal, for it was on that day that the Korean BattleNet experienced the greatest shock in its history. The face of the nation's former hero had always caused great irritation to the young man, who gloomily recalled how Korea was in a state of chaos after Yoon Sejun's departure. The television news continuously broadcast the growing public anxiety over the future fate of the country's ranking in the International League. The once great top-ranked country faced a string of crushing defeats and plummeted down the standings at an alarming rate. Despite the disastrous situation, optimistic analysts steadfastly noted no further negative changes, pinning their hopes on talented youngsters. As Sun Jihan turned off the TV, he bitterly noted the unsurprising nature of the rapid failure with such a superficial approach to a serious problem. Things could have turned out differently with more time to prepare, but the brutal BattleNet had left no chance for a gradual recovery. In its early days, BattleNet was simply a fun game, exciting but not taken with the proper seriousness. 2 years later, with the start of the Space League, the game transformed into a veritable field of ruthless war for the survival of mankind. The harsh reality of the game was that death in virtual space inevitably resulted in the loss of life in the physical world. Ferocious and diverse monsters began to appear in the lower-ranked countries, leading to mass carnage among the defenseless population. After the treacherous departure of the Sword King, Korea, as predicted by many analysts, quickly fell to the bottom of the rankings and was completely annihilated. Survivors continued to bitterly reiterate that such a catastrophe would never have happened if the mighty Yoon Sejun had remained loyal to his homeland. The protagonist approached the hanging portrait, scrutinizing the facial features of the man who had once been his son-in-law. Overwhelmed with uncontrollable rage, Jihan couldn't contain his emotions, and with all the force he had accumulated, he struck the protective glass of the frame with his fist. Holding his hand at the epicenter of the spider web of cracks, the young man continued to wonder mentally how his sister could love such an unworthy scoundrel. The blow struck the traitor's face, from which numerous cracks were now spreading, symbolizing the destruction of the hero's former admiration. Song Jian slowly sank down onto the couch, pondering the timeliness of returning at this particular time, gazing thoughtfully at an indeterminate point. The young man noted the pathetic gaming performance with disappointment, realizing the regularity of such a result after aimlessly spending time drinking and gambling. Coming of age automatically turned people into BattleNet players, but only a lucky few received special gifts with unique abilities. The hero received the lowest ranked ability, which he used mindlessly to predict winners and win money bets. Jihan sadly realized that he hadn't realized at the time. The true value of his ability could only be revealed once its full potential was awakened. Critically evaluating his nightmarish gaming performance corresponding to the first level, the young man puzzled over the reasons for being on the second level. A sudden realization made him shift his gaze to the table, where there was an empty bottle with the remnants of a yellow liquid that had leaked out, a precious potion of experience. Jihan remembered how he had drunkenly drunk the valuable level-enhancing potion and preferred to leave it without further comment. Something unusual caught the young man's attention, causing him to tilt his head, puzzled, and scratch his neck thoughtfully, trying to figure out the cause of the anomaly. Jihan was extremely surprised by the discovery of 100,000 achievement points, the origin of which remained completely mysterious and inexplicable to him. Assuming a connection between the points and his return to the past, the boy decided to check the inventory to further investigate the anomaly. When he opened it, the young man instantly froze, his wide-open eyes expressing genuine shock and utter amazement at what he saw. Jihan was deeply perplexed to find something unusual and previously unavailable to him: a unique achievement points exchange coupon. Being in a state of great shock, the guy mentally wondered about the exclusivity of this item, trying to realize its origin. After carefully examining the find, the hero saw that it was an EX rank achievement point exchange coupon, which brought a smile of satisfaction to his face. Pondering the possibilities of improving the store to expand the selection, Jihan realized the need for immediately applicable items. Determined to begin the process of upgrading the store, the young man began to actively interact with the system interface by clicking on the virtual buttons. After successfully upgrading the achievement store to level 2, Sun continued to evaluate the options that appeared, checking off unnecessary options. Continuing his manipulations, Jihan raised the store to level 3, carefully monitoring the changes and analyzing the usefulness of the new offerings. Carefully calculating the remaining 50,000 points, the hero considered his options: upgrading the store to level 4, or purchasing all the available options. The young man lowered his head and closed his eyes, sinking into deep thoughts about the only chance and limited resources for its realization. Determinedly straightening up and guided by a gambling attitude, Jihan boldly upgraded the achievement store to level 4, putting everything on the last try. Barely completing the upgrade process, the shocked young man saw a new system alert for urgent recovery, causing him to freeze in bewilderment. After receiving a momentary clarification about the possibility of recovering malfunctioning items, Song Jihan sighed heavily, hitting himself on the head with the palm of his hand. The young man realized the reason for his former gambling addiction with a snide expression, comparing the current find to a jackpot. Approaching the right room with a security system using fingerprint recognition, the hero didn't hesitate to put his finger on the scanner. After receiving confirmation that the recognition was complete and his status as a family member, Song Jian cautiously entered the slowly opening room. The young man mentally repeated the strange designation of his status with surprise, entering his own playroom with an unusual feeling. Not expecting such recognition in the absence of his true master, the young man walked over to the central chair, activating the hidden functions with a smile. A system notification of BattleNet's inventory opening appeared before the boy's eyes, bringing a satisfied smirk to his face. Looking at the screen showing Dong Fangshu's useless broken brush, which he called his first key, Song resolutely applied the urgent recovery function. The achievement was lightning fast applied to the system inventory, and the ruined brush instantly began to recover to its original state. In just a few seconds, the restoration of the ancient artifact was completely complete, and the protagonist watching the process kept a serious expression on his face. After saying that the preparations were complete, a distinct image from the past, the silhouette of the famous master Dong Fangshu, surfaced in the young man's mind. The legendary writer possessed the exact same magic brush, only ranks above the current version associated with the powerful god of martial arts. The system alert about the imminent start of the Kanem Bronze League training made the guy anxiously raise his head and read the message carefully. Realizing that the inevitable draft was only 10 seconds away, Jihan promptly jumped up from his chair, calling up the status window. Realizing the catastrophic lack of time, he immediately began to paint something with his recovered brush in the open status window. With less than 5 seconds remaining, the young man attempted to combine the critical stats of strength, agility, and health into a particularly rare stat. The impossibility of previously utilizing the broken brush was now replaced by the opportunity to lay the foundation of his awakening through a written idea. Despite the inexorable last seconds, the young man did not give up and continued his magical manipulations until the allotted time expired. The system notification announced that Song Jihan had entered the Battlestar League, where the type of current task was ruthless survival. The automated system voice expressed formal hope for the participants' survival of the inevitable clash in the ancient coliseum. The additional condition of completing the task with the death of half of the players only increased the atmosphere of doom and cruelty of the upcoming challenge. The protagonist, frozen in a daze and unable to move, he stood with an expression of utter amazement on his shocked face. Realizing himself in the middle of the vast coliseum amongst a multitude of well-equipped players, the young man realized his vulnerability in his homemade clothes without shoes. Alarmed by the uncertainty of his combat strength, Jihan loudly demanded to see the status window, realizing the deviation from his original plan. After examining the merging of strength, agility, and health characteristics into a single combat power, the young man exhaled in relief, gaining additional achievement points. Lifting his head with a slight smirk, the hero realized this moment as the first step to acquiring nameless divine arts sufficient to pass the Bronze League. The new system alert of entering without joining the battle connection meant an excruciating ordeal of complete physical pain for any injuries sustained. Jihan recalled with bitter irony the modern world where pain sensations diminish in proportion to one's financial capabilities, exhaling heavily at the realization of the trials ahead. The protagonist mentally compared his situation to that of the King of Swords, whose high-tech connection relieved 99% of the game's pain. Deciding to take advantage of the combat connection later, the young man continued to stand still, immersed in thoughts about his upcoming survival. An achievement alert appeared in front of Jihan, informing him of a rare quest with a generous reward, which he was sure he could easily complete thanks to his combat power. The sudden start of the game and the lightning-fast attack of an armed opponent rushing in from behind instantly wiped the smile off the protagonist's face, replacing it with an expression of fleeting terror. The cocky assailant pointed his weapon downward, aiming for the spot where the protagonist stood, confident of an easy victory over the inexperienced newcomer. Genuine surprise was reflected on the attacker's face as the dust from the impact cleared and his gaze filled with unspoken questions about the impossible outcome. The protagonist stopped the attack with incredible ease, grabbing the sharp sword blades with only 2 fingers, putting his opponent into a state of shock and enjoying the most exciting part of the game. Jihan, whose eyes began to glow with a blue glow, thanked the hapless fellow for giving him the opportunity to make his first kill in the ruthless world of BattleNet. Guilds were special organizations that specialized in the training and comprehensive leadership of numerous players. Due to the worldwide interest in BattleNet, governments of almost all countries began to invest significant resources in developing and encouraging professional players. Thanks to active multi-million-dollar investments from major enterprises, numerous guilds of various sizes have sprung up in South Korea, capable of thoroughly training the strongest players. The Gangnam Bronze League was a legendary place where talented rising stars of prestigious guilds made their first debut appearances. A system alert of the imminent start of the game appeared before the eyes of one of the participants, scrutinizing the surrounding opponents. Cautiously assessing the highest level of the Gangnam League, the anxious player continued to keep a vigilant eye on his potential opponents. Do Hyukyo persistently urged himself to remain calm, repeating comforting mantras about his own good fortune compared to the other participants. He continued to actively set himself up for victory, proud to be a member of the famous Divergent Guild, run by various influential groups. The Divergent Guild was widely renowned for the many rising stars that made up its main fighting backbone. Do Hyukyo, an ordinary young man, had joined the elite group after receiving the rare A-rank gift of agility that promised a spot in the prestigious top 50. Looking carefully at the fighting opponents, Du pondered the choice of his first potential victim to begin his bloody journey. Noticing several green orcs, the fighter made a strategic decision to avoid conflict with them, realizing the danger of such an encounter. Realizing the key task of survival, Hyukyo understood the deadly danger of unnecessary provocation while maintaining absolute outward calm. Most of those present in the coliseum represented large guilds with superior weapons, giving the impression of a battle at a level far above the Bronze League. Suddenly, something unusual caught Do Hyukyo's close attention, causing him to freeze in surprise and gaze at the strange phenomenon. The young fighter wondered if it was a coincidence that a strangely dressed newcomer had been brought into the deadly Bronze League, seemingly completely unprepared for the challenges ahead. The sports pants and simple t-shirt made the Divergent Guild member even more perplexed, assuming that the inexperienced guy had been randomly summoned. Instantly assessing the easy prey, Do Hyukyo grabbed his weapon and began to cautiously approach the seemingly defenseless opponent from behind. Anticipating an easy first kill, the fighter moved with extreme caution, mentally thanking the stranger for the unexpected opportunity for quick success. As soon as the system warning of the game and the recommendation to hold out until the end sounded, Do Hyukyo immediately launched a swift attack. A look of astonishment crossed his attacker's face as he couldn't believe his eyes. His super speed attack had been stopped by just 2 fingers of the rookie. The loosening of the grip of the protagonist's fingers instantly threw the hapless member of Team Divergent off, causing him to fall shamefully to the hard ground of the arena. Turning his head slightly, the boy noted the arrogance of his opponent, who had decided to participate in the prestigious Gangnam Bronze League only because of the gift he had received. With tears of resentment in his eyes, Hyukyo emotionally defended his valuable gift of A-Rang's agility, taking his opponent's words as disrespect for a rare privilege. With a serious expression of no denial, the young man slowly turned around and began to approach the frightened warrior sitting helplessly on the ground. The Divergent Guild member, whose face was contorted with rage, mentally resented the insolent disdain from the pathetic beggar who had blocked only 1 blow. Do Hyukyo, quickly jumping to his feet and thrusting his weapon forward, decided to attack at top speed, charging forward with powerful energy for the decisive strike. Song Jihan mentally noted his opponent's determination to give his best effort, recognizing the difficulty of countering his speed the first time they met. The attacker continued to convince himself of the superiority of his own speed as his sword came dangerously close to the newcomer's neck. Failure befell the attacker when the protagonist bent over with remarkable ease, allowing the sword to pass harmlessly over his head. Do Hyukyo's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that his intended victim's head was still in its rightful place. Uncontrollable rage swept over the Divergent member, causing him to haphazardly swing his weapon in an attempt to catch the agilely dodging young man. Bouncing back from another unsuccessful strike, the protagonist reflected on the difficulty of adapting to the second level, noting the very different sensation. Song Jihan mentally analyzed the situation, aware not so much of his opponent's speed as of his own slowness, continuing to easily dodge attacks. The protagonist, examining his hand, noted the ability to read all the moves of the opponent standing with a weapon behind him. The implacable assailant, refusing to give up, shouted loudly again and swung his sword, rushing to attack, intending to deliver a treacherous blow from the back. A sudden failure befell the attacker, as the protagonist turned around lightning fast at the shout, and with a light elbow movement, knocked the sword flying upwards. The astonished Dohyukyo, stammering in shock, continued to stare perplexed at his trembling hand that had suddenly lost its deadly weapon. His opponent's shock intensified as Song Jihan made a strategic leap and deftly picked up the dislodged sword, preparing to switch roles in this deadly confrontation. The protagonist landed behind the divergent guild member's back and instantly stabbed his neck through with the sword he had picked up while he was still in shock. Dohyukyo, unable to believe the reality of what was happening, coughed and screamed at the impossibility of defeat while feeling the piercing pain from the fatal blow. The reality of the situation was confirmed when the body of the defeated enemy fell to the ground and began to gradually disappear right beside the feet of the standing protagonist. The divergent guild member lying on the ground refused to accept the humiliating defeat, continuing to threaten future vengeance the next time they met. Exhaling, Jihan philosophically noted the irony of his dying opponent already planning revenge in the next battle, calling the world a truly funny place. The system alert of making the first kill in training and gaining an achievement point appeared beside the young man while the sword in his hand vibrated strangely. Watching the gradual disappearance of the weapon along with the body of the defeated opponent, the protagonist realized the inevitable law of the virtual world. Satisfied with the successful warm-up, Sun assumed the necessity of killing more than 5 participants to take the coveted first place. The hero's appraising gaze stopped on the serenely standing aside crowd of orcs, who were reasonably avoided by all other BattleNet players. Jihan mentally analyzed the inefficiency of killing monsters, equating to only 1/10 of a player's kill, requiring the destruction of 10 creatures. Most of the experienced players preferred to fight other participants, avoiding the hideous orcs and keeping as much distance from them as possible. The young man's attention turned to the suddenly appeared new task, distracting him from thinking about the foolishness of fighting monsters. After carefully studying the mission to kill orcs, Sun estimated a generous reward of 500 points, equivalent to 5 successful kills of ordinary players. Rationally weighing all the prospects, Jihan resolutely refused to pass up the lucrative opportunity to earn extra points. Mentally encouraging himself with the statement about the unreality of virtual monsters, the young man hesitantly scratched his neck before the decisive throw. As he proclaimed the start of the attack, Jihan instantly accelerated to the point where those around him could only see clouds of dust from his lightning-fast leaps. One of the first standing orcs pointed his finger in horror and disbelief at the incredible threat approaching, warning his kin. The monsters burst into scornful laughter upon seeing the unarmed man, presumptuously promising him a swift and painful death. Preparing to back up their threats with action, the entire horde crowd warily adopted a fighting stance, raising primitive weapons. Despite the intimidating sight of the armed monsters, the protagonist continued to run purposefully with a serious expression and unwavering confidence. As he approached the first 2 weapon-waving orcs, Jihan strategically slowed down, implementing a carefully thought-out tactical plan. With lightning-fast reactions and superior skill, the young man instantly took possession of the 2 small axes taken from the overconfident monsters. Bringing one of his hands behind his head, the enraged protagonist prepared to hurl the deadly axes at the cluster of green-skinned creatures. Realizing his threat, Jihan unleashed the held weapon with incredible force, aiming it into the very middle of the dense crowd. The startled orcs clutched their weapons in growing terror, screaming desperately at the sight of the rapidly approaching deadly menace. Some particularly attentive monsters tried to track the lightning-fast movement of the elusive young man without losing sight of him for a moment. Surpassing all expectations, the protagonist suddenly materialized right between the bewildered orcs, furiously swinging his captured battle axe. The masterfully delivered blows were characterized by deadly precision, instantly sending several severed heads flying into the air above the arena. The surviving creatures behind the temporarily halted hero froze with their mouths wide open, unable to believe the death of their mighty kin. Realizing the tragic loss of his comrade, one of the shocked creatures let out a guttural battle cry in its primitive tongue. Sleep continued to stand unperturbed, surrounded by furious orcs who, unable to contain their rage at the murder of their fellow creatures, unanimously demanded immediate retribution. The protagonist reacted lightning fast to the onset of the attack, masterfully fending off numerous opponents with his captured blade. Jihan's flawless, swift movements made him invulnerable to the horde of green-skinned men, none of whom could predict his next move. Hearing the monster's fierce calls for destruction, the young man turned lightning fast and intercepted a long spear with a sharp tip pointed in his direction. The hero's incredible strength allowed him to break the intercepted weapon in half without the slightest effort, throwing the useless debris to the ground, strewn with the corpses of his enemies. The enraged monster, deprived of its weapon, continued to desperately attack with the remaining wreckage, unwilling to recognize the superiority of the human opponent. Approaching the pitiful creature attacking from the back, the protagonist swung a sharp weapon resembling a small axe. The green-skinned creature barely had time to put up a wooden stick for defense, trying in vain to save its head from the inevitable blow. The power of the attack was so enormous that the iron part of the weapon flew far away, leaving only a useless fragment in the young man's hands. Sun Jihan looked thoughtfully at the fragment in his hand and critically assessed the quality of the weapon, noting the discrepancy between the competence of the workmanship and the weakness of the materials. The chief orc noted the breakage of the man's axe, without noticing the identical problem with his own weapon, continuing to urge his comrades to destroy the fellow. The surviving monsters once again began to surround Jihan, displaying remarkable calm in the face of superior enemy forces. Noting the persistence of the green-skinned jerks, the hero took a single step forward, making the ground beneath his foot crack from the colossal force and throwing the approaching enemies away. With another maneuver, Jihan flew upward and swiftly intercepted various weapons falling out of the weakened hands of the monsters. The creatures gathering for another attack had no time to react when the young man instantly moved between them with incredible speed. In a matter of moments, the hero returned to his former position, leaving behind him a new wave of disappearing bodies of slain orcs falling in lifeless heaps. The desperate cry of a terrified creature admitting its inability to see what was happening served as a signal for Jihan to adopt a fighting stance to attack. With a decisive blow, the protagonist hurled his spear at the screaming orc, effortlessly piercing through it and throwing the doomed victim far back. The deadly spear, flying with incredible force in a perfect trajectory, pierced several living creatures, instantly taking their lives. The head of the orcs, who had previously coordinated the attacks against the humans, froze in a daze as he watched the lifeless bodies of his fellow creatures scattered around him. The realization of the inhuman nature of the enemy slowly penetrated the primitive mind of the leader, who continued to contemplate the scale of the catastrophe in shock. The last surviving orc called Sun a monster in horror, but it was too late. The hero's weapon was already slicing through the air, completing the task of destroying the entire orc horde. The system notification of 500 achievement points confirmed the successful completion of the mission, causing satisfaction on the winner's face. The unexpected announcement of a level up right in the middle of the game made the hero freeze in surprise, as traditionally experience was only calculated after the completion of a challenge. Reflecting on this, Jihan assumed a connection to his initially low status, as he continued to scrutinize the system alerts. After brief strategic deliberation, the hero determinedly prioritized combat strength as a priority characteristic for further development. The young man realized the uniqueness of combat strength, which organically combines strength, agility, and vitality, doubling the capabilities compared to ordinary characteristics. The special value of martial power to the hero was the ability to obtain nameless divine arts when reaching 30 points, despite the difficulty of pumping. Unbelievingly exclaiming in surprise, the guy froze in a daze as he watched his combat strength inexplicably increase by an entire level. Jihan pondered the unusual nature of the situation, as such an increase required accumulating experience in battles and long, grueling training. As he continued to stand there with deep thoughts, Song suddenly sensed a deadly threat. Someone was carefully aiming directly at him. Thanks to his incredible reaction, the hero took a lightning-fast step to the side, allowing the magical arrow to fly dangerously close, without causing any harm. Turning around in the direction of the unexpected attack, Sun saw a smug archer and her partner mocking his random luck. The attackers were discussing their competition for the first kill, and were eager to get rid of their new potential victim as quickly as possible. The protagonist unemotionally noted the unification of his opponents against him, keeping his cool in the face of the duel threat. Jihan mentally reminded himself of the rules of the survival map, where duels between players were inevitable, without an official ban on temporary alliances. Carefully studying the logo on the outfit, the hero determined the archer belonged to one of the top 10 guilds in Korea, the prestigious Turtle Guild, tactically assessing the combination of melee and ranged combat. The young man assumed the joint training of opponents in a single guild, pulling out his weapon. The system alert of 60 remaining survivors made Jihan realize the impending end of the training and the targeting of the opponents specifically for his destruction. The protagonist realized that his opponents considered him an easy target as he overheard their frivolous conversation about a possible dinner together. Taking advantage of his opponent's distraction, Song Jihan quickly checked the score table, finding himself in first place, with his attackers slightly behind. The cocky archer, leisurely loading her bow, mockingly rebuked her partner's age, completely oblivious to the growing danger. The girl realized her fatal mistake too late, when a blurred trail of rapid movement flashed near her, heralding an imminent threat. The protagonist decisively announced the opportunity to experience the true power of 6 points of combat strength, immediately after delivering a blow that instantly took the life of the overconfident archer. The system alert once again reported the remaining 58 survivors and the imminent completion of training, while the guy stood nonchalantly on the field. In a voice trembling with genuine fear, the slain girl's partner asked shockedly about the incredible method of such a lightning-fast kill. The young man, rejecting any explanation, instantly materialized behind the back of his frightened opponent and decisively swung a sharp weapon. The swift blow he delivered was aimed at severing the neck, just like the previous time, causing loud cries of agonizing pain from his opponent. Suddenly feeling an unusual resistance, the protagonist instantly became wary and began to scrutinize the results of his attack. When the dust cleared, the warrior smugly displayed the exclusive armor of a B-rang turtle, which had withstood the strongest blow, leaving only a superficial mark. The smug opponent began to brag about the impenetrability of his special defense, turning his head slightly for a better view. Without listening to the boastful speech, Jihan immediately resumed his furious attack, methodically delivering multiple blows to the same vulnerable spot. The relentless series of precise blows to a single point elicited indignant screams from the warrior, unaware of the catastrophic breach in his impenetrable armor. Pausing briefly to recuperate, the protagonist disdainfully noted the inappropriateness of durable armor for a frivolous chill. A sinister smile and a penetrating gaze accompanied Jihan's declaration of the deservingness of more serious suffering for the overconfident foe. The violent, heartrending screams that followed those words caused the observers behind the monitor screens to be genuinely surprised. Lee Ha-young, the influential head of the Divergent Guild's 3rd Human Resource Management Department, was nonchalantly observing the scene while sipping her fragrant tea. As she continued her observation, the boss suddenly turned to the bodyguard standing nearby, wondering about his relief at the absence of the dangerous player in front of him. Ha-young continued to ponder over the possible disqualification instead of second place, thoughtfully wondering about strategies to avoid confrontation, while the bodyguard's eyes gradually filled with rage. Turning to her subordinate, the head of the 3rd Human Resource Management Department confidently declared Gaiyun's invincibility against any opponent. Lim's attempt to refuse was resolutely interrupted by her superior, ordering her to gather combat data and engage in the inevitable battle, rising from her chair. Passing by the obediently bowing bodyguard, the departing Lee Ha-young heard a firm promise to fulfill any order given without delay. After saying that, Lim Ga-young once again took a close look at the computer screen, broadcasting the bloody battle involving the mysterious Sun Ji-han. As she continued to watch the fierce battle, the bodyguard felt a strange sensation as if she had seen this fighter somewhere before. Lim Ga-yoon of the Divergent Guild had gained widespread fame as an up-and-coming player who possessed an extremely rare S-rank gift. The girl's impressive performance in the prestigious league had fully met the highest expectations, foreshadowing absolute supremacy until the sudden appearance of Song Ji-han. The guild representative of the Turtle Guild questioned in shock at the incredible anomaly of a low-level player with no equipment or guild support taking first place. The mysterious fighter, who started later than everyone else and only wore sports clothes, managed to complete 6 kills, far surpassing the capabilities of the second-level players. The guild members' bewilderment over the identity of the mysterious fighter, who had demonstrated incredible abilities, continued to grow. Having completed all the tests, the protagonist returned to the original room and, sitting comfortably on the couch, concentrated on studying the system alerts received. Taking the first place in the training provided a 50% bonus to the earned experience and instant promotion from the 3rd to the 6th level. Despite the lack of rewards in the form of equipment points for training, Jihan invested all available stats into combat strength, raising it to level 9. An added bonus was the honorary title of Conqueror of Training, which was retained exclusively in the Bronze League, providing a significant stat boost. 10 points of combat strength and a free ticket to the Bronze League was of immense value, requiring concentration on pumping to advance to the Silver League. Reaching level 5 opened up the long-awaited opportunity for the protagonist to obtain a base class, causing genuine excitement and sparks in his eyes. The choice of class represented a critical moment for each player, determining further development and strategic opportunities. The 4 available options, warrior, archer, mage, and support, offered different playstyles, with the protagonist having already chosen warrior in a previous life. Previous experience could make development much easier, tending to reselect a familiar class for maximum effectiveness. The achievement store offered the amazing opportunity to add a warrior class at a later date for 10,000 points, allowing an alternate path to be chosen now. A multitude of ferocious creatures resembling bloodthirsty zombies with burning red eyes and foaming saliva emitted intimidating animal-like growls. The huge crowd of aggressive creatures attacking even each other symbolized the beginning of the Bronze League's toughest challenge in Canum territory. The system alert labeled the mission type as Defense, while countless undead tried to climb the tall tower while making inhuman sounds. The main objective of the mission was to protect a crystal placed on the elevated tower, besieged by an endless stream of bloodthirsty zombies. The notification to continue the battle until the 5 towers were saved appeared as the girl cautiously approached the edge and looked down. Famous bodyguard Lim Gaiyun of the powerful Divergent Guild was observing the scene while maintaining a warrior's vigilance. Expressing disgust at the ghastly sight, even in the virtual world conditions, the girl continued to watch the crowd of zombies making disgusting sounds. Lim Gaiyun was still warily standing on top of the tower when she suddenly caught strange sounds behind her, causing her to carefully turn her head. Several heavily armed warriors had appeared on the defense platform, clearly arriving to aid the defenders of the crystal. The newly arrived fighters, as if not noticing Lim Gaiyun standing in front, began to discuss among themselves the unfortunate coincidence of receiving the defense card. The experienced bodyguard quickly identified their classes and affiliation with known guilds. The first to arrive was a skilled archer from the prestigious LC organization, equipped with impressive B-rank gear. The second ally was a powerful mage, a member of a guild of some sort, with surprisingly high-quality equipment for his level. Mentally assessing the team's capabilities, Lim Gaiyun looked up, pondering the most important missing aspect of the current mission. Between the defenders standing on the tower, the last member of the team, the critical support for this mission, began to materialize. Realizing that defense meant a grueling war of attrition, the girl eagerly awaited the appearance of the support, whose support could be crucial. Disbelief and shock contorted Lim Gaiyun's face at the sight of Song Jihan, and the same shock was reflected on the faces of the archer and mage standing behind the surprised boy. The protagonist, who found himself in this role, inquired in bewilderment about the type of current mission that required the protection of the facility. 20 minutes ago, while choosing a support class, Jihan had received a system warning that the class didn't fit his profile, which made him think twice. The only reason for such an unusual choice was the ability to unlock divine powers through a new ability after selecting a class, necessary for a unique stat. Realizing the lack of alternative methods to obtain the desired powers through traditional training, Jihan deliberately went for this risky experiment. Theoretically, there was another way to develop through the investment of extra points and tremendous effort, but its realization seemed unlikely. Halfway to the unnamed divine arts, the protagonist was in deep thought. Realizing the impossibility of wasting precious points, a sudden insight brought forth a unique idea of an alternative method unknown to other players, causing the young man to look up confidently. It was thanks to this accelerated method that Jihan now appeared as a support, causing those around him to marvel at his controversial choice of class. The disgruntled warlock slapped himself in the face with his palm and expressed extreme annoyance, drawing the attention of the slightly turned-around protagonist. The mage angrily pointed his finger at his interlocutor, mocking his modest clothing and lack of equipment, resenting the money wasted on his outfit. Remaining completely calm in the face of the aggressive accusations, Song Jihan only stared silently at his shouting opponent without a shadow of emotion on his impenetrable face. Archer tried to intervene, urging his angry friend to calm down, but the latter, growing even more enraged, continued to resent the new teammate's unacceptable appearance. Continuing to loudly express his disgust and categorical refusal to participate in the game, The angry warrior only increased the irritation of the silent bodyguard. Realizing the difficulty of completing the task with such a problematic partner, the girl closed her eyes, mentally cursing the unbearable noise around her. A sudden change in the tone of the shouts made Lim Gayun open her eyes to appreciate the unexpected turn of events. The helpless mage was demanding to be let go, while the protagonist resolutely held him above the ground by grabbing his clothes from the front. The brief but frighteningly serious response from the supporter made the agitated warlock realize the danger of his position. The loosening of the grip on his clothes brought instant understanding and genuine horror to the arrogant warrior's face. The mage, who had not been able to make a sound immediately from the shock, began to scream desperately as he realized his fall from the high tower directly into the thirsty crowd of undead. The hungry zombies noticed the helpless victim approaching from the heights, with undisguised joy and drool, preparing for an unexpected feast. The protagonist philosophically remarked on the voluntariness of participating in the game, calmly adjusting his inconspicuous blouse after the decisive action. The shocked attendees, especially the archer, stood with their jaws dropped, unable to believe the reality of the nightmare taking place. Song Jihan confidently slung his weapon on his shoulder, nonchalantly announcing the team's ability to get the job done without the arrogant mage. A desperate cry for mercy suddenly sounded from the void, causing the protagonist to throw his arm forward with lightning speed. The frightened warrior desperately promised to try his best, now kneeling humiliatedly before the young man, contradictorily combining pathetic pleas for forgiveness with irritated claims against killing again. Kim Gyo-hyuk looked utterly pathetic. The sudden change in the annoying mage's behavior was due to the Bronze League's special rule of only giving each player 3 lives during defense. Having previously been killed by Song Jihan, Kim Gyo-hyuk had simply been revived to continue the deadly challenge, retaining the unpleasant memories of his death. Uttering a merciless, "It's okay, you'll be resurrected," the protagonist did not hesitate to once again drop the hapless fromage into the thirsty mob of zombies. After the second consecutive kill, the desperate magician had only one last life left, the loss of which threatened disastrous consequences. The protagonist nonchalantly watched as Kim Gyo-hyuk lay at his feet, begging for mercy and desperately promising to mend his ways. The kneeling mage was panic-stricken as he realized that the last spot threatened a downgrade and the complete loss of all the expensive abilities he had bought. Looking coldly at the suddenly changed warrior, Song Jihan ironically noted the surprising speed of the former aggressor's attitude change. Recalling the past encounter, the protagonist sarcastically suggested a repeat of the fire spell attack, describing the mage's past behavior. The unexpected praise of fire abilities caused Kim Gyo-hyuk to stare at the protagonist with undisguised disbelief and confusion. His face instantly brightened as he realized the sincerity of the compliment, and a joyful smile of relief lit up his recently frightened face. In an attempt to demonstrate his indispensability, the warlock began to explain the particular effectiveness of fire magic against the approaching zombies. Buoyed by his own importance, the warlock proudly displayed his level 15, summoning an impressive fire in his hands. Self-confidently proclaiming himself a precious member of the team, the mage caught the attention of the observant girl standing behind him. Exhaling heavily and closing her eyes, she felt a strange sense of recognition, as if this situation or the characters were familiar to her. As she continued to watch Kim Gyo-hyuk, memories from the past surfaced in her mind. The girl, noting his former status as a respected member of one of the 10 greatest guilds, the mage's reputation had been severely damaged after 4 consecutive humiliating defeats in crucial battles for promotion to the Silver League. While expressing formal regret for his failures, Guyan mentioned the bloodbath he had subsequently organized that had changed the attitudes of those around him. Briefly characterizing him as a loser, she closed her eyes again and lowered her head while the protagonist continued to watch nonchalantly. The self-confidence returned to the mage, who suddenly made a condition for joining the team, which caused Song Jihan to be genuinely surprised. Kim pointed his index finger at his surprised interlocutor, demanding an apology for the previous murders, promising his invaluable assistance in return. The enthusiastic archer immediately supported this conciliatory idea, vigorously exclaiming its reasonableness from behind the smug mage's back. The sudden self-confidence instantly evaporated from Kim's face as he felt the familiar, ruthless grip on his long-suffering clothes. Approaching the edge of the tower with the held mage, Song Jihan inquired in genuine amazement at the incredible audacity of demanding an apology. Realizing the inevitability of what was about to happen, Kim began desperately begging for mercy, but suddenly flew high up, deafening the surroundings with a piercing scream of terror. It was another prank of Jihan's, who decided not just to drop, but to spectacularly toss the hapless mage, commenting on the possible accusations of his initiative. Waiting for the warrior to start falling back downward, Sun mercilessly smacked him with his weapon like a bat, sending the unfortunate man into his final flight. Having made sure that the massacre was completed, the young man nonchalantly turned to the girl, whose face expressed unconcealed horror at the cruel spectacle he had seen. The protagonist, continuing to stare intently at the frozen Limgain, calmly advised not to lose his composure before the upcoming trials. The shocked archer, who had been standing silently behind the young man's back all this time, could not hide his mixed feelings of surprise and delight at the elimination of the cocky Kim. The countless undead were approaching, climbing higher up the tower with each inexorable second, lamenting the surroundings with their eerie, otherworldly sounds. A loud command to attack with fire instantly led to the mass burning of the first zombies that had gotten too close to the vulnerable edge of the tower. A neighboring group of players were actively discussing the effectiveness of fire magic against the undead, confidently assuming that they would avoid last place due to their advantage. Exhaling heavily from the realization of the critical situation, the archer emphasized the urgent need for a fire mage to successfully counter the oncoming horde. The fallen comrade, unable to bear the emotional strain, irritably blamed Sun's impending defeat on his exorbitant ego and the destruction of the warlock. Focused Jihan did not pay attention to this, called up the status window, immediately plunging into a detailed study of the parameters of the current task. The hero's attentive gaze unexpectedly revealed interconnected tasks, causing genuine surprise at their complex system organization. Examination of the task revealed the need to personally destroy 1,000 zombies, which the protagonist rhetorically defined as an almost impossible task. Realizing the impossibility of losing 3,000 precious points, Song plunged into deep strategic thoughts about possible solutions. Lim Gayun, carefully evaluating Song Jihan from a professional point of view, finally came to the disappointing conclusion that he was inadequate in many crucial parameters. The bodyguard mentally criticized the rash choice of the support class without considering the basic characteristics, irritably turning away from the senselessly frozen young man. Having finally determined the futility of the observation, the girl decided that there was absolutely no reason for the Divergent Guild to follow such a mediocre player. The emotionally unstable archer, unable to cope with the rising tension, broke out into a furious scream, accusing the young man of ignoring the situation. Surprised by the unexpected suggestion, Song Jian clarified the possibility of facing the zombie invasion on his own with genuine interest. Stunned by the unconventional reaction of the archer, froze in bewilderment, while the supporter quietly pondered the real chances of victory over the impending horde of undead. Deciding to intervene, the professional Lim Gayun drew her deadly sword, motioning for everyone to remain seated while she took the front line. Instead of the expected agreement, the experienced warrior heard an unexpected response about controlling the situation, causing her to be genuinely perplexed. Demonstratively, rolling up his sleeves in readiness for action, the lad announced his intention to personally deal with the zombie horde, leaving the rest of the group to the protection of the crystal. A sudden cry of alarm interrupted their argument as bloody hands appeared at the top of the tower, preceding the appearance of a huge bloody monster. The frightened archer hastily explained the fundamental difference of this liquid-headed foe, immune to normal physical attacks. While he hesitantly continued to talk about the monster's features, the huge creature made a powerful leap, rushing straight at the unperturbed protagonist. Sun, remaining absolutely calm, put his primitive weapon in front of him, thrusting it into the approaching body with incredible force. The shocked archer and the girl continued to stand in a daze as he noticed something mysterious slowly descending towards the ground after the kill. An involuntary exclamation caught the attention of the focused Gayun, causing her to look around warily, trying to determine the nature of the strange phenomenon. It turned out to be a sacred white flame, turning the girl's astonished gaze to the protagonist with an unspoken question about the nature of the divine power. The appearance of the flame proved vital to repel the attacks of countless zombies, many of whom had already reached the top of the tower. Without wasting any time in useless waiting, Song Jihan began to methodically swing his weapon, striking hard at all parts of the bodies of the advancing enemies. Amidst the wave of ordinary zombies, a bloody one reappeared, completely shrouded in a pulsating scarlet glow that made it stand out from the rest of the undead. Jihan's powerful blow determined the fate of the enemy, whose body was instantly shattered into thousands of tiny particles, without the slightest chance of recovery. The protagonist, continuing to repel the attacks of the endless waves of zombies climbing the tower, mentally set the goal of destroying a whole 1,000 enemies. The young man maintained absolute confidence in the execution of the plan, despite the current modest result of 6 killed monsters. Acting according to his own strategy, the hero began to aggressively attack all approaching enemies, methodically increasing the count to 13. Thanks to the systematic approach to the extermination of monsters, the score soon reached 17. An inexhaustible energy and determination did not allow the young man to even think about stopping. As he continued to mercilessly deal with the new waves of zombies climbing the tower, the fighter soon passed the mark of 26 destroyed enemies. Suddenly pausing for a second for a tactical assessment, the guy realized the ineffectiveness of conventional physical attacks against the bloody undead. Deciding to release some of his divine power, the young man summoned magical energy into his hand, instantly spreading to his weapon to deliver a mighty blow. The shocked team members admiringly watched the incredible abilities of the support. Recognizing his absolute prowess in fighting monsters, Archer cheered the protagonist on, publicly acknowledging his high professionalism despite his initial skepticism. Lim Gayun, who was standing next to him, froze in amazement, unable to utter a single word, watching the incredible level of control of divine power without excessive energy expenditure. Most impressive for the girl was the hero's ability to strike with perfect precision, hitting the heads of enemies with impeccable accuracy. After destroying the first wave of zombies attacking the tower, Jihan temporarily stopped, achieving a total of 210 kills out of the planned 1,000. A system notification reported compliance with the conditions and full understanding of the faith, resulting in an increase in divine power from level 6 to level 7. Encouraged by the confirmation of his theory about the level increase, the young man grasped his weapon with both hands with renewed enthusiasm, preparing to continue the offensive. Mysterious divine items, including shining crowns, have long been considered sacred artifacts with exceptional power and mysterious properties. Back in 2010, at the dawn of learning, such artifacts were sold on Earth at astronomical prices, justified by the presence of unfathomable secrets. A decade later, no secret has been fully revealed, gradually reducing the value of the items, especially those divine artifacts unsuitable for use as weapons. Most modern humans were not even aware of the existence of such artifacts, continuing to keep their secrets from the uninitiated. Priestess Sophia was genuinely happy to share her experience of increasing her divine power through mysterious items from another world. The protagonist reacted surprisingly to this information, remembering a long-ago conversation and looking at his interlocutor with disbelief. At the American First Guild branch, the priestess continued to explain the possibility of enhancing divine power with artifacts from another world. The young man inquired about the reality of such a method, to which the approaching friend confirmed its effectiveness, thanks to which she herself became a priestess. The girl explained the necessity of prolonged contact with the object in prayer to obtain divine power, noting the specific conditions of various objects. Expressing sincere surprise at the wide ignorance of such a simple method, the young man received an explanation about the extreme rarity of such artifacts. The protagonist came to the logical conclusion of Sophia's monopolization of all divine items, considering their effectiveness only during training, pensively objecting to the categorical statement. The girl gently clarified the incomplete validity of such an assumption. Sophia cryptically hinted at the existence of an unknown collector of divine artifacts, instantly catching the young man's gaze. After a fateful time travel back in time to the penthouse of the Sword King, the protagonist accidentally discovered an extremely interesting secret room. The secret room shocked him with its contents, a magnificent collection of all existing divine objects of incredible value. To the researcher's great disappointment, a thorough inspection of the artifacts revealed their complete deactivation. All magical power had been irrevocably siphoned off. Pensively pondering the possible reasons for such a pitiful state, the young man continued to stand in the middle of the mysterious room, analyzing what he had seen. Having started to talk about the only priestess he knew, the hero suddenly fell silent, realizing the incredible truth opening before him. As he approached the old family portrait, Jihan realized that the mysterious priestess was his older sister, Sunjia, whose image evoked bitter memories. Remembering her glorious career as Korea's top supporter alongside Yoon Se-jin and her status as a folk heroine, he thought painfully of the long-ago tragedy of her death. Among the many items left behind by his sister in the mysterious room, his brother discovered a massive steel staff that caught his attention. After carefully studying the description of the artifact he picked up, the protagonist realized its true purpose for smashing the heads of countless zombies. As he continued to deliver crushing blows, the young man noted the item's increased rank, and its ability to absorb divine power despite its weight. Watching Jihan's continuous combat, the astonished Gayun couldn't stop marveling at his incredible physical fitness and impeccable control. The enthusiastic archer was happily discussing with his partner the fall of a neighboring tower and his high-ranking achievements, without seeing what was going on around him. While enthusiastically offering to join the active battle, he didn't notice the approaching zombie targeting his defenseless neck. The girl, instantly assessing the deadly threat, overcame her own fear and resolutely snatched up her sword, beginning to desperately defend her companion. A strange movement behind her back made the guy who was concentrating on the fight stop abruptly and turn around, trying to understand what was happening. After a few seconds of careful observation, Jihan was surprised to recognize the legendary Plum Blossom sword in the hands of the famous Lim Gayun. Remembering the tragic fate of the temporary Sword King and her pitiable demise, Song continued to methodically repel the attacks of the oncoming monsters. Unexpected memories of his long-ago rescue of Lim Gayun from the treacherous Yun Seijin, who had become Ryuhei, made the hero freeze for a moment. Noticing the support's gaze on him, the bodyguard turned to him, causing him to be a bit surprised at such unexpected attention. The warrior straightforwardly inquired about the possibility of joining forces, logically arguing for a higher team place in the final table. The silent protagonist, ignoring the question, immediately called up his status window to thoroughly analyze the current situation, carefully studying the statistics of the fifth place. With 398 kills, of which 397 were committed by him personally, the young man reflected on the lack of time to complete the task. Confident of the legendary Plum Blossom sword's ability to handle itself, Song ignored the archer's enthusiastic comments about their team's superiority. Briefly allowing his partners to continue, the hero closed the information window, preparing to implement an entirely different tactical plan. Having stunned the team with a sudden jump from a high tower, the young man laconically delegated the defense to the remaining companions upstairs. The bewildered members of the team froze with questioning expressions on their faces as they watched the enigmatic support rapidly departing. The protagonist, technically controlling his descent, landed softly on his feet, fully alert for the next stage. Clutching the steel staff tightly with both hands and activating the pulsing divine power, the young man was transformed. His eyes lit up with an unquenchable thirst for destruction. Implementing a strategic plan to gather and massacre his enemies, Sun delivered a crushing blow that instantly struck the huge crowd of monsters. Shocked by his recent rescue, the archer silently watched the bloody spectacle unfolding below from above, barely able to squeeze out a single word of admiration. Delighted shouts from the tower about achieving first place came, as the protagonist continued to study the system alerts with concentration. Seeing the confirmation of the completion of the limited task of taking first place among the 10 towers, the experienced fighter exhaled in relief. Mentally estimating the number of enemies defeated during the teleportation back, Song noted the achievement of 560 kills out of the planned 1,000 monsters. Upon returning upstairs, the grateful team instantly surrounded the hero, enthusiastically expressing their appreciation for his incredible fighting abilities and crucial contributions. Continuing to quietly reflect on his increased strength and the need for further testing, Jihan ignored the boisterous praise of those around him. Doubting the repetition of such a unique task, the protagonist remained immersed in his own thoughts, not noticing either the continued praise or the silently passing girl. The archer's enthusiastic appeals for future teamwork went unheeded. Song was busy with his own thoughts, and Lim Gayun, meanwhile, approached the edge of the tower. Stunned by what she saw below, the girl stood with a pale face, unable to believe in the ability of an ordinary player to commit such destruction alone. Mentally analyzing the situation, she was especially amazed at the abilities of a support with a level lower than her own. Looking at the mountains of corpses, and the tower cracked from a powerful blow. An unexpected voice behind her made the girl turn around anxiously, interrupting the flow of her incredulous thoughts. The system notification of an ally's exit appeared at the same time as the archer disappeared, while Sun buttoned his sweater, explaining his impending departure. Hearing his name spoken by the girl, the young man turned around, mentally noting the recognizable legendary Plum Blossom sword in her hands. The troubled protagonist inquired as to the reason for his recognition, rightly noting the impossibility of their previous meeting in this virtual space. Resolutely looking directly into the eyes of the interlocutor, the girl briefly stated the need for a serious conversation with the mysterious stranger. Assessing the incredible potential and outstanding combat achievements, she pondered on the value of such a recruit for the prestigious Divergent Guild. Acting as an official representative of the guild, she mentally planned the recruitment, but aloud simply asked to exchange contact numbers. While continuing to maintain a serious expression, the girl suddenly realized the ambiguity of her own request, which caused an obvious shock in her widened eyes. The young man questioned her interlocutor's intentions in surprise, causing her to blush embarrassedly and instinctively back away from the awkwardness. Hastily denying any romantic intentions, Lim continued to blush, mentally choosing the right words to clearly explain the situation. Trying to deal with the awkwardness, she formally introduced herself as a member of the Divergent Guild, but suddenly fell silent before finishing her sentence. Starting to explain the interest of her organization, the girl was suddenly interrupted by her interlocutor's apology, puzzling her even more. The young man suddenly announced his inability to remember his own phone number, causing a new wave of bewilderment in the interlocutor's mind. Promising to provide the contact information the next time they met, Song Jihan instantly said goodbye, not allowing the conversation to continue. Immediately after saying that, he disappeared from the virtual reality like an archer, leaving behind only a shimmering trace of a dissolving silhouette. The puzzled girl continued to ponder over the absurdity of the situation, not understanding how a modern person cannot remember his own number. After a few moments of intense reflection, she abruptly came to a disappointing conclusion. It was just a polite way to refuse further communication. The protagonist returned to real life and pensively walked along the busy street, completely disregarding the surrounding passersby. While thinking about his old American phone number, Jihan couldn't remember his Korean phone number, which kept bothering his mind. Passing by a cozy coffee shop and noticing people talking inside, he realized the delicacy of a question that couldn't simply be asked of passersby. Remembering his recent offer to join the guild, the young man was surprised to note his outstanding performance when he noticed a brightly colored advertisement for a guild kit on the building. Stopping in front of the billboard, Song judiciously recognized the opportunity to ask for Lim Gayan's number, though he had no plans to join any guild yet. Activating the status window with a single command, the young man began to scrutinize the parameters that appeared, focusing on the really important details. Satisfied with the level increase by 2 points, earned equipment points, and increased divine power, the hero recognized a good result. Looking through the available offerings at the equipment store, Jihan sadly continued on his way, realizing the impossibility of acquiring the desired items due to the high prices. Deciding to return home and thoroughly search his sister's storeroom, the young man approached a stately building with a luxurious penthouse on the top floor. Habitually placing his finger on the fingerprint scanner, the protagonist watched the slowly opening doors, expecting the usual loneliness inside. Beginning to enter with his usual indifference, sleep suddenly froze in place, shocked by the unexpected sight right in front of him. The unfamiliar shoes standing in the hallway caught his gaze, causing his heart to beat at an incredible speed. Reflecting on life's moments of deepest regret, the stunned protagonist dropped the heavy shopping bag. Feeling incredibly but impossibly hopeful, Jihan hurriedly undressed and hurried inside the penthouse, heading for the next room with a sinking heart. Reflecting on the many regrets of his past life along the way, especially his failure to protect his niece, the young man froze when she suddenly threw herself into his arms. Puzzled by the question of his hangover, Sun stood wide-eyed, unable to believe the reality of what was happening, and the possibility of once again embracing his long-lost relative. A vivid memory of the past, where the caring Sia had reassured her drunken uncle of a prosperous future, pierced Jihan's clouded mind. Without looking at his niece, a devastated Sion then noted her extraordinary inner strength. Bringing another bottle to his lips, vigorously agreeing with his assessment, the girl confidently promised to protect her unfortunate uncle despite all odds. Balancing between pleasant memories, Jihan inevitably returned to tragic images, especially when the cracked glass symbolized the death of his dear niece. The dying girl's last, heart-wrenching words asking for faith in her were accompanied by the desperate sobs of her uncle begging forgiveness for failing to protect her. Uncontrollable tears streamed down the face of the inconsolable Jihan, who couldn't contain his emotions, painfully aware of his own responsibility for the tragedy. Returning to the present, the young man heard his niece's voice, surprised by his silence and suggesting that he go wash his hands before dinner. Receiving no response from his frozen uncle, Saya only smiled and said his family name affectionately. Trying to break through the strange stupor, Sleep, unable to move, mentally confessed his deepest longing for his niece, realizing the possible shamelessness of such a confession. Continuing to stare uninterruptedly at his relative, the shocked Jihan remained speechless, unable to utter a single word. His prolonged silence gave the girl a strange feeling, while he mentally realized the reality of what was happening. 18-year-old Yoon Sia, the daughter of Yoon Sejin and his older sister. Finally gathering his thoughts and letting the warmth reflect on his face, he casually inquired about the end of the school sleepover in Jeju. The girl laughed lightheartedly, scratching the back of her head with a characteristic gesture, admitting to an early return before any of her classmates. Briefly mentioning the general craziness over her father, the niece pointed to the news broadcast on television about his joining the new self-defense force. Jihan, mentally recalling how he had looked after Xia since childhood, while his sister worked to provide for the family, realized how important his niece was to a man who had lost his parents at an early age. Trying to keep his composure, the young man slapped his face in a burst of emotion, cursing the traitor Yun. But noticing the surprise of his companion, he quickly changed the subject. Noticing the girl's lowered head after the question about the conversation with the Sword King, Jihan instantly caught the signs of trouble, demanding a continuation. The niece spoke of her father's sudden crush, recalling their tense phone conversation, where he had announced a drastic change. The agitated girl then emotionally protested the absurdity of the situation, accusing her father of insanity and dreading loneliness. The King of Swords coolly explained to his daughter that this was the condition of the chosen woman in exchange for her love, causing the child's bewilderment and protest. Watching the story, Jihan could barely contain his rage, mentally cursing the bastard who had ruined his own daughter's life. Exhaling, reflecting on the irresponsible brat who had abandoned his own daughter and country for a foreign woman, Jihan felt a growing resentment. Divine power began to envelop the angry young man until the niece who had turned away noticed this dangerous display of emotion. Suddenly, the girl turned to her uncle with a sudden question about the broken family portrait, instantly calming his emotional state with an awkward realization, embarrassedly apologizing for his unintentional outburst of anger. The young man began to justify himself, feeling sincere regret for his impulsive act, inwardly acknowledging the excessiveness of his reaction. Jihan realized that regardless of his actions, Yoon Sejin was still the girl's biological father. In an unexpected revelation, the smiling Yoon Xia admitted that she herself wanted to smash the portrait of the father who had betrayed her. While assuring her worried uncle of her well-being, her niece caught him with an expression of utter bewilderment, clearly unprepared for such a mature reaction. Reflecting on his relative's incredible strength of character, Jihan noted her undying smile in spite of her mother's death and the betrayal of her abandoning father. Realizing that Xia worried about him far more than himself, the distraught man slowly approached the always smiling girl. The sudden change in tone and the firm declaration that she no longer needed to pretend made the niece stop smiling, looking fearfully into her uncle's serious face. Looking at his relative with unspeakable tenderness, the protagonist silently decided to release her forever from the burden of continuous care for others. Placing his palm on the surprised girl's head, Jihan affectionately acknowledged her adulthood, gently drawing her to him in a soothing gesture. Noting her ability to take care of her absent-minded uncle, he continued to speak soothingly, promising to protect his niece from all adversity. Standing with open eyes and initial consternation, the girl, upon hearing the promise of protection, closed her eyes in relief and thanked him briefly. Sia's sudden remark made the young man turn around momentarily, expecting a continuation of the important thought from the thoughtful niece. The frank remark about the smell of sweat instantly made the embarrassed Jihan jump aside, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. The majestic tall building with a distinctive emblem in the Gangnam district was the official headquarters of the powerful Divergent Guild. Standing ashamed, Lim Gayun, feeling unbearably awkward, looked at the lower right corner while hearing a restrained giggle. The bodyguard politely suggested to her mistress not to hold back the obvious laughter, while Li tried unsuccessfully to regain a serious expression. Hayung's sudden boisterous laughter following the permission instantly spread throughout the hallway, causing the surrounding people to turn around. After calming down from her prolonged laughter and wiping away her tears, the head of the Human Resources Department noted the kid's amusement, glancing at her sulking companion. Continuing to tease, the madam ironized the situation where Grand Gayun was denied a simple request for a phone number due to her supposed forgetfulness. The bodyguard sadly noted her helplessness in the face of her first impression, comparing her manly appearance to her friend's exquisite beauty. A serious expression instantly replaced the smile on her mistress's face. Mentally realizing the problem of Lim's insecurity, not noticing the admiring glances. Offering to ask the opinions of those around her to change her mind, Lee Hyung quickly withdrew, leaving a completely confused bodyguard behind. Taking a seat on the comfortable sofa near the spacious window in the lounge room, the head of the third squad gracefully expressed a sense of special relaxation in this place. Exhaling with a noticeable heaviness, The girl acknowledged her oppression at the situation of hiring Song Jihan, as insisted upon by the crazy old men. Recognizing the undeniable talent of a potential recruit who should definitely join the guild, Lee Hayoung was distracted by the sudden phone alert. Puzzled by the sudden release of a winner on the air without any major official fights, she overheard Ga Yoon's question about her fascination with gambling broadcasts. Justifying the viewing as simple strategy analysis, the mistress noticed the distinct disbelief on the contorted face of her shrewd bodyguard. Continuing to stare at the broadcast screen together, Ga Yoon suddenly froze in recognition, pointing a finger at the familiar figure in the monitor. The live broadcast of BattleNet winner Sun Jihan, surrounded by countless comments from incredulous viewers, showed a calm young man wondering about the quality of the image. An irritated bodyguard tried to get the attention of her nonchalant mistress by inquiring about the young man's streams being viewed. The viewer's attention was drawn to the streamer's claim of kinship with the Sword King, supported by the provocative title of the broadcast, placed on the famous penthouse roof, inaccessible to ordinary people. The protagonist caused a storm of controversial comments, instantly recognizing the iconic landmark. Asking his niece Sia to move farther away with her phone for a better angle, Jihan unwittingly provoked a new wave of aggressive accusations against the innocent girl. Realizing the elaborate plan, the young man assumed a solemn pose with his hands behind his back, concentrating a powerful divine force in his raised leg. The violent impact on the roof surface caused a huge crack to appear, rapidly spreading toward the famous monument visible from anywhere in the city. Women watching the broadcast froze with their mouths open in shock, as angry onlookers called the streamer a crazed destroyer of national pride. Some enthusiastic commentators noted the brutality of the action as Sun Jihan approached the majestic monument of crossed swords. Once again summoning divine power in his hand, the hero began a swift run-up to the ancient relic, ignoring the pleading comments to stop the vandalism. Delivering a crushing blow that shattered the monument into many stones, the young man continued to stand his ground, ignoring the torrents of hatred. Feeling strangely relieved, Song continued to concentrate the destructive divine power in his fist, announcing the beginning of the discussion on the traitor Yoon Sejin's citizenship. BattleTube was BattleNet's unique streaming platform that had no rivals in the global scale of virtual broadcasts. Passers-by on the city streets, completely immersed in the state windows, ignored the path beneath their feet, absorbed in the incredible events of the broadcast. As an integral part of BattleNet, the platform allowed Song Jihan, who titled the stream Son-in-Law of the Sword King, to receive numerous achievement awards due to the number of viewers and subscribers. The confident protagonist continued to broadcast, ignoring shocked comments about destroying the famous national monument with his bare hands. Noting the expected number of dislikes that exceeded 100,000, the young man ironically noted the unexpected benefit of the hated Yoon Sejin for his achievements. Mentally linking the two swords' splash screen to Phantom of the Sword King, Jihan thought back to the fanatical club that drove his niece to her death. Blind support for the traitor Yoon Sejin gradually transformed into growing rage and resentment, demanding the release of negative emotions. The uncontrollable aggression gradually shifted to the traitor's only female relative, blamed for his departure and deserving death for the return of the idol. The tragic fulfillment of the fanatic's wish came true. The innocent Yoon Seo actually died, satisfying their vengeful feelings. Barely restraining his seething rage at the memory of the tragedy, the teeth-grinding Song understood the crowd's need for a scapegoat to vent their negativity. Demonstratively smashing the surviving sword of the monument with a powerful elbow strike, Jihan mentally agreed to become a target for the public's hatred. Seriously announcing the impossibility of Ito Ryuhai's return, the protagonist noticed the surprised look of his niece standing nearby. Negative commentators continued to express doubts about the bronze-ranked streamer, displaying incredible destructive abilities. Jihan invited viewers to listen to a recording of Ryuhei's conversation with his daughter after his change of citizenship, approaching the camera with his smartphone. The shocking truth of betrayal for the love of a woman made numerous viewers freeze with their mouths open. Ms. Lee Hayoung and Lim Gayoung, realizing the unpalatable truth, contorted their faces in a mixture of incomprehension and anger at the act of a previously respected man. The climax of the recording silenced the Sword King's defenders, while the incredulous commentators tried to realize the authenticity of what they had heard. The young man, continuing to stand nonchalantly with a focused gaze, ignored a variety of comments ranging from denial to accusations of slander. The protagonist carefully watched the reaction of his niece, who, Raising her head gave him an encouraging, supportive smile. Suddenly appearing on camera, Yunxia introduced herself to the audience as the daughter of the Sword King, attracting thousands of stares for her public announcement. Admitting her personal shock at the situation, the hesitant girl began her story about the Sword Palace bequeathed to her. Categorically refusing to accept an inheritance from a traitor who had abandoned her country and family, Sia showed incredible strength of character. Announcing the transfer of the inherited penthouse to her country, the girl caused a flurry of incredulous comments about the folly of such a generous donation. Ending her speech with the hope of helping the Korean players, Sia glanced at her silent uncle with her head down, promising to give details later. Just 30 minutes ago, the girl's emotional state had been drastically different. She stood with unconcealed surprise, refusing to believe her uncle's request to donate the ancestral home. Distrustfully pinching his cheek while washing his face, the niece suspiciously noted the lack of signs of alcohol intoxication. The girl insisted on explaining the reason for the decision to give away all their possessions, doubting son's sanity as he assured her of the unusual clarity of his mind. Reflecting on the difficulty of persuading his niece, Jihan wiped his hair nervously with a towel, carefully selecting further arguments. Realizing the unusual nature of the request to donate rather than sell the priceless property, the young man had almost physically pushed Sia up onto the roof, begging her to trust him. His motivation was to prevent a tragedy from the future, where Korean anger over the actions of a traitor father would lead to the confiscation of the property and the suicide of the persecuted Yoon Sia. Guided by the logic of the inevitable loss of his home, the young man chose to give it up voluntarily, ensuring the safety of his dear niece from the enraged fanatics. Realizing the impossibility of narrating the journey from the future, Song inwardly struggled to comprehend his current image as a drunken spoilsport in the eyes of the unsuspecting Sia. Suddenly, the expression on the girl's face changed, as if she had intuitively grasped the hidden depth of what was happening, coming to a sudden realization. A brief, decisive "okay" instantly made the young man drop the towel in astonishment, not believing the simplicity of the agreement. Reluctantly questioning the seriousness of the decision, Jihan continued to hesitate as the departing niece ironically noted the pointlessness of his sudden doubts. The girl wisely noted the uncharacteristic nature of such requests for no good reason, shocking her uncle out of his insight. Smiling, Sia turned around and expressed her sincere joy at seeing her uncle confident again, displaying a surprising maturity of judgment. Left alone with his thoughts, the young man could not realize the incredible maturation of his niece, showing such reasonableness in her actions. Mentally admiring her amazing character, the protagonist watched Saya's performance on the roof of the building with a proud smile. Standing in the distance, the young man read aggressive comments accusing him of cheating, deceiving a gullible girl, and spying for Japan. Joyfully accepting all the negativity directed in his direction to protect his niece from persecution, Jihan approached the camera, preparing to deliver the final blow to his reputation. Loudly announcing the excellent job he had done, the protagonist unceremoniously moved the surprised niece, taking center stage in the frame. Having started a denunciatory speech against the traitor, the young man was interrupted by the shocked cry of a relative, who realized the unplanned turn of the scenario. Continuing his remarks about the worthlessness of the Sword King who fled to Japan, Jihan provoked a wave of defensive comments diverting attention away from Sia. Watching the live broadcast, Lee Hayoung and Lim Gayung froze with sagging jaws, shocked by such low-level supporter audacity. Ending his speech with a public threat of annihilation, the protagonist defiantly ripped off the cracked sleeve of his clothes, emphasizing the seriousness of his intentions. A picturesque sunset lit up the city skyline, symbolically concluding a dramatic speech that changed the course of history. The young man in the secluded room suddenly heard his niece's soft question behind his back about the necessity of such drastic action. The worried girl anxiously reported the growing resentment among the Koreans and Japanese, but Song only smiled, advising him to ignore the empty worries. Looking closely at her uncle's face, Yunxia noticed a strange change in his demeanor, as if he had turned into a completely different person overnight. Taking a pensive pose, the young man realized that after his death and miraculous return in time, he would not be able to behave like his former dependent self, drinking all day long. The sound of the doorbell abruptly interrupted their conversation, causing his niece to look questioningly at the door, puzzled as to the identity of the unexpected visitor. Jihan, doing the same with a nonchalant expression, noted the quick reaction while the frightened girl worried about possible harassment. Reassuringly reassuring his worried niece, Song mentally reflected on the prospects of earning much-needed cash. The events in South Korea immediately reverberated in Japan, especially in nighttime Tokyo. where skyscrapers continued to glow with colorful lights. News reports continuously covered the deteriorating relations between the countries due to the changing citizenship of the Sword King, who was criticized for betraying himself for the sake of a mysterious woman. Attentively listening to the news, Ryuhei heard the restless question of a girl behind him, unable to sleep after such a shock, even though it was late. The beloved expressed deep concern about the hardships Seijin had endured, causing him to close his eyes and slowly exhale in wistful sadness. Gently reminding him of the acceptance of his new name, Shizuru gently hugged the man from the back, insisting on his true identity as the unrivaled Sword King. Turning Ryuhei's face toward her, she looked into his eyes. Mysterious currents of a soft pink hue began to swirl around her frail figure. Quietly uttering words of undying love, the girl merged with the man in a passionate kiss, as the entire room gradually filled with shimmering glow swirling around the loving couple. The protagonist confidently said the traditional greeting, swinging the doors open to the expected government visitor. The polite stranger thanked for the welcome, apologizing for the intrusion and noting the host's readiness for the visit, to which the young man explained the anticipation of the intrusion. The middle-aged man formally introduced himself as Park Yoon-sik, manager of the BattleNet division of the South Korean government. Mentally noting the cessation of department visits after Yoon Se-jin's departure, Jihan invited the guest inside, eliciting a surprised exclamation from the watching niece. Park greeted Sia with a warm smile, recalling their long acquaintance and his role as protector of the family's interests. Showing impeccable manners, the well-mannered girl politely greeted the high-ranking guest as she entered. Watching the man passing inside, the protagonist mentally summarized the readiness of his plan to implement to get what he wanted. Over tea, the anxious manager acknowledged the brutality of the recent show, confirming the realization of the Sword King's irrelevancy at the risk of quickly revealing the truth to the citizens. Beginning to explain from afar about the upcoming confrontation between Korea and Japan, the official was interrupted by an impatient young man demanding to get to the point. Song Jihan immediately identified the true purpose of the visit, to prevent the donation of the palace, officially confirming the non-return of the legendary Sword King. The straightforwardness of the young man who instantly revealed his true intentions caused a slight shock to Yoon-sik, who, after taking a sip of tea, succinctly confirmed the accuracy of the assumption. The baffled official mentally compared the strikingly perceptive interlocutor to his former image of an unemployed alcoholic obsessed with gambling. Recognizing the young man's point, the man suggested an alternative to the donation, a contract manager position that retained formal oversight of the property. Instantly deciphering the term contract manager, Sohn realized the clever scheme of assigning responsibility to him. Asking a rhetorical question about returning the house to the previous owner upon his return, the guy got an affirmative answer from the official pulling documents from his briefcase. Mr. Pak expressed his hope for the two to continue living in the Sword Palace, holding out the contract folder for careful consideration. Offering to read the documents detailing the mutually beneficial terms, the guest handed them over to the scrutinizing young man. Reasoning that it was more advantageous to retain control instead of transferring the property, Jihan firmly slammed his palm on the folder, offering a reciprocal favor. Surprised by the unexpected offer, the guest inquired about the details, while a perplexed Sia realized her inclusion in the negotiation process. The announcement of the start of Golden Light's streamer instantly attracted numerous viewers, who were cheerfully greeted by the charismatic young man. Demonstrating his location by turning his phone around, the streamer announced his triumphant return to the bloody and dusty coliseum. Positioning himself as a seasoned virtual travel expert, he spectacularly jumped off the tall statue, landing neatly. Drawing his sword and striking a handsome pose, the cocky young man introduced himself, instantly eliciting a flood of enthusiastic comments from his loyal fans. Overflowing with enthusiasm, the streamer happily promised to perform the outdated 0-2 dance as a special favor to his loyal viewers. Most commentators and people watching nearby did not appreciate such a performance, silently observing the bizarre moves. Men, barely containing their indignation, exchanged angry remarks. One even confessed to praying for an accident for the annoying streamer. The disgruntled onlookers once again cast a disdainful glance at the golden-haired boy smugly posing in front of the audience. This young man, popular for his striking appearance and hyperactive behavior, gained fame as a professional virtual buffoon. A former member of the Golden League, who voluntarily lowered himself to bronze under the pretext of exploring the depths of the sea, he was driven solely by entertainment. While examining the underwater inhabitants, the space jester continued to use his equipment and gold-rank stats to destroy weaker players. Trying to justify himself, The golden-haired streamer didn't notice the crowd gathering behind him, mentally characterizing him as a true psychopath. Abruptly interrupting his protracted musings, the energetic golden light leapt forward in search of the first victim for his scandalous content. Finding the famous Sun Jian nearby, the startled young man shouted enthusiastically about the incredible material for his audience. Shoving the microphone right under the puzzled protagonist's nose, the talkative host peppered him with questions, listing famous nicknames. Mentally assessing the noisy stranger as a typical representative of BattleTube, Jihan turned away, pondering his remaining accomplishments. Calling up the status window to examine it in detail, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he needed to increase the number of views on his content. Turning around to the camera, the ignored golden light complained to the numerous viewers about the demonstrative disregard from the famous interlocutor. The self-confident streamer's mood instantly soured when he read the comments on the parallel broadcast of Song Jihan standing behind him. Biting his nails fearfully at the realization of his competitor's free advertising, the annoyed guy inwardly cursed his own indiscretion. Desperately trying to redirect the viewer's attention to his own content, the narcissistic young man noticed a notification to kill Song Jihan. Golden Light analyzed the reward in amazement, pondering the identity of the mysterious fellow while the commentators pressed on to complete the task. Streamer mentally realized the depth of the Sword King's fans' hatred for Jihan as he watched the continuous stream of comments about increasing the reward for his destruction. Stunned by the rapid increase in the reward, the golden-haired boy covered his mouth with his hands as he continued to watch the increasing numbers, mesmerized. A sudden system alert announcing the summoning of all players and the start of the game caught him in the same frozen pose, unable to realize reality. Despite the official start of the game, the discouraged streamer watched the bounty increase and then fell to his knees with a victory cry of delight. The joyous golden light marveled at the proximity of the coveted $50,000 reward, completely oblivious to the perplexed looks of the surrounding players. Hearing the promise of an additional 10,000 points for the victory, the jester jumped to his feet, gaining a new burst of energy for the deadly task. An unexpected cry of impending despair echoed behind the centered protagonist's back, heralding imminent danger. The cocky golden light, whose body glowed with a bright yellow light, swiftly rushed towards the motionless opponent. Charged with deadly energy accelerating its movements, the jubilant attacker approached his target, preparing to deliver a deadly blow. Sun's sudden reversal and instant counterstrike completely changed the expected outcome of the attack, destroying the attacker's previous self-confidence. Golden Light was barely able to let out an exclamation when his armed arm was easily knocked upwards, causing him to freeze in fear. The protagonist genuinely admired the strength of his opponent's sword as he held an unexpected weapon in his own hand. A kitchen pusher. Despite the improvised cooking weapon, the calm young man remained confident in his ability to handle the upcoming confrontation. Jihan's body began to envelope with a powerful divine force, causing his attacker to freeze with the sword above his head, as if paralyzed by unknown magic. Instantly, a small blade appeared in Sun's hand and became the weapon of many blows on the hapless opponent, after which Jihan calmly slumped to the ground. The once cocky golden light let out piercing cries of pain as his body was penetrated by the all-pervasive divine power of the invincible protagonist. Unperturbed, the young man standing on the ground with a pusher in one hand and a blade in the other received a notification of the first blood spilled and an increase in achievement points. Sarcastically eyeing the raised kitchen knife, Sun mentally noted the length of time that had passed since his last culinary experience. The cramped darkness of nothingness burst with a golden glow as the cocky warrior broke through the barrier of death, proclaiming his triumphant return. Stunned stream viewers flooded the broadcast with comments, revealing the secret of the sudden resurrection through the forbidden cross of rebirth. The golden light's fluttering cloak dramatically obscured the protagonist, only causing the audience to mock the fallen contestant's senseless appearance. Boastful threats of near retribution came from the lips of the golden-haired lad, not realizing his fatal appearance right in front of his nemesis. A sudden epiphany brought the warrior to a standstill as the wind died down, revealing the shocking truth of his enemy's whereabouts. A chilling fear gripped the movements of the arrogant revanchist, whose slanted gaze met the mocking eyes of Sun Jihan behind his shoulder. The merciless blow cut short the fragile hope of salvation, leaving the dissolving body of the resurrected man behind the indifferently retreating victor. An analytical note about the vulnerability penalty of resurrected fighters flashed through the protagonist's mind, assessing the rarity of such tactics. The electrifying tension of the arena was attributed to the presence of exquisite observers who had arrived to witness the decisive game clash. Elven silhouettes filled the observation boxes, drawing Song Jihan's close attention as he analyzed the balance of power. A deep hatred for the ancient race that had played a fatal role in the collapse of human civilization was reflected in the clenched jaws of the silent observer. The strategic decision to postpone retaliation against the elves for the sake of current tasks determined the next steps of the cold-blooded fellow assessing his surroundings. The bitter realization of his own reputation as a deadly outcast pierced Sun Jihan as he noticed the groups of approaching players frozen in terror. The instantaneous transformation of the curious crowd into a panicked mass occurred with a simple turn of the already familiar Sun Jihan. Desperate warnings echoed among the fleeing participants, spreading the news of this newcomer's destruction of a privileged, top-ranked player. A pensive sigh accompanied the reflection on the increased difficulty of future eliminations after acquiring the frightening fame of a ruthless annihilator. Sacred D-rank artifacts gleamed in the hands of an unperturbed young man, assessing the combat potential of a kitchen knife and a shabby pusher. A close examination of the primitive arsenal was interrupted by a flickering system notification that instantly captured the protagonist's attention. A predatory smile contorted Sun Jihan's facial features as he read the unexpected task that promised an exciting development. The impending horde of bloodthirsty goblins became the object of a new quest for the young man, who greeted such a timely assignment with an ironic grin. The first brave of the pack rushed forward with a battle cry, intent on terrifying the motionless human prey with his fierce attack. A sudden turn of events shocked observers when, instead of the expected retreat, the protagonist accelerated toward the monster with a thruster thrust over his head. The creature's panicked flight did not save it from its fate, when the warrior's lightning-fast sprint ended with a crushing blow from the kitchen utensil to the green skull. The goblin's soaring body met its end from the swift blade of the kitchen knife, piercing the monster's vital organs. A joyous realization visited the lad's face as he received a system alert for compliance with the conditions of using the holy items from the cooking set. A strategic understanding of the correct sequence of blows, pusher to the head, knife to the heart, opened up new tactical possibilities. Jihan's satisfied gaze swept the surroundings, assessing the results of his first test of the unusual culinary arsenal against monsters. A fleeting regret for the time spent on training flashed through the young man's mind as he imagined how many additional enemies he could eliminate. The tense silence was broken by the heavy exhalation of Sun, whose heightened instincts warned of the impending final test of his newfound skills. The enormous 3-meter-tall figure of a goblin champion materialized before Jihan, while the system description promised the creature's enhanced characteristics. A lightning-fast series of precisely calibrated movements culminated in the fall of the lauded monster before it could even utilize its enhanced abilities. Sun's irritated remark about the uselessness of detailed descriptions accompanied a close inspection of the kitchen knife, whose blade was about to be stained with blood. The ruthless point stabbed into the heart of the defeated colossus, turning the threat into another stepping stone to increasing the protagonist's divine power. The system notification of the task's completion highlighted an impressive reward of 500 achievement points and a shining point of divine power, lowering the rank of artifacts. Analyzing the potential of E-ranked items to further farm divine power points revealed their limited effectiveness against monsters. A sudden recollection of the other participants caused the lad's head to instantly turn, noticing the fierce battles between players in the distance. A cold determination to add to the casualty count was reflected in Jihan's gaze as he watched the desperate battles of the distancing players. The rolled-up sleeves and summoned divine aura signaled the beginning of a new phase of the hunt, now aimed at human opponents. The prestigious neighborhood of Gangnam shuddered with the heartbreaking cries of a golden-haired young man watching the broadcast of his own defeat. The shocked fellow was thrashing around in front of the monitor, unable to accept the absurd strength of the opponent who had destroyed him with unfathomable ease. Analyzing Song Jihan's combat stats revealed an incredible average of 35 units, double the league's standards. The final verdict of his opponent's cheating led to the complete moral defeat of the self-confident streamer, who collapsed face down on the table. An unexpected squeal from the broadcast made the golden-haired young man raise his head to the screen, where a system message announced another kill. His horrified gaze was drawn to the monitor by the incomprehensible sight, which brought a stream of profanities from the lips of the astonished observer. The supernatural speed turned Sun Jihan into a blur that swept through the crowd of players, leaving behind only decapitated bodies. The merciless wave of death expanded in concentric circles as the unstoppable warrior continued his bloody harvest among the distant players. System alerts of double kills followed one after another without the slightest pause, reflecting the unprecedented skill of the cold-blooded player. Rapturous comments filled the broadcast chat. The spectators did not hide their admiration before the demonstration of the deadly art of killing in flight. The accelerating pace was accompanied by a cascade of system alerts. A triple kill was followed by a mega kill, culminating in a legendary rampage. Desperate attempts to survive pushed players into impromptu cooperation. A mage with a book and a marksman with a crossbow exchanged nervous accusations. A furious cry of cheating caused the protagonist to stop, slowly raising his head toward the brave or reckless accuser. The crossbowman's shrill voice was accompanied by a flurry of arrows fired with trembling hands in the direction of the relentless assassin. Incredible reaction allowed the warrior to repel each deadly projectile. Lightning-fast movements turning his silhouette into a blur. The multi-minute standoff ended with the last shot of the desperate gunman, while Sun's gaze expressed confidence in success. The arrow seemed to have reached its target, causing the body of the invincible warrior to stiffen as if in a paralyzed pose. A nervous laugh of relief escaped the crossbowman's chest as he watched the motionless silhouette of the defeated assassin along with the other survivors. The deceptive hope dissipated along with the bodies of the two dead players as the system alert announced another double murder at the hands of Sun Jihan. The raised hands with kitchen tools received confirmation of the item's downgrade to F and the accrual of a divine power point. The sudden appearance of a hidden task marked the successful completion of the previous objective, bringing an additional 5,000 achievement points to the lucky recipient. The warrior's strategic mind instantly assessed the inadequacy of the resources gained, demanding a more thorough approach to further developing abilities. The astonished realization of the epic status of the Bronze League assignment paled before the mention of the incredible reward of the constellation's interest. A mental analysis of the value of the divine creatures representing the stars in the Battlestar emphasized the uniqueness of the opportunity to obtain unavailable abilities. A philosophical observation about the premature appearance of Diamond League events brought a deep thoughtfulness to the cold-blooded Jihan's face. Determination to complete the task at all costs was accompanied by an awareness of the possibility of attracting the attention of the other constellations for the first victory. A wary eye slid over the stands, searching among the elven silhouettes for the peculiar target of the upcoming hunt. The mysterious name Queen of Shadows flew from the lips of the warrior, whose focused gaze methodically scanned every inch of the spectator boxes. The undisputed supremacy of the protagonist was the natural outcome of the bloody harvest in the coliseum, confirming the unrivaled skill of the young warrior. The sensational news of Song Jihan's 10 kills, dethroning Yoon Sejin's legendary record, spread lightning fast through the gaming community. The explosive rise in popularity brought the winner thousands of new followers, turning former haters into loyal fans who unleashed their wrath on Golden Light. Philosophical acceptance of his deteriorating reputation was reflected on the blonde-haired young man's enigmatically smiling face as he analyzed the consequences of defeat. A resigned sigh accompanied the rise from the computer chair, signaling acceptance of the inevitability of the situation. The radical decision to join the army of fans of a recent enemy was a turning point in the fate of the ambitious streamer. Self-assured promises to turn Sun Jihan's battle tube into a sensation caused bewilderment to the protagonist, who did not understand the motives of his former rival. The glowing lights of the Sword King's luxurious penthouse cut through the encroaching night darkness, attracting the attention of casual observers. Stunned by the incredible sight, Yunxia froze in front of the screen with her eyes wide open and uttered her amazement in rapture. Without taking her eyes off the glass of water in her uncle's hands, her niece continued to inquire about his suddenly increased fighting ability. Expressing sincere regret for the sad fate of the other contestants, the girl continued to watch the television while Sun came up and remarked on the fierce competitive nature of the world. The niece, without taking a break from watching, inquired about the reasons for blocking the numerous people willing to donate, to which the young man briefly responded with forgetfulness. The practical girl suggested raising the minimum amount of donations, since the uncle had taken on the task of customizing the system's settings. Justifying her suggestion by the difficulty of concentrating with the continuous flow of small donations, Saya recoiled fearfully upon hearing her uncle's suggested amount of 1 million won. While the young man tried to explain the priority of the current task, the girl instantly changed in her face, realizing the smallness of the amount offered. Sung focused on the epic task of having to identify and provoke the Shadow Queen among the huge number of spectators. The sudden offer of help from his niece caused the surprised lad to lift his head slightly lower than thought. Good-naturedly noting the characteristic expression on his uncle's face at the disruption of plans, the smiling Sia earnestly asked for details to provide real help. Looking at his energetic niece, the young man noted with a warm smile her striking resemblance to his late sister. Encouraged by his relative's enthusiasm, Sung shared the details of the mission to locate the queen hiding among the many spectators in the coliseum. As Jihan headed to another room, an enthusiastic Sia resolutely promised to review the game recording to identify the mysterious figure. As he left the room, the protagonist felt a slight discomfort at having to ask his young niece for help. Comparing the difficulty of the task to finding a needle in a haystack, the grateful uncle, standing at the door with his eyes closed, realized his sincere pride in the determined Yoon Sia. Determined to use his free time rationally, the protagonist activated the status window, intending to engage in a pending class addition. The young man contentedly noted the acquisition of an additional class slot with the points he had earned, resolutely extending his finger to select a new specialization. A mysterious purple circle appeared beneath the feet of the hero, standing motionless, slowly rotating and releasing glowing particles upwards as the Mage class was added. Putting his hand to his heart, emitting a mystical glow that surrounded his entire body, Song felt a brand new power that was radically different from the divine. The choice of mage and supporter classes was based on the secret knowledge of the emergence of a unique stat unavailable with any other combinations. The focused sun unfolded his right palm upwards, supporting his wrist with his left hand, generating a pulsing sphere of energy through agonizing effort. Flickering images of a past life surfaced in the young man's mind, bringing back the critical moment of a fateful conversation over a bottle of hard liquor. The drunken gentleman's irritating mutterings about premature American citizenship sounded in the background as the protagonist sat with obvious displeasure. Baron's habitual drunken revelations usually elicited only boredom, but that night the unexpected information broke through the young listener's wall of indifference. The impressive display of power that lifted the bottle with a simple snap of the fingers caused the witness of this incredible display to freeze. Sincere curiosity broke through the mask of indifference, forcing Jihan to ask a question that instantly sobered his relaxed interlocutor. A valuable explanation about the power stat that comes from the perfect fusion of divine energy with mana was seared into the memory of the attentive listener. Boastful statements about the status of the only player with two classes were reinforced by another sip of strong drink. Great Baron's special gift, a unique combination of support and mage classes, opened access to the most ancient power that subdues space. The additional prerequisite of possessing 10 points of divine power completed the puzzle of requirements needed to achieve the legendary stat. A flash of irritation contorted the face of the intoxicated master, insisting on the absolute uniqueness of his two-class status in defiance of any revelations. Silent disagreement hid behind a deferential look, as memory brought back the truth of Baron's former monopoly on the power to dominate space. An intolerable agony pierced every cell of the young man's compliant body as magical energy was concentrated in trembling fingers. The inspiring reminder of Baron's world superiority, achieved through poorly controlled status, gave strength to continue the agonizing experiment. Mental instructions suggested the need to concentrate divine power in the palms of his hands, channeling mana from the depths of his heart for a perfect fusion. Absolute concentration was required to prevent the precious energy from leaking out, slowly forming into a controlled flow between the tense hands. The first signs of success caused a wave of euphoria. A premature cry of joy burst from the parched throat of the exhausted protagonist. The sudden destabilization of the energy field caused a powerful explosion that threw the careless guy across the room with devastating force. The crushing blow against the door left a deep dent in the surface, and the body dumped on the floor reflexively covered his head. Frustrated recognition of the failure of barehanded control was mixed with analytical reflection on finding alternative methods of energy stabilization. A heavy sigh accompanied the contemplation of increasing the supply of magical energy completely depleted after the first attempt at unification. Jihan's gaze rested on his trembling fingers, trying to hold on to the elusive idea of merging the two opposing streams of power. The realization of the pointlessness of eternally holding the energies together triggered a sudden insight, causing his pupils to dilate at the sudden hunch. Lowered eyelids concealed the warrior's eyes, sinking into deep contemplation of the possibility of eliminating the need for physical contact. The novel concept of placing the merged streams in the center of his chest formed a clear plan of action for the exhausted young man. The divine particles originating in the upper dantian required a connection with the pulsating mana of the middle energy center. Stabilizing the fusion process was the power of the lower dantian, keeping the raging currents in a state of controlled chaos. The ideal structure loomed in the experimenter's mind, a pulsating scarlet sphere surrounded by violet flames with orbital paths. The mental image of the expanding structure filled the imagination space, reaching critical dimensions of contact with the surrounding barriers. Unbearable agony pierced every cell of the protagonist's tortured body, the epicenter of the internal explosion tearing muscle fibers at the molecular level. An alarming system notification warned of the danger of the three dantians uniting, registering the limit being exceeded and an immediate threat to Sun's life. The focused niece froze abruptly, interrupting her occupation as her sensitive hearing picked up anomalous sounds through the insulation of her headphones. An instinctive premonition of danger caused the girl to pull off the headphones and turn toward the door, with a quietly worried, "Uncle?" The dangerous merging of the three energy centers of the dantians threatened disastrous consequences for the experimenter's unprepared body. The ambitious attempt to fuse divine power and mana had inadvertently activated the third stream of martial energy in the exhausted warrior's body. The strictest conditions of the triple fusion required masterful control of each energy center with their unique nature and properties. The minimum threshold of 100 points for each stat turned a premature experiment into a deadly adventure for an unprepared fellow. Sun's agonizing body fell to its knees, trembling hands trying to hold back the raging currents tearing from unstable energy centers. The alarmed niece froze in horror as heartbreaking screams ripped through the walls from her favorite relative's room. The girl's desperate plea accompanied her swift run to the source of the disturbing sounds, demanding a response from her silent uncle. A swift tug threw the door open, slamming it against the wall as Sia's desperate voice continued to call her favorite relative by name. The silhouette, frozen in the doorway with eyes widened to the extreme, could utter nothing but a silent exclamation at the sight of the unimaginable sight. A worried Yun-Sea, sitting on the floor beside her uncle with a wet cloth on his head, was perplexed as to the nature of his recent screams of headache and such quick relief. The smiling young man philosophically noted the amazing capabilities of the human body, instantly causing his niece to demand more seriousness. While sincerely apologizing for the inconvenience caused, the relative anxiously observed the girl's emotional reaction as she covered her face with her hands. Sia, wiping away involuntary tears, admitted to being extremely frightened, worried about her uncle's possible serious health problems. Realizing the pain caused to the most dear person, the protagonist changed in his face, feeling a prick of conscience for his inexcusable inattention. Gradually calming down, the girl once again inquired about her uncle's condition, trying to make sure there were no serious problems. Scratching his neck in thoughtfulness, Song Ji-hun assured her that he was feeling fine, while acknowledging his guilt for the trouble he'd caused. The young man's sincere apology for causing trouble caused the girl to raise her tear-stained eyes in surprise, meeting his gaze. The brief eye contact ended with the girl's head lowering as she continued to silently wipe away unsolicited tears. With a sharp change in her face and a laugh, Seiya playfully punched the surprised protagonist in the chest with her fist, denying her excitement. Vigorously jumping up and heading for the door, the excited niece announced that she would continue her search for the Queen of Shadows, leaving her tired uncle behind. Seeing the girl off with a gentle smile, the young man mentally noted the need to hide his own weaknesses from his sensitive niece. After receiving the system notification, the hero realized the failure of the attempt to unite the three dantians due to insufficient level and points. Looking absent-mindedly at the basin of water, happy to still have received the power, the young man demonstrated his new abilities by telekinetically lifting the wet rag from the basin, twisting the water and drawing it towards him. After fusing divine power with magical mana, a unique stat strength was formed, despite the failed fusion of the three dantians. The surprised young man continued to sit with the towel on his head, studying the system alert about the strange initial values of strength points and their divided value. Analyzing the interaction between combat strength and the new stat, the boy realized the mechanism of their mutual influence and the increase in strength points when pumping. Experiencing mixed feelings of joy and suspicion, the young man, with eyes widened with surprise, perceived what had happened as a kind of cheating system. Satisfied that he had gained power even without uniting the dantians, he decided to temporarily postpone the matter, realizing the mortal danger of trying again. Deciding to try out his magical abilities, the young man held his hand out in front of him, creating a small flame near his palm despite the system warning. Having received a notification of insufficient mana, the enthusiastic hero still continued to admire the miniature flame. The 24 hours passed quickly and dawn broke as the sun began to rise majestically above the city's tall buildings. The rays of the rising light penetrating through the window panes fell directly on the face of the serenely sleeping protagonist. After waking up from the bright light, the young man just lay in bed for a while, realizing with incomprehension that a new morning had arrived. A system alert informed him that he had received 10 points of divine power and could not use any more low-ranked items, recommending that he switch to C rank. Rising from his bed and suppressing a morning yawn, the young man reflected on his failed attempt with the budget items purchased with the points he had earned. Exiting his room in the morning silence, the protagonist inquired loudly about Sia's awakening, mentally deciding to sell the remaining items on the second-hand market. Hearing no response and quietly descending the stairs, Jihan found his niece awake with obvious black eyes, pulling out her headphones and greeting his early rise. Concerned about the girl's condition, the young man immediately began to reproach her for her sleepless night, to which Sia, sitting on the couch with her laptop, only nonchalantly reported her persistent watching of replays. The niece impatiently beckoned her uncle over to her, excitedly reporting an important find that could help with the assignment. Pointing to the monitor with the fan video, the girl explained the use of the rare gift of zooming to film members of other species, causing her relatives bewilderment. As if anticipating the effect, Sia asked to look closely at the screen, and what she saw did indeed make the protagonist's face change from the unexpected discovery. Rewinding the replay of the battle to the correct minute, the girl turned on the frame with the commentator, praising the pure skin of the elves, showing the elven representatives seated on the thrones. Noting the vulgarity of the commentary and offering to mute the sound, Sia pointed out the presence of a dark elf among the highly ranked representatives, logically suggesting a connection to the title of Shadow Queen. Turning to her smiling uncle for a grade, the niece received heartfelt praise for a job well done, but immediately objected to the prematurity of final conclusions. Songjian mentally questioned the simplicity of the constellation's discovery, instantly becoming serious as he pondered the information he had received. Encouraged by her own success, Sia shared her plans to study foreign video channels and proudly reported a special video she had edited for her uncle. Surprised by his niece's unexpected skills, the young man also received confirmation about creating entertaining videos of his father's games. Hearing the mention of the girl's father caused Song Jihan's face to freeze in a momentary daze, robbing him of his ability to react. Mentally uttering Yoon Sejin's name, the protagonist forced himself to straighten up and look away with visible effort, hiding his sudden emotional reaction, directing mental accusations at the infantile bastard who had left his daughter alone. Song gloomily looked at the previously broken portrait. 2 days earlier, an important guest had interrupted the silence with a loud announcement of the identity of the Sword King's companion, identifying her as Ito Shizuru. The shocking revelation about the possessor of the SSS, ranked gift of incomparable beauty, paralyzed the uncle and niece, who froze wide-eyed. Sun's indignant question about the effect of supernatural attractiveness on the senses was met with Yunsik's calm confirmation of a match for the department's suspicions. An inward acknowledgement of the lack of prior information was mixed with his guest's alarmed warning of the uncontrollable nature of the gift affecting the minds of those around him. Historical precedents for the disappearance of rising stars, followed by the assumption of Japanese citizenship, reinforced fears about the limitless potential for shifting affection. Jihan's subsequent days became a continuous search for information about the mysterious Ito Shizuru, the possessor of an ability of incomparable beauty that posed a potential threat. All searches remained fruitless, suggesting that the Japanese authorities were actively concealing the woman's identity for national security reasons. Taking a break from the phone after another failed attempt, Jihan recognized the validity of Manager Park's warnings about the need for extreme caution in the situation. Thinking about preparing for potential threats in advance, the young man stepped away from the window, realizing the plausibility of the assumption that the enemy had begun active operations. An ominous confirmation of his fears materialized in the form of the Japanese self-defense forces arriving on Korean territory. The impatient Seo glanced worriedly at her uncle, pleading with him about the duration of his preparations and reminding him of his imminent tardiness. With a glimpse at his wristwatch, Jihan reassuringly spoke of his near-full readiness while adjusting his impeccably fitting suit. After solemnly announcing the time to welcome the long-awaited guests, the protagonist carefully straightened the lapels of his jacket, making himself look as presentable as possible. Shrewdly noticing his niece's tension during her descent into the elevator, the sensitive uncle gently inquired about the reasons for her obvious anxiety. Sia candidly confessed her fear of making her first public appearance since the tragic incident with her father, evoking unpleasant memories. Looking straight ahead with unwavering determination, Sion urged his niece to be confident and brave, reminding her of the pointlessness of worrying over the opinions of outsiders. The girl smiled gratefully in response to the encouragement, lifting her gaze with a newfound determination to overcome the painful uncertainty. The elevator doors silently parted as a confident Jihan meaningfully reminded her of everyone's awareness regarding the upcoming performance. As they finished their phrase about the upcoming statement, they stepped synchronously from the elevator into a luxurious lobby, filled with eagerly awaiting guests of the event. A representative voice from the crowd welcomed the long-awaited Sun Jihan, assuring him that all of his orders had been fully carried out and inviting him to proceed. Elegantly thanking the organizer, the protagonist politely asked to ensure that the entire event ran smoothly, without any unforeseen complications. Park Yunsik, who turned out to be the source of the appeal, responded with an understanding smile and a barely perceptible nod, promising flawless organization. Unexpectedly, the manager admitted his initial surprise at Jihan's unusual request, catching his interlocutor's attention with the informality of the statement. As the conversation continued, Park recalled the moment when the young man had slapped his palm on the table, announcing the decision to put Yoon Sejin's collectible relics up for sale. Their gazes turned synchronously to the impeccably decorated room with the banner of the auction of the former Sword King's favorite items and possessions. The manager voiced his assumption about the strategic attraction of the Japanese delegation's attention, noticing a specially allocated table for representatives of the self-defense forces. Confirming the validity of the hunch, Jihan explained the careful selection of certain lots, designed to attract interested parties with a pre-calculated reaction. Sung revealed the Japanese side's true interest in Yoon Sejin's connector and server data, while the workers carefully adjusted the precious lots. Predicting Japan's aggressive attempts to seize the valuables on display, the protagonist noted the timely arrival of the official delegation, speculating on the possible personal intervention of a high-ranking Japanese. Song Jihan emphasized the inevitability of citizens facing harsh reality. Impressed by his interlocutor's foresight, the impressed manager turned to the young man, comparing his foresight to the ability to foresee the future. Without dignifying the turning paw with a glance, the boy called what was happening his last chance to change public opinion, instructing him to watch the Japanese delegation. Loud cries attracted the attention of those present. An emotional woman insistently demanded to be let in, while the guards restrained the intruder. Hearing her own name in the desperate shouts, a puzzled Sia turned around, unable to believe her own eyes. Held back by the guards, the aunt and uncles were frantically shouting about their niece's madness, condemning the auctioning of priceless family heirlooms for money. Moving on to accuse Sun Jihan, the woman called him a fraud who forced the girl to sell other people's inheritance for his own gain. Outraged by the unfair tax, Sia responded with counter-accusations, recalling their expulsion from the family because of using her father's name to cheat people. Continuing her verbal assault, the girl exposed the true motives of the uninvited guests who were only interested in her absent father's money, making their faces contort with rage. The resolute daughter of the Sword King seriously asserted her undisputed rights to all the inheritance left behind, rejecting any attempts to challenge the fate of these valuable items. Ordering the guards to escort the uninvited guests out, the niece confidently turned to her uncle and, with a simple gesture, invited him to follow her further. While the disgruntled visitors shouted protests and the persistent guards escorted them out, Song and Sia exchanged approving smiles and went on ahead. The manager accompanying them solemnly announced their arrival as they approached the massive doors that slowly opened before the important guests. Leading them inside, the organizer introduced the heirs to the audience, instantly attracting many curious stares and camera lenses to the stage. The enthusiastic cameramen instantly recognized the famous Son Jihan, urging their colleagues to take photos of the legendary personality's exclusive appearance. While the protagonist nonchalantly ignored the numerous eye-irritating flashes, journalists pelted him with provocative questions about the upcoming auction. The niece, less steadily, covered her eyes, while the persistent reporters demanded direct looks into the camera and answers to uncomfortable questions. As they continued to move about the stage under the incessant photography, the relatives faced increasingly provocative questions about the Sword King's return and self-serving motives. Irritated by the cavalier questions about the recent battle stations in BattleNet, the protagonist discreetly activated his magical power by gently moving the fingers of his hidden hand. The magical influence was instantly manifested by the cracked glass of the video camera, throwing the shocked cameraman into complete bewilderment. The inexplicable phenomenon simultaneously amazed all the journalists who asked inappropriate questions, causing them to panic about the suddenly broken equipment. Taking advantage of the resulting confusion, Song Jihan stepped up to the microphone, politely reminding them of the format of the event and calling for appropriate behavior. Decisively announcing the start of the auction, the protagonist maintained a serious tone as he presented three carefully prepared exclusive lots. The first was Yoon Sejin's unique BattleNet connector that reduced the feeling of pain by 99% with the original data preserved. The added value of the offer was the professional parsing of the King of Swords himself and other highly ranked players of East Asia. The guild representatives present instantly appreciated the value of Yoon Sejin's data, especially relevant before the upcoming confrontation between Korea and Japan. Watching the lively discussions at the various tables, the protagonist realized that none of the items on display would go unnoticed. The young man, without noticing anyone around him, pondered on the rarity and value of professional parsings from highly ranked players, almost unavailable through normal means. Suddenly, the raised hand Jihan saw caught his attention, and the polite address that followed made the hero's face contort in surprise. The shocked young man instantly recognized the speaker as Takeda Kazuo, an influential recruiting manager for the Japanese Self-Defense Force. The Japanese representative asked with an enigmatic smile if the price could be announced immediately, given the official start of the auction. The offer of 5 billion yen for all the lots presented elicited a shocked reaction from those present, who had not expected such an amount. The additional request for a personal meeting with Song Jihan and Yoon Sia caused the surprised girl to take cover behind her uncle's back, shrewdly seeing the true intentions of the speaker. Taking a few steps toward the table of potential buyers, the protagonist politely but firmly declined the request, offering to discuss all matters directly here and now. Mentally analyzing the inappropriateness of such proposals in the current environment, Sun suddenly heard Takeda's nervous laughter, rebuking the host for his unfriendliness and intimidating stare. The atmosphere instantly heated up when the threat of possible intervention was followed by the swift movement of an armed warrior appearing before his master. The ominous introduction of the new protagonist as the Shadow was accompanied by the stare of the hostile eyes of the bodyguard, who was at a dangerously close distance from Sun. Takeda continued the strained conversation, noting the incomparability of his warrior to the Sword King, but emphasizing her outstanding fighting qualities, clumsily denying the obvious threat. The protagonist, remaining motionless, secretly activated divine power, his eyes glowing, recognizing Shadow's resemblance to the traitor Yoon Sejin. The clash was lightning fast. Shadow abruptly materialized in front of Song Jihan and immediately received a crushing blow from the vigilant young man. The powerful blow, which was capable of toppling an ordinary man, only caused the unexpectedly sturdy opponent to stagger back to his upright position. The opponent's face was distorted with clear signs of disorientation, but the desire to maintain his dignity in front of his boss gave him extra strength. The protagonist nonchalantly suggested the continuation of the confrontation, raising his hand threateningly above the head of the terrified warrior, desperately reaching for his weapon. With a hand on the guest bodyguard's shoulder, Sun calmly warned against escalating the conflict during the auction broadcast. Fully compliant, the broadcast aired to over 2,000 viewers, leaving numerous comments on what was happening. The Japan Self-Defense Force's recruiting manager instantly changed from an aggressive tone to a diplomatic one, pretending as if the incident was not a serious matter. The man who suddenly jumped up bowed apologetically to Song Jihan, explaining the unacceptable behavior of the overly testy bodyguard. Remaining in a respectful bow, Takeda raised an unfriendly gaze at the protagonist, insisting that certain points needed to be clarified. Offering 5 billion on the condition of meeting in person, the old man continued to stare meaningfully at the serious young man and the niece behind him. Pointing at the girl, the man finished his sentence about the need for her personal response to the offer, which instantly stirred the previously calm Sia. The mention of the Sword King's possession of his daughter's sword visibly changed the expression on the previously confident Jihan's face, as he realized he had lost the verbal duel. Straightening up and beginning to approach the confused girl, the guest claimed her leadership role in the auction, leaving her previous interlocutor behind. Addressing Yun-sun with an offer of a personal meeting, the man mentioned information about her father's whereabouts, which clearly startled the already anxious Seiya. The girl stood motionless in surprise, unable to find the words to answer, staring at the insistent interlocutor in silence. Adjusting the bow tie around her neck with both hands, Takeda invited Seiya to ask any questions about her father, promising many important revelations in return. Putting psychological pressure on the young Yun, the man smugly anticipated a positive response, believing it impossible to refuse such a lucrative offer. The triumphant anticipation of agreement was suddenly replaced by a comical twist when the broadcast suddenly became pixelated with rejection. The shocked recruiting manager of Japan's self-defense forces exclaimed in shock at the improbability of refusing such a sum because of a simple condition. Confidently supporting her uncle's stance of modern caution, Seiya categorically rejected the conditional offer of information about her father, causing Kazuo to be indignant. Smiling, the protagonist's niece further justified her stance with her minority and the need to follow the instructions of her legal guardian. Numerous observers exhaled in relief as they discussed the dangers of Japan purchasing these items and the need to maintain constant vigilance. Continued comments from the audience discussed the rejection of the possibility of a meeting, while the frightened girl stood in front of the still-shaken interlocutor. After a long silence, the man diplomatically accepted the refusal, suddenly retaining the offer of 5 billion and noticeably changing his intonation. Justifying himself, Takeda called the offer of a personal meeting his own whim, leaving the protagonist in a tense state of bewilderment as to the true motives behind the manipulation. Pulling an envelope from under his jacket, the manager suddenly announced the existence of the original order to offer 5 billion from the Sword King himself. Holding out the mysterious letter addressed personally to Yun-san, the man noticed how the girl instinctively pulled away, continuing to stare with obvious distrust. While the cocky manager inquired about the completion of the deal, the silent Sia held back the coming tears, inwardly struggling with conflicting emotions. Overcoming her inner resistance, she finally picked up the envelope bearing her father's new name, Ito Ryuhei, sealed with a special stamp bearing the logo of the self-defense forces. Turning around from the frozen girl, the manager mockingly ranted about the ease of obtaining the items, emphasizing the Korean BattleNet's inability to raise a similar amount. Satisfied with the quick conclusion of the auction, the man patted the young man's hand, not noticing his barely contained rage and raised eyebrow. Thinking back to his past life, Sun reflected on Takeda, who had a ban on entering America due to his suspiciously successful attraction of foreign players, for which he had earned the nickname the Japanese Scourge. The young man assumed his opponent's direct connection to Shizuru, who uses her incomparable beauty to achieve goals, and then agreed to sign the contract. Realizing the tense atmosphere due to the too easy deal, Song understood the negative impression of the viewers, perceiving what was happening as pre-planned. The commentators did suspect a pre-arrangement, which made the guy think of a way to change the situation, when suddenly his niece took the microphone. Reading aloud a letter from her father, Sia voiced his harsh words about his disappointment with his daughter's decision, announcing the end of their sibling relationship. Finishing reading the message, the girl saw the reaction of all present, who sat with their mouths open, whispering about the scandalous revelation. Confirming the authenticity of the letter in familiar handwriting, Yoon Sejin's daughter couldn't hold back the tears rolling down her pale face. Yoon, who couldn't bear to see his niece suffer, turned away and covered his eyes, pondering the ability of a woman of incomparable beauty to influence people's minds. Despite his personal dislike for Yoon Sejin, he recognized that Seiya's father had always been a strong support for her, and she felt happy around him. Unable to believe such a cruel act on the part of her caring father, Sion froze when his niece suddenly began tearing the letter violently. Addressing Takeda directly with a message for Ito-san, Yun-sia continued to methodically turn the letter into tiny fragments. As she finished her emotional speech about reading the last will and severing her relationship with the Sword King, the girl noticed Kazuo's confused look on her face. Wiping her tears and looking sadly at the floor, Seiya remarked with a slight irony about the extra work for the janitor because of the scattered scraps of paper. Suddenly, the tattered pieces of writing floated upwards under the influence of magic, causing the girl to open her eyes wide in amazement. Approaching the shocked niece, her uncle demonstrated his newfound power by gathering all the fragments together. Expressively saying fire and clenching his fist in front of him, Song activated an impressive fire magic to complete his performance. The assembled fragments instantly burst into bright flames above the heads of the shocked spectators, who froze with their mouths open in amazement. The shocked audience chattered loudly, bewildered by the incredible combination of martial techniques, mana, and divine powers in one person. After completing the impressive performance, the young man majestically headed towards the exit of the stage, surrounded by the falling, burning fragments of the destroyed letter. An enthusiastic Japanese self-defense force recruitment manager, adjusting his bow tie, shouted Song Jihan's name loudly, expressing extreme interest in such a unique talent. The man's joyful mood was abruptly replaced by bewilderment when the crowd of people present suddenly rushed past him, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Representatives of the various guilds present at the auction surrounded the protagonist, offering business cards and promising any conditions for joining their team. Modestly responding to the persistent offers, the young man politely asked for space, expressing a slight discomfort from the excessive attention, explaining the inappropriateness of such talk at the moment. Sun took a few steps back to where his startled niece stood. Hearing the girl's brief address, the protagonist turned to her, simultaneously fending off the persistent guild representatives and suggesting that she go on without him. A worried Saya, clutching her head and breathing heavily, tried to explain that it wasn't his delay, but a sudden, severe headache. Barely having time to utter the unbearable pain, the exhausted girl suddenly collapsed on the hard floor, losing consciousness. Paralyzed by fear, the protagonist froze in a daze for a few seconds before desperately shouting out the name of his beloved niece. The fragile girl was lying on the ground with her eyes closed, barely breathing, her beautiful face looking peaceful despite the disturbing circumstances. Lifting his niece's head and placing it gently in his trembling hands, the desperate young man shouted her name loudly, begging her to open her eyes. The niece did open her blurred eyes, first seeing the panic-stricken face of Sun, who helplessly offered to take her to the hospital immediately. Gently grasping the lapel of her uncle's jacket, the cunning girl pulled him closer and barely audibly whispered her secret of pretense in his ear. With a sly smile and a playful wink, the resourceful niece explained her improvisation with a desire to help with the pesky crowd of pursuers. Realizing the missed opportunity to make a bet, the slightly disappointed young man continued to support Sia, while the guards held back the onslaught of curious representatives. Continuing to scrutinize the talented actress's face, the stunned Sion remained silent even after a direct question about the quality of her performance. With a relieved exhale and a quiet chuckle, Jihan closed his eyes, mentally noting his niece's striking resemblance to his late sister. Announcing the abrupt end of the auction due to his niece's ill health requiring rest, the protagonist caused a wave of disappointment among those present. Continuing to play the act, the caring uncle inquired about Sia's ability to move around on her own, receiving a weak reply about wanting to return home sooner rather than later. As they began their slow descent from the stage, they heard Takeda's insistent voice, apologizing for the inconvenience and asking for a moment of attention. The manager expressed his desire to formally welcome the talented recruit, offering to get in touch later and defiantly holding out a business card. Instead of the expected acceptance, the business card soared upward and shattered into many fragments by the force of the protagonist's incantation, accompanied by a sarcastic comment. The shocked man froze with his head thrown back, watching the fragments swirling in the air in disbelief and not hiding his amazement. After decisively stating his unequivocal answer, the proud protagonist paused for a moment, extending his hand to complete the magical performance. The remains of the business card crumbled at the sad owner's feet as commentators discussed the bronze player's incredible audacity in rejecting the offer of the world's most prestigious guild. Contrary to expectations, the rejection caused the manager to be incredibly happy, fixing his bow tie and enthusiastically acknowledging Sun Jihan's exceptional talent. A delighted Takeda, watching the slowly descending scraps, continued to ponder the mysterious power to tear a business card into tiny fragments. Convinced of the worthiness of a candidate even at the entry level of the Bronze League, the far-sighted man envisioned the future greatness of a rising star in the gaming world. Obsessed with his goal, the old man intended to acquire the talented player at any cost, displaying an unhealthy persistence in pursuit of his goal. Left alone, the satisfied relatives triumphantly high-fived each other, mutually admiring the brilliant operation that had been carried out. Sincerely admiring his niece's acting skills, the impressed uncle heard in return a self-assured statement about her all-round giftedness. An unexpected notification of an unread message surprised the focused protagonist, interrupting the victorious mood after a successful mission. Opening the notification window, the young man found a large donation of 10,000 equipment points, accompanied by a strange letter from an unknown sponsor. Immersed in thought, Song Jihan and Yoon Seah stopped abruptly when they heard a pleasant female voice greeting them in front of them. The stranger introduced herself as Lee Hae-young, the head of the 3rd Division of the prestigious Divergent Guild, with bodyguard Lim Ga-young standing nonchalantly behind her. Apologizing for the suddenness of the visit, the embarrassingly smiling guest expressed her sincere desire to meet the legendary heroes in person. Song Jian, recognizing the familiar intonations in the visitor's voice, seriously inquired about the method of entering without a formal invitation. The head of the guild's third department had bluntly admitted to using her connections with the Korean BattleNet department to organize this important meeting. When the guest referred to herself as a nepotist child, the young man literally froze as he analyzed the familiar confidence, shamelessness, and distinctive tone of voice. Holding out her hand and beginning to address Victory Seer's son, the girl caused the protagonist to have a sudden epiphany that interrupted his study of the notices. The woman confessed her long-standing admiration for Jihan's accomplishments, confirming his growing suspicions about her true identity. Inwardly convinced that he was right, the protagonist glanced warily at his puzzled niece, assessing the situation with a questioning look. Yunxia continued to stare perplexedly at her stunned relative, not understanding the reasons for his unusual reaction to the guest's appearance. Turning around abruptly and noticing the strange expression on her uncle's face, the niece unpleasantly suggested Sung's possible crush on the graceful visitor. The protagonist calmly quoted Dostoevsky's famous phrase about the danger of crossing certain boundaries, barely glancing at the interlocutors. The shocked reactions of those present clearly showed their surprise at the quote from the famous writer, famous for his pernicious addiction to gambling. Seeing the wary reactions to his words, the young man inquired about the attitude towards the quote, causing an instant defensive reaction from the bodyguard. Lim Gayun resolutely blocked the path to her mistress, demandingly interrogating Song about the source of his knowledge of her leader's personal motto. The indignant bodyguard continued to shout about the impossibility of divulging classified information about his gambling addiction, causing his mistress to be surprised. Inwardly triumphant, Song finally confirmed his suspicions. This woman was the legendary Zero, an American first manager with special abilities. Mentally noting her status as the only Korean woman besides himself, the young man recalled how the rascal constantly indulged in drinking and gambling. The protagonist pondered on Zero's awesome voice ability, which would fully unfold after training when people started paying attention to stat development. Continuing to embarrass his guest with the casino question, Song watched the embarrassed Lee Hae-young faintly ask her bodyguard to stop. Mentally noting the divergent guild's fortunate position of obtaining both the Plum Blossom Sword and Zero, the young man diplomatically reported the meeting at the last broadcast. Concluding the awkward situation, Sun apologized for the misunderstanding, explaining his reaction with a memorized chat message while the bodyguard continued to defend her mistress. Gayun inquired with interest to the head of Divergent Squad 3 about her unexpected chat activity, causing her superior's obvious embarrassment. Ms. Lee, coughing slightly at the awkwardness of mentioning her gambling tendencies, didn't notice the young man's smirk, mentally confirming the obvious fact of her gambling addiction. The head of the Divergent Guild, expressing openness to continuing the conversation in a more casual setting, suggested frequent meetings in their future together. The observant niece, noticing the two adults' interest in each other, mentally exulted in the anticipation of a budding romantic relationship. Straightforwardly stating the young man's value to the Divergent Guild, the woman strongly suggested a face-to-face meeting, holding out her phone to exchange contacts. An excited Yunxia mentally began to rejoice at the prospect of soon becoming an aunt as she watched the relationship develop. Lee Hae-young mentally commending herself for professionally handling the conversation, successfully combining a business approach with personal interest, smugly exhaled. The head of the third squad looked at her assistant and mentally urged her to learn how to masterfully deal with men, causing her to give him a questioning look. As she continued her mental self-praise, the satisfied mistress enjoyed the successful execution of her plan, unaware of the impending embarrassment. The unexpected confession of the embarrassed protagonist about not knowing his own phone number instantly destroyed the romantic atmosphere created by Mrs. Lee. The startling statement caused the bodyguard standing behind the equally astonished mistress to be loudly surprised and speechless. Turning to his niece for help with the number, the young man unwittingly reinforced her confidence in the absurdity of his excuse, making her mentally irritated. Interpreting her uncle's confusion as an elaborate move of an unavailable man, the girl completely misjudged the situation, requiring a completely different approach. Wishing to support Sun's intended game, the niece once again feigned indisposition, complicating an already confusing situation for all involved. Surprised by the repeated pretense, the young man decided to politely leave, citing the need to accompany his ailing niece. Asking for a business card for further communication, the protagonist ended the awkward encounter, leaving a visibly upset Mrs. Lee with shattered expectations. Escorting Sia home, Sung noticed her unusually satisfied expression, unaware of the girl's mental exultation, confident of successfully helping his love affairs. Left alone with the bodyguard, Lee Hae-young spoke her name with such intonation that Ga-young instantly tensed up, fearing the repercussions of an unfortunate encounter. Having been given permission to laugh at the situation, the bodyguard couldn't contain her long-suppressed laughter, prompting an irritated remark from the defeated boss. The intrigued niece suddenly turned to her uncle with a question about the most surprising moment of the whole event. Expressing sincere amazement at the young man's choice to wear her father's suit, the girl received a pragmatic answer about the inconsistency of her own closet, with the changed complexion. Defending the innocence of the suit itself in the situation, Sun reassured his niece, who entered the spacious elevator with him. Approving her relative's choice with a smile, Seiya suddenly changed the subject, sharply criticizing her uncle's certain horrible answer that made him hesitate. The bewildered protagonist puzzledly inquired about the subject of the criticism, receiving an immediate explanation about the tastelessness and old-fashionedness of his behavior. The niece emotionally criticized the "I'm the first one to reject you" tactic as an ancient technique that has existed since time immemorial in history. Continuing her emotional tirade, the girl condemned the image of an unattractive woman, and especially the claim of forgetting her phone number, speaking as if she were a strict teacher. Smugly noting her timely salvation of the situation, Seiya was shocked by her uncle's admission of the absence of any devious plan on his part. Upon hearing the unexpected confession, her niece froze in amazement, as if all the mental gears in her head had instantly scattered in different directions. Silently exchanging glances in the silence of the elevator, the girl finally broke the pause, incredulous at the truthfulness of her relative's words. Continuing to stand tensely opposite each other in the moving elevator, a shocked Seiya directly inquired about her uncle's possible development of marasmus. The system greeting of the Kanem Bronze League announced the defense mission type, while the fighters materialized on familiar towers to protect the crystal. The exhausted protagonist emerged from his position and exhaled heavily, recognizing the incredible difficulty of calming his emotional niece. The girl, flooding with bitter tears, blamed herself for ruining her uncle's potential relationship, completely unable to hear his soothing words. The perplexed Song pondered over his niece's strange assumption regarding his sympathy for the gambling Li Hen, scratching the back of his head in confusion. The protagonist suddenly recalled fragments of his past life related to watching a soccer match and Diego Macedo's unexpected victory. An irritated girl sitting at the bar resented the obvious unfairness of the favorite losing, close to the protagonist. The young man calmly recalled his prediction of the outsider's victory, leisurely sipping an alcoholic beverage, while his companion reacted violently. Li Hain suggested the use of the outdated God of Soccer gift, to which Song recalled his advice to pay attention to the rank of the gift. Wisely advising his companion to quit gambling, the protagonist received only a chuckle, which turned into a philosophical reflection on insurmountable traits. Suddenly inquiring about the scar on the girl's face, Jihan saw her fix a small mask, replying that it was a reminder of a deal with the devil. Zero emotionally inquired about the reasons for the young men's belated gaining of power, pondering the possible changes in the fate of their home country of Korea. The protagonist, reflecting deeply, realized many commonalities with this girl, the most important of which was an oppressive sense of guilt. As she continued her emotional self-injury, Zero categorically denied the right to make excuses, holding herself fully responsible for her friends' deaths. Recognizing the deep self-loathing that united them and the inescapable guilt of failing to protect their loved ones, they symbolically clinked glasses. Remembering all the events they had experienced, the protagonist instantly returned to the harsh reality, silently realizing the inevitability of what had happened. A new official broadcast began, where a huge imposing weapon appeared in the hands of the young man, causing a violent reaction of commentators, puzzled by the incredible size of the blade. Carefully examining the legendary sword-piercing horse pontiff Urk, the hero mentally pondered the strange cheapness of the high-ranking weapon. The protagonist methodically examined the characteristics of the massive sword, experimentally swinging it in different directions to assess its weight. As he continued to swing vigorously in all directions, he was surprised to note the unexpected ease of control of the giant blade, raising doubts in the audience as to its rank. After reading the new comments, Jihan froze for a moment, pondering the numerous requests to show his status window. With a powerful movement, thrusting his huge sword into the ground, the guy thoughtfully noted the growing number of viewers, reaching 12,000 actively commenting users. Inwardly doubting the advisability of publicly revealing the statistics, Sun realized the irrationality of ignoring the persistent requests of regular viewers. Opening the information window and scrutinizing it, the thoughtful hero pondered the strategically correct way to respond to viewer interest. Finally deciding on direct interaction, Song Jihan introduced himself to the viewers, addressing the camera directly with a friendly greeting calmly acknowledging everyone's interest in his status window. The confident young man set the condition of showing statistics after reaching 200,000 subscribers. Mentally noting the audience's discontent over the elusive goal, the lad intrigued the audience with a serious announcement of an additional condition. This intonation instantly drew everyone's attention to the ensuing promise to show the window at the first loss, causing a storm of emotion in the comments. Suddenly, three bright flashes appeared in the darkening sky, causing the wary young man to brace himself. These mysterious light signals heralded the appearance of additional players on his team, materializing right next to the shimmering crystal. The onlookers were curious about the identities of the teammates, as was the young man himself, who turned around slightly and couldn't believe his wide-open eyes. The protagonist wondered aloud at the possibility of all these people gathering in one place at the same time, eliciting mocking reactions from the commentators. Golden Light was instantly moved to the core, gently wiping his tears with his handkerchief, emotionally proclaiming the fateful meeting with Song Ji-han. The next player who materialized was the same magician Kim Gyo-hyuk, who had been thrown off the same tower several times by the young man in the previous game. Recognizing the two opponents, the protagonist looked closely at the third one, whom he had encountered for the first time in this reality. He was the legendary soccer player Diego Massid, who had managed to win the decisive match in his previous life, and was considered the best player in Argentina before the heroes returned to time. Honestly assessing Massid, Sun ruthlessly pointed out that the soccer player was nothing now, looking unusually vulnerable and downright stupid. Suddenly, the young man's face changed due to deep concern, as his heightened intuition suggested a hidden catch in the situation. Mentally analyzing the distribution of roles in the team, Song identified himself as the supporter, the shiny one as the warrior, wondering about the function of the last member. Turning his attention back to the soccer player kicking the ball, Jihan was surprised to assume his role as an archer. Remembering who Diego had been in his past life made a shocked Sung turn pale as he realized the inexplicable change in the timeline. An extremely annoyed Kim Gyo-hyuk glared hostily at the offending archer, loudly expressing his indignation at his unexpected encounter with the hated freak. Such a negative reaction was completely predictable, given the mage's loss of a valuable ability due to Sun's fault. Kim stubbornly looked away as a notification appeared in front of him with a task: destroy the crystal and prevent Sun Jihan from taking first place. Barely had the system notification to start the game popped up before the first striker was hit, with a powerful blow directly in the face with an unexpected object. The soccer player put his professional skills to good use, kicking the ball into the attacking zombie with incredible force, knocking it off the top platform of the tower. The archer, realizing the importance of coordination, turned to the supporter standing nearby to boost his combat abilities for further confrontation. Pondering the principles of fair distribution of buffs among all participants in a team game, Jihan thoughtfully considered his palm, assessing the possibilities. Feeling a significant increase in divine power points, the experienced player decided to test out the new possibilities by shouting the keyword to activate the ability. Powerful magical energy formed a glowing circle under the feet of the protagonist, instantly spreading to all team members. The golden light confirmed Jihan's true ability as a true supporter, with undisguised delight as the surprised commentators discussed his versatile skills. A bewildered Kim was pondering the motives behind the unexpected support when his musings were interrupted by the familiar voice of his former opponent. Hogyak continued to stand with his mouth wide open, especially after the protagonist's direct question about his willingness to participate in the current battle. Quickly realizing the chance, Kim agreed to participate, realizing the seriousness of his situation and the likelihood of being thrown out of the game again if he disobeyed. Expressing full confidence in the team's abilities, the protagonist shocked everyone with a sudden leap from a high tower towards a cluster of enemies. The Golden Light was visibly delighted at the repetition of a familiar scenario, while the rest of the team froze in utter bewilderment. The baffled archer exchanged anxious glances with Kim, who sharply answered the question about Jihan's sanity, confirming the obviousness of his madness. The mage's inner irritation grew stronger by the second, perceiving Sun's actions as attempts at submission and pondering the limits of his willful behavior. An impressive number of undead gathered beneath the tower, just as they had the previous time, expressing their bloodthirsty pleasure at the approaching easy prey. After surpassing about halfway to the ground, Song Jihan stretched out his hand in front of him, summoning a small but intense flame in his open palm. Mentally concentrating on the increased power of the combined forces of mana and divine energy, the young man continued to combine the two explosive forces. Confident in the success of his plan, the hero held his energized hand out in front of him, directing the powerful magical flow straight downward. Inexorable confidence in the destructive power of his spell allowed the young man to anticipate the painful death of a zombie from the touch of his power. The undead found themselves completely enveloped in a blue energy net, emitting heartbreaking screams of pain from the unknown effects eating away at their bodies. Armed with a huge sword straight up in the air, the protagonist pushed off the building to create additional momentum before his next maneuver. A powerful swing and precise landing in the very center of the cluster of enemies ended with the weapon slamming into the ground, creating a shockwave that scattered the monsters. The blue magic activated earlier reached its peak, causing the affected monsters to burn alive with intense blue flames of unprecedented power. The player could barely characterize what he saw as the actions of a crazed Korean support, while his enthusiastic partner encouraged everyone to enjoy the spectacle. The enthusiastic Golden Light continued to marvel as the commentators counted the number of enemies destroyed with genuine amazement. The spectators continued to scrutinize the actions of the protagonist, completely unaware of the origin and motives of such an unusual fighter. Standing on the ground near the stuck weapon, the young man suddenly heard the deafening roar of an approaching bloody zombie, accompanied by a group of ordinary monsters. The terrifying creature, not seeing the expected reaction on his opponent's face, became visibly confused and even reduced the intensity of his piercing scream. As the undead came a few steps closer, he was perplexed to see the complete lack of reaction from the young man, who continued to hold the hilt of his sword nonchalantly. Finally releasing the weapon and looking at the monsters frozen before him, Sun confirmed his expectations, considering the forced training in this technique fully justified. The protagonist realized the true value of controlling space through absolute territory, where the monsters were automatically under his complete control. The zombie, deprived of any hope of escape, was forced to stand silently waiting for an imminent end at the hands of a powerful opponent. This rare ability remained unknown to most players, but Jihan had superior knowledge and practical experience in its use. Baron's difficulty in controlling this ability made him the perfect partner for Sun's regular training sessions as he honed his skills. Countless battles against the mighty Williams allowed the protagonist to thoroughly learn all aspects and capabilities of this unique power. Raising his sword above his head, the young man loudly summoned fire, causing the weapon to burst into multicolored flames while simultaneously using divine and martial power along with mana. The pitiful Bronze League level posed no obstacle, allowing Sun to create a wave with a single swing of his weapon, throwing away all approaching monsters. The number of zombies destroyed by the protagonist rapidly increased to 124 out of 1,000 planned victims. Inspiring himself with the memory of the unfinished past attempt, the young man was determined to complete this task at any cost. Continuously attacking and never stopping for a second, the focused fighter continued to advance towards his goal, encouraging himself with short phrases. Piercing through the numerous crowds of attacking monsters, the protagonist persistently accelerated, masterfully swinging his sword in all directions. Continuing to push himself, Jihan increased his speed to the point where he was almost oblivious to the direction of his rapid movement. The warriors and archers watching from above admired the incredible level of skill that Song Jihan was displaying. The commentators were actively discussing the need to quickly gather 200,000 subscribers to access the status window of the future winner, arousing the interest of even the team members. The only one who remained dissatisfied was Kim Gyo-hyuk, who had been standing inconspicuously close to the crystal the entire time, hiding his true intentions. Realizing the lack of attention to his person, the magician let a sinister smile appear on his face, not noticing the sudden gaze of the golden light. The emotion on the warrior's face abruptly shifted, accompanied by an angry cry at the sight of Kim using dangerous magic at the crystal to execute an insidious plan. Gathering his wits and taking a deep breath, the determined mage finally shouted a vicious curse at Song Jihan, exposing his true nature. The insulting shout about the homeless scum caused the support fighting below to freeze in surprise, interrupting his continuous attack. Accusing the hero of attracting everyone's attention and manipulating his niece, the enraged Gohuk continued to shout from the tower, venting his accumulated jealousy. Sun continued to stand with his back to his accuser, surrounded by terrified monsters, while commentators condemned the attack on Sia, recognizing the overreaction to the mage's words. The mage continued to recklessly spout offensive innuendo without noticing, as the hero's anger grew and his swollen veins gave away his dangerously exhausted patience. The 55 million won reward for Gyoyuk reflected the depth of the Sword King's family's hatred for Song Jihan. while also giving the cowardly opponent back his lost courage. Having temporarily regained his courage, he continued to shout insults from a safe height, calling the hero a homeless scumbag while he stood nonchalantly below. Analyzing the situation, Sun realized that the sudden activity of the subdued scoundrel was due to either support from patrons or direct incitement. Jihan was aware of that strategy, counting on the successful completion of the plan due to the distance between them and the unobstructed access to the crystal. The cries of overzealous attention to the support and his tireless concern for his niece coming from the back did not hurt the hero, but any mention of Sia caused growing irritation. After returning to time, the protagonist could not escape the painful memories that he had previously tried desperately to forget forever. Like an unstoppable nightmare, the tragic death of his favorite niece resurfaced in his memory again and again, tormenting his tormented mind. Holding Sia's dead body in his arms, inconsolable Jihan, choking with tears, recalled how she had to bandage her face disfigured by the attack. The protagonist agonizingly berated himself for the senseless loss of a precious life, desperately screaming and holding the lifeless body of his relative. Mentally repeating his vow to protect Sia from any danger, the enraged young man began to envelop himself in blue flames, demonstrating the consequences of the threat to his niece. Uniting the three dantians as he gained strength, the lad realized the possibility of using nameless divine arts in the upcoming battle. Despite lacking 30 points of combat strength and only being able to create an imitation, Jihan clearly understood the powerful potential of merging the three energy centers. As he continued to stand with his head lowered, he pondered the familiar feeling of possessing nameless divine arts. Frozen in a strange pose, the hero seemed like easy prey for the creatures running up, extending their deadly limbs towards the defenseless victim. Suddenly, Sun's entire body was pierced by blinding electricity, instantly incinerating the approaching monsters that had carelessly attacked the enraged boy. Using the legendary heaven-breaking technique, the protagonist turned into lightning and swiftly flew up the tower in a matter of seconds. Continuing the lightning-fast march of the shimmering sky, Jihan approached the top, where Shiny and Diego were desperately trying to stop the dangerous magician. Kim stood with a sinister smile, holding a fire in his hand, when he received a notification to speed up the task due to the approaching protagonist. As he prepared to use destructive magic against the crystal, the mage suddenly heard a cry from behind and instantly reacted with a stream of fire. Immediately afterward, Gohuk turned around abruptly, threatening complete incineration to anyone who dared to interfere with his sinister plan. Holding his sword in front of him, which took the brunt of the blow, the warrior asked viewers for likes and subscriptions if they believed in a favorable outcome for him and Jihan. Kim, determined to finally complete his mission, began to form fire magic over himself, much larger than the previous spells. The mage smirked, confidently anticipating success and watching his deadly fiery masterpiece gain destructive power. With an enthusiastic shout of command, Gohuk thrust his arms forward, directing the powerful fire magic directly at the fragile crystal in front of him. The fire swiftly flew towards the target, almost reaching it when suddenly an ordinary soccer ball materialized between them. The unremarkable object incredibly blocked the blow, slightly burned, fell to the ground, continuing to burn, causing the commentators to marvel. The frightened face of the self-assured and sinister Kim a second ago reflected a complex range of emotions that could not be described with mere words. Turning back, he noticed an unperturbed soccer player frozen in a pose with his legs slightly raised after throwing the ball. Annoyed, Kim began to loudly complain about the strange direction of the thrown ball, while the archer nonchalantly emphasized his seriousness about the game. The soccer player continued his denunciation, reminding him not to curse at the comrade bearing the brunt of the task and his female relative. Barely containing his rage, Gokuk turned red with anger, his face contorted with emotions he could barely control. Finally shouting the insulting nickname, the infuriated warlock abruptly fell silent, sensing a strange presence behind him. The animated golden light joyfully announced the arrival of Jihan's new follower. Drawing everyone's attention to what was happening, the sensation behind him that had startled the previously confident player turned out to be the sudden appearance of Sun, to whom Kim turned with unconcealed horror. The protagonist calmly noticed his companion's desire to say something, accompanying his words with a sinister look and threatening intonation. Paralyzed by horror, Kim once again showed cowardice, mentally cursing the situation and deciding to speak last. Realizing the inevitability of defeat, barely beginning to utter the name of his nemesis for one last desperate tirade, Gyohyuk was horrified to find himself unable to move his lips due to his opponent's strange magic. Sun calmly confessed his initial desire to blow his head off, explaining his abrupt mercy while his helpless interlocutor tried in vain to loosen his magically sealed lips, warning of the inevitability of severe punishment. The young man intended to make the offender answer for every offensive word uttered, explaining the futility of a simple assassination due to the pain filtering by the connector. The protagonist enveloped his opponent's body in a completely red magical aura. Ominously inquiring about the strangeness of the new sensation, Jihan carefully watched the reaction and facial expression of the completely immobilized mage. Promising an introduction to an uncharted world, the protagonist held his arm out in front of him, preparing to demonstrate the intimidating ability. Placing his magical hand on the frightened player's shoulder, Sun left him in agonizing anticipation of the unknown disaster to come. Despite the terrifying situation, the mage mentally considered his opponent an idiot, certain of the impossibility of a true assassination after losing all abilities. A sudden, unbearable pain pierced all over Kim, causing him to mentally scream and fall to his knees, trying in vain to make any sound at all. The mental cries of anguish intensified as the imperturbable young man watched the torment of his abuser, coldly warning him that this was all just a warm-up for the real punishment. Kim screamed like a madman, tears rolling from his wide-open eyes, desperately begging for mercy and an end to his unbearable torment. The soul-crushing cries were so loud that all the crystal defenders on the tower could clearly hear the incessant cries of pain. As he continued to nonchalantly watch the suffering of his assailant, the protagonist suddenly heard surprised comments about his cruelty from the other members of the team. Golden Light expressed bewilderment at the possibility of experiencing such intense pain while using a standard sensitivity dampening connector. Taking a closer look at the archer's advice, they noticed that the protagonist was continuously applying healing magic to his opponent with one hand. The observers were astonished to see a small sphere, glowing green light, formed over the raised palm of Song Jihan's other hand. The golden-haired young man pondered over what he saw and suggested that there was a strange bug in the system that explained what was happening. The archer explained the reset mechanism that occurs when wounds are continuously healed from intermittent damage like poison or burns. It was at this point that the unfortunate Kim felt all the incredible pain normally blocked by the connector. His swollen veins in his face testifying to the unbearable agony. Shiny, as he continued to watch the protagonist's actions, recognized the eerie realism of the suffering and wondered at the nature of the ability causing such severe damage. Muscle tensing, bones cracking, multiple fractures, and tissue tearing occurred with the complete calmness of the imperturbable Sun Jihan. The unbearable suffering was caused by a rare ability available only to experienced martial artists, injecting unknown energy into the body and destroying it from within. A desperate Gohek mentally wondered why the 95% pain reduction connector was not working, comparing the sensation to ripping out organs and piercing with needles. Hysterically begging for a quick death, the victim received a long-awaited release from agony in just a second thanks to a lightning-fast swing of the protagonist's sword. Commentators marveled at Sun Jihan's absolute equanimity and seriousness during the entire massacre and subsequent final strike. After a precise hit, the head flew off a considerable distance. The magician died and immediately dropped out of the game, leaving behind only flickering sparks. The protagonist, standing with his back to the rest of the team, mentally wondered about the possibility of the enemy's imminent revival in this location. Shiny, a well-known fan stalker and streamer comparable to a frightened child, warned in a trembling voice about the need for extreme caution with Sun Jihan. Kim was suddenly reborn on the same tower as a part of the former team. The first reaction was a loud sobbing with tears in his eyes, reminiscent of a small child crying. The former offender begged for mercy in a humiliated manner, admitting his wrongdoing and sitting helplessly on his knees, raising his gaze to the ruthless young man towering over him. Before he could do anything to defend himself, he suddenly dropped dead to the floor, the system notification confirming his death, presumably from extreme pain shock. Song Jihan continued to stand still, not reacting to the sudden appearance or the gradual disappearance of the body of the defeated mage. Mentally noting the need to better regulate his own destructive power, the protagonist looked thoughtfully at his hand. Barely had the body of the enemy completely disappeared before those present watched in amazement the next rebirth of the deceased, who himself was extremely unhappy with this fact. He shouted loudly in genuine terror, begging the approaching young man to stop, recognizing his own wrongdoing in his previous actions. Majestically replying that he shouldn't have said something that couldn't be answered for, Song Jihan remained remarkably calm and serious. As he continued to approach confidently, he suddenly froze when he saw the 10,000 transfer notice from his anxious niece. See his emotional cries about her uncle's infatuation and the danger of losing all subscribers mingled with onlookers' comments about the excesses of what was happening. Mentally noting his niece's unexpected calmness, the young man carefully read the numerous comments she sent in an attempt to stop him. Deciding to be satisfied with the peaceful educational effect he had achieved, Sung exhaled, ignoring the frightened Kim. Suddenly hearing a desperate plea for rescue, or even a merciful killing, Jihan looked resolutely at the fleeing back, intent on gaining important information. Seriously inquiring as to the identity of the mysterious instigator, the young man elicited only a surprised turn of the head and an incomprehensible exclamation from Gehek. Looking straight into his face with eyes burning with rage, Jihan repeated the question, instantly receiving a startled reply about the user with the nickname Sword King Family 898. Finally losing all dignity, the hapless opponent kneeled down, recognizing that no reward was worth his agonizing death. Pensively rising to his feet, Sun pondered the strange ability of one man to offer such a huge sum, suspecting the involvement of an entire organization. Taking note of the situation and grabbing the kneeling man by his clothes, Jihan dragged him behind him, demanding that he thank Xia for his life-saving intervention. Utterly happy at the realization of the nightmare's end, overflowing with tears of relief, Kim immediately expressed his willingness to comply with any demand. A cry of gratitude spread through the air along with the mage's body, which the young man sent skyward with a powerful throw, to the surprising relief of the victim himself. The spectacular throw, which resulted in another death and final elimination from the game, drew a real cheer from the watching members of the team. The streamer continued to encourage viewers to sign up and give likes, while the young man concentrated on the need to eliminate the remaining zombies. Recalling the result of 921 kills achieved before the unpleasant incident, the hero noted with annoyance that the constant interference was seriously slowing him down. Calling up the status window and finding himself needing to destroy only 79 remaining enemies, Sun prepared for the final push with renewed determination. As he prepared to close the status window, the protagonist suddenly noticed a flashing unread notification in the corner of the interface. Opening the mysterious message, he realized with the utmost surprise that he had already successfully completed the difficult task of exterminating zombies. Looking around, the stunned young man saw many defeated enemies, pierced by lightning from his shimmering footsteps. Gradually coming to an understanding, he realized that the electrical discharges of his attack zigzagged not only the targeted zombies, but also the neighboring zombies. Analyzing what had happened, the guy came to the conclusion of his own inability to fully control the scattered explosive power of the attack. Mentally reflecting on the unexpected result, Song noted the use of not nameless divine arts, but 3 dantians, which explained the imperfect execution. Standing motionless beside the shimmering crystal, the young man reminded himself to continue practicing intensely to perfect his control. Keeping an unperturbed expression on his face, the protagonist heard his name and turned around questioningly without interrupting his inner thoughts. A delighted golden light inquired about the possibility of going down together, clearly eager to join the famous player. Completely ignoring the annoying bling behind him, Sun continued forward, addressing only the esteemed Mr. Masid. The protagonist sincerely thanked the player for protecting the valuable crystal, hearing in return a humble acknowledgement of the duty performed. Suggesting a future meeting to express his gratitude, Jihan smiled radiantly at his new acquaintance. As they continued to discuss the potential meeting, the young man suddenly fell silent, sensing an inexplicable change in his surroundings. The massive building began to shake threateningly, causing panic among those present who had never experienced such an earthquake before. Feeling the growing threat of the impending explosion, the alarmed golden light excitedly expressed fears about how to proceed. The soccer player's loud cry drew everyone's attention, causing those present, including the protagonist, to raise their gazes upwards. Up ahead in front of the shocked audience, the ground began to slowly split apart, releasing something unimaginably huge and terrifying. The protagonist's eyes widened at the realization of what he saw. A colossal hand with a hideous mouth in the palm of its hand was rising from the opening earth. The giant limb not only towered over everyone, but also opened its horrifying mouth, emitting a deafening, inhuman shriek. The group of shocked team members talked fearfully amongst themselves about the hideous giant hand, which seemed huge even at a considerable distance. Following its appearance, many undead appeared from the ground, slowly crawling out and moving purposefully towards the fortified tower. The huge hand opened its horrifying maw again, emitting a deafening scream so hideous that even the protagonist froze in chilling fear. The undead that continued its onslaught was suddenly swatted against the hard surface of the ground with an incredible force. that took them by surprise. Watching closely, Jihan realized that the zombies had been mercilessly pinned down by just one huge finger of that very same hand, leaving them agonizingly alive. Continuing his close observation, the shocked hero realized that the creepy creature was methodically devouring the helpless zombies with its huge, insatiable maw. After a short time, the arm began to slowly rise, its mouth actively chewing the recently devoured prey with disgusting slurping sounds. Fully raised off the ground, the limb opened its horrifying mouth wide, displaying a strange dark green mass on a long, slippery tongue. The few remaining zombies warily froze in place, silently watching the unpredictable actions of the huge creature. The viscous green mass slowly dripped off the slimy tongue, then with a sharp, powerful spit, it collapsed to the ground, instantly transforming into a slimy monster. Golden Light exclaimed in panic at the violation of the game rules, perplexed at the appearance of such a creature on a Bronze League map instead of a gold one or higher. The protagonist silently realized with growing horror the nature of the hideous creature, a vicious monster formed from fragments of various dead bodies. The corpse golem did not appear alone. Several other terrifying creatures materialized, ready to immediately engage in mortal combat. Song Jihan continued to stand there in shock, mentally agreeing with the Shiny One about the inappropriateness of such a fighter in the Bronze League, while opening the status window at the same time. Puzzled by the phrase, "without the aid of a crystal," in the task to destroy the corpse golem, the young man raised his head in surprise. Suddenly came a congratulatory message about clearing the map of 10 towers, and after that, the system gave the hero a bonus task that required immediate attention and action. The additional challenge received was to stop a corpse golem that posed a deadly threat to all participants. The shocked team on the neighboring tower was loudly bewildered at the appearance of such a difficult task in the Bronze League, doubting the realism of its completion. The new alert clarified the task of stopping the corpse golem created by the followers of destruction, after which the Black Hand broke out into continuous creepy laughter. The demonic laughter sounded for a very long time, as the creepy spawn slowly but inexorably approached the tower with the terrified defenders. The system offered a blessing of crystal to reduce the difference in strength, causing the artifact to shine brightly behind the backs of the frozen team. The outraged warrior, unable to believe the task was even possible for the Golden League players, glanced angrily at Sun, hoping to find support for his indignation. The young man, deep in thought with his eyes closed, silently acknowledged his ally's rightness in objectively evaluating the proposed task. Realizing the rarity of rewards beyond points, especially a crystal fragment, the protagonist determined the task to be of at least epic rank. Shiny, sighing heavily, urged to give his best, while the soccer player kicked the ball, and the hero was completely immersed in his thoughts. Offering Jian first to receive his blessing, the streamer only watched in silence as he abruptly pulled his weapon from the ground, leaving noticeable destruction. The laconic, no-need response from the earnest protagonist caused the team to be surprised and the commentators to mistakenly assume an admission of defeat. Against all expectations, the young man summoned his powerful lightning magic, waiting patiently for the enemy to approach. The corpse golem, a creature with incredible health reserves, required the destruction of a deeply hidden core, making it a recognized boss monster even in the Golden League. Abruptly ordering his comrades to step aside, the protagonist caused their momentary bewilderment, only able to interject in surprise. Without waiting for a reaction, the support made an upward leap, fearlessly rushing towards the terrifying creature for an unequal fight. The two remaining archer and warrior froze in amazement, staring in shock at the deep indentation in the sturdy cement left by Song Jihan's foot. For several long seconds, Golden Light continued to stare silently at the floor before finally raising his head to see what was happening to his comrade. At that moment, the hero was rapidly approaching the first of the creatures that were staring at the insignificant man with undisguised disdain. Mentally preparing for battle, Song focused on a basic ability among the legendary nameless martial arts, the 3 talents of martial commitment. The foundation of this technique relied on the sacred concepts of heaven, earth, and man, where the sky represented the firmament and a crushing vertical strike. The earth symbolized a solid surface and a devastating horizontal strike that paved the way through any obstacle. Man, crowning the triad, represented humanity and a deadly piercing blow, capable of piercing through any enemy defense. Realizing the power of a technique capable of destroying an entire mountain in a single movement, the young man clutched his weapon tighter with both hands, proclaiming the name of the legendary technique. 3 talents of martial commitment, destroying a mountain, the hero delivered a crushing blow of incredible power. The shocked soccer player and the shiny man froze with their mouths wide open and their heads tilted back, watching the spectacle unfolding before them. The protagonist continued to fly away from the shattering creature, behind which a huge, pulsating red sphere of incredible power appeared. Once inside the protective sphere, Sun modestly noted that despite the impressive name, the technique was simply an amplified vertical strike. The team continued to stand on the tower, reading in amazement the incredulous comments of the onlookers, who could not believe that the phenomenal spectacle they had seen was possible. Watching Song Jihan's actions, Golden Light felt a contradictory swirl of emotions so complex that it was impossible to describe in words. Paralyzing fear, pervasive despair, hidden expectations, and unconscious desires blended together as he watched the protagonist's every move uninterruptedly. It all suddenly transformed into boundless admiration, from which the shocked warrior abruptly sank to the ground, breathing heavily. Mentally confessing the unprecedented sensations he was experiencing, the streamer remembered that he had perceived Sun only as material for a spectacular broadcast. Now he was overwhelmed with the desire to capture every single movement of the man who was destined to become the greatest player and streamer of all time. The smile on the watcher's face was abruptly replaced by an expression of fierce determination as he looked up at Sun, realizing his professional duty. The moment the streamer vowed to document the formation of a new legend, Jihan suddenly materialized right in front of his astonished partners. Without giving him a second thought, the enthusiastic Golden Light immediately addressed Jihan with heartfelt words of recognition for his outstanding achievements. Despite the golden-haired warrior's enthusiastic speech, the fellow only slightly raised his gaze, not dignifying the speaker with even a passing attention. Despite Golden Light's decision to give himself to the protagonist, this moment was the beginning of the relationship between Song Jihan and Diego Masita. The team on the neighboring tower screamed in horror, throwing their heads upwards at the sight of the impending deadly threat. Desperately cursing the stupid game, the players helplessly watched the inexorably approaching corpse golem with its arm raised menacingly. The panicked screams intensified as the monstrous limb swiftly descended on the flimsy tower, instantly shattering the structure. Each team trapped on their beleaguered part of the structure found themselves helpless before the identical huge monster, unable to protect the valuable crystal. The system notified the protagonist's team that they had completed the challenging bonus task and were deservedly rewarded with double experience and equipment points. A satisfied Song Jihan noted the generosity of the game mechanics with a satisfied smile on his focused face. Determined to complete one last pressing matter, the young man suggested that the impressed archer meet in reality to discuss his unique abilities. The shocked interlocutor expressed deep surprise at the cryptic mention of his hidden abilities, trying to comprehend what was said. Magically creating a small flame in the palm of his hand, Sun mysteriously hinted at the Mage's prospective class, offering to discuss the possibilities in detail over lunch. A thoughtful Masid carefully pondered the incredible possibility of a drastic class change, recognizing the value of the offer from a prominent player. Song Jian's intriguing words had certainly piqued the experienced archer's interest, having personally witnessed his exceptional combat skills. Determined to scrutinize the existence of ideally suited classes, Masid agreed to a meeting, and the satisfied hero offered to pick a place. Observing the conversation, an irritated Golden Light immediately intervened, loudly demanding to be included in the exclusive invitation. Sun politely tried to refuse the pesky warrior, explaining the business nature of the upcoming meeting and the need to pay for Masidu's services. Then, the persistent Golden Light offered his invaluable help with the stream or work as a skilled editor, displaying clearly childish behavior. After uttering an insincere and unenthusiastic "might as well," the protagonist instantly encouraged the annoying interlocutor with unreasonable hopes. Jihan cold-bloodedly interrupted the enthusiastic response, beginning the teleportation process with a clear clarification of the negative answer, regardless of theoretical possibilities. Before finally disappearing, the hero laconically praised the glorious game, leaving the stunned Golden Light in utter bewilderment. The partner's initial indignation rapidly turned into genuine childish tears, demonstrating his emotional immaturity before the cruelty of rejection. Late at night, the tired protagonist finally returned to the luxurious penthouse for a well-deserved restorative vacation. Comfortably seated on the bed and scrutinizing the informative status window, the young man estimated a generous reward of 10,000 points. The experienced player mentally noted the need for hard and careful work to receive such a significant game compensation. Pensively twirling the mysterious crystal fragment in his hands, The disappointed Jihan critically evaluated the material reward he had received. Studying the properties of the divine blessing, available only to support characters, the hero noted the need to maximize compliance with this role. A powerful buff that significantly increased all stats by 50% was considered a must-have in the prestigious higher leagues. Jihan was seriously frustrated by the critical limitation of using the valuable item only once, and only in the bronze or silver leagues. Having reached an impressive 30th level with 17 points of combat and normal strength, Song reflected on his exceptional gaming performance. Sitting pensively on the bed, the guy was thinking about the existence of other players pumping at the same rate when the divine sword from another world suddenly began to react. System alerts informed of a 2-point increase in divine power due to understanding the religion of the New World, causing the young man to glance at his hand. After examining the numerous notifications, the hero froze in bewilderment, pondering the strange discrepancy between divine and ordinary power in his stats. An alarming warning about the sword's inability to withstand the stored energy was accompanied by a spectacular cracking and yellow glow of the artifact. The powerful weapon instantly shattered into glittering shards, barely enough time for the system to warn the wielder of the imminent destruction of the equipment. Instinctively shielding his face with his hands from the flying fragments, the young man felt the release of the power of the three dantians from the bowels of the shattered object. A strange pulsing glow and flashes of miniature lightning filled the room, causing Sun to marvel at the power that had destroyed the magical artifact. Realizing the deadly danger of the uncontrolled energy that had wounded him through his clothes, Jihan resolutely sought to absorb the released power. The unusual glow from the top floor of the penthouse was clearly visible in the dark streets of the city, drawing attention to its supernatural nature. A frustrated voice from a neighboring building complained about the failure of a carefully planned operation. Despite considerable effort and a change of location, the brooding manager of the Japan Self-Defense Force sat in a comfortable chair, lazily eating a juicy chicken leg in front of the monitor. This person, hiding under the nickname Sword King Family 898, had offered Kim a fabulous reward for disrupting the protagonist's plans. Smugly watching the live broadcast, the man relished the idea of an assistant who wholeheartedly shared his sinister intentions against Song. Carefully monitoring the reactions of the hated Hogyok, Takeda was certain of his unconditional willingness to carry out any vengeful order. Disdainfully assessing human stupidity, the man boasted of the ease of manipulation through his disguise as a fan of the Sword King to sabotage Jihan. Carefully threatening Sun, Takeda warned of danger not from outright enemies, but from his own gullible and manipulated compatriots. Impatiently watching the screen, an irritated Kazuo mentally rushed the sluggish mage, demanding the immediate destruction of the hated enemy. Gloatingly anticipating the moment of Song-san's humiliation, the old man was already mentally imagining the sweet taste of complete and unconditional victory over the enemy. Reluctantly admitting the failure of his cunning plans, the tactician decided to temporarily stop sabotaging under the mask of the Sword King's admirer. Chewing on the succulent meat, Takeda thought with disdain of the helpless player, twice ignominiously defeated in front of all the spectators. Anger grew at the thought of Kim's inability to shatter the critical crystal that would have perfectly exposed Jihan's statistics. Spitting out an unfinished chicken leg, the panting old man pounded the computer desk furiously, anticipating a missed opportunity. The professional need to lure a talented player to his side was putting Takeda Kazuo in an extremely difficult position. Management demanded irrefutable proof of a potential recruit's value, not trusting their agent's intuitive reasoning. Obtaining the protagonist's status window was becoming critical to proving his exceptional potential to Takeda's superiors. Realizing the time constraints, the slightly calmer manager resumed active action, resolutely discarding unproductive schemes. Ominously addressing an unseen rival, Takeda anticipated employing the same special method that had once subdued the legendary Sword King. The alert reported an increase in divine power due to combining with the new power, causing the young man to look at his hand incredulously. Realizing the principle of gaining 1 power point for every 3 divine powers, the tired hero collapsed to the floor of the ruined room with his sword sticking out of the wall. The second alert made the protagonist think about the beneficial effects of the link of indicators, raising the value to 18. Looking at the shards from the artifact, the young man concluded that the sword piercing the horse had been destroyed, and the remaining divine power had been absorbed by his body. The notification that it was impossible to further absorb divine power from items below A rank caused the hero to be genuinely surprised and grow furious. Angrily shouting about the exorbitance of the new requirements effectively blocking his power increase, the enraged young man summoned a status window. Indignantly blaming the system, the protagonist continued in an uncontrollable rage when his niece suddenly burst into the room. Joyfully waving her phone with the banking app open, she informed her uncle of the sudden receipt of a 50 billion deposit. Surprised by the news, the protagonist faced a puzzled look from his relative, who was half silent at the sight of his unusual condition. Noticing the scratches and blood on his uncle, a concerned Seiya received an explanation about the exploding sword, presented as a minor incident. The protagonist's attempt to end the topic with a light chuckle did not convince the shrewd niece of the insignificance of the incident. Grabbing his arm indignantly and dragging him from the room, the girl expressed her extreme displeasure at her uncle's careless attitude toward her own safety. Continuing to lead him by the hand to treat his wounds, Sia grumpily compared Sion to an unreasonable child, causing the latter to smile and inwardly cheer. After the wounds were thoroughly treated sitting at the table, the anxious girl inquired about her uncle's well-being, catching him off guard with such a question. Half-jokingly alluding to the vast amount of money she had received, Sia inquired about the possible inappropriateness of pork tenderloin as too simple a dish for their new status. As she continued to enjoy her meal, her niece noted her longtime love for the dish, reminding her thoughtful uncle of his preference for Western cuisine. Mentally agreeing, Jihan thoughtfully noted to himself enough Western food eaten to stop marveling at its flavor. Immersed in the atmosphere, the protagonist enjoyed a full meal for the first time since his return, ignoring the distressing cries that came. Reflecting on the benefits of socialization and finally leaning towards Korean food, the young man looked at his niece with a gentle smile. Demonstrably offended, the girl spoke up about the possibility of ordering something more refined and expensive, since she was paying for it herself. Instead of the expected agreement with the prospect of frequent dinners together, the niece's answer about the unlikelihood of such a scenario elicited a surprised look from the bewildered uncle. With a serene smile, the girl looked directly at Sion again, confidently announcing her intention to return to the familiar school environment. Explaining the head of the student council's stance, making an extended absence inappropriate, Sia ignored her uncle's sensible advice to follow her teacher's recommendation and rest for a week. The mysterious day of receiving the blessing in the school's gift room was inexorably approaching, causing the girl's trepidation. The protagonist mentally confirmed this inevitable date by thoughtfully glancing at his cell phone with a calendar on the screen. Sia's decisive birthday, when she would turn 18, remained her only hope even in the most difficult times of hopelessness. The young girl truly believed in the possibility of a drastic change in her destiny through a lucky blessing. Her bright hopes were shattered by the harsh reality when, instead of the desired gift, she received an F-rank item of no practical value. This tragic moment was the turning point after which the strong-spirited Sia finally broke under the weight of inexorable fate. Immersed in heavy memories, the protagonist sat in deep thought, completely ignoring the food on his untouched plate. Realizing that revealing the truth prematurely would only upset Yoon, Song decided to act naturally, gradually lowering her high expectations. Clarifying Sia's plans to return to school, her uncle received an enthusiastic reply about Monday as the perfect time to start the new school week. Jihan's offer to personally drop off and pick up his niece instantly changed her cheerful smile into an expression of genuine non-agreement. The girl's insistent objection to her autonomy was firmly quashed with a terse reminder of the dangerous situation at hand. Admitting a certain amount of truth in the words, the schoolgirl nevertheless expressed her displeasure at the abrupt change in the behavior of her caring relative. Turning away offended, the niece categorically stated the inconsistency of such behavior with his usual character and habitual image. Noticing the change in Sia's mood, now smiling placidly into the void, Jihan found himself admiring her charming directness. Laughing and turning away from the window, he was perplexed by the girl's continued insistence on traveling by bus despite his entreaties. In the morning, the carefully assembled schoolgirl and her uncle went downstairs, where a real disappointment, expressed by an emotional exclamation, awaited them. Puzzled looking into the empty parking lot, the protagonist loudly questioned the reasons for the unexpected change in the usual picture. The young man mentally puzzled over the disappearance of the luxury sports cars and supercars that had previously filled every available space in the parking lot. Seiya speculated aloud about their sale, causing Jihan to smack his forehead with the palm of his hand in annoyance, for he had seen the absence of the keys himself. Joyfully exclaiming her preference for a bus ride, the apprentice didn't notice her relative discovering something unexpected nearby. Pointing to an object that remained in the distance, the young man caught the attention of the astonished girl, who instantly recognized the familiar transport. They approached Sia's mother's old, battered yellow car, preserved because its low value made it unattractive for sale. Finding the door unlocked and the keys inside, the protagonist immediately began starting the engine while his niece questioned the advisability of this decision. The successfully started vehicle began spewing puffs of black smoke as a hesitant Sia stood hesitantly nearby, in no hurry to get in. Noticing her niece's obvious hesitation, the caring uncle inquired about the possible awkwardness, receiving a hasty denial of obvious discomfort. The hero's penetrating gaze insistently demanded an explanation, forcing the girl to finally reveal the true cause of her doubts and fears. The ferocious giant of enormous size aggressively demanded the immediate relocation of the vehicle, disturbing the tranquility of the parking area. Despite the increasingly insulting demands to remove the trough, the young man remained calm while the concerned Sia confirmed his fears. Watching the enraged giant, Sun mentally noted the suddenness of the open attack, though he had anticipated the low interest in the inexpensive vehicle. Continuing to shout insults and demands to remove the shitty car, the aggressor was perplexed by the guy's audacity to park the trough in a prestigious place. Calmly getting out of the car, the guy came face to face with the offender, reminding him of the inadmissibility of such communication and confirming his status as the guardian of the school student. The two witnesses watching from the beginning instantly recognized Song Jihan as the legendary bronze assassin, with an intimidating reputation. As they began taking pictures, they excitedly discussed the reasons for the celebrity's appearance at the school, attributing it to the return of the Sword King's daughter after her sabbatical. The enthusiast with the phone, encouraged by his comrade's prompting, hurriedly published the moment of Jihan's argument with the owner of the Rolls-Royce, detailing the location of the incident. The bodyguard playing console at the Divergent Guild headquarters reacted unhappily to the unexpected order to accompany Madame. Lee Hyung, carefully tucking away her phone with the open news of the protagonist, discreetly reported the referral to BattleNet School, omitting the true motives for the visit. The outwardly impassive bodyguard remained in her chair, while her superior mentally accused Sun Jihan of unforgivable contempt for her person. The head of the 3rd Division of the Divergent Guild was furiously anticipating the inevitable encounter and the coming retribution for the disrespectful opponent as she headed for the exit. The angry man continued to insult the protagonist, calling him a starving man with a beggar's car, which clearly displeased the outwardly calm Jihan. The towering giant angrily ordered him to bow his head, brandishing a huge fist, bringing it threateningly close to the unperturbed lad's face. Repeating the humiliating demand with amplified insult, the stranger aimed a swift punch directly at the serene Sun Jihan's face. The alarmed niece, unable to bear the rising tension, jumped out of the car, calling out to her uncle with undisguised concern. The previously whispered observers froze with their mouths wide open, believing it impossible to dodge such a powerful blow. The threatening fist of the cocky man suddenly froze, a few millimeters from the face of the calm protagonist. The irritated stranger indignantly declared himself unable to move, completely paralyzed by the powerful magic. The giant's continued indignation was suddenly cut short when Sun's power literally glued his mouth shut, rendering him unable to utter a sound. Lowering his hand down, the young man telekinetically controlled his defeated opponent, causing him to fall to his knees humiliatingly. The protagonist calmly speculated on the brute's profession, assuming his position as someone's driver. Continuing to speculate on the unacceptability of such behavior, Jihan pointed out the resemblance to the bandit's mannerisms, while his niece asked him to stop, due to the attention of others. The niece approaching the young man was stopped by a sudden shout from the front, causing them both to turn around instantly. Sitting in a luxury car, a young woman whose driver had recently clashed with the protagonist expressed surprise at the authenticity of the encounter. The high-ranking stranger turned out to be Student Council Vice President Kim Hee-so, whose appearance changed the atmosphere of the conflict. Mentally assuming a friendly relationship between the girl who appeared and his niece, the protagonist watched Sia's confused greeting. Stepping out of the luxury car and noticing the half-sitting man, Hee-so inquired about what was happening, receiving a ridiculous explanation about a simple slip. The shamed stranger humiliatingly apologized, but his speech was interrupted by the horrified student, shocked by her friend's vehicle. The bewildered niece was unable to come up with a convincing explanation, awkwardly turning around and revisiting the old car from a new perspective. An impromptu explanation about her father selling the cars elicited sympathy and an offer of help from the vice president, pressing for an alternative option. Kim Hee-so firmly grabbed her friend's hands, insisting on a daily ride to school, much to the surprise of a confused Yoon Sia. The girls' long conversation, the insistence of one, and the awkward refusals of the other, accompanied by strange hand-holding gestures, completely puzzled the watching uncle. Taking a second look at the unusual interaction and deciding that the situation wasn't interesting enough, the protagonist returned to his musings. Trying to recall the past, Jihan wondered about the existence of such a close friend in Xia, suspecting an inconsistency with previous memories. After taking the elevator down to the parking lot, Mrs. Li Hain burst into furious shouts, expressing extreme displeasure at the missed meeting. The irritated girl demanded an explanation for Song Jihan's disappearance, emphasizing her 10-minute tardiness and his immediate departure. The parking lot worker who had previously posted the photo confirmed the missed meeting while Guyan recalled her warning, and Hain resented the fleeting nature of a serious fight. The head of the 3rd Division of the Divergent Guild suddenly visualized the interference of foreign agents, nervously beginning to bite her nails with worry. The almost unconscious habit was gently interrupted by an attentive limb gently removing Hayung's hand from her mouth, causing a slight gasp of surprise. Hayung calmly explained her actions, referring to the lady's own previous instructions regarding the uselessness of nail biting and the need to prevent the bad habit. Lai expressed genuine surprise, once again scrutinizing her devoted companion, mentally realizing how easy it was to fall in love with such a person. Lim tactfully inquired about further plans, but her mistress turned around abruptly, noting the obviousness of the available options. She immediately opened the main character's channel, which was currently hosting an exciting live broadcast. With a noticeable smirk, the woman announced her intention to pursue the young man, joining the live broadcast to observe the final winner. Song Jihan displayed unrivaled skill, delivering a multitude of precise and lightning-fast fist strikes against helpless opponents. The superior fighting technique allowed the hero to easily defeat armed players with his bare hands, causing the closest observers to be frozen with terror. The curious enemy was not a spectator for long, as Sun instantly recognized its presence and sent it flying away with a leg kick. Finishing another confrontation, the fearless protagonist paused for deep concentration, summoning the inner power of Dantian. The activated nameless divine art of the flickering sky stepping technique instantly enveloped the players in lightning, reminiscent of the former spectacular zombie attack. The improved mastery of the ability allowed one to calmly watch the opponents squirming in pain and falling dead, controlling the situation, satisfied with the effectiveness of concentrating on internal sensations to quickly master the technique. The fighter continued to assess the battle situation. Deciding to deal with the remaining opponents, the protagonist noticed a familiar guy with a crossbow and a mage standing nearby. The familiar opponents froze in genuine horror at the sight of the infamous fighter, not believing their eyes and instantly losing their fighting spirit. Famed for destroying a Golden League-level corpse golem, Jihan stood before them, using lightning-fast techniques and piercing gaze. The appearance of such a monster to ordinary Bronze League players was comparable to a destructive thunderclap in the midst of a cloudless, clear sky. The young man was like an unavoidable natural disaster that was impossible to prepare for in advance or resist its destructive power. A system notification of the end of the first-place game appeared as the young man teleported to the penthouse roof. An additional message about taking first place 5 times consecutively with a 200% increase in experience and equipment points elicited a subdued response. A double-level increase to 15th with the unlocking of a dungeon map suddenly piqued the hero's interest, causing him to raise a downcast gaze. The memory of dungeons being available just from level 15 made the young man excitedly remove his top shirt for more comfort. The dungeon was a unique type of map that required not only combat skills, but also the ability to avoid traps, traverse mazes, and solve complex puzzles. The experienced hero instantly realized the practical impossibility of going through such trials alone without reliable support. Even the official BattleNet guidelines strongly advised teaming up with other players for successful teamwork. Returning to the penthouse, the young man clearly realized that many players held a mortal grudge against him for previous humiliating defeats. Entering a dungeon with potential vigilantes posed a serious danger, making him consider temporarily joining a guild of some sort. Instantly rejecting the idea of joining an existing team, Jihan shook his head, envisioning the inevitable problems upon future exit. Acknowledging the difficulties ahead, the hero resolutely set himself up for temporary patience, realizing the proximity of the long-awaited promotion to the Silver League. Reaching the elevated league opened up the tantalizing possibility of creating his own independent guild, freeing him from the need to obey other people's rules. The protagonist was concentrating on preparing breakfast and pulling out scrambled eggs on a plate. He asked his surprised niece to set the table, receiving her consent. After finishing the preparations and placing 2 sumptuous breakfasts on the table, exuding a delightful aroma, the uncle contentedly invited his niece to begin the meal. Quickly sitting down at the table and eating quietly, the girl could not hide her surprise at her uncle's sudden culinary talents. The expression of amazement on her face increased when the protagonist modestly waved away, explaining that he was just using the food in the fridge, not considering it real cooking. Chuckling at this reaction, the young man promised to show her an outstanding dish next time, mentally recalling his American culinary experience. As they continued eating breakfast, Jihan suddenly changed the topic of conversation, wondering if Hiso's friend would give her niece a ride home from school today, as she had the day before. Hearing a negative answer from the girl who had suddenly stopped chewing the sausage, the anxious young man immediately inquired as to the reason. Continuing to chew, the niece explained about yesterday's incident where her friend had been overly curious, creating an extremely uncomfortable atmosphere. Recalling the harrowing trip, Sia mentally replayed the endless stream of intrusive questions about her broken heart, her father's act, and possible help. Her uncle scornfully characterized the annoying friend with a pithy phrase, receiving full and unconditional agreement from the understanding relative. The girl's mention of another reason for refusing the trip again alarmed the uncle, causing him to stare intently at his interlocutor. With a sincere smile and a slight laugh, Saya admitted that her mother's car was much more comfortable and even felt warmer. Hearing the touching confession, the young man felt a warmth spreading in his soul, smiled silently, and closed his eyes, confirming the sharing of these deep feelings. After breakfast, without further conversation, they drove to the majestic and pathos school in that familiar yellow car, reminiscent of the past. The arrival of the cheap car caused quite a stir among the crowd of people in formal suits, enthusiastically shouting the name of the protagonist. The young man tiredly inquired about the affiliation of those gathered, to which his niece lightly explained about yesterday's attraction of minor attention. Vigilant guards were vigorously preventing outsiders from entering the school's private grounds, requiring a mandatory visitor's pass. The protagonist mumbled about the need for a change of vehicle or an alternative solution when suddenly, Sia exclaimed in surprise. The girl anxiously informed her uncle of the women waiting for them, intently watching the arriving vehicle with marked interest. Representative Lee Hain, elegantly fixing her hair, noted Song Jihan's long-awaited arrival with undisguised satisfaction. Getting out of the car with obvious displeasure at the unexpected encounter, the young man inquired about the reason for the serious expressions on the faces of the girls waiting for him. Greeting his visitors politely, Sun heard an explanation about the early arrival and waiting, while his niece intuited the woman's obsession with her uncle. Hyan expressed regret that Jihan hadn't called back despite the business card handed over, while Saya whispered quietly about her non-interference in the conversation. Getting as close to the young man as possible, the divergent guild leader expressed her desire for Sayan to give her some time right now for an important conversation. After the young man agreed, they sat down at an outdoor cafe, from where the crowd of watching representatives from the other guilds was perfectly visible. The men were frustratedly discussing their opponent's advantage, complaining about their modest contracts and their inability to get close to a promising fighter. The protagonist felt uncomfortable with the constant stares, so he inquired about the comfort of his female companion. Accustomed to such attention, the girl noted her comfort, but expressed surprise at Jian's calm reaction to her persistent attempts at contact. Rejecting the apology, Hyung noted the unusual situation of a man forcing her to actively seek his attention, surprising her with an unaccustomed attitude. Frankly admitting that he was the first to make her run after him, the girl caused her interlocutor to look even more serious and surprised. Finishing her confession, Lee announced that she was preparing a corresponding proposal, signaling her bodyguard to hand over important documents. At the top of her voice, announcing the platinum-level contract, she decisively placed a folder of documents in front of the young man, catching his attention. The loud announcement caused a wave of rage among the guild representatives standing nearby, who did not believe such an offer to a Bronze League warrior. Mentally noting the sudden generosity of the offer, Jihan continued to scrutinize the document, assessing its potential benefits. Turning conspiratorially to the young man, the girl immediately caught his eye with a promising introduction to the secret confession. After informing him of the exclusivity of such a contract, available only because of her, Lee practically hovered over the table, moving closer to the recoiled Sun. Persisting in the same defiant pose, Hyung tried to convey that the contract displayed her true feelings for the potential recruit. The bodyguard, accustomed to such antics, nonchalantly watched her superior's performance with a nonchalant expression. The representatives of the rival guilds, realizing the futility of waiting after what they had seen, decided to leave the territory, admitting their defeat. The protagonist, also recognizing the carefully planned spectacle from start to finish, gazed intently into Hyung's eyes, analyzing the situation. The abrupt realization of Zero's familiar perfume came to Sung when Lee's body was too close, causing the girl to be surprised by the nonchalant expression on Jihan's face. The serious protagonist was now absolutely certain of his astute guesses as to Hyung's true identity, hiding Zero's alter ego. Pondering the preservation of the mysterious woman's former features, the young man watched her increasing rage, noticing the gradual collapse of her self-esteem. Settling back into her chair with her arms folded in front of her, the woman thoughtfully contemplated the necessity of obtaining a phone and a mutual agreement. The mistress finally broke the lingering silence, offering to review the contract, followed by sending the signed original to the contacts listed. The protagonist's offer to share the phone number instantly brought blossoming smiles to the faces of the mistress and her devoted bodyguard. The tense interest of the interlocutor was met with a proposal to make a kind of bet, instantly changing the atmosphere of the business meeting. The surprised exclamation of the mistress received only a calm confirmation from the young man, who continued to sit in the same relaxed posture. Knowing about the inevitable underground test for those who had reached the 15th level, the protagonist caused the interlocutors to be genuinely surprised. Shocked by the rapid conquest of such a level in less than a month, the girl mentally pondered the possible terms of the proposed bet. The mistress openly inquired about the terms of the deal when the interlocutor, getting up from the table, announced the immediate departure for the test. The protagonist voiced his terms. If he lost, he would contact the Divergent Guild and provide his personal phone number. Hyung's self-assured remark about the numerous detractors caused the bodyguard to mentally question the prudence of a solo raid. The outgoing young man received an interested response about the unexpectedness of the offer, and a counter-question about the opposite party's bid. Eager to finally confirm his hunches, the smiling hero turned around and began to voice his unusual demand in case of victory. The request for the head of the Divergent Guild to show the status window was to verify the presence of a special nurture gift of unique significance. A surprised blush colored the woman's face, genuinely perplexed at the need to reveal her personal characteristics to an outsider. The protagonist, halting and insistent, was well aware of the true cause of embarrassment, the presence of an embarrassing buff of experience. Watching the reaction of his interlocutor, the young man mentally confirmed his assumptions, although he still wished to be personally convinced by visual confirmation. Exhaling heavily after intense contemplation, Lee Hae-young reluctantly agreed to the terms, warning of possible later regrets. Already entering BattleNet, the protagonist reassured the female interlocutors, informing them that they could wait for his return here, beginning the teleportation process. The almost completely disappeared young man managed to assure those present of the short duration of his absence, gradually dissolving into space. The underground tomb was a majestic tomb of a legendary conqueror, attracting numerous players after level 15. A variety of monsters inhabited the place, but it lacked typical difficulties such as traps and confusing mazes. Despite the apparent simplicity of the structure, the dungeon had an unexpected feature that determined its high level of difficulty. The main unusual condition for a successful sweep was the requirement of survival of all members of the group without exception until the very end. The protagonist, who had just entered the game, realized the critical importance of successfully selecting a reliable team for a successful passage. Looking at the players summoned with him and evaluating potential allies, the young man noted their quite decent characteristics for the upcoming challenge. The three players, with their mouths hanging open in surprise, enthusiastically recognized Song Ji-han, unable to believe their luck at meeting the legendary fighter. The joyful boys vigorously shook hands with the famous son, expressing their sincere honor to meet him as the young man evaluated their high-quality equipment. The distinctive marks of the Black Falcon Guild were displayed on the clothes of all three allies, indicating that they belonged to the same organization. The two excited players, happy to have Song Ji-han on their team, suggested that they immediately set off to complete the mission. One of the guild members tried to take the lead of the guide, but was surprised by the protagonist's decisive suggestion to go ahead of everyone else. Song Ji-han turned around to his puzzled comrades and calmly assured them of his outstanding abilities, removing any possible doubts. The three players, simultaneously expressing their full trust in the leader, immediately ran after the protagonist, who had managed to move a decent distance away. The young man was relieved that there were no potential traitors in the group, slightly kneading his wrist before the upcoming battle. Determined to finish the task quickly with a successful win, Sun announced the start of the operation with icy seriousness, preparing for action. The group, as they approached the first dangerous turn, noticed mysterious figures slowly emerging from the ground right in front of the astonished players. Two experienced warriors, already familiar with the peculiarities of this location, loudly warned the team of the approaching danger from the corridor. The grim guards of the tomb filled the space with their massive figures, menacingly pointing their deadly weapons at the uninvited guests. A mage from the group inquired about the strategy of attack, offering his assistance in clearing the way with devastating magical spells. Jihan, rejecting the help of his comrades, resolutely moved forward directly towards the hostile crowd, instructing the others to stay behind. The defending warriors were on full alert, awaiting the invasion of their territory, menacingly raising their sharp swords for a deadly strike. The protagonist dodged the first weapon with incredible ease, simply taking a small step back, letting the blade slip uselessly by his side. Switching from defense to offense, the guy hit the stone statue with all his might, causing it to instantly collapse into numerous shards, moving lightning fast between opponents. The protagonist methodically continued his devastating attack, leaving no chance for the guards to survive. After reaching the end of the small corridor and destroying the last enemy, Sun grabbed its lifeless stone head, studying the trophy thoughtfully. Looking back at the guild players, who were frozen in amazement, unable to move from the sight, the young man expressed his bewilderment at their delay. Scattering the defeated foe's head into small stones and sand, Jihan urged his stunned allies to catch up with him to continue the mission. Each team in the Conqueror's Tomb was allocated one of 10 available paths, all of which led to the 7th level of the dungeon for the final challenge. A system notification that the 3rd level of the Conqueror's Tomb had been reached appeared in front of the players, motionless as they watched the falling bodies of defeated enemies. Stunned by their leader's incredible power, the guild members admiringly remarked on his unrealistic abilities, comparing him to a fantastic character from Legends. Watching Jihan crush the sturdy guards like sand figures, the comrades finally decided to approach their leader. As they finished off the last enemy and thoughtfully assessed their combat capabilities, the young man mentally noted the absolute weakness of the enemies they had encountered. Sun resented the notification of a donation from Barushi-chan, accompanied by a request to check his mail, which provoked a wave of negative comments. Distracted for a few seconds, the focused protagonist returned to the battle, delivering a series of powerful leg kicks at the approaching enemies. Advancing forward after destroying 2 of the conquerors, the young man noticed the anxious comments of viewers worrying about the possible loss of their favorite streamer. After calming his audience with a promise to stay in Korea, Song Jihan immediately ordered the annoying donator banned and opened a status window. Laconically noting the completion of level 3's sweep, the young man continued to move forward, hearing the admiring comments of the trailing team members. The last player of the group stopped near the defeated conqueror, studying his status window and marveling at the power of the protagonist's fistfight. The accompanying mage sadly thanked Song Jihan for his exorbitant labor and apologized for the uneven distribution of duties within the team. The protagonist quietly noted the lack of intra-team confrontation, eliciting an enthusiastic wish for continued fruitful cooperation. Silently ignoring the compliment, the young man cautiously approached the corner, carefully peeked around the corner, and froze at the unexpected discovery. Finding a level 4 dungeon right in front of him, the bewildered Sun expressed surprise at the unusual layout of the labyrinth. The players standing behind shared the leader's amazement, recognizing the famous section, while Jihan sarcastically noted the comical nature of the situation. The ubiquitous holes in the walls and floor clearly indicated deadly traps lurking in the cunning underground maze. One concerned player marveled at the multitude of unexpected traps, disproving rumors of their rarity, which made the protagonist grow serious. Turning to his excited comrades, the guy suggested speeding up the passage of the dangerous section, receiving immediate unanimous consent. The protagonist announced his intention to once again lead the advance, ready to be the first to meet potential threats. Taking a few decisive steps forward, the young man asked for cover, to which the team instantly responded by pulling out shining weapons. One of the lurking players eagerly watched the unsuspecting leader advance, anticipating the promised million for eliminating him. The members of the Black Falcon Guild had received identical secret assignments from the banned Takeda in the chat room, requiring them to stealthily eliminate the protagonist. The man watching the broadcast was sipping his flavored coffee with a smile, mentally justifying the need to use drastic measures against an invincible opponent. Experiencing an almost sadistic pleasure, the smug Takeda wondered aloud about Sanjihan's future actions against the carefully prepared ambush. Watching the reactions of the elaborately disguised traitors, the cunning organizer was confident of their impeccable self-control and stealth. Kazuo watched gleefully as the young man crouched slightly before the decisive run, noting the special attention of the mage, watching his every move. The protagonist and the pursuing player ran swiftly forward, leaving the other 2 team members standing motionless in bewilderment. The smugly laughing old man was convinced of the hero's inevitable defeat. Unable to overcome the traps in one piece, or survive the treacherous attack. The triumphant Kazuo spread his arms in a victory gesture, bursting into loud laughter in anticipation of the imminent collapse of the hated Jihan. The only salvation for the hero could only be the warning of an impending ambush, almost impossible under the circumstances. The young man and another player were rushing forward when suddenly a multitude of deadly arrows from camouflage traps flew straight at them. The frightened mage, trailing a few steps behind, desperately urged Jihan to step aside, promising to destroy the approaching arrows with his ability. The confident son continued to run the same course, simultaneously summoning magic that made his eyes begin to glow with an ominous red light. Activating the awesome space control power known as Absolute Territory, the protagonist created a huge red dome above him. The deadly arrows that entered the protective sphere instantly stopped and began to float in the air, completely submitting to Jihan's absolute control. Stunned by the incredible sight, the shocked player watched the projectiles frozen in midair in front of him with wide-open eyes. The astonished young man loudly drew the attention of his fellow guildmates, standing nearby to the incredible phenomenon created by Jihan. But his face changed dramatically. The strange behavior of the guildmates and the sinister smile of one of them holding an arrow in his hand near his neck caused the mage to be momentarily distrustful. Instantly aware of the suspicious behavior, the alarmed player next to the protagonist began shouting a warning of treachery. The sudden realization of their suicidal plan caused Sun to turn around abruptly with blazing red pupils full of realization, desperately appealing to the prudence of his comrades. The confused mage tried to summon magical power to prevent the impending tragedy. Ignoring all appeals, the first determined player drew his massive sword and prepared to deal himself a fatal blow by slitting his own neck. The second conspirator, holding a sharp arrow near his throat, suddenly froze in bewilderment upon hearing of the first's intention to do the same. Reciting the nameless divine arts spell, Lightning Act of the Shimmering Sky, Jihan activated a pulsing, powerful energy around him. The arrow player, struck by the invisible power of the spell, flew back against the wall with a pained cry, instantly abandoning his suicidal intentions. The protagonist, flying between the would-be suicides with incredible speed, struck precise blows, preventing their frantic actions. With his back to his defeated opponents, the unperturbed Jihan watched as one player lay on the floor and another complained of an injured arm. Not satisfied with the result he had achieved, the determined hero turned around abruptly with his arm out in front of him, preparing for the next blow. Clenching his fist filled with magic spreading everywhere, Jihan forced the standing player to his knees, completely stripping him of his free will. The third member of the guild who had returned worriedly inquired about the state of affairs and the continuation of the game, having heard from the young man about the barely averted tragedy. Shocked at the realization of the nearness of death, the defeated players began loudly accusing each other of receiving an identical suicide mission. Opening the information window, the protagonist explained to the surprised interlocutor the logical reason for the lack of argument between the conspirators. Sung Jihan calmly revealed the details of the sinister plan whereby the successful suicide of any participant would instantly end the game. The apologizing co-conspirator expressed regret for the incident, bowing his head while the back-facing protagonist noted his timeliness. Nonchalantly dismissing the apology, the astute Jihan sensed the formation of carefully concealed magical energy behind his back. Reacting lightning fast to the betrayal, Sun intercepted the third conspirator's arm with magic, directing the flow of energy in a safe direction. The protagonist realized the true nature of the ally, continuing to control the traitorous hand and diverting the deadly stream of magic into the void. The unmasked mage, who had pretended to be a loyal player until the last moment, shouted angrily, not realizing how the young man had uncovered his scheme. Convinced of his impeccable disguise, the deceiver looked perplexed at the imperturbable guy, keeping all the secrets of his omniscience. The truth turned out to be much simpler than expected. Jihan's loyal fan and assistant, Golden Light, had warned him of the danger in advance. The devoted fan, who closely follows Sun's streamings, provided important information to his idol, saving him from imminent doom. Golden Light launched into a detailed explanation based on careful analysis of the team's streamers, eliciting perplexed comments about possible stalkerism. The attentive observer highlighted one critical point that caught his serious attention amidst the flood of game information. The family of Sword King 898 had announced a quest with an incredible reward of 1 million won, causing enthusiastic reactions from players anticipating the easy loot. The informant immediately decided to report this suspicious offer to Jihan, writing a short warning message. For the sake of fairness, Having sacrificed 10,000 won for the delivery of important information, he humbly asked to be considered for the editing position. The strange comment silenced the guy who had been diligently touting his accomplishments and acumen in uncovering the conspiracy. The protagonist continued to ponder the possible animosity, magically throwing the third defeated player from the enemy guild to the ground. Carefully analyzing the situation and continuing to hold the players back, Jihan came to the logical conclusion of a large reward for such a simple task. Pondering aloud the disparity in the price of human lives, the young man slowly sat down, reaching out his hand to an object lying on the floor. Picking it up and scrutinizing the traitor's sword, the protagonist made a sharp slashing motion, cutting through the air with impressive accuracy. Analytically assessing the situation, Jihan speculated the possible intervention of a powerful guild or the special influence of the Sword King himself. Reflecting on the abnormal willingness to pay 1,000,000 just to view his status window, Sun had no idea how Takeda, who had almost been exposed, felt. Realizing his invisible adversary's willingness to do any kind of mischief for the sake of classified information, Jihan decided to change the original contract. Tactically changing some of the terms, the young man saw the mixed but not aggressive reaction of the commentators and smiled contentedly at his successful strategy. Mentally worrying about the possibility of gaining 200,000 subscribers too quickly, he carefully pulled out a sturdy rope for future use. Rationalizing the unexpected benefit of money and attention, the protagonist decided to make the most of the situation. Skillfully using the restraining rope for its intended purpose, he securely tied the 3 captured players together for further transportation. Barely having time to suggest that the captives follow him, the protagonist abruptly yanked the rope, causing the helpless players to experience sudden flight. The young man mercilessly dragged them along with such incredible force that they bounced haphazardly, hitting oncoming obstacles. Upon entering the new room, the protagonist immediately noticed a majestic conqueror, outwardly similar to the previously defeated enemy. Stopping to scrutinize the situation, Jihan ignored the surprised exclamation of one of the bound players about the unexpectedly swift arrival. Mysterious voices urging not to disturb the eternal rest of the emperor were accompanied by the ominous yellow glow of the stone statue's eyes. Looking around the room filled with many identical conquerors placed on the walls, ceiling, and floor, Song realized that he found himself in the 6th-level dungeon. Undaunted, the protagonist continued on his way, dragging the bound captives behind him, expressing obvious displeasure at their humiliating situation. Noticing the strange silence of the captives, concerned viewers in the comments anxiously inquired about their condition as the young man moved forward unperturbed. One of the prisoners mentally swore, doubting that such a powerful opponent belonged in the Bronze League, being immobilized by magic. 10 minutes ago, even before the guy had used the rope, the cocky players had allowed themselves to insult him with obscene language. Even after realizing the impossibility of moving under the influence of magic, the most desperate captive continued to shout demands for release. Threatening to turn the entire Black Falcon Guild into enemies, the screamer suddenly received several precise blows to his protective suit from a sharply raised arm of the hero. Shrieking from the unexpected attack, the captive heard the young man's contemptuous words about the pointlessness of hoping for the guild's help from such obvious mediocrities. Barely finishing the phrase, the protagonist made the screaming man bend sharply in half, completely exhausting his body with a masterful point attack. Continuing to wonder about the nature of this technique, the immobilized player watched as the leader applied an identical technique to his comrade. The realization of the use of pain points occurred to the warrior when he noticed Jihan's thoughtful gaze, assessing his finger and acknowledging the retention of his previous skill. The sudden realization of such a technique, belonging to an advanced warrior class, struck the captive as the 3rd member of his guild shared the fate of the others. The irritated warrior mentally resented the prospect of being dragged along the ground, staring hopelessly into the face of the imperturbable victor. Remembering the information about the hero's weakness, the traitor suggested the possibility of using his niece for psychological pressure. Deciding to apply his insulting skills honed in numerous computer games, the captive barely had time to start a sentence about the niece when his mouth was magically sealed shut. Watching the helpless mooing, the protagonist with a nonchalant smile offered him to close his mouth, clearly demonstrating the result of his magical influence. Losing all hope, the warrior lying at the bottom of the bundle mentally gave up, feeling the unbearable pain from the constant rubbing against the hard ground. The sudden word cure from the mouth of the protagonist caused a wave of silent joy among the traders. Looking at the information window, Song Jihan stated the current situation on the 6th floor of the huge dungeon. Pondering the transition to the last level through the successful defense of the facility, the young man continued forward, steadily dragging his living cargo. Wandering down a tangled corridor, the protagonist emerged through a low archway and stopped abruptly, amazed at the view that opened up. Staring intently into the semi-darkness before him, Jihan noted with annoyance the limited visibility due to the surrounding darkness. Despite the poor illumination, he could make out numerous clay warriors sticking out menacingly from everywhere in the ominous silence. As he continued to stand in deep thought, the hero suddenly sensed a strange movement behind him and cautiously turned around to see the familiar invaders. Noticeably more ferocious than before, the clay warriors immediately rushed to attack the small group of living creatures in front of them. The bound players, who were much closer to the danger than the protagonist himself, froze in horror, realizing their complete defenselessness against the attack. A lightning strike with the clay sword was almost inevitable, but the young man managed to cut off part of the attacker's weapon with a precise blow. The severed part of the sword flew right in front of the immobilized mage's face, causing him to scream in desperate terror at the proximity of imminent death. Realizing that the captives were only hindering an effective defense, Sun jerked the rope binding them, throwing the group back and removing the barrier between himself and the attackers. The young man cut through the weapons of his numerous opponents with remarkable ease, with absolutely no apparent effort at all. Quickly repelling attacks and immediately going on the offensive, the protagonist did not leave the conquerors time to even realize what was happening. After only a minute of fierce battle, the attackers were lying lifelessly on the ground as pieces of stones, while Sun triumphantly towered over them. The situation suddenly became more complicated when the eyes of the defeated conquerors glowed ominously, causing a strange earthquake that was palpable even to the unperturbed young man. A system alert of a shaking tomb caused the hero to turn around, alarmed, and look up, trying to determine the source of the phenomenon. The bound warriors cried out desperately in growing fear, fearing not so much the formidable Sun, but the unknown effects of the awakening ancient power. Words of the Emperor's eternity and the inadmissibility of disturbing his rest caused the young man to call up the notification window, suspecting the activation of his enemy's berserk mode. Surprised by the appearance of a rare task, the protagonist mentally noted that the last time such a thing happened was during the passage of the map with a type of defense. With a sharp command shield, and without turning around, the young man put his hand behind his back, creating a small dome of magical energy over the bound players. A moment later, a sharp sword struck the defense with a loud clang right above the player, screaming in terror, causing no harm. The outraged warrior loudly protested against being placed under the shield with the ensuing attack, while the protagonist simply stood silently. Jihan acted with a purpose, noting the lack of damage on the shield and the increased durability when the force field was applied. Satisfied with the ability to not constantly waste resources on defense, he activated his power, and his eyes began to redden menacingly from the increasing energy. With a loud proclamation of absolute territory, the hero created a huge red dome, instantly taking over a significant space along with the invaders there. Despite repeatedly using this ability, Song Jihan was constantly surprised by its incredible effectiveness in any combat situation. The magical territory had the amazing property of significantly slowing down the movements of anyone who had the misfortune to be within its boundaries. With a clenched fist in front of him, the young man watched as all the warriors were instantly entangled in red energy bands. Demonstrating the absolute superiority of his power, the hero clenched his fist, causing the clay attackers to partially scatter, losing limbs and collapsing. Unwaveringly confident in his dominance, the lad realized that in this mystical territory, he held true power over all things. Mentally rebuking Baron for using this divine ability merely to boost mana, the protagonist realized its true power. With both hands firmly grasping his sword and adopting a fighting stance, Jihan declared the end of the protracted confrontation with his pesky foes. Standing motionless as he waited for the surrounding opponents to approach, the young man suddenly activated his power, glowing with a dazzling blue radiance. An incredible shockwave instantly spread around the hero, mercilessly throwing all the enemies a considerable distance away. Song Jihan stood in the midst of the destruction like a victor, ignoring the falling clay stones, satisfied with the realization of completing the task. The knowledge of passing the conqueror's tomb, requiring the survival of the entire group, turned the anticipation of the Emperor's appearance into a slight pause. The majestic man, materializing philosophically, noted the paradoxical situation of the gold seekers becoming part of the treasury themselves. Realizing the necessity of precisely fulfilling the conditions of passing the final floor, the protagonist watched the Emperor descending in a dazzling glow, Realizing the required protocol, Sun stood next to the bound players, well aware of the need for a respectful bow from all present. Reflecting on the strategy of traversing the seventh and final floor of the dungeon, the young man maintained a nonchalant outward calm before the final test. The appearance of four glowing circles near the Emperor clearly indicated the need for all players to be seated and bow ceremoniously. The protagonist abruptly yanked the ropes restraining the captives, causing them to fall before him with desperate, painful cries. Decisively putting his hand forward, the guy prepared to implement the next critical phase of his carefully thought-out plan. Quickly cutting the ropes and raising his arm in a special gesture, Sun made all the traitors instantly rise to their feet, eliciting mixed feelings of surprise and wariness from them. Ignoring the skeptical comments about the impossibility of forcing the captives to bow, the confident young man calmly stepped forward, while the bodies followed him listlessly. As he continued to stride forward smugly, the protagonist occasionally noticed comments about the captive's strange behavior, causing him to smile. Song Jian's current strength score had reached an impressive 18 points, greatly increasing the area and effectiveness of his absolute territory of control. The majestic emperor suddenly thundered a welcome address to those arriving at his sacred tomb. Authoritatively ordering the ceremony to begin, the ruler watched as all four players took their proper places in the special illuminated ritual circles. Mentally assessing the considerable distance between the participants, the protagonist watched the reluctant guild warriors obey. Realizing the strategic advantage of his central position, Sun was aware of his complete control over the captives thanks to the spreading magic. Satisfied with the perfect completion of the sweep, the protagonist bowed, following the rest of the participants, who were already seated in a deep bow. The emperor, seated majestically on his horse, satisfied with the completion of the ritual, allowed the plunderers to return to the starting point of their journey. The long-awaited system notification of passing the seventh floor of the dungeon appeared before Jihan's eyes as an object materialized behind them. The mysterious object turned out to be the Gate of Return, fully formed and ready to be used to safely exit the dungeon. The two exhausted players sitting on the ground pondered over the strange absence of the promised $1,000,000 reward despite taking first place. Puzzled as they watched the leader standing motionless in front of the notification window, they couldn't understand the reason for his strange delay in leaving. Song Jihan, chuckling at the situation, lightly smacked himself on the head as he pondered the ridiculousness of the proposed additional task. Realizing the need to show true respect to the Conqueror statue to obtain 5,000 achievement points, the young man resolutely turned around to face the emperor. The majestically seated lord attracted attention not so much by his person as by the huge arrow in his hand, which looked more like a spear. Without taking his greedy gaze off the incredible weapon, the protagonist pondered the possibility of receiving such a valuable reward for his collection. Mentally analyzing the concept of true respect, he turned around slightly, assessing the Black Falcon Guild players under magical control. The irritated mage mentally resented the incomprehensible slowness of the ringleader, fearing the appearance of players from the second rival group. Suddenly, a magical force, like an invisible rope, swiftly grabbed the disgruntled mage and dragged him away, eliciting a desperate cry of terror. The warrior's flying body ended up right beside the protagonist, who with a careless movement of his hand intercepted the unfortunate man by his clothes, holding him down by his weight. Continuing to hold the player tightly, Sun solemnly presented him to the emperor, as his true show of respect for the king of the plunderers. The rider the protagonist addressed continued to sit majestically on his warhorse, giving the lad a strange look after his unexpected statement. Even more stunned looked the held mage from the Black Falcon Guild, who had become an unwilling participant in the risky plan. The mage's attempt to object was futile. Immediately after his words, the protagonist threw him with all his might straight to the imperial throne. The throwing blow was perfectly accurate and powerful. The body of the unfortunate man crashed into the horse's muzzle, causing an instant system notification of the player's death. Upon reading the shocking message, the previously confident and shouting warrior turned dramatically pale, feeling weak in his legs from the realization of what was happening. No one present understood the meaning of these actions, while the protagonist, bowing slightly, continued to stand nonchalantly in front of the emperor. The rider suddenly interrupted the prolonged silence, addressing the impudent player in an extremely serious voice, clarifying the correctness of the address, "King of Plunderers." Straightening to his full height, Song Jihan confidently made a show of true respect, calling the invader the personification of the greatest plunderer. Disdainfully rejecting the appeal of the surrounding gold, The young man declared his intention to take the only valuable item in this dungeon. The protagonist finished his defiant speech by pointing his finger directly at the legendary arrow in the hands of the astonished emperor. Justifying his choice, the young man reasoned about including the arrow in the potential reward and showing respect by recognizing its true value. Realizing the true terms of the task, the hero continued to watch the silent reaction of the conqueror closely, trying to anticipate his decision. Suddenly, the emperor flashed a predatory smile, revealing a row of sharp teeth, after which he burst into a sinister and deafening laughter. The dignitary expressed absolute approval of the player's actions, admiringly emphasizing the splendor and superiority of his unconventional solution. After solemnly announcing the upcoming reward, the emperor watched as the young man magically drew the sword lying nearby. Confirming the handing over of his treasure as a sign of true respect, the emperor watched as Song Jihan skillfully wielded the weapon. The protagonist expressed his sincere gratitude as he ran his hand along the sharp blade of the sword, preparing to hand it over. Majestically raising his legendary bow, the emperor offered a challenge to the young man, beginning to aim his famous arrow. The task became very clear: catch the mystical phoenix arrow to prove his worthiness of the gift he had received and his true respect for the emperor. The majestic horse suddenly jumped up on its hind legs, causing an incredible wave of heat to sweep across the space as the protagonist stood fearlessly with his sword in the same place. Heavy sweat rolled down the fear-distorted face of the captive player, suffocating from the unbearable heat and sensing imminent doom. As he continued to sit there screaming desperately, the player suddenly felt something so horrifying upon him that instantly silenced him with inexplicable fear. Mystical flames engulfed both seated captives, eliciting astonished comments about the incredible temperature rise in the confined space. Panic-stricken players screamed about the unbearable burning, while Song Jihan himself remained motionless, despite the sweat and flames covering him. A grim realization of mortal danger came to the young man when he turned around and saw the half-emptied life force of the warrior sitting on the ground. The protagonist realized that the problem was not the death of the captives themselves, but the inevitable disappearance of their valuable weapons, along with their perishing owners. Determined to prevent the loss of important artifacts, the young man was aware of the criticality of the situation, holding in his hands the weapon on the verge of being lost. The unbearable heat reached such an intensity that even the gold intended to reward the victors began to gradually melt. Exhausted by the temperature, the player who had previously controlled the arrows finally surrendered to the fiery element, becoming the second casualty of the team. Mentally noting the ferocity of the heat felt in every cell of his body, Jihan continued to watch the motionless emperor holding the drawn arrow. Soberly assessing his chances, the young man realized the utter impossibility of confronting the projectile under the current circumstances and closed his eyes meditatively. A sudden insight visited the hero. The only way out was to aim directly at the sacred bow itself. The critical need to act before the shot was fired became more and more apparent as the young man discerned the distant gleam of the legendary weapon. An ancient legend of a lost lad wandering who was shown the way by a mysterious sage from a long-forgotten past suddenly came to mind. The elder solemnly proclaimed his intention to point the right path, holding out his index finger in front of him in a decisive direction. The sage cryptically added that only in the indicated direction should the wanderer continue his movement, causing the wanderer to look at him anxiously. The protagonist recalled the ancient technique of battle devotion of the three talents, an incredibly refined strike at ultra speed. Mobilizing all his strength and giving in to his memories, the young man rapidly picked up speed, rushing forward with unprecedented determination. Despite the emperor's readiness with bow drawn and arrowhead dazzlingly glittering, the hero continued his fearless run. Realizing the huge speed advantage of the rider, but without losing faith in his abilities, the hero resolutely hurled his sword from an impressive distance. Simultaneously with this bold throw, the mystical phoenix arrow snapped off the bowstring, beginning its deadly flight. The mighty arrow, after flying a short distance, slammed into the ground with such force that it created a small crater where it fell. Simultaneously, the hero's weapon reached its target, cutting the emperor's legendary bow and causing him genuine amazement. The admiring rider asked the name of the daring player, and the young man, realizing the success of his plan, confidently introduced himself as Song Jihan. The emperor repeated the brave warrior's name thoughtfully, casting another glance at the powerful arrow deeply embedded in the cracked earth nearby. After beginning to speak of the enemy's notability and nobility, His Highness retrieved the sacred projectile from the shattered earth. Without warning, the Highness hurled the blazing fiery arrow directly towards the slightly bowed head of the protagonist. Continuing to speak of the respect shown, the majestic emperor watched as the arrow flew past the head of the young man, who caught it with an incredibly deft movement. Solemnly announcing the handing over of the legendary phoenix arrow, the rider carefully watched the boy studying the spear-like artifact in his hands. Addressing the plunderer by name, the emperor suddenly fell silent, gazing intently and extremely seriously into the face of the amazing young man. The protagonist, upon hearing his name, also raised a resolute gaze, silently responding to the intense attention of the powerful conqueror. Expressing hope for a future meeting in a more accessible battle, the emperor began to gradually dissolve into space, as if vaporizing. Sticking his sword into the ground, the young man watched his interlocutor disappear, mentally noting the numerous battlefields in BattleNet for their inevitable meeting. Taking the new weapon and waving it experimentally in front of him, the protagonist methodically tested its balance and remarkable lightness. Satisfied with the initial test, Sun scrutinized the trophy, pondering the need to cut off the feathers on the end for use as a spear. The moment of triumph was interrupted by the appearance of comments from onlookers, marveling at the unrecognized ability beyond normal human perception. Several additional spectators expressed genuine amazement, noting the invisibility of the sword's trajectory even in slow motion. Mentally savoring the recognition, the hero noted the incomparable speed of the immortal sage's path, beyond ordinary perceptions of swiftness. The specialized martial technique purposefully struck specific points with a thin sword of pure energy chi, providing unparalleled efficiency. The young man noted the rapid improvement in his control over the nameless divine arts, scrutinizing his outwardly ordinary fingers. Thinking back to his first use of the unstable technique with the great sword piercing the horse, Song realized how much power it had expended. Practice made the technique more refined and stable, greatly increasing efficiency and reducing energy expenditure with each use. His growing skill allowed him to demonstrate the basic forms of ancient martial arts with unprecedented ease and precision of execution. The sudden system alert of being officially recognized as a conqueror and released from the conditions of the seventh floor caused the young warrior to be genuinely surprised. Turning around, the protagonist looked thoughtfully at the only surviving player sitting on the ground, mentally formulating his next move. The suddenly awake warrior looked absolutely shocked upon receiving the notification of the archer's death, which he exclaimed loudly and anxiously. Approaching the traitor and waving the arrow threateningly over his head, the protagonist realized the opportunity to start a new chapter with a clean slate. Explaining his lack of generosity for allowing the backstabbing traitor to take the lead, the young man watched the change in his opponent's face. Fulfilling his promise without the slightest hesitation, the protagonist instantly pierced the sobbing warrior with a spear arrow, ending his life's journey. A satisfied smile appeared on the winner's face as the notification confirmed the death of the last member of the team, leaving only Sun Jihan. The businessmen in suits who were about to disperse earlier suddenly returned, excitedly exclaiming about the appearance of the famous fighter. Delighted exclamations of surprise erupted as Sun began to materialize in the schoolyard, holding an incredible award that looked more like a harpoon than an ordinary arrow. Those present, especially the waiting girls, could not hide their amazement at the sight of such an impressive item from the bronze dungeon. Turning to the astonished interlocutors, the protagonist inquired about watching the stream, proudly announcing his next championship. Gayan mentally confessed her inability to get used to such successes, while her boss, closing the broadcast, discreetly acknowledged the winner's amazing abilities. Hearing the confirmation of the viewing, the young man immediately recalled the agreement made, leaving Hayoung in a state of genuine shock. Noticing the distorted expression on the girl's face, he inquired about a possible retraction of the given word, eliciting her unsure objections. The mistress asked, lowering her spear as she spoke, sensing the incredible power emanating from it, causing the bodyguard to instinctively reach for her own weapon. Hayoung stood there, covering her face with her hand from the unbearable shame caused by this awkward situation. Trying to maintain her dignity, she recalled her promise to fulfill any wish of the victor, while the young man scrutinized her status window. A small smirk appeared on the protagonist's face, mentally confirming his assumptions about her possession of the item she was seeking. Realizing the exposure of her secret, the girl blushed with shame, begging not to spread this information further. The bodyguard, who was standing in the distance and had not heard the conversation, watched her mistress's apparent rage. Lim Gayun, realizing what was happening, pondered not her mistress's hatred for the subject, but rather her sadness over spending money on a useless item. Thinking back to their conversation in the car, the bodyguard remembered Hayoung's envy for the newcomers of the Turtle Guild. and regret over her own acquisition of education. The divergent guild mistress often expressed her irritation at attending the accursed academy by squirming with strange grimaces. Continuing to stand in the distance, Guyun pondered the unpredictability of life, remembering Lee's constant negative comments about the academy and her ill-fated gift of education. Surprised by the sudden silence, the head of the third department pondered the reasons, watching the window closely scrutinize the young man's condition. The unexpected smile on Song Jihan's face instantly made Hyung furious, mentally accusing him of mocking himself. The girl irritably noted the rudeness of laughing directly in the man's face, to which the young man calmly objected, explaining his joy instead of mockery. The unexpected answer caused sincere surprise to the girl, in no way expecting such an explanation of the interlocutor's emotions. The protagonist's request for a phone number shocked the representatives of the divergent guild, especially the frozen bodyguard. Puzzled at losing the bet, Hyung puzzled over the motivation, while Song Jihan held out the phone with a smile, explaining the simple need for contact. Madam seriously recommended referring to the contact card previously handed over, completely losing the previous softness in her voice. The young man's casual admission of losing the business card instantly shattered the girl's self-confidence, mentally resenting his blatant disinterest. Hyung continued to mentally resent him, looking at the outstretched phone and pondering the incredible audacity of the request after the disrespectful loss of the card. The girl wondered about the young man's possible interest in her ability to educate, still accepting the phone to enter the number. She felt an inner resistance, realizing that her pride and ego would not stand the humiliation of offering her number after all that had happened. Mentally ordering herself to put her doubts aside, Lee wrote down her number in a second, adding a heart-shaped sign, and handed the phone to the surprised guy. Struggling to maintain the remnants of her dignity, the girl turned sharply to her bodyguard, urging her to follow immediately. Celebrating her imaginary victory, she proudly walked away, imagining the look on Sung Jihan's face as he unexpectedly received her contact information. The protagonist continued to perplexedly look at his phone with the new contact, clearly puzzled by the situation and the girl's motives. Noticing the slight smirk on his face, the mistress turned around with a new wave of surprise, hearing only a careless promise to call back someday. Rapidly moving away and feeling the stare burning into his back, the young man was well aware of Haeon's rage at his unpredictable reaction. The popularity of the stream had reached unbelievable proportions, attracting many viewers even at school. The admiring students were envious of Sia, who had such a cool uncle, showing amazing abilities with each new performance. Proclamations about the possibility of successfully passing the legendary tomb resounded everywhere, causing even the vice president of the student council to watch in amazement. The sudden address to the silent Hiso caused her to look up anxiously, waiting for the unexpected question to continue. A classmate's remark about the significant change in her uncle's appearance since their last meeting made the vice president relax. Everyone was crazy about Sun Jihan, so much so that even his niece's classmate begged Sia to introduce her to the famous relative. Deeply touched by the changes in her uncle's life, her niece couldn't hold back tears of genuine joy, mentally thanking him for his conscious steps towards self-improvement. The mention of the approaching date caused a noticeable unease on Yoon's face, instantly erasing her happy smile of reminiscence. Hiso abruptly changed the topic of conversation, reminding her of her upcoming 18th birthday, officially making Sia a full-fledged player in the virtual world. All students at the academy looked forward to their adulthood, allowing them to see the status window and begin training to develop abilities. The mysterious gift room, being the main reason for the existence of the prestigious academy, invariably aroused the burning interest of every student. A classmate who admired Sun had no doubts about Sia receiving at least an S-rank gift, thanks to her influential father's supreme SSS rank. The impressive SS rank of the girl's mother in the prestigious Saint class only added to her confidence in the hereditary transmission of outstanding abilities. The rumors spreading about the minimum S rank of Uncle Sia's gift added to her optimism about her own prospects in the gaming world. Embarrassed by such attention, the girl vigorously denied any connection between family ties and gift rank, citing long-proven scientific facts. Backing up her position with statistical data, the classmate made Sia sigh heavily with hope for a favorable outcome to her own fate. The anxiety of her approaching birthday grew stronger by the day, causing noticeable tension until her friend's warm hand covered the girl's folded arms on the table. The encouragement from the student council vice president, promising a special gift, brought a grateful smile to the embarrassed niece of the protagonist. Insisting on the importance of her gift, the smiling classmate called up a notification window, demonstrating the seriousness of her intentions. A close look at the distracted Yun Xia allowed Hiso to show the carefully concealed anger and negative emotions behind the insistence on accepting the mysterious gift. In the heart of Tokyo, the warrior masterfully wielded two swords simultaneously, easily crushing opponents with his unrivaled skill. The astonished observers animatedly discussed the Sword King's rapid increase in strength, which was especially evident after the mysterious staged round. The unanimous acclaim for the greatly increased strength of Japan's new star, which exceeded all expectations, resounded throughout. The experienced experimenter noted the all-around improvement in the legendary warrior's abilities, eliciting an approving smile from the man standing next to him. Anticipating Ito Ryuhei's first official performance, those present did not hide their impatience to see the true potential of the unrivaled master. At the late hour, outraged emotional cries came from the brightly lit headquarters of the Divergent Guild, breaking the silence of the night. Barely crossing the threshold of the apartment, an angry Lee Hyung flatly refused her father's imposed marriage, sharply asserting her right to make her own choice. Finally losing patience with the persistent persuasion, the girl took the phone away from her ear and irritably interrupted the unpleasant conversation. Gayun, who had anxiously followed her boss, delicately inquired about her condition, noting the obvious signs of severe distress. The sharp negative answer made the bodyguard freeze in surprise, not expecting such an emotional reaction from the usually reserved mistress. Turning around slightly, Lee redirected her irritation to the nonchalant assistant, who calmly confirmed the obviousness of her superior's distressed state. Resentful of having to attend a date with an unpleasant elderly candidate from the self-defense forces, Hyung bitterly condemned her father's plans. Sympathetically agreeing with her mistress, Hyun tactfully suggested that wealth didn't always ease life's difficulties, earning a heartfelt thanks. Settling into a nearby chair, the assistant carefully suggested that the tired Hyun return home for a full rest, receiving an emphatic refusal. Hyun silently turned her gaze to the cityscape in the panoramic window, attracting the pensive attention of her thoughtful mistress. Lee Hyung's unexpected apology broke the lingering silence, prompting the bodyguard's surprised question about the reason for the sudden regret. The flustered employer expressed sincere guilt for limiting Lim's personal time, noting her outstanding potential for an independent career. The loyal bodyguard relieved her mistress by reaffirming her willingness to wait patiently for her inheritance of the company, which elicited an instant reaction. Insisting on independence, Lee Hyung declared her intention to earn the means to live a free life on her own without parental interference. Gayung ironically commented on the dubiousness of gambling as a steady income, realizing what the mentor had picked up the phone for. Irritatedly justifying herself, Hyung insisted on the legality of predicting winners, calling it a special kind of investment. Logically continuing her reasoning on the nature of investment, Lim sensibly pointed out the need for profit in return, further irritating the irascible mistress. Excitedly jumping up from her chair, the girl loudly announced the upcoming big win in Korea's match against Japan, clearly confident in her choice. Gayen sadly noted the safety of such a strategy, given the unanimous opinion among Koreans that the Japanese team would win unconditionally. While confidently asserting the inevitability of a Japanese victory, Lee Ha-young suddenly froze upon receiving an unexpected message from Song Ji-han at such a late hour. Curiosity overpowered etiquette. Opening the message, she froze with widened eyes and mouth, stunned by the content she saw. The delighted soccer player could barely utter a word at the sight of the appetizing dish that immediately made him drool. Delicately expressing his embarrassment at the expensive Korean beef, which he tried for the first time, Diego asked about the cost of the treat. The main character casually reassured the guest, offering to order any additional dishes, to which the footballer instantly asked for alcohol. Having received approval for the choice, the enthusiastic Diego immediately began to open bottle after bottle, generously filling their glasses. The two men ceremoniously clinked their filled glasses, making the traditional toasts to a successful meeting and future cooperation. Jihan instantly realized the soccer player's unsurpassed skill in creating perfect proportions of the cocktail that surpassed his own skills. Delightedly expressing supreme enjoyment of the exquisite flavor, Diego seemed to be experiencing genuine gastronomic ecstasy, eliciting a smile from Sion. Moving to a more comfortable, informal conversation, the men continued their meal, quickly devouring the freshly cooked roast meat. The soccer player suddenly confessed his hurt feelings, causing the protagonist to set aside his glass and listen carefully to the words. Slightly intoxicated Diego, putting his head on the table, began to pour out his soul about the former glory of the soccer star and the sudden fall to the bottom. Continuing his sad confession, the athlete shared his painful separation from his wife and children due to financial problems, barely holding back tears. The protagonist mentally analyzed what he heard, especially noting the excellent command of Korean language of his Argentinian interlocutor. Diego Macide from Argentina had once shone as a world soccer star, with everything he needed to live a happy life. With the advent of the revolutionary BattleNet, interest in the traditional sport plummeted, depriving the soccer player of loyal fans and public attention. The young man sadly realized the tragedy of the situation when a world-class soccer player is forced to teach children in Korea instead of brilliant performances. Having calmed down after the emotional outpouring, Diego resolutely raised his gaze at his interlocutor, suggesting that they get to the point of their business meeting. The soccer player directly asked about Son Ji-han's intentions to turn him into a magician, looking at his interlocutor with a slightly alcoholic gaze. The guy only confirmed his intentions with a brief smile and a single precise word, satisfying his interlocutor's curiosity. Calling up the information window for a detailed examination, Sun inquired about the ability of Diego's gift to enhance any equipment resembling a ball. Macide, raising his glass, confirmed the hunch, explaining the constant carrying of the ball around, but immediately warned of the lack of resources required. Hearing the mention of low magic mana, the protagonist, without taking a break from studying the information, thoughtfully continued his thought. Projecting a magical object directly above the table, Song Ji-han drew the attention of the interested interlocutor to the mysterious artifact. The astonished player's eyes instantly shone with genuine admiration at the sight of the legendary sphere that was so rare in the gaming world. The magical artifact Arachne's Sphere, once a holy relic of the spider tribe, possessed unique properties due to its spider coil. Given the physiological characteristics of spiders with their many legs, the sphere was perfect for Diego as a professional ball. Mentally noting the potential of the object to reveal the hidden capabilities of the interlocutor, the young man casually inquired about the item. In the distant past, the owner of this artifact was considered the most powerful magician among all existing ones, which gave it a special value. The intrigued Macide, sitting across from the protagonist, scrutinized the unique item, wondering about its market value. Hearing the price of 500,000 achievement points, equivalent to 5 million, the stunned interlocutor instantly took his hands off the precious artifact. After such an emotional reaction from the player, who compared the price of the artifact to the down payment on a house, Song Ji-han calmly continued his thought. After surprising his interlocutor with the offer to donate the sphere and provide financial support, the protagonist watched Diego's surprised reaction. Stunned by the unexpected generosity, the soccer player felt extremely awkward, questioning the motives behind such an incredible offer. Standing up from the table, the young man revealed the true purpose of his offer, an invitation to join his guild, which caused even more surprise. Ahead of the questions, Song explained his intention to create his own guild upon reaching the Silver League, assuring that he had the necessary resources. Displaying something shocking on his phone screen that made the player question his sanity, the young man confidently promised to increase his capital significantly. Lee Ha-young, like Diego, studied yesterday's message from the protagonist with obvious disbelief, trying to comprehend its contents. Long looking into the young man's detailed prediction of victories, defeats, and the best players in the upcoming matches, the girl noted the complete illogic of such a choice. Especially unbelievable seemed the assumption of the Korean team's victory over the Sword King, contradicting all the analysts' predictions. Serious representatives of the Korean team stood solidly in professional gear, sternly assessing their opponents before the decisive confrontation. The Japanese delegation was headed by the once famous Sword King, now known as Ito Ryuhei, who aroused awe in everyone. The spectators were actively filling the broadcast of the beginning of the grand competition between Korea and Japan with commentary, promising an unforgettable spectacle. A stunned Diego could barely squeeze out an exclamation about Korea's improbable victory as he continued to stare incredulously at the phone screen. Delicately denying bias against the Korean team, he emphasized the significance of the legendary Sword King dominating the soccer world. Macide recalled the incredible strength of this outstanding player, capable of single-handedly facing an entire team of opponents with no apparent effort. Nodding understandingly, the protagonist recognized the difficulty of verbally explaining the situation, offering instead to directly see the upcoming event. Turning on the television, Song Ji-han suggested that the interlocutor watch the future outcome of the confrontation between the two national teams together. The system announcement announced the conditions for winning the Korea versus Japan match. The team needed to completely defeat all of the opposing players. The commentator explained the format of the 5-round competition, where the winner is the team with the first 3 victories, eliciting enthusiastic shouts from the audience. Ito Ryuhei, who was walking ahead, briefly urged his team members to follow his tactical instructions carefully to ensure victory. All 3 Japanese players simultaneously froze, exchanging meaningful glances in silent agreement before the decisive action. Suddenly addressing the Sword King by name, one of the players caused him to stop incredulously and slowly turn around to the speaker. The resolute players flatly refused to obey the instructions, showing open defiance to their formal leader. Defiantly declaring their non-recognition of him as a member of their team, they provoked Ito's nonchalant questioning of national prejudice. Emotionally objecting that there was a much better reason, the angry team member made no secret of his outrage at the situation. Recalling longtime teammate Seiji, the player claimed that his rightful place had been misappropriated by the newly arrived outsider. Accusing the Sword King of being the reason for his friend's removal, the teammate continued his emotional tirade in front of the silently listening Ito. Resenting his insolence and insensitivity, the player demanded at least a formal apology to the injured Seiji-kun out of basic courtesy. While the Japanese team was preoccupied with internal conflict, one of the opponents took advantage of the moment, gradually approaching them undetected. The Sword King maintained perfect silence, heroically listening to the stream of insults and accusations without changing his impenetrable facial expression. Just as he began to calmly explain the situation, Ito noticed an unknown object approaching from above, threateningly heading straight for him. A sudden and powerful explosion shook the surrounding area, shocking even the initiator of this devastating attack with its force. The previously swearing team members abruptly changed their tone, anxiously identifying the divine end technique and realizing the onset of the opponent's premature attack. The Korean team member who made the strike froze with an expression of absolute amazement on his face, unable to believe the accuracy of his hit. His teammates excitedly discussed the amazing coincidence of an unnoticed ability accidentally hitting a glorified Sword King during a team dispute. Encouraged by the advantage, the Korean team members were loudly proclaiming their chances of victory when the slain opponent revived in the same spot. The leader of Team Korea desperately urged his wards to focus on eliminating the Sword King, directing them to counterattack. Annoyed by his opponent's boisterous behavior, Ito Ryuhei elegantly swung his legendary weapon, instantly slicing the ground in front of the advancing fighters. The opponents, who had not expected such a crushing obstacle, abruptly froze in front of the gaping crack, assessing the sudden threat. The events that followed were so shocking that the watching players froze like silent statues, unable to believe their own eyes. The shouting team member, who had previously refused to obey and accused the Korean of expelling his comrade, was now questioning the Sword King's actions in shock, calmly explaining his unorthodox behavior by the team's adamant refusal to follow his instructions. Ito Ryuhei resolutely thrust his own sword into his body, nonchalantly expressing his understanding of the situation and his refusal of the meaningless competition. The famed fighter repeated the fatal act. The systemic announcement of Team Korea's first kill stunned the spectators, especially those who were confident of Japan's unconditional victory. The protagonist sat unperturbed while his interlocutor was stunned at the news of Ito Ryuhei's suicide at the very beginning of the first round. The agitated player turned to the protagonist, insistently inquiring about the source of his anticipation of such an unexpected outcome. Receiving no response from the young man, the athlete excitedly stood up, leaning on the table, but in response heard only a cryptic reference to the company's secret. Realizing the futility of questioning, Jihan offered to continue watching the broadcast, returning his interlocutor's attention to the television screen. Mentally comparing what was happening with his notes, the protagonist noted with satisfaction the exact coincidence of the sequence and the unchanged size of the dividends. Recalling his thoughts before returning to time, Sohn pondered the suspiciousness of this strange battle with unnaturally low stakes. The incredible dynamics of that historic match made it almost unimaginable for South Korea to win at the end of the first round, contradicting all predictions. Exactly as predicted, Lee Jinwook was voted the best player, causing absolute confusion for all involved, including players from both teams. The change of scenery led to a dramatic scene as angry members of the Japanese team grabbed the Sword King by his clothes, demanding an immediate explanation. With veins swelling with rage on his face, the team representative frantically demanded Ryuhei explain his suicide, shaming the entire nation. Ito, who was still being held tightly by his clothes, disdainfully called his opponents a useless bunch of people lacking professionalism and enthusiasm. The Korean team suffered a series of defeats for obvious reasons, which caused an instant furious reaction from the two participants standing behind with angry looks. Disdaining their childhood friendship, Ryuhei issued an ultimatum to recognize his leadership, threatening regular suicide. Ito offered the team a choice between a possible victory under his leadership or another humiliating loss like the old days. After heavy internal reflection and a downcast gaze, the Japanese man uncrossed his arms with a curse, unwittingly recognizing the new hierarchy. As the second round began, the Korean team took the field to the enthusiastic but completely inexplicable screams of the audience. Members of the winning team were discussing Ito's strange suicide among themselves, suspecting the possibility of a special agent sent to sabotage them. The confident leader of the Koreans dismissed his comrades' suspicions, gazing intently at the scene ahead with intense scrutiny and growing anxiety. Noticing the Sword King, who had previously fought on their side but had defected to their enemies and radiated incredible power, the team realized the unlikelihood of a repeat suicide. The instantaneous transformation of his former comrade's mood was astounding. He now displayed absolute combat readiness and deadly intentions. The leader of the Korean team had warned his followers in advance about the need for extreme vigilance in the face of the new threat. Before he could finish his warning, the captain was horrified to see the enemy lightning fast at his side, taking the lives of 3 players with a single swing of his sword. The best player of the previous round froze with eyes wide with horror, unable to speak in the face of incomprehensible cruelty. Standing behind the others, the shocked fighter avoided the deadly blow and watched helplessly as his comrades disappeared right before his eyes. The spectators cheering for the Korean team cried out in unbearable horror, some instinctively covering their mouths with their hands. The protagonist watched the scene with growing rage, gradually engulfing his focused eyes and changing his facial expression. Silently continuing to stare at the monitor, he saw the famous Sword King standing with 2 swords in different hands and emitting an incredible aura of power. The huge sword soared majestically above the head of the famous Ito Ryuhei, foreshadowing the inevitable outcome of the duel. The attack was so lightning fast that no one had time to comprehend what was happening. The last player of the Korean team, along with his revived partner, were cut from head to toe in a single blow. The King of Swords materialized behind the backs of the defeated opponents and stood in a majestic pose, fully aware of the boundlessness of his own power. With his head slightly raised, Ryuhei continued to stare piercingly at the ground, as if avoiding meeting the eyes of the defeated. The attendees instantly split into 2 camps. The Korean fans froze in mute horror, while the rest of the crowd unanimously erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Even as the crowd shouted his name, Ryuhei nonchalantly maintained his same pose, not dignifying the audience with even a fleeting glance. He continued to stand motionless, as if there was a vague sense of injustice struggling inside him, even though he had completely destroyed the opposing team with just 2 punches. As the 4th round began, the Korean players were at their limit, once again facing the very same opponent, after Japan's 2-1 victory in the 3rd round. The commentator sighed heavily, urging the players to pull themselves together, hoping to avoid a repeat of the rout, when Ito showed power of a completely different nature. With desperate courage, the Korean team leader thrust his sword out in front of him, and with a battle cry, rushed towards the unflappable Sword King. Attempting a swift strike, the attacker met only air, as his opponent dodged the obvious attack with graceful ease. As he continued to furiously swing his weapon in an attempt to do some damage, the Korean leader loudly urged his companions, "Don't let him counterattack." The best Korean player of the first round listened carefully to the order and put his hand out in front of him, concentrating powerful energy into a clenched fist. The glittering chain released by the fighter instantly wrapped around Ryuhei's wrist, who only glanced disdainfully at the futile attempt to restrict his movements. Approaching his opponent, the team leader excitedly shouted out, "It doesn't matter if he hits me," preparing for a decisive attack. The final call of, "Hit as hard as you can," echoed around the arena as the leader almost reached his goal, and the other players surrounded the Sword King, preparing to attack. Ryuhei remained unfazed despite the chains restraining his arms, preventing him from moving freely, deciding to change tactics by unleashing his weapon. The freed sword mysteriously lowered down on its own, hovering right in front of the baffled, enraged opponent. The Korean player froze in genuine horror as he realized the potential danger of the enemy blade hovering in front of him as if alive. Ito Ryuhei took advantage of the moment of confusion, breaking the restraining chains with a mighty effort and re-grabbing his sword to deliver a fatal blow. The player who had tried in vain to magically restrain his experienced opponent now stood paralyzed with fear, unable to believe the impossible destruction of his chains. Strategic thinking was cut short when the panicked fighter felt the cold touch of the enemy sword right next to his unprotected throat. The resolute Ito left his opponent no time to ponder, delivering a lightning-fast killing blow and instantly bouncing away from the decapitated body. The remaining Korean player desperately shouted to his partner for a ranged attack, while the opponent was at a safe distance. The archer, who was ready to fire, suddenly felt a powerful blow to his back, denying him the opportunity to make the all-important shot. The Japanese team members, loudly reminded of their presence after successfully eliminating the enemy archer, cheerfully joining the battle. The same fighter majestically announced his active participation, turning his gaze to the last surviving Korean player. As he prepared for his final strike, the attacker suddenly changed, now wearing an expression of fear on his face and staring dazedly at one point. Seeing this and turning around 180 degrees, the Korean player instantly froze, stunned by the sight before him. The Sword King noted the unchanging nature of his opponent, while she shockingly realized the nature of the incredible technique opposing her. The Korean warrior instantly recognized the legendary flying sword technique as she continued to watch her illustrious opponent soaring through the air in amazement. Sarcastically noting the improvement in technique since moving to Japan, the Korean player mockingly grinned as she tried to hide her growing fear. Ryuhei noted with disdain the disparity between his opponent's combat skills and the level of her insults, squinting slightly in indignation. The determined Korean warrior began to form a powerful sphere of magical energy between her clenched fists, surrounding herself with ominous lightning bolts. Continuously changing her body position, she unleashed such a powerful magical force that even the famous champion was forced to put his hand out in front of him. The unperturbed Sword King briefly expressed his admiration for the impressive display of power, finally grasping the hilt of his legendary blade. Soaring even higher and announcing the test of his new ability, Ito held out a dazzlingly shining sword in front of him, directing streams of magic towards the heavens. Concentrated magical power instantly rushed downward, as Ryuhei pointed the blade directly at the opponent, radiating incredible power. The colossal power of the strike caused an incredible explosion, scattering stone debris in all directions and hiding the collision site with an impenetrable veil. The shocked spectators froze with their mouths open and a look of genuine horror on their faces as they watched the incredible display of power. The incredible power of the impact left a deep crater shrouded in a dense veil of smoke and dust, hiding the outcome of the dramatic confrontation. The commentator solemnly announced the end of the round, with Japan winning by a score of 3-1 as the last Korean player slowly disappeared from the crater. Speculating on the inevitability of defeat and the continuation of the fight, the commentator watched the Sword King approach the very center of the deep crater. An incredulous Diego jumped up from the table, exclaiming about the incredible prediction of the exact score, while Jihan modestly explained his insight with a night dream. An excited Mage continued to ask about the amount of the winnings, receiving evasive answers from the smiling protagonist holding the phone. Looking through the messages, the young man reflected on the unexpectedly significant earnings and the unforeseen development in the recent fight. The protagonist mentally noted the superior strength of his opponent, surpassing all his memories of past confrontations with him. Possessing nameless divine arts might not be enough against the wielder of the SSS rank's gift of an absolute double blade. Dismissing the disturbing thoughts as irrelevant, the protagonist once again focused his gaze on the television screen that showed the triumphant victor. Staring with undisguised rage, the young man mentally vowed to surpass his powerful opponent, no matter how insurmountable his strength seemed. Mentally promising swift revenge for past wrongs, the boy imagined the inevitable future confrontation with his hated enemy, anticipating a well-deserved retribution. Lee Ha-young stared at her phone screen with a stunned expression, unable to believe her incredible victory. The sum of 5 million had increased 37 times, turning into a dizzying 200 million, making the girl smile happily. Sincerely thanking Song Ji-han for the life-changing advice, she pressed the phone to her face, illuminated by an incredible smile of appreciation. In fact, thanks to the protagonist's insight, Lee Ha-young had won 180 million, but still lost 20, betting only a fraction of it on his prediction. She had invested most of her money, 200 million, in another bet with a slight chuckle, considering it absolutely reliable and win-win. Now holding up the phone with the results message, she realized that she had lost not just 200 million, but a rare chance at a completely different future. From the bitter realization of the missed opportunity, a lone tear rolled down her cheek, glistening slightly in the light as she silently cursed her indecision. The protagonist suddenly cut to the chase, waiting for his flustered interlocutor to regain his emotional equilibrium after his violent reaction. Song Jihan inquired about the readiness to sign the contract, showing his interlocutor the famous orb as a symbol of future cooperation. The soccer player, slightly lowering his gaze and scratching his neck, admitted to not understanding the reasons why such a prominent person was interested in cooperating with him. The protagonist continued to carefully observe the footballer, keeping a serious expression on his face and thoughtfully listening to his every word. Diego looked up at his potential employer and sincerely doubted his own value for such a promising venture. Sun Jihan reminded with a confident smile of his incredible accuracy in predicting sports results, emphasizing the correctness of choosing this particular candidate. Hearing this, the archer, without hiding his surprise, tried to further understand the true meaning of his interlocutor's cryptic words. Expressing his firm conviction in Diego's great future, the protagonist lightly kicked the mystical sphere right in the player's direction. Sun Jihan characterized the proposed contract as a strategic investment in the promising future of the gifted athlete. As he urged Masita to join his team, the protagonist watched the amazement reflected on the soccer player's face as he held his gift in his hands. Reflecting on the last such offer, the archer recalled the times when he was appreciated by those around him, evoking a nostalgic longing for the past. Vivid memories of enthusiastic team celebrations after goals scored, joyful hugs and shared victories contrasted painfully with the current loneliness. Laying his head on his hands and closing his eyes, the archer sadly reflected on the opportunity he had lost since the start of the BattleNet to experience such emotions again. When Diego opened his eyes and looked at the orb he had been given, he realized that Sun Jihan had given him the precious hope of regaining his former glory. This finally convinced Masid that there was no reason to refuse, so he resolutely extended his hand for a handshake, expressing his joy at working with the new guild leader. The soccer player solemnly promised to never forget the favor, vowing to repay thousands, even tens of thousands of times more. The protagonist with a genuine smile expressed satisfaction with such confidence, promising to look forward to the fulfillment of the ambitious promise. The player suddenly began to appear in the familiar arena of the majestic coliseum, frozen in anticipation of the imminent start of the deadly game. One of the warriors snatched up his weapon and swiftly rushed at the supposed easy victim with a belligerent shout. The attacker had fatally miscalculated in his choice of opponent, and before he could even approach, he had already lost his blade in one lightning-fast movement. The incredibly skillful player not only masterfully disarmed his opponent, but with a single swing of his own sword, he cut his body in two. This impressive and ruthless warrior was the fearless Lim Gayun, awe-inspiring to all observers. The two players, agreeing among themselves to prioritize the girl's elimination, swiftly rushed at her, who barely dignified them with a fleeting glance. The approaching attackers, brandishing a variety of weapons in both hands, smugly shouted the imminent death of their next victim. The warriors, remaining perfectly calm, laconically noted the insufficiency of their efforts, then repeated the previous strike, instantly cutting both of them in two. A notification of the end of the game with 50 remaining survivors appeared in front of the serious-looking bodyguard assessing the results. Carefully studying the information window congratulating her on taking first place in the game, the girl carefully analyzed her achievements. Mentally assessing the first place for 5 kills as a good but insufficient result, Guyan discreetly refused to be prematurely proud of her achievements. Lim realized the need to become significantly stronger, equaling the legendary Sword King who had defeated the entire Korean team at the competition. Another unattainable ideal for her was Sung Ji-han, who would forever go down in the history of BattleNet as an undefeated fighter without a single defeat. Immersed in deep thought, Gayan realized the colossal gap between her current skills and those of the outstanding legends. Appreciating the period of relaxation after joining the favored Divergent Guild, the girl was determined to continue her self-improvement. Yoon Sia, holding her smartphone with trembling hands, painfully read the latest news about the Sword King who betrayed Korea for Japan and lost his patriotic feelings. The vice president sitting next to her, noticing her classmate's emotional state, worriedly inquired about her well-being. The niece of the protagonist, realizing the need for restraint in the presence of strangers, tried to calm down, explaining her unhealthy appearance by a prolonged ailment. The caring Hiso persisted in offering her company during a difficult moment, noting the benefits of companionship during emotional trials. Seiya declined the offer with an appreciative smile, expressing gratitude for the escort home due to her uncle's busyness in an important meeting. The driver sincerely expressed his willingness to provide any assistance necessary to atone for his previously unforgivable mistake, causing a look of appeasement to appear on Yoon's face. Kim Hee-so suddenly turned the conversation back to her earlier suggestion, expressing her willingness to immediately begin preparations upon Sia's favorable decision. The thoughtful reaction of her classmate caused her friend's obvious disappointment. Sighing heavily at the thought of the incomprehensible rejection of a win-win proposition, the abrupt stop of the car interrupted the sentence she had started, causing the buckled Yoon to pitch forward slightly, while Kim slammed hard into the driver's seat. A furious Hiso loudly expressed her displeasure at the sudden braking, rubbing her bruised cheek and demanding an explanation for what was happening. The driver, with unconcealed horror in his voice, drew the attention of the girls in the back seat to something shocking behind the windshield. The man spoke reverently of the arrival of the Sword Palace, causing a momentary genuine look of horror on the faces of both young female passengers. The protagonist's niece, paralyzed with fear, stared unwaveringly at the figures in front of the car, barely audibly questioning the nature of what she was seeing. The protagonist was moving swiftly through the city, making huge, powerful jumps with incredible speed. Gracefully flying from rooftop to rooftop, he continued to accelerate, covering impressive distances with inhuman ease. After a particularly precise landing, the young man finally straightened up and allowed himself to relax a little, noting the unusual lightness in his transformed body. Pleased to recognize the significant improvement in his physical abilities, Sun appreciated the progress on the path of self-improvement. Staring at an unchanging point on the horizon, he silently enjoyed the majestic prospect from the elevated modern building. People were walking leisurely, some talking animatedly, some laughing happily with friends, each following their own path in life. Pensively perched on the edge of the roof, Jihan silently watched the human anthill below, completely absorbed in his thoughts. Nostalgic memories of when he had also climbed higher for solitude and the calming silence came flooding back to him, bringing him back to the past. Closing his eyes and fully surrendering to the realization that had illuminated his consciousness, the young man enjoyed the warm rays of the setting sun. Mentally analyzing Yoon Sejin's complex personality during this crucial time period, the hero tried to anticipate his future actions. Paradoxically realizing that they had never faced each other in direct combat before, the young man continued to build strategic scenarios. Recalling the disappearances of half of Earth's nations when the best rankers had banded together to resist, Song pondered the disappearance of Yoon Sejin, who had been all over the newspapers. Continuing to sit with his eyes closed, the protagonist recognized the equal strength of his potential opponent compared to his own past peak of capability. Slowly rising to his feet, Sun realized the dangers of relaxing despite his impressive rate of development, realizing the need to exceed his past strength. Confidently identifying his next goal of mastering the unnamed divine arts as soon as possible, the hero stared resolutely ahead. After finally savoring the moment and gaining the necessary clarity, the young man disappeared from the roof of the high-rise building in one impressive leap. Hiso's massive bodyguard shouted desperately about the need to keep his wits about him as he tried to hold back the onslaught of the aggressive journalistic crowd. As he continued to demand the aisle be cleared, the enraged driver was confronted by a wall of pesky reporters, determined to get any comment he wanted. The agitated journalists relentlessly shouted appeals to Ms. Sia, begging for a few words of an exclusive interview. Continuously asking provocative questions about her father's interview, reporters besieged the car where the shocked girl sat wide-eyed. Accusing Yoon of provoking the Sword King, the ruthless reporters did not notice the increasing expression of shock and stupor on the unfortunate girl's face. The persistent reporters brazenly peered through the car window, filming the confused niece of the protagonist, demanding to share their innermost thoughts. The frightened girls shouted at the driver to leave immediately, while he desperately tried to shield the car from the aggressive vultures. The reporters continued to demand interviews in Song Ji-han's absence, making excuses for professional necessity without noticing the anguish of Yoon Xia covering her face. They called for understanding, until they suddenly heard firm footsteps behind them and an angry shout that made them turn around. The approaching protagonist caught all the gazes of the journalists, who froze with an expression of growing fear on their previously smug faces. The enraged Jihan loudly demanded an explanation for what was happening, while crossing his arms to activate his famous crushing magic. With a sharp sweep of his arms to the sides, he unleashed a powerful magical energy that enveloped all the reporters and instantly threw the annoying crowd away. Having cleared a path to the car, the hero confidently moved forward towards the stunned driver, leaving the defeated reporters behind. Making his way through the recumbent crowd, Jihan ignored their complaints of back pain and indignant questions about his public image. The reporters' self-confidence instantly evaporated when the object of their outrage coldly affirmed his concern for his image, causing a wave of renewed fear. The hero, with red eyes blazing with rage, explained that it was his concern for his reputation that made him treat them so gently and reservedly. Moving on, Jihan reminded the bowed heads of the journalists that this was only their first misstep, hinting at the potential consequences of repeating it. Advising them to be grateful for the gentle treatment, the protagonist continued to the car, leaving the slowly rising men behind. Opening the car door, Jihan gently addressed his crying niece, inviting her to get out and go home with him. Seeing her smiling uncle inviting her back home, the girl slowly removed the hands covering her face and exhaled in relief. Getting out of the car and leaning on Sun's supportive arm, Sia slowly walked away while Jihan thanked the driver for protecting his niece. The worried school vice president shouted a last request to take care of the unfortunate girl, receiving a polite acknowledgement and thanks. The classmate made an attempt to wave goodbye, but could only anxiously swipe the departing figures with her eyes, barely squeezing out a farewell. The protagonist continued to gently support his niece, walking away at a steady pace under the attentive gazes of Kim and her concerned driver. Suddenly lowering her head and covering her face with the palm of her hand, Hiso evoked a perplexed look from the bodyguard, not understanding what was happening to the girl. Suddenly removing her hand, Kim exposed her tear-filled eyes and suddenly burst into uncontrollable, vengeful laughter. Hiso continued to laugh as the surprised reporters still in the area gradually rose from their seats, trying to get a glimpse of the familiar student. It turned out that in front of them was the granddaughter of the very CEO of Taewon Daily, South Korea's top-ranked prestigious publishing company. The ruthless classmate, wiping away her tears, gloated with undisguised schadenfreude as she contemplated the ruined future of the unfortunate Sia. The Sword King had categorically disowned his own daughter in front of numerous reporters and television cameras with chilling seriousness. The famous fighter coldly explained to the audience that he had buried his entire past life before moving to Japan, urging them to refrain from any personal questions. Jihan, watching the interview next to his distraught niece on the couch, instantly realized the real reason for the persistent journalist's appearance. Overflowing with righteous anger, Song dreamed of giving his abusive father a good beating, fully aware of the depth of his niece's wounds. The young man mentally worried about the girl's fragile psyche, which was just beginning to recover from the previous traumatic events. The unfortunate interview had finally spoiled the fragile emotional balance of his niece, who sat on the verge of tears next to her worried uncle. Immersed in anxious thoughts, Sun was suddenly surprised by Sia's unexpected appeal, reminding him of his long-standing promise to fulfill a wish. The protagonist, clarifying the connection between the promise and the search for the mysterious Queen of Shadows, noticed a faintly promising smile appear on his niece's face. Voicing her carefully considered wish, the girl made her uncle freeze in a complete daze from the unexpectedness of the proposal. Pulling out her phone and showing the information she had found, she solemnly announced the supposed discovery of the Shadow Queen. Completely stunned by what he saw on the phone screen, Jihan remained in a deep daze for a long time, unable to believe his own eyes and the truth that had been revealed. The game began, and all the participants instantly materialized in the famous coliseum, surrounded by many elves among the spectators. Sleep stood nonchalantly, holding a massive spear in his hand, ignoring the worried comments of the observers demanding an immediate explanation. With a sinister smirk and unwavering confidence, the young man briefly announced his intent to destroy, silencing himself enigmatically and lifting his gaze to the upper tiers. The target of his plan was the spectator seats, which explained the focused gaze directed at the stands of the ancient amphitheater. The protagonist's attention was drawn to a mysterious silhouette, completely hidden by a dark cloak, that prevented him from seeing the face of the mysterious spectator. The hidden elf, noticing the close attention to his person, responded with a similarly intense gaze, creating an invisible thread of tension between the observers. Without taking his gaze off his intended victim, the young man mentally addressed the unknown creature, intending to verify its true nature. The events of the previous day came to mind when his niece, showing the broadcast frame, confidently referred to the mysterious figure as the Queen of Shadows. Seiya expressed incomplete confidence in her assumption, but presented it as the main version, causing legitimate interest and questions from the young man. The girl explained her analytical strategy, beginning by sifting out the obvious official elven queens sitting on thrones and attracting everyone's attention. Pointing to a mysterious figure, Yoon emphasized her greater resemblance to the mysterious shadow, displaying an enlarged image of an indistinct silhouette. The perplexed uncle queried the meaning of the term shadow, receiving a suggestion to take a closer look at the investigation materials sent. Carefully studying the received notice, The young man focused on the words of his niece, suggesting to pay special attention to the unusual color of the creature's eyes. The information about the extreme rarity of elves with black eyes and black sclera confirmed the unusualness of the observed phenomenon. Mentally agreeing with the logic of his relative's reasoning, Jihan continued to listen carefully to further evidence against the mysterious individual. As she continued to speak, Sia noted the pattern of the elven woman's observations of the would-be winners even before the game began, catching her uncle's worried gaze. Jihan excitedly inquired as to the significance of the creature's similar behavior, and the girl pointed out the elven woman's strange interest in him personally, reinforcing the sense of deliberate observation. Confirming the systematic nature of the observations, Seiya demonstrated the results of the other match's checks, revealing further evidence. The demonstration of several screenshots, including a frame from the last game of the victorious Lim Gayun, confirmed the presence of the same observing silhouette. The niece noted the pattern of the mysterious figure appearing next to the would-be winners, as if anticipating the outcome of the competition. Agreeing with the suspiciousness of the situation, the young man mentally assessed the cogency of the presented arguments, continuing to stare at the phone screen. Suddenly, the girl declared the importance of the latest video material, sending an additional notification, noticeably surprising the recipient. Special attention was drawn to the creature's unusual shadow, which the observant niece pointed out, highlighting an anomalous feature. Despite the inadequate quality of the image, the girl expressed her confidence that there was an abnormal characteristic that required careful consideration. Song Jihan, realizing the veracity of this, silently and thoughtfully pondered, fixated on the mere thought of the need to check it out. The boy suddenly turned to Sia in surprise, wondering about the independence of her research, to which the girl only smiled, confirming her quest in her spare time. The concerned uncle inquired if his niece was overworked because of his request, receiving a confident reply about the insignificance of current affairs. Hearing the protagonist's approval of her work, Seiya hopefully expressed her desire for the correctness of her assumptions regarding the information being researched. Jihan solemnly announced his readiness to keep his promise, causing an unexpected reaction from the girl. Her smile instantly disappeared, replaced by genuine surprise. The protagonist calmly inquired about the wish of the surprised niece, waiting for her answer with marked patience. Confirming his readiness to fulfill absolutely any request, Jihan noticed the confusion in his interlocutor's eyes. The girl continued to sit wide-eyed, then lowered her head slightly, silently expressing her gratitude for the generous offer. The protagonist, skillfully wielding his legendary spear and all of his combat skills, was purposefully attacking a multitude of players, resolutely approaching victory. After completing the 10th consecutive kill and receiving the corresponding system alert, the player was satisfied to realize the guaranteed first place. Watching the disappearance of the body of the next defeated opponent, the young man resolutely looked up at the stands, preparing to begin the realization of his plan. Decisively approaching the specially installed in the coliseum protective barrier between the public and the arena, the hero intended to break it according to his promise. The barrier's power, comparable to that of a diamond-ranked support's barrier ability, effectively blocked combat abilities from exiting the stage. Pondering near the powerful barrier, Jihan realized the need to create a gap to observe through the barrier using the Wanderer's eyes. Resolutely taking the legendary Phoenix arrow with both hands, the protagonist prepared to deliver a powerful strike against the spherical-shaped defense field. Confidently clutching the weapon he had obtained in the dungeon, Jihan realized that it was impossible to extract its full power, but sufficient to create the desired gap. Concentrating on the 3 talents of combat commitment, the young man stared at the barrier with unwavering determination, clutching the deadly weapon in his hands. Proclaiming the path of the immortal sage, the determined fighter thrust the mighty spear straight into the barrier, causing a dazzling flash upon impact. Disappointedly assessing the result of his attack, the hero was disappointed to find only a small white spot on the barrier, as the watching elves continued to sit serenely. Filled with growing rage and unwilling to back down, the protagonist continued to invoke the 3 talents of combat commitment, striking again at the stubborn barrier. Calling upon the path of the immortal sage again, the unstoppable warrior unleashed another impact lunge, causing an identical dazzling flash at the barrier. In place of the previously insignificant speck, a rather noticeable hole had now formed, opening up a long-awaited passage for exploration. The astonished commentators did not hide their surprise at the unexpected success of Song Jihan, whose wide-open eyes expressed their own disbelief at the result. Aware of the limited time, the hero Lightning quickly activated the magical Wanderer's eyes, which instantly turned a deep blue color for enhanced perception. Struggling to make it before the damaged defense field self-repairs, the young man strained to peer through the gap created in search of the mysterious figure, aiming his penetrating gaze at the elf mentioned by his niece, completely hidden under a black cloak. The hero insistently demanded to reveal his true identity. Tensely gazing into the mysterious figure, Sun suddenly felt an inexplicable, strange feeling that made him abruptly freeze in surprise. An impenetrable darkness instantly surrounded Jihan, leaving only himself and the arrow in his hand, raising confused questions about his sudden movement into this space. Continuing to stand in deep bewilderment, the protagonist suddenly sensed a mysterious glow behind him, frozen in indecision before the unknown. Finally finding the strength to turn around to figure out what was happening, the young man once again felt his eyes widen with genuine amazement. An inexplicable feeling engulfed his entire being, as if his body was permeated by an ancient magic of unknown origin and unfathomable power. The sun was slowly rising from behind the city buildings, coloring the waking metropolis with the golden rays of a new day. Jihan lay on the bed, sighing heavily from the accumulated fatigue, gradually returning to reality from his deep sleep. Mentally noting the extreme difficulty of the past day, the young man continued to lie motionless on the unmade bed, regaining his strength. Painfully reflecting on his inability to calm down, he irritably slapped his forehead with the palm of his hand, trying to put his thoughts in order. Realizing the futility of trying to forget the frightening encounter with the mysterious opponent in the Bronze League, the young man admitted that even in his former powerful body, he would have felt fear. Consoling himself with the thought of the usefulness of the acquired magical power, the boy slowly raised himself up, continuing to sit pensively on the crumpled bed. Activating the virtual achievement store, Sun was concentrating on strategically using his accumulated rewards to gain an additional constellation. A satisfied smile lit up the young man's face at the thought of multiple constellations to choose from as he studied the prospects in detail. Soberly assessing the situation, he decided that the time had not yet come for such ambitious acquisitions, preferring to choose a more rational development strategy. The important additional slot status window was the first priority for Sun, who had reached level 22 and was approaching the coveted Silver League. Achieving 30 points of the protagonist's combat strength would soon lead to obtaining the nameless martial arts required for the honorable title of Receiver of the God of Martial Arts. This unique title will allow Sun Jihan to associate himself with the legendary martial arts god, officially becoming his recognized successor on the path of the warrior. Jihan nostalgically recalled how he had enjoyed this prestigious title in his past life, until the very last moment of his existence. Realizing the critical importance of this title, the young man resolutely closed his eyes, realizing the need to seize it in the current life cycle as well. Preparing for the meeting in his mind, Sun recalled the coliseum, strewn with the bodies of the fallen, where the warrior who had single-handedly decided the outcome of the battle stood surrounded by scarlet magic. The realtor praised the property with its ideal location in the center of Kanem, convenient transportation and updated infrastructure of educational institutions. The agent enthusiastically extolled the virtues of luxury housing, especially emphasizing the prestigious view of the Khan River from a high floor. While confidently asserting the sufficiency of 200 square meters, the realtor encountered the wide-eyed bewilderment of Sia, who was used to a much larger space. Song Jihan's niece was so impressed by the modest size of the proposed home that she couldn't hide her disappointment. The agent's enthusiasm never waned, and he enthusiastically invited her to see the next room, which she reluctantly followed. The protagonist mentally noted the predictability of his niece's reaction, remaining motionless in the same place and watching the situation unfold. Explaining to himself the reason for Sia's displeasure, Jihan recalled her habit of the Sword Palace's luxurious penthouse, before which an ordinary apartment seemed hopelessly pale. Despite the obvious disappointment, the initiative to move in had come from the girl herself, which the protagonist mentally noted as he looked out the sunlit window. Recalling the moment when Sia had confessed her decision with a slight tilt of her head, Jihan realized the seriousness of her intentions. The strange desire to leave the luxurious Sword Palace extremely surprised the caring uncle, but he respected the growing girl's decision. Sung Jihan intuitively understood the need to move, realizing that his former home was filled with painful memories of Yoon Sejin, who had betrayed them. The agent enthusiastically praised the layout and spacious rooms, emphasizing the exclusivity of the building, which sold only high-end apartments. Seeing his niece's obvious discomfort, Jihan was aware of his responsibility to find a truly suitable home. Decisively intervening in the conversation, the protagonist expressed the need for a larger living space for their unique needs. Explaining his desire for an additional room for the future player connector, Song Jihan found understanding from the agent, who promised to offer several alternatives. The realtor noted the young girl's incredible luck to have such a strong and trustworthy uncle, while a surprised Sia observed her relative's humble response. Suddenly confessing his fanfare and pledging his support, the agent received an appreciative smile from the famous client. The spontaneous gratitude in return elicited surprised looks from both the protagonist and his silent niece. With a nostalgic smile, the man recounted his past involvement in the King of Swords fan community and his deep shock at his treacherous move to Japan. Expressing genuine concern for the difficult times and joy to see them successfully overcome, the realtor met the surprised gaze of a clearly embarrassed girl. As he continued to congratulate Sia on her awakening, the man didn't notice her lowered head and the traitorous tears glistening in her downcast eyes. Jihan stood silently beside his niece, immersed in anxious thoughts, listening intently to the enthusiastic speeches of the annoying man. The increased attention on Yoon after the historic match worried Sung, realizing that everyone was interested in her impending awakening and potential gift. Especially alarming was the prospect of receiving an F-rank gift, which would inevitably turn public attention into a destructive poison to her fragile psyche. Mentally resolving to prevent this, Jihan realized the need to temporarily shield his niece from the undue attention of the curious. A particular threat was the inconsiderate reporters who were willing to cross any boundaries of decorum and tact for the sake of sensationalism, he said with growing concern. Kim Hiso, the granddaughter of Taewon Daily, the CEO of Taewon Media Holding, sat on the chair smiling radiantly during the phone call. The girl confirmed Sia's upcoming birthday party in the academic gift room, promising to facilitate with an exclusive interview. Ending the conversation with a joyful farewell, Hiso heard from a depressed young man sitting nearby the truth about her hypocritical nature, worthy of a media mogul heiress. Kim did not react in any way to the remark, coldly recommending the disgruntled man to leave the room, but received a cynical explanation for his presence. Explaining her dislike for Seiya, Hiso irritably mentioned her simple background, which people continued to compare her to despite status differences. The interlocutor inquired about her motives for organizing the interview, to which the phone-addicted girl smugly explained her strategy of promoting family interests. The desire to publicly humiliate Yoon in the event of receiving a bad gift angered the young man, who, standing up and bowing, mockingly characterized the interlocutor's behavior. Recalling the importance of his participation in the intrigue against Song Jihan, who was constantly at his niece's side, a tired Hiso opened his images on her phone. The girl inquired about her interlocutor's ability to defeat the Guardian in battle, carefully watching the young man's reaction to the provocative question. Approaching Kim, the guy roughly characterized her mental state, emphasizing complete indifference to Jihan and interest solely in the fulfillment of the promise. With a condescending smile, Hiso assured the accomplice, guaranteeing complete freedom of action regarding the enemies after the successful realization of the plan. Hearing this assurance, the interlocutor was instantly transformed, overflowing with enthusiasm at the prospect of his own devious schemes. On the 21st of August, at the majestic BattleNet Academy, there were only 14 hours left before the fateful awakening of the tensely expectant Sia. A persistent classmate persistently urged Yoon not to be withdrawn, while the girl resolutely defended her position, demanding an end to futile persuasion. Despite repeated requests to reconsider her decision, Seiya categorically refused to participate in the interview, remaining adamant about her choice. The granddaughter of the influential Taewon Daily sincerely tried to persuade her stubborn classmate, ostensibly for her own good, but she received only firm refusals. The Student Council Vice President recalled recent public criticism related to the Sword Queen, emphasizing Sia's innocence in the scandal. Continuing to insist on overriding the negative rumors with positive reporting, she mentioned the efforts made to convince her influential grandfather. Sona's niece, with a serious expression, thanked her for her sincere concern, but claimed to be busy with other important matters, rising from behind her desk. After briefly announcing her intention to visit the restroom, Sia headed for the exit of the classroom, leaving her classmate to stare wistfully at the departing figure. A frustrated Kim mentally poured out her hatred, thinking Yoon was an ugly bastard who had only to agree to the proposal. Fixing her perfectly styled hair, Hiso mentally noted the location of her accomplices, already waiting for her victim in front of the entrance to the gift room. Kim, hiding her irritation, was gloatingly plotting. The expose of her rival's awakening was going to send the hated Sia straight to social hell. Outside the closed toilet cubicle where the protagonist's niece was tensely sitting, the gloating wish for an F-rank gift was clearly audible. Painfully holding back the pent-up emotions, a powerlessly lowered Sia's head admitted to the difficulty of keeping her composure in the current situation. Closing her eyes in an attempt to hold back her tears, the girl bitterly confessed her full realization of the hypocritical Hiso's true duplicitous attitude towards her. The two wealthy friends mockingly poked fun at the irritated Kim for always being around Sia, sarcastically comparing their relationship to a love affair. The girls were curious about Hiso's intentions to cut ties with her rival, but got a calculated answer. Naive Yoon can still be used. When they heard a timid objection about Sia's predicament, Taewon Daly's granddaughter sharply rebuked her friends for being sentimental, reminding them of her family's influence. Kim gloatingly anticipated Yoon's humiliation, believing that the lower-ranking gift would be the decisive blow, and was already mentally preparing a photo of her desperate face, not noticing that the stall behind them was occupied. They continued to laugh, anticipating an exciting show of public humiliation, unaware that Sia herself could hear it all from the locked stall. The initial shock of Hiso's betrayal lasted surprisingly short-lived for Yoon, quickly replaced by deeper practical concerns. She grew physically sick at the very real prospect of receiving a gift of inferior rank that would confirm her enemy's worst fears and gloating expectations. Deeply aware that Hiso's hypocrisy was only the tip of the iceberg of universal pretense, a desperate Sia prayed for absolutely any gift other than an F rank. While in the room of her impending awakening, the agitated girl continued to plead to the higher powers for the favor of fate, desperately clinging to her last hope. Frozen with her eyes firmly closed, the focused Sia was abruptly interrupted by a sudden blinding flash of light that appeared right in front of her. She slowly looked up, realizing with trembling awareness that the fateful moment of her long-awaited awakening was approaching. The sun was gradually hiding behind the prestigious academy building, when there were only 5 minutes left before the decisive moment in Sia's life. The protagonist, constantly glancing at the face of his wristwatch, clearly realized the importance of the remaining minutes before the fateful moment. The man respectfully invited Mr. Song to follow him, to which the guy immediately responded by moving in the indicated direction. The young man inquired about the well-being of the gift room, to which one of the officials present confidently confirmed the reliability of the guards. Expressing his gratitude, Sun urged the avoidance of strangers, especially pushy reporters, receiving assurances that arrangements had been made. The representative mentioned the government's special attention to the matter, confirming full control of the situation to ensure security. The previous day, at the same time, a phone conversation was held with Park Yun-sik regarding the donation of the Sword Palace. Already aware of Sea's impending awakening, the manager had expressed concern over the current unfortunate situation, fearing a possible unauthorized entry into the awakening room. The young man was surprised at the suggestion of increased security, realizing the seriousness of government measures to protect his dear niece. Mentally noting another need for assistance, the protagonist smiled slightly as he continued to wait patiently for further instructions. One of the male attendants announced their arrival to the gift room, pointing to the appropriate door for the protagonist's orientation. The attendant explained the availability of chairs for comfortable waiting, adding about the possibility of immediate contact should any need arise. Thanking for the assistance and arranging to meet after midnight, the protagonist took the indicated seat as the escort departed. Putting his hands on his knees and leaning forward slightly, Jihan tried to relax with a heavy exhalation, but his inner restlessness wouldn't let go. Mentally convincing himself not to worry, the protagonist promised to stay by his side this time to protect his niece, warding off the negative thoughts. Examining the small gift in the palms of his hands, the young man hoped for the comforting effect of this presentation for Sia in the current situation. With darkness falling and 5 minutes remaining before Yoon awoke, the protagonist heard approaching footsteps, followed by a surprised exclamation. Kim Hee-so greeted the presence with a smile, moving closer accompanied by a young man with a video camera. Taewon Daly's granddaughter noted the frequency of their encounters, expressing a slight sense of unease at yet another unplanned crossing. The classmate's uncle rose from his chair with obvious displeasure, mentally recalling his niece's introduction of the girl as a friend. After asking a stern question about the method of gated entry, the guy received a smug reply about the many connections of the publishing companies. Song Jihan continued to stand there with a serious expression on his face, rebuking his interlocutor for making no attempt to conceal the fact of secret penetration. Objecting to the accusations of secret intentions, the girl insisted on the legitimacy of her presence at her own academy for the interview with Sia. Holding back his growing anger, the protagonist categorically demanded to leave the premises, warning of his niece's immediate departure upon awakening. The frightened reporter, sensing something amiss from the determined pressure, offered to retreat. But the stubborn Hiso only sighed, claiming no choice. In response to the girl's insistence on a mandatory interview, the protagonist firmly warned of his active opposition. Theatrically portraying helplessness in a potential fight, Kim put a hand to her cheek, showing feigned thoughtfulness. Suddenly animated, as if illuminated by a brilliant idea, Hiso began to intriguingly formulate a new proposal, attracting the attention of her interlocutor. The girl slyly inquired about the possible outcome of a level 50 unknown warrior's attack on the level 27 Sung Jihan supporter protecting her niece. While their tense dialogue continued, 5 minutes passed, and in the gift room, a disappointed Sia stared chagrinedly at the system notification of a low-ranked gift received. The frustrated girl continued to sit on the ground with tears in her eyes, expressing deep regret for the worst-case scenario coming true, seeing the situation as a final disaster. An incredibly strong blow landed directly on the head of the protagonist, who didn't have time to dodge, causing his pupils to change color to a piercing blue. The blow was so powerful that the young man's feet left the ground and began to fall, leaving behind the smugly grinning attacker. The worried fellow, with an unnatural smile on his face, shouted his intention to take care of Sia and love her with all his heart, demanding non-interference. Sleep, strangely slowing down, turned around with face contorted with rage and veins swelling, indignantly questioning the audacity of mentioning her name. The astonished pervert expressed surprise at his opponent's resilience after the powerful blow, noting his unexpected physical strength. Barely had time to utter those words before the insolent interlocutor received an even more crushing blow from the enraged Jihan. The young man was surprised to note the phenomenon of his opponent's stone skin when his carefully calculated blow failed to do the expected damage. The stranger complimented his opponent's awareness with an unchanging smile, noting his equanimity before encountering the unusual ability. The level 50 fighter wondered at his opponent's level of self-confidence, delivering another powerful blow with incredible force. Hiso continued to watch with an unchanging smile as the shocked reporter stood behind him with his mouth open in amazement. The girl doubtfully pondered the chances of victory as she watched her comrades' unsuccessful attacks against her classmates' deftly dodging uncle. The enemy guy, bringing his hand in for another attack, mockingly suggested that the opponent didn't know his place because of his undeserved title as a rising star. The enraged level 50 warrior aggressively demanded a response, aiming a crushing fist straight at the body of the cocky young man. Hysterically shouting for more punches to get a response, the enraged boy suddenly received a powerful punch from below right to his chin. The crushing force of the attack caused the pervert to fly upwards, spraying blood in different directions, while the protagonist stood coldly in place. The previously confident girl now looked puzzled, while the stunned reporter froze in genuine horror with his mouth wide open. While the attacker's body was still in the air, Jihan decided to use his magic, creating an invisible hand and grabbing his opponent by the hair. The invisible force mercilessly pulled the hair, keeping the victim in the air, causing him to scream in incomprehension of what was happening and helplessness. The protagonist, standing with his fist extended upwards, filled with magical energy, commented on the appropriateness of the hooligan behavior to his opponent's appearance. Promising to leave an unforgettable mark to prevent such behavior in the future, Sun swung with all his might, directing a magical strike along with the bully's body. Shocked by what he saw, the reporter couldn't control his horror and hurried away, leaving the girl who had initiated the conflict standing alone. She continued to watch what was happening when the body of her comrade fell with a thud right at her feet, causing even more fear on her face. The realization of what had happened quickly transformed the initial fear into sheer panic. She began screaming hysterically, looking at the ground with a blue face. The protagonist's niece continued to sit motionless, unable to hold back the tears flowing freely down her saddened face. Desperately trying to hold back the unsolicited tears and not succeeding, she soon began wiping them away, resolutely ordering herself to stop crying. Rationally realizing the futility of her sadness, the girl took a deep, calming breath and a slow exhale to regain her composure. Heading resolutely towards the exit with the thought of her waiting uncle, she continued to review the system alerts about her mysterious gift. Reflecting on the prospects of her future life, the girl sadly noted the obvious futility of a low-rank gift, even for an active player in the Bronze League. Studying the system description of the late bloomer gift with a vague promise of future potential realization, she stood with her eyes closed, waiting for the door to open. Leaving the room with her eyes closed and unaware of what was happening around her, the girl let out a shrill scream of terror when she finally opened her eyes. Taking a single step into the hallway and letting the door close behind her, she froze in a daze as she saw a clump of hair floating in the air. and her uncle standing nearby. Concerned, her niece inquired as to the reason for what was happening, while the young man continued to stand, with his fist outstretched, controlling the magic. Keeping a nonchalant expression on his face, Song Jihan coldly pronounced that his opponent deserved such a fate, indicating for his niece to turn around in the same direction. Hiso angrily shouted that such treatment was unacceptable, threateningly reminding her grandfather's high status as he sat next to his injured comrade. While continuing to yell about the powerful CEO Taewon Daily, Kim suddenly cried out in pain as the young man aimed a clump of her remaining hair at her. The protagonist asked disdainfully about the significance of running a publishing house, accusing the girl of intending to manipulate the media. Overflowing with anger, Hiso threatened to create and spread fake news, while the remnants of her comrade's hair continued to swirl around her. The girl vehemently threatened to turn their family into a laughingstock, emphasizing the existing negative attitude of society because of the Sword King, while her classmates sadly watched. The young man calmly offered to simply leave Korea, causing his niece to be surprised, suddenly choosing the path of least resistance in the conflict. Classmate Se uttered a short "what" in bewilderment, clearly not expecting such a simple strategy from the usually determined young man. Sung Jihan, forming a threatening flame in his palms, inquired curtly about Hiso's willingness to answer for his reckless actions and words. Kim scornfully rebuked him for trying to appear tough, reminding him that without Battle.net and Yoon Sejin, they would never have dared to even speak to her. Nodding calmly in understanding, the young man directed the fire swirling around him with a light finger movement directly at the influential headmaster's haughty granddaughter. Blaming the girl's lack of reflection on her own behavior, Song continued to control the fire, swirling dangerously around his alarmed opponent. Decisively turning his palm upward to enhance the magical effect, the young man promised to teach an unforgettable lesson on the consequences of antagonizing his family. Threateningly warning of the consequences of conflict, he caused the flames to swirl with increasing intensity around the finally frightened girl. The tense scene continued for several long seconds until a sudden blinding flash of incredible power illuminated the windows of the building, accompanied by a deafening scream. The worried niece inquired about the happy outcome of the situation as they got into the car, leaving the scene of the confrontation. Despite the satisfaction of the revenge that had been accomplished, the girl honestly confessed to an unpleasant feeling, forcing her uncle to clarify the reason for her concern. Starting to talk about the influence of Taewon Daily, the country's largest company, she was interrupted by Sun, confidently assuring her there would be no repercussions. Explaining that influential companies wouldn't risk their reputations for the director's granddaughter, the young man caused Sia to mentally marvel at his unwavering confidence. Mentally ticking off more important priorities, Song Jihan inquired with some sadness about the gift she had been given in the game system. Upon hearing the question, her niece lowered her head in embarrassment, temporarily refraining from directly answering the delicate question. Realizing the necessity of answering a close relative, she finally admitted to receiving a lower-ranked late bloomer. After expressing doubts about her prospects of being a successful player, the girl fell silent when a status window suddenly appeared between her and her uncle. The young man explained that this was the first time he was showing his window of fortune to anyone. But the real surprise for Sia was discovering the identical rank of their gifts. Genuinely surprised, she pondered the reasons for her uncle's incredible combat power, doubting that such stats could belong to a normal Battle.net system. With a smile as he explained the uniqueness of the stats, Jihan noted their rarity due to the hidden conditions for obtaining them, available to few players. Inspiring his niece with the possibility of receiving her own unique stats regardless of the rank of the gift, the young man caused even more amazement on her face. Solemnly pulling out a prepared gift from his pocket, he enigmatically said that this special item would show her the true path to strength and skill. The second best in the world rankings before the protagonist returned in time was Jin Yu Hua from China, who received a late flower as a gift. Even after a considerable amount of time, the young man could not believe the amazing phenomenon observed with his own amazed eyes. Jihan continued to be amazed at the incredible secret of the low-rank gift that had led Sia to an untimely death in the previous timeline. The girl gazed with genuine amazement at her window of status through her beloved uncle's gift, realizing the possibility of its amazing improvement. Observing his niece's sincere joy, the young man noted with warmth the amazing properties of the magical gift given to her. The item that perfectly fulfilled its function turned out to be the repaired broken monocle of the C-rank envoy, known as the legendary Monocle of Hermes. The day before, the protagonist had created this unique gift, especially for his niece, in preparation for her special birthday celebration. Jihan explained not only the item's ability to increase rank, but also its exceptional value in doubling the effectiveness of all subsequent training. Keeping the girl's interest, her uncle excitedly told her about quickly gaining a rare stat thanks to the new magical artifact. Hearing the unexpected details, the girl froze in amazement, continuing to hold the mysterious monocle near her eye. Suddenly speaking in a heartfelt manner, Jihan seriously noted Seiya's exceptional chances of becoming one of the best virtual reality players. A mixed feeling of excitement and disbelief reflected in her question, making the guy freeze in a momentary daze at the sincerity of the emotion. Realizing the value of the gift she had received, the distraught girl could not hold back the tears that flowed freely down her cheeks. Quickly returning a soothing smile to her face, Sun confirmed the exclusivity and high value of the gift he had given her. The young man mentally imagined how many desperate prayers the orphaned girl had offered up, abandoned by a cruel father who had disowned his only daughter. Dream sympathetically reflected on the difficult fate of his niece, whose private life became an inexhaustible source of cruel gossip of others. The protagonist realized that the brutal pressure only strengthened her desperate desire to prove her worth, not as an abandoned daughter, but as an independent player. Realizing the girl's underlying fear of receiving a useless gift, Jihan magically lifted a small handkerchief, sending it to his crying niece. Sympathetically acknowledging her ordeal, the relative suggested that she not hold back her accumulated tears, showing understanding of her emotional state. Resolutely blowing her nose into her handkerchief, Sia firmly refused further tears, declaring her lack of time for even simple everyday laughter. Finally calming down, the girl sincerely confessed her long-standing sense of her uncle's amazing insight, eliciting an embarrassed smile from him. Suspiciously noting his incredible knowledge of the future, she watched curiously as her relative embarrassingly wrote it all off as just plain luck. Overcome with emotional tension, Saya suddenly felt a pang of hunger, stretching out on the comfortable couch after a long conversation. Jihan immediately offered to cook something tasty, standing up and heading towards the kitchen, much to his niece's genuine surprise. Turning around with a warm smile, the protagonist promised the improved flavor of the prepared dishes, compared to his previous culinary experiments. Continuing forward, he mentioned numerous preparations for the holiday table, eliciting mixed feelings from the surprised interlocutor. Despite her initial surprise, the girl sincerely appreciated the care and love of her only sibling, responding with a joyful, agreeing smile. Meanwhile, in the luxurious Taewon building, the piercing, eerie screams of the bald Hiso resounded, not subsiding for a moment. Maddened by the loss of all her hair, including her eyebrows, the girl cursed the hated Sun Jihan, believing him to be the culprit for her miserable condition. The sudden appearance of the rude driver without first knocking caused a new wave of rage in Hiso, who hastily hid her bald spot under a hat. The man calmly handed over the requested surveillance tapes and received a rude instruction to leave immediately, mentally noting the unpleasant nature of the interlocutor. With tears of despair and rage, the girl promised herself to find compromising materials against ill-wishers, frantically looking through her phone. As she continued flipping through the contents of the device, she suddenly noticed something that caught her attention, recognizing the cute little girl Sia in the frame. The vice president noted with satisfaction the object of observation's inability to hide her emotions as she watched the video from the gift room. The classmate gloatingly commented on the girl's facial expression on the footage, ready to cry at any moment, thinking it was great material for a future article. Kim guessed at receiving the F-rank gift, anticipating the consequences of such a successful compromising shot with an eloquent facial expression. Flooding with gloating laughter, she foreshadowed her rival's ultimate defeat, shouting insults loudly. Golden Light sat in deep melancholy, pondering the bitterness of unrequited love and heartbreak. The last few days had brought him a sense of utter helplessness after being painfully rejected by the man he had longed to be close to. Mentally characterizing his rivals as ugly and vile fire mages, foolish and filthy eagles, he wallowed in self-pity. Golden Light nostalgically recalled how he had dealt with all those who had troubled Jian, imagining himself as the heroic savior of the helpless young man. A sudden epiphany caused the Shiny One to jump up abruptly from his chair, realizing his true purpose. Grabbing himself by his clothes in a desperate gesture, he made the fateful decision to become the manager of his adored idol, despite the circumstances. Mentally begging Jihan to read his message, he continued to watch his favorite hero's virtual battle with the bloody zombie. The protagonist displayed impressive skill, masterfully using the phoenix arrow like a spear, delivering many precise blows to the approaching monsters. Numerous spectators followed the exciting broadcast of the game battle with genuine surprise and admiration, invoking the powerful magic of the nameless divine arts of the lightning-fast flickering sky, the young man delivered a crushing blow to the last remaining opponent. The system alert of the end of the first-place game appeared before the attentive gaze of the protagonist, assessing the results. The team defending the crystal was nonchalantly discussing the difficulties of eating popcorn, suggesting adding onions and caramel next time. The notification of the hero's level increased to 25th, allowing participation in the Silver League, drew surprise at the comments about the prolonged stay in the Bronze League. Among the many notifications he received, the young man noted with mild surprise his entry into the world top 100 of the Bronze League, with an upcoming promotion battle on August 25th. The most successful people in BattleNet were preparing for the decisive battle for promotion to the next league, demonstrating the highest level of skill. The main goal of players from the world ranking became the Silver League, with the addition of a special condition for passing. This condition was to mercilessly continue the battle until the only surviving contestant was finally revealed. The protagonist scrutinized the alert, noting the expected entry of a familiar opponent into the list of top players. He mentally turned to Baron Williams, one of the top 100 players in the Bronze League, anticipating the long-awaited encounter. The young man expressed surprise at the too early meeting, continuing to scrutinize the information window with details. Noting the difficulty of the situation with a slight sadness, Song Ji-han raised his head thoughtfully, reflecting on his past failed attempts to defeat this opponent. The decisive factor that allowed the protagonist to be among the top players was his unique strength score, which made him stand out from the rest of the competitors, despite the importance of combat power, until unlocking the nameless divine arts. Physical indicators of strength, stamina, and speed remain decisive, incomparable to strength beyond reality. Of particular value were absolute territory, mana enhancement, and telekinesis, significantly expanding the combat capabilities of the user. An important factor of combat power was still belonging to different game classes, which determined the set of available abilities and capabilities. The strength demonstrated by Baron belonged to a completely different, unattainable for ordinary players, causing awe. The strength index, which was directly proportional to mana and divine power, was especially high due to the innate abilities, at least twice as high as Sun's. The protagonist, while displaying excellent control and outstanding combat skills, was still inferior in the face of a superior opponent. Baron's supremacy in the world rankings was based solely on his absolute strength, overwhelming any opponent regardless of their skill. Realizing the need for constant training, the protagonist practiced a one-handed stance every morning, keeping his balance despite the sweat streaming down his face. Pondering with his eyes closed in a meditative pose, the young man realized that Baron's leadership was no fluke, thanks to his diamond-level mana. Sitting on the floor and studying the information window, the hero realized the need to unlock unnamed divine arts to reach a new level. Opening the list of top 100 players, the young man carefully studied the profile of the legendary Baron Williams, analyzing his characteristics. Looking at the image of his opponent with a slight sarcasm, the boy could not believe in the identity of the shown personality and the opponent known to him. Remembering Baron's attempts to look more mature after becoming the head of the guild, the young man marveled at the stark contrast between his past and present appearance. The phone suddenly rang, surprising the hero with the caller ID. The screen glowed with the name of Lee Hae-young, who had unexpectedly decided to contact him. Assuming the thankful nature of the call, the guy answered with a greeting, not expecting to hear a completely different subject of conversation. Lee Hae-young's voice contained a polite greeting and an unexpected request for advice on placing a bet, catching Jihan off guard. Startled by such a question, the young man abruptly pulled the phone away from his ear, staring disbelievingly at the device's screen as if looking for confirmation of the reality of what was happening. The morning atmosphere of the Divergent Guild headquarters caught the head of the 3rd Human Resource Management Department in an unusually high spirits. The appearance of the bodyguard who had come to accompany her mistress to an important meeting made her turn around with undisguised excitement. Realizing the urgency of her departure, Hae-young asked for an extra 5 minutes, causing concern to Ga-eun, who noticed her boss's unusual condition. Concentrating on the phone, the madam explained that she had asked Song Ji-han for advice on betting for fear of losing again. After some silence, the bodyguard inquired about the young man's recommendation, causing Hae-young to cryptically mention the recent news. The mention of Song Ji-han's inclusion in the ranking of the world's top 100 players and Baron's participation caused the attentively listening Lim to be visibly surprised. Hae-young revealed the young man's unexpected advice to put him in first place, eliciting a skeptical reaction from the bodyguard about the self-confidence of such a statement. Hyung expressed doubts about Jihan's ability to overpower the flying baron, unleashing blows from an unreachable height. Suddenly animated, the lady noted the coincidence of their opinions, drawing the attention of her surprised interlocutor with her reaction. Hyun thoughtfully pondered the safety of the bet on baron, preparing to make a choice on her phone screen against the advice she had received. After sharing her doubts about the Japan versus Korea fight prediction, Lee decided to bet on baron without noticing her silent employee's inner doubts. The mistress suddenly inquired about the bodyguard's well-being with an unexpected smile, which caused even more surprise. Switching the subject, the girl started asking questions about the assistant's Battletay account, putting the phone away and looking at her interlocutor carefully. Continuing the atypical conversation, Lee Hyung noted Ga-yoon's excessive hard work lately, causing the bodyguard to be embarrassed. Ga-yoon continued to stand with her head down, an unconcealed sadness showing on her face as she clutched her bandaged hand before her inevitable confession. The protagonist, while in his room, looked thoughtfully at his status window and exhaled deeply at the results he saw. Satisfied that all the prerequisites had been met, he stood up, revealing the achievement of 30 points of combat power in his status window. Concentrating and opening his eyes sharply, the young man activated his unique ability, Wanderer's Eyes, to contact the higher powers. The mysterious constellation of the wandering god of war appeared before the hero's gaze, mystically detecting his longtime follower. Despite the lack of visual contact, Song Jihan clearly felt the presence of a powerful entity near him. Recognizing the familiar sensation from past experiences, the young man gazed intently at one point in space, trying to focus his perception. The system alert confirmed the wandering god of war's recognition as his rightful successor, materializing in front of the young man. Feeling the unusual change in his body, the protagonist mentally greeted the deity, remembering his considerable assistance in his past life. Reflecting on the selflessness of the wandering god of war, who demanded nothing in return for his patronage, Sun felt energy flows in his veins. Successive system alerts informed him of learning the ancient martial arts techniques, 3 talents of martial commitment, and the lightning-like footsteps of the shimmering sky. As he continued to succumb to the mystical influence, Song noticed a sudden change in the wandering war god's mood, displaying a distinct uneasiness. Feeling inexplicably weak and clutching his head, the hero saw an alert about the deity's displeasure over his already open 3 dantians. The system message shockingly confirmed that the almighty wandering war god had a genuine fear of the young man. The astonished hero couldn't believe that the discovery of the 3 dantians could cause such a panicked reaction from the divine being. The tragic announcement of the cessation of the inheritance of martial arts techniques caused Song Jihan to feel deeply perplexed and a strange sensation in his eye. The moment the constellation returned back, a searing lightning bolt seemed to fly into the young man's eye, causing unbearable pain and causing him to scream. Overwhelmed by the agonizing pain, the boy clutched his head as he continued to scream and shake uncontrollably from the force of the cosmic impact. Suddenly finding himself sitting on the floor of his room, the stunned Song Jihan wondered about his return. Immediately summoning a status window to check, he was only able to view the information with one eye, keeping the injured one closed in pain. Losing his main combat advantage before the decisive promotion fight was a true disaster for the hero, robbing him of his only hope of success. Sia cheerfully characterized her appearance as someone who had recently left the academy, throwing her backpack on her shoulders with a sense of relief. The girl turned to her uncle in greeting, approaching the car where the young man greeted her with a genuine smile. The protagonist inquired about his niece's relief, to which she radiantly confirmed her feeling of absolute liberation, comparable to a new birth. After the momentous awakening, Yun left the academy, considering attendance pointless after receiving the long-awaited gift, counting on her experienced uncle's personal lessons. Mentally noting the disappearance of his niece's previous problems, Jihan immersed himself in his own anxious musings as he continued to drive silently. Tomorrow's battle among the elite 100 best players was causing serious puzzlement to the young man who had lost not only his wanderer's eyes, but also his chance to inherit the divine art. Inner resentment grew at the thought of being downgraded from SSS to regular S, and limited to only 2 techniques, which seemed like a cruel mockery of fate. The observant niece, noticing the obvious signs of anxiety, cautiously inquired about the connection between her uncle's bad mood and the upcoming promotion fight. Trying to hide his anxiety behind a fake smile, the lad briefly confirmed the hunch, mentally acknowledging a deep anxiety about the uncertain future. The pensive Jihan was suddenly brought out of his gloomy thoughts by the unexpected words of his niece, expressing absolute confidence in his impending victory. The girl continued to encourage her relative, reminding him of his unfailing ability to find a way out of the most difficult situations. Sia confidently emphasized the absence of any worries, anticipating her uncle's traditional triumphant return with another first place. Suddenly enamored with the idea of participating in lucrative bets on his victory, the girl was immediately stopped by a cautionary remark about potential trouble. The disappointed niece pointed out with mild irritation the apparent contradiction in her uncle's position, himself participating in betting but forbidding her to do the same. Jihan's age-old argument elicited a theatrical eye roll from the young relative, defiantly abandoning her original intention. As he began to agree with the wise decision, the protagonist suddenly felt a sharp, piercing pain in his eye, silencing him abruptly in the middle of a sentence. Touching the affected eye after a few anxious seconds, the young man bewilderedly tried to understand the nature of the strange, painful sensation. The coming evening shrouded the playground in darkness. Only rare lanterns illuminated the lonely figure of a sitting young man. The protagonist sat pensively in a tracksuit with a hood over his head, concentrating on analyzing the strange sensation in his injured eye. Having never experienced such discomfort before, the guy was determined to get rid of the strange ailment by any means available. Methodically approaching the source of pain and applying his unique powers, Jihan was determined to eliminate the cause of the painful discomfort. Contrary to the expected relief, the young man experienced a new attack of unbearable pain, causing him to scream loudly at the unexpected intensity. Checking the condition of his eye, which seemed to be a source of light smoke, the lad anxiously inquired to himself about the integrity of the important organ. Continuing to sit motionless and barely opening his healthy eye, the young man saw an unexpected system alert about removing traces of the wandering god of war. The boy's face contorted in amazement as he read the further message about Song Jihan's complete release of the player from the mysterious constellation's power. Mentally shouting out many perplexing questions about the meaning of the release, the young man excitedly jumped to his feet without taking his eyes off the information window. The system alert about the possibility of receiving support from another constellation finally stunned Jihan, causing him to ask many new questions about his previous limitations. After realizing the honesty of the system and the state windows, the protagonist came to the realization that the god of war had been hindering his progress all along, causing a new round of reflection. The young man mentally lamented his own naivety, taking the parasitic entity as a bountiful gift for so long. Seeing the system alert of the wandering warriors increased caution, the young man thoughtfully lost his smile, puzzled by the unexpected reaction. Further notification of the wanderer's sudden disappearance no longer surprised Jihan, pondering the martial arts deity's strange flight. Recognizing the residence of all events secondary, Sun stated the prevalence of questions over answers and the inaccessibility of the former divine powers. The young man resolutely turned his attention to searching for another constellation, taking the current situation as a stimulus for new opportunities. Excited by the timely appearance of a new chance, the hero began to actively interact with the information window, studying the opportunities that had opened up. Continuing to study the details of the new assignment, Sun focused on finding and provoking the Queen of Shadows among the audience, interested not only in the reward, but also in the unique constellation. Mentally predicting the possible support of the Shadow Queen, the young man wondered about the strategy of action for tomorrow. A sudden insight visited the halting hero, realizing the need to compensate for the absence of the god of war by alternative means. The celebratory fireworks over the coliseum marked the beginning of the decisive battle for advancement among the elite 100 of the best players in the virtual world. Realizing the harsh rules about continuing the game to the last survivor, all participants prepared for an uncompromising battle until the final blow. The appearance of the system alert, with a call to prove superiority, caught the protagonist in the center of the arena with the legendary Phoenix Arrow. The commentators enthusiastically described the young man's unique abilities, expressing full confidence in his superiority over the rest of the competitors. Unwilling to fight all opponents at once, Jihan expressed his desire for selectivity in his attacks, which ironically provoked a general onslaught. Determined to end the fight quickly, the hero activated his weapon, displaying veins swollen with tension and an unwavering will. Virtuously wielding the deadly weapon, the young man took down several distant players, demonstrating incredible accuracy at ranges. Maintaining a central position, the hero methodically repelled all the opponents jumping at him, some piercing, others simply pushing away with powerful blows. Even in the midst of battle, Jihan retained absolute awareness of his surroundings, instantly sensing the threat behind him. The warrior's eyes lit up with a red glow as he tightened his grip on his spear, sending a wave of scarlet energy through it to repel a surprise attack from behind. After destroying another opponent, the protagonist moves swiftly towards the mage, creating purple fireballs of potential danger. The cocky mage mockingly noted the approaching hero's lack of weapons, displaying his hands to strike at his new opponent. The ignorant victim only had time to finish the last word when the young man delivered a powerful fist strike directly into the face of the careless spellcaster. The impressive force of the blow sent his opponent flying through the air, while Jihan himself mentally noted the monotony of everyone involved with the exception of Baron. Pondering the need to conserve his strength, the hero suddenly realized the deadly danger when he saw the sharp dagger a few millimeters from his face. Quickly reacting to the unexpected attack, the young man successfully displayed a blocking hand, deflecting the deadly blade of the unknown foe. Immediately stopping to identify his attacker, Jihan carefully turned around, barely squeezing out a surprised question. Instantly recognizing Lim Gayan as his opponent, he felt confused as he tried to understand the reasons for her sudden appearance in this confrontation. After the beginning of the Space Championship, when humanity was getting used to the terrible reality of death in the game, meaning death in the real world, the Northeast Asian League with Sword King Ito Ryuhei began. Korean ranchers, paralyzed by the fear of death, avoided direct confrontation with the invincible Japanese warrior with no rivals of equal strength. Only one brave man dared to challenge the legendary Ryuhei as an official representative of the Korean side. This brave person turned out to be the candidate to succeed the Sword King, the owner of the legendary plum-colored sword, Lim Gayun. The strong warrior continued to furiously attack the stunned protagonist without giving him a chance to regain his senses. The bewildered Jihan remained motionless, perplexed as to why he was met by an opponent who had never been one of the top 100 players. Lightning dodging a multitude of swift attacks, the young man displayed exceptional reaction and fighting skills. The enraged opponent, not stopping for a moment, continued her crushing attacks, making the hero ponder the possible changes in the future. Several consecutive blows, which the guy deftly dodged, ended with the girl unexpectedly disarming her sword, which turned out to be chained to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Jihan instantly summoned the power of the lightning-fast step of the shimmering sky, causing a blinding glow that made the girl close her eyes. While Lim remained under the effects of the powerful magic, the young man strategically retreated and activated red magic to raise the phoenix arrow. Realizing the true nature of what was happening, the protagonist swung the mystical weapon sharply, aiming directly at the motionless girl. Despite the dangerous position, Gyun managed to bounce aside as the phoenix arrow crashed into the ground with devastating force, shattering it into countless shards. Undeterred, Lim resumed her furious attack, rushing towards the enemy with her deadly weapon swung high. Calmly awaiting her opponent's approach, Jihan mentally marveled at the girl's extraordinary strength as she continued to successfully repel her numerous blows. The sudden realization of the significant progress of the warrior, whose current parameters were very different from the last meeting, made the guy freeze with a surprised look, carefully observing Lim's movements. The young man noted the disappearance of all unnecessary movements, significant strengthening of blows, and general improvement of technique. Admiring the lightness of his opponent's movements, the protagonist prepared for the decisive clash with the rapidly approaching warrior. The final blow of the sword almost reached Jihan's body, but he was just in time to place a phoenix arrow in front of him, which successfully took the crushing blow. The protagonist mentally questioned the events that had happened during their separation, gazing into Gayun's furious eyes. The mistress questioned the bodyguard about her recent successes in Battletech and Grandmaster classes, receiving the unexpected information of being ranked in the top 100. A surprised Hayung peppered her assistant with questions about reaching level 25, receiving confirmation of her recent advancement. Lim modestly explained her consistent first place in all competitions except for her encounters with Song Jihan, eliciting genuine delight from the bouncing boss. Suddenly, a timid request for a favor caught Madame by surprise, causing her to freeze with an expression of surprise on her concerned face. The bodyguard delicately asked for new gear, modestly admitting to problems with prolonged use of the current equipment. Explaining the excessive heaviness of the sword for her physical capabilities, the girl demonstrated her hands, partially covered in band-aids. Appreciating the gift she had received from Madame, Lim expressed her sincere regrets for the necessity of such a request, while the stunned boss stood with her mouth ajar. Suddenly, Lee Hayoung erupted into angry shouts, accusing Gayun of being reckless and demanding an explanation for such late notification of an obvious problem. The furious boss, literally bouncing with anger, continued to reprimand her subordinate for interfering with her work, dismissing her timid excuses about the good results, categorically insisting on getting rid of the unsuitable sword immediately. Hyung promised to purchase a better weapon at her own expense, rejecting ironic hints of financial loss. Emotionally jumping up from her seat, the boss called the bodyguard stupid, insisting that the weapon be replaced as soon as possible and assuring her of a favorable outcome to the situation. Concluding her fiery speech, Hyung demanded a maximum demonstration of fighting ability in the upcoming battle for advancement, not noticing the astonished look of her subordinate. The bodyguard was particularly surprised by her superior's confident statement that it was possible to defeat Song Jihan himself with proper concentration. As she continued her rousing speech, Lee characterized her subordinate as a rising star in the Korean Bronze League who only needed the opportunity to fully realize her potential. The sincerity of support brought a grateful smile to the touched bodyguard's face, deeply appreciative of the young mistress's unexpected concern. Fighting with her new weapon against the superior son in many aspects, Gayun felt growing doubts about her ability to fulfill her promise. The young man was showing a clear advantage, delivering multiple consecutive blows that the girl was not always able to dodge. Another painful blow to the face finally convinced Gayun of the impossibility of defeating Sun Jihan in the current confrontation. The protagonist shared this understanding, realizing her opponent's full awareness of the inevitability of defeat in their unequal battle. Perplexed as to the reason for this persistence, Song watched his opponent's stubborn determination to get up after each fall and attempt to inflict retaliatory damage. Mentally analyzing Gayun's past survivals, including the Northeast Asian finals, Jihan continued to fend off the incessant attacks. Lim's unexpected admission of realizing her own lack of strength to win made the young man stiffen in surprise, sinking into thoughtfulness. As she continued her unsuccessful attacks against the opponent reflecting them, Gayun frankly acknowledged her possible eternal inability to surpass his prowess. Categorically dismissing the possibility of surrender as a final defeat, the bodyguard raised her sword above her head, causing the young man to open his eyes wide. In an effort to at least match his opponent, Lim activated a special technique that caused a sakura tree to appear, showering the space with delicate petals. Watching the impressive spectacle, the protagonist finally realized the essence of Gayun, a tireless fighter, fighting despite the inevitable defeat. Thinking back to a past life where the Sword King had mercilessly killed her with 2 swords, Song noted the incredible change. She was now one of the top 100 fighters. Immersed in contemplating the extent of the impact of his return in time on the future, the young man stood motionless amidst the swirling sakura petals. Watching his opponent with his sword raised, the protagonist waited for the further development of the complex combat technique. Staying in deep thought, Song continued to believe that the talented girl should be on his side rather than opposing in a meaningless battle. The bodyguard suddenly activated the Plum Blossom Hurricane secret technique, resolutely rushing towards the guy with a new unprecedented strength. Instantly assessing the situation, the protagonist noted the unfortunate combination of the technique used with the spear used, neutralizing the attack without apparent effort. Announcing the more advanced technique, 3 disasters of earthly martial devotion, Lim activated a mysterious glow around the materialized tree. The final word of the technique triggered a tremendous sakura explosion, generating a dazzling 1,000-fold riot of released energy all around. Clark Jr., one of the top 3 strongest bronze players in the United States, challengingly announced a new encounter with a longtime adversary on a tense battlefield. The belligerent words were directed directly to Baron Williams, who fulfills the role of a support and mage in the prestigious American First Guild. Surrounded by 3 loyal companions, Clark Jr. spoke contemptuously about the upside-down world, where a cowardly support giving buffs from behind had made it to the world rankings. As he continued his arrogant monologue about the level difference between the two, the warrior didn't notice his opponent defiantly yawning sweetly, showing complete disdain. Baron Williams mockingly compared the attackers to ants, wondering if they were just going to chat, which caused his opponents to become even more enraged. Calling for everyone to attack at once, the strongest bronze player in the United States began to form a small but deadly sphere of concentrated magic in his hand. The system alert to prove his superiority caused him to laugh evilly, reflecting his known obsession with battles. Clark Jr., leading his excited comrades, rushed to attack Baron, each summoning his own unique magic. Unwaveringly standing, the man simply held out his accumulated magical arm, pressing it directly against the attacking leader's face with intimidating ease, shrouded in a magical aura. Baron continued to hold his burning hand on his opponent's face, causing a powerful shockwave that threw back the rest of the attackers. Someone from the discarded team desperately called out to his comrades to destroy the arrogant foe, ending up with another fighter behind the enemy. Hearing the loud call, Baron turned around with demonic red eyes and a devilish smile, expressing disbelief at their arrogance. Spreading his hands apart, the powerful mage threw all the surrounding opponents a considerable distance away with a single energy pulse. Continuing to curse the inferior beings, the enraged man completely enveloped the entire space with his sinister magic, leaving not even a glimmer of humility. At the same time, another masterful battle involving Song Jihan and Lim Gayun was taking place in the Coliseum arena. Trying to remain inconspicuous, the man watched in horror as the ruthless battle unfolded, analyzing the tactics of the participants. Watching Song Jihan's impressive fighting prowess for hours had made him begin to seriously fear his potential opponent. Despite the noticeable change in his character, the protagonist continued to cause apprehension as he remembered past times and old conflicts. An unexpected voice addressing Song Jihan interrupted his pondering as an unknown person approached the brooding protagonist. The approacher inquired about the young man's identity, receiving a less than friendly look in return from the wary protagonist. Baron, coming even closer and pointing his finger, insistently asked about the identity of the invincible Sun Chihan, showing clear disrespect. Chuckling lightly at the misrepresentation of his name, the young man clarified the correct pronunciation, explaining the unwanted meaning of the erroneous version. Baron Williams sarcastically apologized for his poor command of third world languages, defiantly slapping himself in the face and chuckling derisively. Continuing to deliberately misrepresent his interlocutor's name, the arrogant man abruptly directed a powerful stream of sparkling magic directly at the unsuspecting Sun. As he froze with his gaze fixed on one point, the attacker could only squeeze out that this was exactly the reaction he had expected from his opponent. The young man moved with incredible speed and was next to the mage faster than he could blink, enveloped in a sacred protective aura, shouting out the name of his powerful technique, lightning fast flickering sky step. The protagonist, armed with the legendary Phoenix Arrow, rushed into a decisive attack. Recognizing his opponent's strength, Baron soared into the air, forming several magical circles in the sky to prepare a powerful counterattack. Unstopped by this maneuver, Song Jian resolutely followed his opponent upwards, preparing to continue the battle in the airspace. Mockingly dodging the incoming guy's incoming fist, Baron easily shifted to the side, making the attack fly past the target. The Bronze League's top-ranked player contemptuously addressed the lowly opponent, forming a dangerous magic circle in his hand to attack. The cocky mage continued to mock his opponent's attempts to reach his level, while launching the formed circle directly into the ground in front of the protagonist. Baron threateningly promised to show the ultimate fate, as the young man sat on the ground amidst the devastation caused by the effects of the destructive magic. Soaring through the air, the mage continued to humiliate his inferior opponent, while forming a multitude of deadly magical circles over the arena. Cursing his opponent and gesturing with his hand, Baron gave the formed circles free rein, allowing their destructive energy to pour forth in an unrestrained flow. A multitude of magical streams rushed into the arena, engulfing the remaining living players, who hopelessly screamed in unbearable pain. Burning alive, satisfied, the man hovering above watched the raging chaos in the arena, completely covered by his sizzling magic, obscuring everything going on below. Snidely triumphant, the smug Baron continued to loudly exclaim the deservedness of such a horrible fate for a despicable lowlife. An unexpected word of thanks from below instantly wiped the smug smile from the mage's face, replacing it with an expression of genuine amazement. With one masterful sweep of the Phoenix Arrow, the protagonist threw away everything around him, including the other injured players. Expressing gratitude to his opponent for his thousandfold rampage, the young man sarcastically noted how easily he had helped him earn the prestigious kill. Pointing animatedly to the top 100 ranking chart, the confident young man triumphantly proclaimed his new position at the very top of the list. Baffled, Baron continued to float in the air, mentally analyzing the impossibility of his opponent's survival under the influence of his flames. Realizing the strangeness of what was happening, the suspicious man once again looked down carefully, testing his incredible hunch. The shocking discovery that the deadly flames were not touching the protagonist standing calmly in the center of the arena caused Williams even more bewilderment. Baron finally shouted out a question about the use of power, receiving only a red-eyed, silent stare and Sun Jihan's caustic smile in response. The unbelievability of what was happening made the enraged mage deny the possibility of there being another owner of an exceptional ability. The unperturbed young man stood calmly, refuting the exclusivity of the two status windows, showing complete disregard for his opponent. Baron listened with growing anger and bewilderment as his opponent leisurely continued his expository explanation. Upon hearing the humiliating comment about his inability, the man completely lost his composure, his eyes lighting up with rage and his teeth grinning with hatred. As he continued to float in the air and unleash his powerful magic, Baron accused his opponent of pretending, resenting the mockery of his person. Finally losing control, the magician formed a huge magical dome over the arena, trapping Sun Jihan in a trap for complete vaporization. The protagonist, slightly putting his hand out to the side and scrutinizing his palm, realized the need to prevent the impending disaster. A mysterious small crystal materialized on the young man's palm, designed to release his maximum magical potential. Remembering the recent evening walk and the precious crystal fragment, the hero resolutely clenched his fist, ruthlessly shattering the magical artifact. Continuing to stand motionless, the focused young man carefully watched his opponent, increasingly enveloping the arena with deadly magic. The protagonist announced the long-awaited moment of Baron Williams' destruction, preparing to utilize his full potential, amplified by 50%. The man suffered from deep-seated complexes, constantly embarrassed by his under-muscled and tall physique compared to other fighters. In addition to his physical shortcomings, he had a paralyzing fear of open combat, preferring to avoid direct confrontations. The people around him disdained him as a waste of a unique gift of fate that had not realized its potential. With superior wealth and 2 development classes, he had all the potential to absolutely dominate the cruel world of BattleNet. Despite the potential, Baron deliberately chose the safe roles of supporter and mage, allowing him to remain in the protected rear of the group. However, his newfound power subtly changed his nature, though at first he himself did not realize the internal transformation taking place. Gradually, he began to completely dominate the battlefield thanks to his incredible mana beyond the ordinary. Countless rising stars of the gaming world fell before his growing power, reinforcing his self-confidence and lust for power. Legends spread among players about the 2 devastating disasters at Baron's complete disposal. The first catastrophe was considered to be the legendary Fire Wave, allowing him to sweep unimpeded through ranks of enemies thanks to a tsunami of all-consuming flames. Surviving a direct hit from this deadly ability had not yet managed to survive any opponent who had encountered its indomitable power. That was the undeniable truth about this crazy bastard, who once again started laughing hysterically, having completely lost his temper. Soaring high in the air, Williams directed all of his destructive power at the protagonist, trying to embody the mysterious path of the immortal sage. However, the young man's single, precise, piercing attack cut through the raging flames with lightning speed, neutralizing its destructive potential. The bewildered Williams continued to stare down confusedly, unable to comprehend the possibility of neutralizing his invincible technique. Standing firmly on the ground, Song Jihan confirmed his long-held suspicions of his opponent's superficial strength, concealing an inner emptiness. Denouncing his opponent as an absolute void, the young man soared into the air with lightning speed, finding himself directly in front of his stunned opponent. Continuing his attack, he accused Baron of being overly concerned with hiding his lack of skills instead of developing them. At the peak of his rage, the young man emphasized his opponent's lack of precision in striking, delivering a crushing arrow strike that sent Baron Williams into the ground. After completing the devastating attack, the lad landed neatly next to the defeated player lying in the resulting crater. The lying man accused the young man of being overly aware, to which he straightened up, noting his striking resemblance to another man he knew. The protagonist continued to analyze the pointlessness of his opponent's pretense of strength and confidence, unable to change his inner self. Vivid images from the past flashed through Sun Jian's mind as Baron unfairly appropriated all the glory for his collective accomplishments. Mentally noting his rival's inability to hide his deep sense of inferiority and agonizing remorse, the young man watched his slow recovery. External changes such as muscle building, altering his appearance, and acquiring flashy abilities were meaningless without internal transformation. Rising to his feet, Williams expressed his extreme displeasure at the young man's ignorance as he slowly approached his motionless opponent. Noting with a smile the reciprocity of the animosity, the protagonist mentally hoped that this confrontation would serve as a good lesson to the cocky opponent. Calling for the end of pointless conversations and the end of the fight, the young man sharply put out a phoenix arrow in front of him, aiming it at the approaching Baron. The self-confidence instantly vanished from Song Jihan's face as he sensed something amiss materializing right in front of his fighting stance. The opponent thrust his arm forward and activated lightning magic, knocking back his attacker with a discharge. The unexpected lightning magic strike burned through the protagonist's shirt, causing him to cry out painfully from the surprise and intense burn. The majestically standing man introduced this devastating spell as the famous Second Disaster, known among all BattleNet players. Baron's ability, Lightning Bolt, unlike Fire Wave, was a high-ranked attack that concentrated mana to pinpoint an opponent at short range. It was a technique that suited Baron perfectly, requiring more brute force than precision control, which suited his fighting style. The man, enveloping himself in pulsing red magic, began to slowly rise into the air, while the stunned young man tried to regain consciousness by kneeling. Williams noted with undisguised surprise the incredible survivability of his opponent, who had managed to survive the full force of his deadly attack. The experienced fighter mentally analyzed his opponent's reaction, assuming he blocked the blow at the last moment to avoid a lethal outcome. Baron recognized his opponent's quick reaction time, while noting his inability to fully repel the powerful attack without consequence. Continuing to watch the stubbornly rising to his feet, the man warned of the lack of second chances for survival. Baron's eyes glowed with an ominous red light as his body was enveloped by a multitude of energy streams, directed by a hand thrust forward to focus maximum power. Song Jihan stood nonchalantly in place, carefully watching his opponent floating in the air as he prepared for the decisive strike. The few surviving players watching the confrontation realized the inevitability of disaster for Song Jihan. Unable to block such a concentrated attack, the young man continued to maintain an unperturbed straight stance, ignoring the unanimous predictions of his imminent defeat. Amidst the main character's confidence was based on an important factor. The mysterious Queen of Shadows was watching the fight closely. Song Jihan took a fighting stance, clutching his weapon tighter in anticipation of the decisive moment of the confrontation. The young man began to calmly comment on Baron's use of lightning, causing genuine surprise on the face of his opponent floating in the air. Barely had he had time to utter the word lightning before the protagonist lightningly released his legendary phoenix arrow precisely in his direction. Song Jihan acted without the slightest hesitation, fully aware of the limitation of the arrow disappearing after 5 consecutive throws. The observant onlookers suddenly realized that the deadly weapon was not aimed at Baron at all, but was rapidly approaching a completely different victim. The Queen of Shadows, who had been silently watching the duel, froze in shock as she saw the arrow hurtling toward her with unstoppable precision. The incredible explosion blinded everyone present with a powerful flash, completely changing the balance of power in the great confrontation. For the first time in known history, the invulnerable barrier of the coliseum was shattered, exposing a gaping, huge hole in the seemingly impenetrable defense. South Korea's biggest rising star, Sung Ji-han, unexpectedly defeated Baron, who was thought to be unbeatable, in a decisive bout. A distraught Lee Hae-young loudly expressed her bewilderment at her opponent's incredible fighting skills, bitterly regretting her bets on Baron. The woman continued to exclaim about Jihan's incredible ability to defeat her opponent, fidgeting nervously in her chair with growing anxiety. Desperately clutching her head, the boss woman continued to wail about the imminent loss of all her hard-earned money, while the bodyguard watched the scene in silence. Gayen's unexpected suggestion that the boss didn't even consider her as a potential winner caused Lee Ha-young to turn around to the speaker in confusion. Despite her superior's attempts to justify herself, the girl acknowledged the obviousness of the situation with an understanding smile, expressing slight resentment at the predictable outcome. Ha-young regretted the predetermined defeat from the start of the fight, becoming even more frustrated at the realization of her total loss. As she continued to argue about the need for more prolonged resistance to attract attention, her superior did not notice the blushing subordinate's obvious embarrassment. Softening, the mistress looked at the bodyguard warmly, exhaling in relief and smiling, easing the previous tenseness of the conversation. Ha-young's sudden remark about her subordinate's good mood caused a strange change of emotion on the latter's face, replaced by genuine surprise. Ha-young's apt comparison to the feeling of the weight of time falling off her shoulders caused Ha-young to smile back, feeling the same relief. The bodyguard admitted that the duel with Song Ji-han had shown her her own progress and potential for further development. Determined to keep going, Ga-yoon caught the understanding gaze of Ha-young, who was pleased to hear such determination. The boss enthusiastically pledged her support and cheering loyalty to her subordinate, eliciting a grateful smile and appreciation from the latter. The commentator's sudden exclamation of the incredible occurrence drew Lee's surprised attention to the source of the sound that had disrupted their conversation. Remembering her financial bets, Hyung excitedly grabbed her phone, prompting the bodyguard's perplexed question about the continued gambling. The continued commentary broadcast the general amazement of the viewers, unable to believe what had just happened in front of their eyes. The commentator began talking about Sun Jihan, while the defeated Baron watched from the sidelines, barely breathing from rage, bewildered at his opponent's unusual aim. The commentator's closing words reported the famous fighter's unprecedented historic accomplishment of destroying a barrier that was considered impregnable. The hero continued to stand motionless in place with his hands stretched forward in an invoking gesture, returning his arrow after the incredible shot. Without moving from his spot, Jihan smoothly raised his hand above his head, easily catching the powerful weapon that had returned to him. Lifting his gaze upward, the protagonist suddenly addressed the unseen presence, implying a long separation from his interlocutor. Turning to the Queen of Shadows, Jihan caused a mysterious reaction. The space around her began to fill with an eerie substance, and her hood seemed to fall away of its own accord. An incomprehensible black cloud completely engulfed the mysterious figure, beginning to spread threateningly in all directions. Everyone remaining on the field froze in stunned shock as they watched the ominous cloud rapidly spread across the arena and approach Song Jihan. Inexplicably, all those watching the broadcast suddenly lost their signal, plunging the screens into absolute darkness, interrupting what was happening. The frightened niece, who had been rooting for her uncle, now stared at the black screen in horror, silently calling out to her relative. The protagonist remained motionless in the same spot, mentally aware of the sudden all-consuming darkness that surrounded him on all sides. Noting the incredible coldness and thinness of the air, making it difficult to breathe, Sleep continued to watch the black creature with piercing white eyes. The protagonist mentally picked up on the obvious observation of himself, but the lack of system notification allowed him to question the official status of the ordeal. Decisively announcing his choice of the path of the immortal sage, the young man displayed his weapon in front of him, immediately activating the previously summoned special technique. The deadly arrow headed straight for the creature, but instead of the expected outcome, extremely strange, unforeseen phenomena began to occur. As he watched in horror as the golden glow disappeared, the young man realized the unbelievable. The shadow was somehow absorbing the sword's chi energy. The boy realized with growing unease the absolute ineffectiveness of any attacks against the mystical object threatening his existence. Suddenly sensing danger behind him, the hero instinctively put out his hand just as the unknown entity came close. Looking in the direction of its strike, the young man experienced genuine surprise, causing him to peer even more closely to unravel the mystery. As he continued to hold his hand in the same position, Song suddenly realized the shocking truth. His blow had hit the void, and his opponents were just ghostly shadows. One of the surviving players screamed in panic at the unexplained phenomenon as an identical ghostly shadow began to swiftly attack him. An agonizing cry of pain echoed through space, as another player was mercilessly pierced by the merciless shadow's sharpest weapon. Only the protagonist, thanks to his lightning-fast reactions, successfully repelled the incessant attacks of these mysterious incorporeal beings. Despite the temporary successes, the young man clearly understood the extreme ineffectiveness of conventional physical attacks against intangible opponents. Deciding to try out the divine power, the boy quickly formed a glowing sphere of magical energy, directing it directly at the nearest attacker. Watching the result closely, Jihan noted the partial damage to the shadow, despite the lack of direct damage from the magical attack. The realization of the fundamental weakness of shadow creatures to light was suddenly interrupted when the young man felt the grip of a small shadow around his leg. Lowering his gaze downward and instantly realizing the missed danger, the hero looked up sharply, revealing the shadow's slung weapon directly in front of him. Remembering the past successful experience of fighting the undead, the young man decided to create a protective light emission around himself, using the flickering sky technique. The brilliant tactic paid off. The frightened shadows began to rapidly retreat back, avoiding the light that was destructive to them. Watching the reaction of the creatures frozen at a safe distance, the young man realized the effectiveness of his light shield, safely protecting him from these creatures. A satisfied smile appeared on the hero's face as he discovered an unexpectedly simple solution to a seemingly insoluble problem. A brief triumph was replaced by anxiety when the protective light around the boy began to fade rapidly, heralding new dangers. When he raised his head, he saw a terrifying sight. A huge, shadowy creature with a colossal sword pointed directly at him from above. Song Jihan stood with an expression of extreme fatigue on his face, but without the slightest sign of fear, only sighing heavily at the absurdity of the situation. The BattleNet connector was an essential piece of equipment for combat. having the important effect of significantly reducing pain during in-game battles. Due to the frequent occurrence of amputations, burns, and other serious injuries, the coupler becomes the most important piece of equipment, reducing pain by 80 to 90%. It is this technological advantage that allows players to fight in melee combat without the paralyzing fear of the inevitable pain of injury. However, contrary to conventional safety standards, the protagonist fundamentally does not use the coupler on his risky forays. The reason for this unusual decision is simple. He clearly realizes that the virtual BattleNet will soon turn into a merciless reality. Realizing the temporary relief provided by the connector, the young man prepares for the onslaught of the brutal Space League, where the device will lose all effectiveness. Fighting at constant risk to his life, Song Jihan chooses to always remain in the harsh reality of sensation, refusing illusory protection. Even when merciless flames scorched his unprotected skin in the dungeon, he endured the excruciating pain without losing concentration for a moment. A devastating million-volt lightning bolt struck directly into his heart and mercilessly burned through his simple shirt, leaving a terrible mark on his body. The stalwart young man bravely overcame such unbearable pain that an ordinary untrained man could not even imagine in his worst nightmares. Now, the fearless warrior risked being cut in half by the 10-meter sword of a mysterious enemy, threatening instant death. Perplexity gripped the young man's mind as he swiftly leapt away from the deadly attack, trying to comprehend the absurdity of what was happening on all sides. The stunned watching players froze in amazement, unable to comprehend the unbelievable happening right in front of their astonished gazes. What was particularly perplexing was the monster's strange selective approach, purposefully attacking Song Jihan exclusively without the slightest interest in those around it. Notably, the aggressive creature emitted a piercing squeak before each swing, as if activating an additional destructive force. The protagonist once again managed to dodge the crushing blow, landing elegantly on solid ground. Raising a testing gaze at the giant opponent, Sun mentally stated the obvious, unequal nature of the upcoming fight without fair odds. Rising to his feet, the young man continued to analyze the strategy against the impossibly huge opponent, superior to him in every way. Realizing the limited physical capabilities of his body, the boy was aware of the inevitability of his imminent death if he continued his defensive tactics of evading attacks. Sun Jihan realized that it was his successful attack on Baron that had attracted the unwanted attention of the players present. Assessing the situation, the hero clearly understood the desire of many to take advantage of the opportune moment to finally eliminate him. Realizing the absolute futility of a defensive strategy, the young man carefully studied the surrounding players, confirming their aggressive intentions. Sighing heavily at the inevitability of what was to come, the protagonist clasped his hands together, summoning firepower and activating the mana boost. Resolving to confront the enemy directly, the young man directed a powerful stream of sizzling fire into the air, gradually burning the huge shadow until it disappeared. Continuing to stand with his head down, not paying attention to what was happening above, Sun thought deeply about the contrast of light against the surrounding darkness. Activating the nameless divine arts of the three talents of martial commitment, he invoked the powers of the heavens, causing the stunned players to look up in awe. The protagonist resolutely proclaimed his intention to destroy the darkness and create a new light, pointing his mighty spear at the ground, already engulfed in raging fire. Calling upon the pressure of the great mountain, the young man unleashed an incredible magical force that rushed into the earth and split it open. Patiently maintaining his stance, the warrior waited for a magical circle to form around his weapon, which confirmed the success of the plan and allowed him to exhale in relief. Raising his tense gaze to the sky and exhaling deeply again, the serious hero looked around carefully, assessing the current situation. Observing the impenetrable veil and the flames spreading in all directions, the young man was satisfied to realize the effectiveness of his strategy. Having destroyed one enemy, the warrior turned around to assess the situation of the other players on the battlefield. Stunned by what he saw in the gaze of Song Jihan, the frightened players scattered, realizing the potential danger. Satisfied that his opponents had retreated on their own, the young man realized that there was only one enemy left, slowly turning his head to look behind him. The protagonist's gaze met the cold gaze of the Shadow Queen, silently watching the confrontation unfold. Remaining motionless, the young man managed to notice a circle of black energy forming around him, which only elicited a tired remark about repetitiveness. Song Jihan, fatigued by the endless confrontation, realized the impossibility of ending the battle while the opponent's real body remained unharmed. Decisively proclaiming his intention to end the confrontation, the young man gripped his spear harder, overloading the three dantians and causing his veins to visibly swell. Realizing the need to use high-level martial arts, including the three talents of martial commitment, the hero regretted the lack of nameless divine techniques. Jihan realistically assessed the imperfection of execution due to the current level, continuing to stand motionless with his weapon at the ready. The thought of augmenting the attack with the power of the Phoenix arrow, activated by the throw, caused the young man to raise his spear slightly higher. The warrior was aware of the arrow's ability to compensate for the lack of power, recalling the ancient belief of lightning as a manifestation of divine wrath. Thinking of lightning as a punishment from an angry god, inflicted on mankind mired in darkness and chaos, the young man prepared for the decisive blow. Invoking the power of light, the hero held his spear above him, summoning the thunderous force that began to emanate from the legendary weapon. A systemic warning of beyond potential and life-threatening danger appeared before the young man, who felt his hand gradually disappear from this world. Refusing to surrender, the warrior first cried out in piercing pain, but quickly pulled himself together, preparing for the final blow. Invoking the martial arts of the god of lightning, which purified the world of demons and evil, the young man threw his arm behind his back, preparing for a powerful throw. Continuing to invoke the unnamed divine arts, the warrior, with eyes glowing with rage, showed unwavering determination to finish the battle. Activating the divine lightning technique and a flash of light, the hero released a dazzling radiance, flying forward with incredible speed and a deafening rumble. Next, Song summoned a powerful technique from the unnamed divine arts of the higher realm, whose flashes radiated out from the spear in all directions. Realizing the exclusivity of a technique that was on a completely different level of martial arts, Jihan understood its superiority over ordinary martial techniques. Compensating for his natural lack of strength with the Phoenix arrow, the young man successfully activated another rare, ethereal ability against the powerful opponent. Observing what was happening, the protagonist carefully controlled the utilization of about 80% of the available energy power of the technique. The original intention of the lightning flash was to synthesize countless lightning bolts, but Jihan only managed to partially combine them, equalizing the speed with the arrow. The energy spear swept straight at the sinister black essence with incredible force, completely enveloping the mysterious Shadow Queen. Rapidly approaching its target, the spear moved so fast that the astonished Elphys froze in disbelief before the inevitable attack. The Phoenix arrow did indeed break through the dark, protective aura, coming dangerously close to the Shadow Queen's face by a few centimeters. Suddenly, the previously fully glowing spear began to fade gradually, retaining a bright glow only at the very tip of the weapon. Moments later, the darkness once again thickened around the Shadow Queen, and the spear completely stopped emitting its magical energy. Song Jihan's unfinished technique, despite its impressive power, was only able to temporarily reveal the queen's face without causing any significant damage to the opponent. The initial impression of the attack's harmlessness was deceptive. A careful eye discerned a small scratch on the elven woman's cheek. This minor injury caused the queen's obvious irritation, causing her to glare angrily at the impudent opponent standing in the dark arena of the coliseum. The protagonist raised his head slightly with an eager smile of satisfaction, holding his burnt dark hand in front of him with which he launched a powerful spear. Maintaining a calm, upright stance, the young man channeled a small amount of magical energy to bring back the spent Phoenix arrow. Inwardly exulting in his unexpected good fortune, Jihan realized how the lightning bolt's timely delay had worked in his tactical favor. Reflecting on the paradoxical usefulness of his lack of combat prowess, the young man watched the elven woman thoughtfully running her hand over the small wound on her cheek. Preparing for a decisive attack, Sun grabbed his magical arrow, raising his arm high above his head and scrutinizing his opponent's reaction. Mentally assessing the extent of the queen's provocation, the hero continued to watch her closely, waiting for confirmation of the success of his plan. The Shadow Queen bit her lip in anger, her body began to visibly tremble, and her gaze, with lowered eyebrows, expressed growing fury. Sun Jihan's surprise was not only caused by his opponent's reaction, but also by the sudden system alert of an epic task to provoke the Shadow Queen. Bewildered by what was happening for a few seconds, the young man barely had time to react to the swift streaks of dark energy attacking his position. Realizing the necessity of immediate defense, the boy raised a wary gaze, tracking the possible directions of the opponent's next attacks. Despite the numerous and multi-directional energy attacks, the young man deftly fended off all of them, showing impressive reactions. Holding the Phoenix arrow with both hands, the fighter once again noticed the frightening blackness of his burned hand, realizing the extent of his own exhaustion. Realizing the limitations of his stamina due to the condition of his injured arm, The hero simultaneously noticed something more important, requiring immediate attention. Another sudden attack made the guy make a desperate leap to the side, accompanied by a painful shriek from the increased tension. While actively bouncing away from the attacks, the protagonist suddenly heard the desperate screams of the players behind him, and despite his intense irritation, he decided to turn around to assess the situation. Turning around, he saw the remaining opponents, previously set on killing him, now completely immobilized by the entity, enveloping their bodies and causing them to scream in agony. The protagonist, after scrutinizing what was happening, noted that the mysterious force had only captivated his enemies, but had not yet taken their lives. A little alarmed, Jihan thought about the possible connection of what was happening to some obscure plan, not knowing what to expect next. While he was busy analyzing the situation around him, the young man noticed too late that the same essence began to gradually envelope his own legs as well. Loudly cursing his inattention, the protagonist suddenly showed a strange smile on his face, as if he had thought of something ingenious and was absolutely not afraid of the situation. Assuming that the enemy was eager to finish him off first, Jihan looked up, revealing a huge sword, once again descending threateningly on him. Activating the special lightning technique of the flickering sky, Song summoned a glowing energy around his feet, resembling intense lightning bolts. Remaining motionless, the young man continued to hear the heavy sighs, suppressed coughs, and painful groans of the same players behind him. Despite being gradually shackled almost to his shoulders, depriving him of the ability to move, the protagonist continued to stare angrily at his opponent. The situation presented the perfect moment for his enemy, as the gigantic 10-meter sword that he had previously managed to dodge was now inexorably descending straight at Sun. Carefully tracking the trajectory of the approaching weapon, Jihan was surprised to notice the strange slowness of its movement, which defied all logic of combat. Sarcastically chuckling at the attempt at a leisurely assassination, the boy continued to watch the entity gradually encompass his neck and approach his head. Noting the perverse methodicality of its approach, the protagonist watched the Shadow Queen standing nearby, speaking cryptic words in an unknown language. Mentally worrying about losing first place, the guy carefully glanced at the bound players behind, assessing the current situation. Strategically pondering the necessity of losing to the other participants, he noticed their smug glee, confident in the inevitable, imminent demise of the main enemy. Analyzing the facial expressions of his opponents, Jihan reminded himself of the prematurity of their gloating expectations, beginning to carefully consider his next actions. Realizing that most of his body was bound, the protagonist decided to test the mobility of his fingers, successfully activating the red magic that enveloped his hand. The bound players behind the protagonist continued to talk happily about the favorable development of events, anticipating the imminent massacre of their hated rival. Suddenly, their smug gaiety was replaced by bewilderment and fear, when all the colors of the surrounding world seemed to disappear, creating a surreal and frightening atmosphere. Veins on the faces of hapless opponents threateningly swelled, making it difficult to breathe, causing convulsions and abundant foam from the mouth from unknown magical effects. According to the protagonist's elaborate plan, all three players died, leaving him as the sole survivor of this confrontation. The Queen of Shadows, eager for a spectacular assassination of a hated enemy, froze in bewilderment as she saw the system alert, ruining her carefully laid out strategy. The protagonist, whose eyes shone brightly with red light, expressed gloating satisfaction at the successful destruction of his rival's elaborate plan. The system recognized his absolute victory, preparing to take the player out, which caused a new wave of rage of the Queen of Shadows, who decided to release all the accumulated anger for the last time. The black magical essence began to envelope the body of the protagonist more intensely, completely taking over his head, but he only rolled his eyes, not showing much concern. Immediately afterward, the huge sword that had previously descended with unnatural slowness suddenly accelerated. Experiencing unbearable pain, the protagonist screamed as the 10-meter-long sword mercilessly pierced his shuddering body. The sword slammed into the ground with tremendous force, completely hiding the opponent beneath it without the slightest chance of escape. The Queen of Shadows maintained her stance, carefully and seriously watching the results of her crushing attack. A caustic smile appeared on her face at the mention of pity, but she stopped suddenly upon noticing something unusual. The protagonist explained his evasion at the last moment as his body began to gradually materialize from beneath the protruding sword. Song Jihan grinned as he noticed the decrease in BattleNet's influential power as the game ended, giving his surprised opponent a friendly wink. The young man continued his explanation of the effect on her shadow powers. pointing to the leg around which the mysterious essence had once again begun to braid. The opponent stood astonished and angry, not realizing how drastically the situation had changed when she had already considered herself the unqualified winner. The young man grudgingly expressed his hope for the sufficiency of his left arm, pointing to a separately lying limb shrouded in shadowy essence. A system alert announced the end of the game and an imminent logout as the guy with the winner's face promised to meet next time. He immediately left the system without hearing the furious screams of the Shadow Queen, who stared motionless at the notification of his exit. The protagonist materialized in his room, lying exhaustedly on the floor and having a hard time recovering his breath after such a difficult confrontation. The young man reflected on how the grueling game had sapped all his strength. Remembering the marathon of battles with Lim Gayun, Baron, and the Shadow Queen, he understood the inevitability of the consequences, realizing that being a second late would mean imminent death. Remembering the arena and the flying weapons, before touching the Queen's sword, he concentrated all the power in his fingers to cut the arteries leading to the hearts of the other players. The hero feared that the cunning opponent would take advantage of the critical moment, but everything ended safely for him. Realizing the miraculousness of losing only a limb of his arm instead of his life, he continued to lie on the floor with a slight smile of relief. Sleep was absolutely certain of the lethality of that mystical weapon, vividly recalling how the sword had swiftly come crashing down upon him. Jihan would emphatically not want to repeat such a deadly game. Starting to gradually rise from the cold floor, the hero was genuinely happy to celebrate the generous reward for the hard-fought victory, opening the information window to examine the extraordinary rewards. The young man rejoiced at the timely change of the outdated title of Conqueror of Learning, as he was now proudly a king among equal kings. Thanks to the new status, the Silver League would allow for faster pumping. The hero pondered as he studied the special achievement rewards of 10,000 points. The hero was extremely surprised to find an additional 50,000 points, mentally calculating an incredible total of 60,000 points. The young man noted with a satisfied smile that the painful loss of his God of War status appeared to have greatly helped him achieve his current success. Sleep continued to sit quietly as he suddenly sensed something strange, and without turning his head, only glanced to his left side with his gaze. The young man cried out in surprise as he looked closely at his left hand and discovered the unexpected change. Quickly jumping to his feet, he continued to stare incredulously, unable to believe that his shirt sleeve had torn and started to fall down. The protagonist continued to be perplexed, as he was absolutely certain that there was nothing wrong with his shirt. Abruptly stopping and shouting a stop to himself, his eyes froze in surprise as if he suddenly realized something. Jihan pondered the possibility of a similar effect of BattleNet, given that they were still in the training phase. An alternative explanation could be that the constellation was a being from a completely different dimension. Despite his lack of wounds, Sun was still pondering what had happened, ripping off his torn sleeve, when a worried niece ran into the room. Turning to the running girl, he immediately assured her of his well-being, but she quickened her steps, attributing her anxiety to the sudden break in the transmission. The surprised uncle asked his relative for details, learning that the connection had broken just after the barrier had been breached. Seiya reported on the media going crazy, and the general shock while the protagonist checked his phone, discovering a plethora of messages on the internet. The relative asked her uncle with interest if the elf Shadow Queen was the rival, receiving an affirmative answer with a smile. The grateful relative noted the completion of the task thanks to her help, and Seiya smiled happily, pleased with her helpful contribution. As she continued to smile and talk about her endeavors, the girl suddenly lowered her gaze and fell silent, noticing something disturbing. Excitedly pointing at the young man's arm, the girl continued to shout while he confusedly replied about nothing, not understanding the reason for what was happening to his sleeve. Sia screamed even louder as she wasn't talking about the sleeve. The protagonist's arm began to turn alarmingly black. Bewilderment gripped Sung Jihan himself, not understanding the reason for the strange changes happening to his body. As he continued to examine the blackened limb, he saw a system notification that a curse had been detected. At the Divergent Guild headquarters, they were carefully watching the broadcast of the epic battle between Sun and the mighty Baron. Li Han marveled at the hero's incredible movements that defeated Baron, but was even more amazed at his ability to destroy the defense barrier. The girl was perplexed by the happenings in the Bronze League as she continued to listen to the commentator and realized the growing popularity of the mysterious young man. Opening her eyes with firm determination, she declared the need to hire this getting stronger guy at any cost. The fight had made Jihan all too famous, as at the same moment other guilds were reviewing his credentials, recognizing the player's value. A similar conversation was coming from the American First Guild building in Manhattan, New York, where they were discussing talent acquisition strategy. In the Tokyo office, several serious men were discussing over lunch the propriety of Takeda's offer to hire Son Jihan. One of the men inquired about the difficulty of hiring, mentioning the hero's refusal to join for money, but was immediately answered about a special measure. The man objected about the impossibility of the plan because of the Sword King, leaning back in his chair and questioning his control. The interlocutor offered his idea of holding Ito Ryuhei, while engaging Song Jihan, eliciting a surprised look. When asked seriously about the reality of the plan, the speaker bowed affirmatively, confirming his confidence in the success of the venture. His confidence proved to be well-founded. The helicopter was already standing on the takeoff pad, fully prepared for immediate departure. The Sword King stood beside the helicopter, his hair fluttering from the wind currents of the blades as he seriously observed the scene. He slightly resentfully asked the girl standing in the helicopter about the direction of her mysterious journey. Ito Shizuru, reassuringly calling Ryuhei a good boy, asked him not to worry, promising to return quickly. The girl promised the continuation of their mutual love, directing a stream of magic at Ryuhei, instantly bringing him back under her influence. While under the magical influence, he continued to utter parting words to his beloved as she answered him with a waving hand, gallantly letting his companion pass forward. The man invited her to go first, respectfully calling her goddess. The girl admired the cloudless sky, breathing in the fresh air and enjoying the perfect time for her planned visit. Meanwhile, the protagonist and his niece continued to stand in the room, screaming in horror at the sight of Song Jihan's rapidly blackening hand. Horror and incomprehension truly gripped the protagonist, as he himself could not explain the frightening transformation of his own body. Somewhere inside the blackened limb, a mysterious purple symbol resembling a strange mystical sun had barely begun to appear. An angry voice shouted the need to be grateful for the chance to apologize, perplexed as to the reasons for such behavior, while red magic encompassed the glass of juice and lifted it up. The angry voice threatened regret as the juice glass flew up to the head of the seated man and flipped over, dousing the dignitary. At first, the man sat in utter bewilderment, but then, realizing what had happened, abruptly began shouting and calling the protagonist every possible word as he continued to stand there, shrouded in magic. 10 minutes ago, the man had just arrived at the Sword King's penthouse, where Song Jihan and his niece were currently staying. Going up in the elevator, Kim Namdae of the South Korean government, the head of BattleNet's ministry, was talking animatedly on the phone, taking someone's orders. A grateful voice responded by expressing appreciation for the help, but the man was only talking about nothing. Just as he arrived at the right floor, continuing the phone conversation and walking to the right door, he spoke of the need to deal with the situation while two slightly bowed assistants stood behind him. Kim Namdae rang the doorbell while continuing to talk on the phone, guaranteeing to repay all the trouble. He promised to pass the word to the two who mistreated Taewon daily when the doors opened, and a surprise C appeared on the doorstep behind her nonchalant uncle. The protagonist expressed his surprise at the visit of the BattleNet ministry head by quickly pouring juice into a glass and fetching cookies in a plate. Kim Namdae apologized for the infrequent visits and inquired about her well-being, to which the girl replied positively with a smile. She was about to continue, but the protagonist interrupted her abruptly and looked at the guest very carefully, inquiring about the reason for the visit. The ministry had decided to reward them for their success, which seemed like a wonderful suggestion, causing the young man to smile awkwardly and gratefully. The smile and equanimity disappeared abruptly when the head of the ministry set down the glass of juice, changed in his face, and said the compliment seriously. Kim Namdae formally apologized to the powerful Taewon daily for the incident, not only from Song Jihan, but also from his niece. The surprised girl asked about the reason for the apology, immediately receiving an explanation about attacking an important family member of the company's CEO. The ministry representative offered to sign a lucrative advertising contract as compensation, which would fully resolve the unpleasant situation. The man noted with a smile the generosity of the offer, but was abruptly interrupted by the categorical refusal of the imperturbable protagonist. The reaction sparked a violent outrage from Kim Namdae, who pounded his fist on the table as Song slowly got up from the table and motioned for the guest to leave the house. As he got up from the table and headed for the exit, the protagonist continued to listen to the enraged man shouting in his back about his status as the head of the ministry. Kim's mention of the company's upcoming article regarding the protagonist's sister caused the determined young man to suddenly stop at the threshold. The head of the ministry continued to shout about the company's distinction from other printing agencies, gesticulating and explaining their ability to ruin anyone's future. He continued to shout about how, despite their reputation laundered through donations, people still despise them for associating with the Sword King, while his upset niece heard it all. continuing to accuse the hero of ingratitude and inadequate behavior. Kim didn't notice as the young man's magic began to gradually encompass the glass of juice and lift it up. The juice poured over the perplexed man's head when Sung accused him of using Sia to blackmail him, further angering the already agitated guest. Unable to endure such treatment, the enraged man abruptly jumped up and slammed his hands on the table, angered by the reminder of his status as the head of the BattleNet ministry. Threatening to make the ministry and the printing company the young man's enemies, the official vehemently promised to publish a compromising article about Sia everywhere. The protagonist remained completely unfazed as his niece walked up to him and stood beside him with the same impenetrable expression on her face. They listened in silence to the torrent of indignant cries and at a certain point glanced meaningfully at each other. To her uncle's direct question about the disturbance, the niece looked at him with the same smile and replied briefly in the negative. By the setting sun, the angry head of the government department arrived at the main office of the influential Taewon Daily. Wiping his face furiously, the official was telling two interlocutors about the unprecedented audacity of young people blinded by their success in BattleNet. Taewon Daily CEO Kim Hyun-chul philosophically remarked that the ministry's opponents will have a tough time in the upcoming confrontation. The CEO's daughter happily caught her father's attention, holding out a phone with important information for immediate review. Kim Hiso excitedly announced that everyone was discussing the just-published exposé about Sia's terrible gift. Hyung-chul, taking a small sip of tea, noted with satisfaction the timeliness of the publication and the need for a lesson in humility for arrogant opponents. The head of the ministry's satisfied laughter was suddenly interrupted by a subordinate running in, who excitedly addressed the audience with an urgent message. The subordinate quickly apologized to the CEO for the disturbance, insisting that the important information be read immediately. The television that had just been turned on caught the attention of everyone present with the mention of player Sun Jihan's name in the breaking news. The sensational news of Taewon Daily and the ministry's public exposure on the live broadcast stunned everyone in the office. The clever young man had recorded the entire home conversation on a tape recorder beforehand and was now broadcasting the recording live for all to see. The protagonist continued the exposé about the assault of the CEO's family member and the ministry's cooperation with the printing company. After the failed attempt to pressure the family, the opponents only had to publish a defamatory article about Sia's unique gift. The young man mentally prepared for the next important statement. Having already analyzed the true possibilities of his niece's gift with the Hermes monocle, Seon asked the girl about her willingness to publicly display her gift, while everyone in the office watched the broadcast in horror. After confirming her willingness and showing the open status window close-up, the girl elicited a shocked exclamation from Hiso about the possibility of pumping the gift. The stunned viewers and commentators were perplexed by the existence of pumpable gifts, while the wielder stood calmly by the status window. The protagonist hoped that a public demonstration of her niece's abilities would finally dispel any misunderstandings about the value of her gift. Mentally noting the positivity of the situation, the young man admitted that he would have preferred to keep his opponents in the dark longer about the true capabilities. An unexpected notification of a 100,000 donation caught the young man's attention, who discovered that the donor was a scout of the American First Guild. The young man was perplexed by the name of the guild, continuing to read the contract offer after watching his fights, thoughtfully placing a hand to his chin. Realizing the possibility of deceiving the offering party, he decided to show the contract on a public stream, realizing the profitability of such a demonstration. The announced sum of $300 million stunned all the commentators as the young man watched the audience's reaction with a small smile. After thanking Mr. Gates for the generous offer, he spoke honestly about his dream of starting his own guild in Korea after entering the Silver League while Sia was still in shock at the amount. Mentioning the bad attitude of big companies like the ministry further irritated the head of that very ministry, hearing the criticism against him once again. Putting his hand to his chest, the young man expressed his sincere love for his native country and asked for help for the opportunity to stay in Korea. After the broadcast ended, the niece, standing dumbfounded by the huge sum offered, inquired about her uncle's future plans. Turning to the confused girl, Jihan reassuringly told her not to worry about the situation. With a smile, he informed her of his intention to deal with a certain business quickly, lifting the phone slightly as an indication of things to come. The young man dialed the number of Lee Ha-young, who was currently holding her head and sighing heavily in surprise. The girl was perplexed as to what to wear to the sudden meeting scheduled at such a late hour. Standing in her extensive closet, she consulted with Gyeon about choosing between a casual style that looked natural, professional, and cute at the same time. With a wistful smile, The head of the third division of the Divergent Guild pondered on what the famous player could have needed so urgently. The protagonist who had made the appointment had already descended and was about to walk as he suddenly stopped, staring intently ahead. Standing right in front of him were 5 people dressed in all black, with masks on their faces and armed with various weapons. Continuing to stand still, Song ironically suggested that these guys were hardly a group of ninja cosplayers passing by chance. The young man wondered if the head of the ministry or representatives of Taewon Daily had sent them. Watching the opponents prepare for an attack, tiredly shoving the phone into his pocket, Jihan concluded that both hostile parties were most likely behind the attack. Pondering the appropriateness of using his new ability, the young man suddenly sharply shouted Ariel's name to summon the entity. At that moment, the same shadowy entity he had fought earlier began to reappear beneath his feet. The mystical entity began to rise so impossibly high that the previously confident attackers now stood in utter amazement. The summoned entity expressed its displeasure at the challenge to battle the pitiful vermin, towering behind Sun Jihan to an impressive size. The protagonist suggested that the upcoming bout be viewed as a warm-up, perfect for trying out new fighting abilities. The shadow creature continued to complain about its long confinement in a rather dark place, enveloping the arms of its summoner. When the magical transformation began, the protagonist only looked at his opponents with a smile, suggesting that the long-awaited battle should begin. The mysterious creature quietly uttered words of surprise, pointing at the helpless victims prostrate on the cold ground. Sleep, standing in the same position he absolutely did not budge, watching as all around him lay motionless, as if their life essence was slowly evaporating. The protagonist looked at his hand, which slowly began to transform into a normal human limb, satisfied with the result. An unexpected voice corrected his humble assessment, calling what had happened amazing, causing the guy to look up at the speaker in surprise. The small entity, a shadow queen, loudly proclaimed the granting of a dark spirit to him as a special stat out of her own mercy. She continued to shout about the greatness of this gift and its difference from normal abilities, but the person speaking ignored her, pulling out her phone. The guy calmly answered the incoming call, bringing the phone up to his ear, while the enraged creature resented being completely ignored. Lee Hyung called, inquiring about his whereabouts, but the protagonist stood wide-eyed, suddenly realizing his forgetfulness. Starting to make excuses for the misunderstanding, he was interrupted by the surprised girl, amazed at such a situation. Sighing heavily, the supervisor all ended the conversation quietly, while the bodyguard standing next to her watched questioningly. Lee Hyung addressed Gayun by name, and after making sure she had her full attention, she took a deep breath before explaining. The girl confessed to the fact that she had just been rejected, experiencing such a strange, painful emotion for the first time in her life. The shocked bodyguard stood wide-eyed, perplexed at the result after all the careful preparations for the meeting. Chaos reigned in the previously calm office, as Kim Hyun-chul received a violent blow to the face, knocking off his glasses. The man who fell to the ground began coughing and begging for the floor to explain himself in front of his furious father with a cane. The CEO desperately cried out for a chance to explain, while the angry father beat him mercilessly with his cane in front of a terrified Hiso. The girl ran up to her grandfather and took his hand and tried to stop the massacre by explaining the real culprits behind what happened. Suddenly, she also received a painful blow on her cheek with the palm of the same angry elderly man's hand, interrupting her explanation. Her grandfather bitterly reminded her of how he had raised her like a princess since she was his only favorite granddaughter. Even more furious, the old man shouted about her ungrateful act. Unable to believe that such a betrayal from his own blood was possible, Kim Dae-won furiously questioned understanding of the extent of the company's stock plunge, threatening to disown both of the kneeling relatives. They couldn't utter a word in their defense, as the angry family patriarch continued to demand a full understanding of the situation. Mentally cursing the failure of the perfect plan and blaming everything on the hated Yoon Sia, Kim Hiso continued to kneel with her head down. The protagonist's niece stood confused in the middle of the playing field, completely unsure of what action to take in this situation. Calling up the information window, she began to try to understand whether the battle had already begun or still had to wait for a certain signal. Thinking about the incomprehensible game rules, the girl continued to stand in one place, not noticing how some figure began to approach her. A surprised exclamation was heard from behind the approaching guy as Sia continued to scrutinize the information window, trying to understand something. Seeing that the girl was confused, Do Hyun Yoon, Do Hyuk Gyo's cousin from the Divergent Guild, happily assumed that the lone rookie in front of him. Since he was a very promising player with A-Rang's gift, he immediately realized his luck and confidence in getting into the top 50, pulling out his weapon, joyfully proclaiming his first sacrifice. He abruptly began to approach the opponent still standing with his back to him. Very confidently, Du Hyun-yoon declared her defeat, swinging and already delivering a decisive blow to the loser. But the joy on his face abruptly disappeared, replaced by surprise when he saw the unexpected consequences of his attack. The girl simply put her arm out in front of her, stopping the sword thanks to the turtle longsword armor and the steel protection of the master's hand. Realizing the mechanics of the battle, the niece pulled herself together and decisively changed the course of events, delivering precise blows to her opponent and knocking the weapon out of his hands. The guy was extremely surprised and shocked by the unexpected turn, unable to utter a single coherent word from shock. The main character's niece smiled slightly and thanked him for the sword, which slowly began to descend directly into her hands. With a loud announcement of her first kill, the girl swung and delivered a deadly slashing blow to her defenseless opponent. After the final scream of her first victim, her niece stood with a joyful expression as she watched the sword in her hands slowly disappear. The protagonist, who was carefully watching the broadcast, felt genuinely proud of his talented niece's martial accomplishments. Taking another sip of flavored tea, he stood with a satisfied smile on his face, praising her debut performance. Suddenly, a mocking question was heard behind his back about the capabilities of an inferior being from a small creature that appeared under the control of the protagonist. The young man reminded his interlocutor of her service to one of the inferior creatures, but was immediately given a sharp order to shut up. The tiny creature loudly proclaimed the fulfillment of the great mission given by her true nature, demanding gratitude for her support. As Ariel continued to shout about the great and marvelous power, Ariel made the young man look thoughtfully at his free hand. Memories of returning from the Coliseum arena and their shared fright with Sia at the sight of the suddenly blackened hand came to mind. He remembered the notice that had appeared then about the curse absorbing the player's power until the magic was completely removed. While mentally pondering the nature of the curse, Song Jihan tried not to frighten the niece sitting next to him, who understood the seriousness of the situation. The protagonist analyzed the similarity of the wording of the system message with the descriptions of various objects, building a logical chain of reasoning. After realizing the necessary action, he immediately activated emergency recovery, causing the sun's restorative shadow to appear. A system notification reported the sun shadow's status as too harsh, offering only partial recovery, which surprised the hero. As he continued to repeatedly activate the emergency recovery, the young man watched his hand shrink and blacken even more. After many unsuccessful recovery attempts, the exhausted hero finally stopped, realizing the futility of further efforts. But a notice suddenly appeared to lift the curse and unlock the true feature, returning the protagonist's limbs to their normal color. The worried niece inquired about the state of her uncle's arm, receiving a reassuring reply of full recovery. An unexpected ominous voice about the startling man made the girl and the boy freeze with eyes wide open in horror. Somewhere in the distance, a mysterious entity materialized, which rapidly began to approach the tensely waiting protagonist. Realizing the proximity of danger, the young man immediately pulled his niece behind him, urging her to move away from the area of potential risk. A small magical vortex began to form just above their heads, causing the frightened relatives to stand with their heads tilted back. A tiny entity in the form of a miniature pixie materialized in front of them, drawing everyone's attention with its unusual appearance. The protagonist continued to stand nonchalantly, protectively covering his niece with his hand, who exclaimed in surprise and slight consternation. Introducing herself as a clone of the Queen of Shadows constellation, she reported the original's interest in his powers, meeting an extremely surprised look. The tiny creature announced her impending service to Sun Jihan as master, uttering the statement with obvious reluctance and annoyance. The hero somewhat strangely queried the meaning of her words, as she continued to point her tiny index finger at him. A window appeared in front of the young man with a message about a gift from the clone of the constellation of the Shadow Queen Ariel's clone, a stat dark spirit, which caused a bewildered look on the part of Sun, who continued to study his hand. The protagonist mentally pondered the power to use shadows as weapons, noting its particular usefulness for battles in BattleNet. Ariel continued to demand attention and upgrade the dark spirit's status, while the boy stood with his back to her, fully immersed in his own thoughts. Realizing his niece's imminent arrival after completing her training, the caring uncle had set a sumptuous table with many different dishes prepared. Jihan encouraged the girl for her excellent work for the first time, as they made themselves comfortable at the table and began their meal together. The niece devoured the delicious food with sincere joy, occasionally glancing at her uncle with a grateful smile on her face. The girl suddenly inquired about his decision about American First, surprising the protagonist so much that he froze with a raised spoonful of rice. The young man briefly declined the offer, explaining the opportunity to earn a living on his own, and his reluctance to join a guild, preferring to create his own organization. Meanwhile, a determined Lee Hae-young, along with the loyal Lim Ga-yun, arrived safely at the former Sword King's impressive penthouse. The independent girl, who was making such an important decision for the first time in her life, seriously looked at the majestic building as she prepared to go inside. Suddenly shrieking in surprise, Lee Ha-young abruptly took off her glasses, not believing the sentence she heard. The young man calmly repeated his words, watching the shocked reaction of his interlocutor and the bodyguard standing next to him. The protagonist, with a smile, offered the girl to become the head of the new guild he intended to create, continuing to hold a cup of tea, conditionally, aggressively inquiring about the origin of such an unexpected idea. The interlocutor heard a calm explanation about the possibility of simply taking over. Asserting her affiliation with the divergent guild, Lee clutched her aching head, recognizing that the head should be the proposer himself. The girl explained the need for a capable player as the face of the guild, emphasizing her great suitability for managerial tasks. Placing the cup on the table, the young man inquired directly about her having a supporting gift of a special type. He accurately described the bonus 10% experience and its uselessness due to its incongruity with other items, causing the female listeners' faces to turn grim. Song Jian confidently declared about revealing the true value of her gift while becoming the head of a new guild. Sitting with her eyes wide open, her interlocutor watched the fellow, pondering the source of his amazing knowledge that she herself had not realized. As she continued to ponder, she wondered about the source of his confidence. For all the professionals unanimously considered her gift to Airang to be a completely useless artifact. Willing to believe the first person to praise her unique gift, she hesitated about the offer to lead another guild. The promise of reporting betting information in future BattleNet matches instantly transformed the woman's pensive face, eliciting a pleased smile and an incredulous look from her bodyguard. Abruptly shouting out her agreement, the female boss was beside Song Jihan in a second, opening the information window with a proposal to sign the contract. The bodyguard was perplexed at the seriousness of her mistress's intentions, as the head of the third division of the Divergent Guild confidently prepared to sign. Pondering the possibility of winning bets with a smile on her face, the woman extended her finger towards the screen, upon pressing which the window glowed with a blinding light. The glow was so intense that Lee had to step back and cover her face when a notification appeared to activate a supporting gift with a 200% increase in development speed. On the city streets, people were going about their usual business. Some were talking on the phone, some were browsing the news on the internet. Visitors sitting in cozy cafes were unexpectedly surprised to receive an alert on their mobile devices about the beginning of an interesting broadcast. The stream titled "The Guild Has Been Established" interested many viewers, who decided to join in watching the unusual event. Lee Ha-young cheerfully greeted the audience, drawing attention to the intriguing title of the broadcast and inviting them to watch. The girl introduced herself as the head of the new guild Big Vessel, explaining that this was their first broadcast as an official organization. Commentators immediately recognized the divergent guild member, puzzled by her new activities when the main character appeared behind her, explaining her important role. Moving on to demonstrate the concept of the new organization, the protagonist snapped his fingers promisingly in front of the intrigued audience. The concept of the Assistants Guild proudly promised the audience the ability to become significantly stronger and faster compared to other in-game organizations. The protagonist emphasized limiting the maximum number of members to 10 people in an effort to maintain the small elite guild status. The current members included creator Song Jihan, guild head Lee Ha-young, Diego Masid, and the recently gifted Yoon Sia. The last member to sign a contract of employment was a mysterious person standing in the distance under the gaze of the protagonist's niece. The unnamed Lim Ga-yun stood with a confused expression on her face, as if she didn't understand her whereabouts or the reason for her presence. The guild creator invited the audience to watch their progress through the broadcasts, directing those who wished to participate to the head of Lee Ha-young. His niece quietly reminded her uncle to explain the name of the guild, causing the young man to remember this important detail. Jihan began explaining the name Great Vessel, derived from a Chinese expression meaning that great talent matures gradually, while the satisfied niece rejoiced at the opportunity to help. In the arena of the coliseum, another deadly battle had once again begun, when something powerful almost instantly exploded with a deafening rumble. Baron kept his outstretched arm pointed directly at the epicenter of the resulting explosion, watching the events unfold. Disdainfully noting the dullness of what was happening, he continued to hold his arm out in front of him as the fire dissipated, revealing the silhouette of Song Ji-han standing there. Hearing the spoken name of his worst enemy, the young man raised his head and looked at his speaking opponent very seriously. The enraged Baron promised to finish off the protagonist once and for all, while simultaneously creating deadly fire in both hands. The cocky Williams maintained a nonchalant expression on his face as he thrust his hands forward and directed powerful streams of fire at the calmly standing opponent. There was an incredibly violent explosion that seemed hopeless to save, as the protagonist didn't even manage to move from his original position. After triumphantly inquiring about the limits of the guy's abilities, the smug man turned around and began to walk away, confident in his unconditional victory. The situation turned out to be not so simple. The surviving protagonist approached his opponent's back lightning fast, preparing to strike a treacherous blow. Suddenly, something didn't go according to plan, and at the last moment of the attack, the young man felt the devastating lightning from Baron's calmly raised fingers. The powerful strike caused the young man to fall to the hard ground with a loud scream as his body continued to shudder from the surrounding electrical discharges. A system notification of the end of the training session appeared at the same time as the arena, and the protagonist himself began to gradually disappear. Baron was regretting aloud the randomness of his opponent's previous victory when an admiring doctor approached him in the training room. The specialist reported the successful defeat of the 50% version of Son Ji-han, offering to try the 75% model, which made the man furious. The enraged fighter turned sharply toward the speaker, when an aide unexpectedly entered to announce the guild head's desire for an urgent meeting. In the office of the head of American First, Baron began shouting furiously upon hearing the unbelievable offer to hire his nemesis into the guild. Guild head Robert Gates convinced the angry fighter of the favorable offer, advising him to watch Son Ji-han's latest broadcast. In front of the angry fighter, a window with the main character's broadcast immediately appeared, and he looked at it with undisguised hatred and contempt. As Baron continued to stand motionless, he felt a growing rage of such power that his magic began to affect all the objects in the office. Robert watched nonchalantly as things began to rise into the air under the influence of the red magic of the enraged subordinate, asking about old age. Baron erupted into screams about the falsity of the situation, asserting his superiority as the strongest man in the world, needing no help from the rogue. Leaving the office with an emphatic demand to not mention the hated name again, the enraged fighter dropped all levitating objects to the floor. Sighing heavily and clutching his head, the head of the American First Guild pondered Baron's inferiority complex and his uncontrollable emotions. Realizing the impossibility of sending Williams, Robert Gates thought of an alternative candidate, and a fleeting, sly smile appeared on his face. It was about Sophia, a member of American First, who was currently watching Son Ji-han's live broadcast with admiration after practice. The bodyguard stood with her eyes closed, unable to drown out the deafening screams around her, as it was impossible to cover her ears. Her agitated boss was yelling at the cafe at the top of her voice about American First and China's offers of huge sums of money in exchange for the secret of obtaining buffs for the guild. Hearing the advice to never share secrets, the girl resented such distrust aloud, mentally marveling at the greatness of her gift. Memories of her partner's words of personal interest and advice to seduce the protagonist surfaced in her mind with renewed vigor. The painful words about uselessness in the former guild also came back into her memories, making her realize something important. The unexpected statement about wanting to be nice to Ji-han caused the protagonist to look surprised at the suddenly changed interlocutor. The young man's attempt to explain the nominal nature of her role as head and her plans to dissolve the guild was angrily interrupted by the girl's flat refusal. Standing up from the table and tapping her hand on it, she loudly announced her true dream of owning the guild through the accumulation of bets. With real excitement and enthusiasm, Hyung promised to do her best to promote the development of the Big Vessel Guild, discussing the need to open an office and utilize the common rooms of the Sword Palace. Lee planned to publish an advertisement to hire an editor, while Song regretted what he had done. The spirited head of the Big Vessel Guild warmly thanked all the candidates for participating in the interview in the special interview room. After politely asking them to introduce themselves, she turned to the potential candidates who could become their professional editor. The first candidate, Ju Yoon-ji, with some excitement, animatedly introduced herself, showing her willingness to cooperate. Talking about creating commercial and promotional videos from her high school years and majoring in college, she exceeded her supervisor's expectations. After thanking the first candidate and noting the uniqueness of the next applicant's name. Ha-young turned her attention to the guy sitting across from her. The second candidate, Lee Jun-bit, excitedly jumped up from his seat, introducing himself as a golden light streamer, counting the days until he could work with Song Ji-han. The young man loudly listed his skills in editing and advertising, calling himself a true treasure and a fan of the Lord since the early days, scaring the boss and her bodyguard. Overflowing with enthusiasm, the candidate claimed a plethora of ideas to improve the channel, promising to give himself fully to the great cause of promotion. The extremely emotional behavior of the young man, jumping up from his chair during the story, looked so strange that the other candidates looked at him perplexed. The supervisor hardly thanked the overly active candidate, mentally marveling at the mental state of the famous blogger invited for the interview. The third candidate, Kim Gong-woo, introduced himself as a 4-year veteran of video editing in the guild, proudly calling himself an experienced BattleTube participant. The experienced editor spoke confidently about his abilities and desire to be a suitable member of the team, causing concern among the competitors. Lee Hain thanked the successfully interviewed candidate with a smile, inquiring if there were any questions on his part for the management. An unexpected question about Song Ji-han's whereabouts caused the surprised girl to look up from the tablet in her hands. The manager explained her management responsibility by assuming the candidate's fanatical attitude, but the candidate kept asking about the idol's whereabouts. The intrusive questions about which floor of the building the hero lives on surprised Lee Hyen and infuriated the silent bodyguard. The nervous Lee Gyun-bit began to express his displeasure at the third candidate's behavior. Slowly rising from his seat, Streamer forcefully placed his hand on Kim Gong-woo's shoulder, pushing him back, demonstrating his physical superiority. Golden Light loudly resented the attempts to pry into the idol's personal life, continuing to physically assault the annoying third candidate. Suddenly, everyone present fell silent when a newspaper-wrapped knife dropped to the floor, falling out of one of the contestants' belongings. The surprised streamer froze in place, watching the fallen object while the first candidate sat behind, terrified by the sight he had seen. Enraged, the third candidate quickly grabbed the knife, abruptly ripping off the newspaper wrapper and exposing the edged weapon. Kim Gong-woo began waving the knife around, accusing those present of ruining the Sword King's reputation and running the guild afterward. Ito Ryohai's fan continued to shout about the impossibility of the Sword King's return, while the boss and bodyguard realized the true nature of the threat. The knife-wielding madman lunged at Lim Gayun, covering Lee Hain, intending to teach a lesson through killing the minions of the hated hero. The attacker ran with fierce confidence when he suddenly felt an abrupt stop. Someone grabbed him from behind by his clothes. The golden light not only stopped, but threw the attacking jerk backwards, causing him to fall to the floor of the room. The third candidate, after calming down a bit and getting up, began shouting profanities at the second candidate who had prevented him from accomplishing what he had planned. Despite the insults, Golden Light was determined to protect everyone in the room and prevent their idol from being harmed. An enraged Kim Gong-woo swung a knife that passed within a few centimeters of Lee Gyun-bit's face, threatening the first death. A powerful blow to the cheek from his opponent knocked the knife out of his attacker's hands, depriving him of his only advantage in the fight. The powerful blow left a mark on his opponent's cheek, knocked out a tooth, and the body began to fall face first to the ground under the force. Streamer felt a surge of energy and the joy of a successful action, maintaining his fighting stance as his victim fell to the floor of the room. The supervisor and her bodyguard, who were watched the scene unfold with some surprise and relief. Lee Hain stared at the second candidate standing with her back to her, realizing his true nature as a former Golden League member. The supervisor was pondering the strangeness and abilities of the fighter when the serious defender suddenly smiled, beginning to admire his own actions. The enthusiastic streamer pulled out his phone, dreaming of capturing the heroic moment of Mr. Jihan's defense of the terrorist for a future video. The golden light lifted the madman by his clothes and began yanking him in different directions, warning him to start the broadcast and demanding that he not come any closer. Lee Ha-young asked her subordinate Ga-young to call the police to deal with the incident, receiving consent. The enraged protagonist was perplexed about the reason for the attack on him instead of Sia, but the guild leader reassured the situation was resolved. The hero apologized for the lack of security and began looking for a new editor, but the interlocutor informed him of a good candidate already found. Golden Light sat in his room, nervously biting his nails from stress and constantly checking his phone in anticipation of the results. The impatient candidate jumped up abruptly, grabbing his head and shouting out a question about the timing of the long-awaited interview results. The worried streamer was tormented by doubts about possible rejection and over-eagerness. regretting that he hadn't dealt with the scumbag too epically. Hearing the notification sound on his phone, the excited candidate promptly grabbed the device to check the message he received. Ju Yun-ji, the first candidate, happily read the congratulatory message about successfully passing the interview for the position of an editor in the guild. A male voice behind the seated girl noted the regularity of such a successful result from a true goddess, slightly startling her with its unexpected appearance. The man asked Ju Yun about the difficulty of getting into the palace as an editor, noting the difficulty of video editing, but she reassured him confidently. The girl assured of her excellent knowledge of editing, taking off her glasses and showing a drastic change in her true appearance. Golden Light made prolonged sounds of frustration, sitting at his computer desk with his head down as the commentators were perplexed by what was happening. The frustrated streamer furiously yelled about the unfairness of the rejection. After all, he had shown loyalty to Lord Jihan, exposed a spy, and defeated a fan of the Sword King. A sudden comment from a viewer, with a donation of 10,000 about the possibility of becoming a bodyguard, widened Lee Jumbit's eyes as he realized the genius of the idea. The blogger realized the rightness of the suggestion, as the idol must be anxious about possible assassins, clenching a determined fist to the perplexed questions of the audience. Joyfully proclaiming the decision to become a protector, Golden Light dreamily imagined constantly being near the hero, causing laughter from the observers. Suddenly, all fantasies vanished when the donator announced the main character's presence in the gameplay. Viewers left the stream en masse for the sake of watching Sun Jihan, leaving the lone blogger desperately begging not to leave his channel. The first thing the audience saw when connecting to the broadcast was a slightly intimidating location, creating an atmosphere of tension and upcoming challenges. Following this location, the protagonist himself materialized, whose appearance was accompanied by a system greeting in the Silver League Gangnam Zone. The system alert clearly identified the type of the upcoming task as capturing territory or certain objects in the new location. The young man nostalgically noted that it had been a long time since he had visited this familiar location, scrutinizing the surroundings ahead. Lim Gayun suddenly appeared behind the boy's back, surprised at the meaning of his words about familiarizing himself with the supposedly new location. The two contestants found themselves on the same task, as they themselves had decided to join forces for an easier way to pass a difficult test. But, in reality, Lee Hain had insisted on playing together to increase the audience reach and raise the game levels of both participants in the broadcast. The protagonist, with a smile, quickly twisted away, explaining his familiarity with the map from the streamers. But the female interlocutor scrutinized his suspicious reaction. Song Jihan extended his hand for a greeting, expressing impatient anticipation for a second collaboration with his partner. The girl silently regarded the outstretched limb, taking her time to respond to her new gaming partner's friendly gesture. After a few awkward seconds, she shook the hand, mentally realizing that she had been noticed by the person she was trying hardest to avoid. Song Jihan noted the approach of the other team members behind Gayun's back, while the girl herself pondered using the opportunity to practice skills. An unexpected surprised shout of her name from behind caused the bodyguard to open her eyes and quickly snap out of deep personal reflection. The Divergent Guild squad materialized on the location in similar surprise, unable to believe that the real Lim Gayun was standing in front of them. The protagonist noted with a smile the large number of representatives of the organization from Divergent in the squad, while his partner stood in utter horror. One of the new arrivals began asking Gayun about working in the Big Vessel Guild, while the others turned their attention to greeting the celebrity. Lim's friend from the Divergent Guild inquired about Gayun's well-being and plans to return, while a distraught young man from the same organization stood upset behind her. The boy in love looked at the girl with admiring eyes, finding her simply incredible and beyond the reach of his senses as a beauty. The young man mentally noted the constant beauty of his beloved, confessing his unbearable suffering from her departure just a few days ago from his native guild. The lover recalled his plans to train the girl when she entered the Silver League, hoping for support and rapprochement through joint activities. The young man was already dreamily envisioning a wedding with his beloved, he in an elegant suit, she in a gorgeous white dress, their perfect happy future. But everything went wrong. Former partner Lim sullenly noted the goosebumps that suddenly ran along his skin, not understanding the reason for this unpleasant and disturbing feeling. The young man from the Divergent Guild fiercely realized the true reason for his beloved Gayun's departure. The culprit was the scoundrel standing in front of him. The girl who came in asked the newcomers if they needed an explanation of the structure of capture-type quests, receiving a brief agreement from the pensive Lim Gayun. Capture involves 10 players divided into teams of angels and demons for a 5-on-5 group battle along the 3 main lines of the map. The team that first manages to completely destroy the enemy's fortified base in enemy territory wins. Outside the main lines, there is a forest, where players can get various reinforcements by killing powerful monsters living there. Having realized belonging to the demon camp, the protagonist raised his hand and inquired about anyone's plans to go to the dangerous forest. The newcomers laughed at the newcomers' inexperience, explaining the minimum level 65 of the forest monsters with their own maximum of 40 levels. Song Jihan marveled at the team's inability to cope with the top tier of the Silver League, while the eyes of the young man who had come shone with a sudden brilliant idea. Coughing, the enamored lad interrupted the protagonist, focusing the group's attention on himself to outline his own plan of action. The cocky young man condescendingly explained to the newcomer the need to simply follow the directions of the more experienced players, without too much amateurishness. The enamored lad suggested that the pair head to the bottom line, receiving immediate support for the idea from his teammates. Mentally considering Song Jihan to be an ordinary rookie, that young man gave the protagonist a strange look, suggesting that they start advancing. The lad intended to use the group game to showcase Gayun's skills, pointing out creeps and warning about the harm of being too amateurish to the team. The lover smilingly explained the difficulty of overpowering for the Silver League, the need for teamwork and caution to avoid death penalties, not noticing Gayun rolling her eyes with fatigue. The divergent guild member continued his explanation while adjusting his glasses, but was interrupted by someone noticing the simplicity of the task. Song Jihan interrupted the lingering explanation, simplifying the task to the need to fight and survive, kneading his hands, one of which was blackened from the summoned power. A member of the Divergent Guild exclaimed perplexedly, watching as the protagonist ignored the advice and headed towards his opponents on his own. As he approached the creeps, the hero shot his blackened hand forward, concentrating on his upcoming attack against a group of smaller enemies. The young man pondered the effectiveness of the Dark Spirit in BattleNet, as he had never used this ability in virtual battles before. Noticing the boy's attention, the small aggressive attackers turned towards the group of players, preparing for a fierce attack. Song Jihan mentally noted the incomparability with the Shadow Queen's level as a huge dark entity with a 10-meter sword appeared above the battlefield. The confident creeps aggressively rushed to attack, rapidly approaching the protagonist standing in front for close combat. Mentally assessing the effectiveness against smaller opponents, the young man watched as the dark essence began to take over the approaching attackers. A multitude of swords appeared above the enemies, hovering in the air, waiting for the command to deliver a crushing blow. Controlling the attack with his blackened hand, Jihan began to slowly lower the limb down, activating the Dark Queen's destructive ability. The activation of the Shadow Queen caused the swords to sink into the ground, creating a huge crater and consuming all the creeps in its depths. After such a powerful attack, all the attackers were blown to pieces, their body parts scattered in all directions without the slightest chance of survival. The Divergent Guild member stood there completely dumbfounded by what he saw. But Lim Gayun, standing next to him, looked as if she had expected such a development, which made her slightly angry. She calmly offered to continue onward, turning to her acquaintance, who clutched his weapon in intense horror and stammered in agreement. The system notification reported Sun's killing of 50 creeps. The demon's blessing boosted his stats by 20%, making him think about the possibility of going solo into the forest. As he continued to scrutinize the data information window, the protagonist abruptly turned to the girl behind him by name, asking to be given exactly 10 minutes for an important matter. Song Jihan resolutely headed forward, but his anxious partner inquired about the direction of travel. After explaining his intention to raise the game level all by himself, the young man moved closer to the forest and pointed his hand toward it with a confident smile. Lim Gayun began to shout indignantly and demand to stop, but the nimble young man was much faster and had already disappeared into the dense forest. As she continued to shout about the impossibility of simply walking away, the girl was perplexed to feel a comrade from her former guild jumping at her from behind. Turning around, she saw his hand engulfed in dangerous blue magic, very close and capable of causing serious harm. Quickly reacting to the threat, she turned around and began to draw her sharp weapon with obvious hatred for such treacherous behavior. Before she could fully react, she realized the appearance of the protective dome above them, as there were two armed aggressive attackers ahead. The girl simply stood there with her mouth wide open, wondering about magical abilities as her comrade held the protective barrier cracking from the blows. 5 minutes earlier, the frustrated member from Divergent stood very angry, mentally swearing at the arrogant little bastard who had ruined the plans. He couldn't find his place and paced from side to side, swearing at Sung, as he just wanted to show his beloved Gayun his true awesomeness and impress her. The guy paced long and nervously in one place, as suddenly stopped abruptly, turning to himself with an important question. The young man quickly realized the pointlessness of going to the central line, deciding to stay with Gayun upstairs, sending Song Jihan into the dangerous mid. The now enamored contestant became incredibly happy with his brilliant decision and promptly ran to his beautiful beloved to implement the plan. As he approached his target, the young man saw the girl standing sideways, stopping the fleeing Song Jihan without noticing the attack approaching from the side. Realizing the grave danger to his dear Gaian, rage and fear gripped the fighter, forcing him to feverishly consider possible escape options. Quickly reacting, the young man created a strong magical dome, reliably protecting his beloved girl from the deadly blow that struck the protective barrier. Surprised, Lim Gaion turned around and saw the enemy's sword flying into the saving dome, which prevented her imminent death. The protector mentally pondered the unexpectedness of the enemy's command attack, vowing aloud to protect his beloved from any threats despite the apparent difficulties. Before the lover could finish his romantic phrase, scarlet blood spurted from his mouth, causing him to cough painfully. The attacking mage managed to shatter the protective dome and channeled destructive magic directly at the weakened rival mage, dealing critical damage. From the powerful blow, the defender landed painfully on the hard ground with a visible trace of the attack, lying with his eyes closed. Lim, who ran up, immediately worriedly inquired about the condition of her comrade, whose body was already beginning to slowly fade away with apologies for the failure. The dying youth pulled his gradually disappearing hand towards his lover's face, realizing that it was already too late for important confessions. The Divergent Guild member confessed his deep romantic feelings with a sad smile on his face and a small tear in his eyes. The shocked girl was barely able to utter anything as she watched the body of her newly confessed comrade finally disappear from the game. The two watching attackers perplexedly discussed among themselves the dramatic behavior of their opponent, who was to return to the game in a minute. Interrupting the cute scene, the enemies offered to continue the fight, warning against underestimating the lone Lim Gaian, the rising star of the Divergent Guild. Hearing this, the wary girl confidently turned around and mentally thought about the whereabouts of the scoundrel Sun Jihan in the team game. Suddenly, her worried eyes stopped when she saw a small dark vortex appear right above her, making her freeze in fear. The hero was in a dense forest and was looking very seriously at his formidable opponent, shrouded in pulsing red magic. The two-headed wolf was shrieking furiously with all its might, threatening cries coming from both its mouths, displaying all its incredible power. It was the most common forest monster, but the young man reacted quickly and grabbed the upper and lower fangs of one head as it opened wide. The 3-meter-long beast possessed jaws powerful enough to crush skulls, but even that didn't stop Jihan from a furious counterattack. Normally, it would take 3 experienced Silver League players to defeat such a monster, but the young man chose a different path, knocking the beast to the ground. The enraged wolf quickly jumped up on its powerful paws and resumed its attack, showing even more anger and determination to destroy the impudent opponent. The protagonist expressed surprise at the creature's sudden leap, carefully observing the motionless beast standing across from him. The two-headed wolf, not intending to give up, made another powerful leap straight at the lad, who managed to jump up at the last moment. The young man not only avoided the attack by jumping, but also managed to summon Ariel, after which his hand turned an ominous black color. Everything around him seemed to lose its usual colors as an impressive shadow sword materialized between the wolf's heads. Directing the magic with precise movements of his hand, the young man skillfully controlled the deadly sword, controlling its every movement. The dismembered pieces of the defeated enemy's body began to fly in different directions, falling on the bloody ground around the protagonist. After completing the crushing blows and scrutinizing the weapon in his hands, Song Jihan noted the quality of the sword with approval. The Eclipse was a weapon of the highest SS rank that the Shadow Queen had used in an exhibition match, available only to Dark Spirit wielders. The weapon's form destabilized upon loss of control, creating difficulty in control, but guaranteeing incredible destructive power when used correctly. Examining his hand, the lad received a system notification of receiving the Silver League Woodsman achievement and 1,000 achievement points. Continuing to examine the status window, the hero mentally confirmed his expectations of earning points and the possibility of receiving additional achievements for clearing the area. The young man suddenly realized the necessity of killing players, causing the smile on his face to fade noticeably from the weight of that realization. The demon team received achievement points for the first kill, which the young man read in the notification as the black sword slammed into the cocky attacker. The mage next to his now dead and disappearing comrade stood in utter horror, unable to take his eyes off the opposing team. Lim, standing behind with her weapon, was mentally perplexed by the sudden appearance of this small and dangerous minion. Ariel sharply turned to the surprised girl standing behind her with orders to get rid of the remaining opponents. Receiving immediate agreement, the mage from the enemy team immediately summoned defense magic, creating a circular shield in front of her and beginning to form deadly flames. Directing the destructive flames directly towards the opponents with a shout of curses, the attacker caused a small but powerful explosion. The mage continued to stand in a state of relative calm, but remained ready to launch the next magical attack if necessary. The surviving swordswoman suddenly pounced on the mage with her weapon drawn, knocking him completely off balance and causing him to scream in terror. Lim Gayun, landing after a jump, struck so hard with her mighty sword that she killed the attacking enemy without a doubt. Immediately after successfully landing, the warrior slightly raised her gaze and stared forward, assessing her surroundings. Noticing the attentive gaze of the small creature, the girl looked at him with similar seriousness and thanked him for his help. Annoyed, Ariel rejected the thanks from the member of the inferior species and defiantly turned away while Gaian continued to study her curiously. The small creature explained that Sun Jihan had made her stay by the girl's side during his absence, presumably to fight together. Lim Gayun, putting her sword away in its scabbard, expressed her joy at the hero's departure as he thought of a backup plan, though she was sad and curious about his return. The small creature admitted its inability to stay in its current form for long, expressing confidence that its owner would not perish. Meanwhile, the protagonist crouched down on one knee next to the dead creature, sitting with his head lowered from gravity. The young man was clearly not feeling well, constantly coughing and uncomfortable with an unknown ailment. The hero felt difficulty breathing, not understanding the cause of the sudden dizziness, continuing to sit in bewilderment until the system alert of the abnormal condition appeared. After reading the system alert, the young man turned around in horror and saw something rapidly flying in close proximity to him. Instantly realizing that it was a huge tongue of a giant toad, the guy immediately jumped aside, successfully dodging the deadly blow. The protagonist immediately tried to run away to safety, but the persistent toad did not stop its attacks and continued to pursue with its tongue. After receiving a painful wound in the shoulder of his left arm, the young man put his right hand to the wound and confidently uttered a phrase about a long-ago encounter. Across from him was a huge poisonous toad, emitting a disgusting green poisonous odor and staring intently at its helpless victim. These high-ranked forest monsters often appeared in the Silver League among the low-ranked threat-level creatures, using poison as their main deadly weapon. Reading the system alert, Sun thought deeply about the completely illogical presence of such a dangerous creature in this location and circumstances. Continuing to read the discovery of an abnormal poisoning condition that reduced all stats by 50%, Jihan took it as a horrible debuff until the toad took his eyes off of him. The protagonist looked carefully at his opponent, who suddenly began to swell to an alarming size, foreshadowing the inevitable attack. The poisonous toad opened its ominous maw wide and immediately began to bombard Jihan with poisonous liquid. The young man dodged the dangerous spit, crouching or jumping aside, realizing the deadly threat of each hit. Seeing his victim's overly successful evasions, the enraged toad was fed up with it and put out its long, sticky tongue to try and catch his opponent. Song Jihan wasn't going to give up either, so he quickly summoned Ariel, causing his hand to turn black and a sword to materialize in it for a counterattack. The enemy not only attacked from a distance, but also moved extremely fast, and his poisonous slime required extreme caution. The young man pondered as he attacked again. After thinking for a moment, the hero abruptly came out of his musings when the enemy's tongue began to tightly wrap around his arm and weapon, restricting his movements. The mighty creature was quite strong, so it easily began to tighten its tongue, thus pulling the victim hanging on it to itself. The guy realized the difficulty of releasing one arm, so he raised the other one above his head and began to form the same black magic, which was difficult because of the pain in his left arm. Making a powerful swing and directing his hand with magic directly at his opponent's tongue, he achieved the desired result. The poisonous toad immediately removed his tongue from the sharp pain. The hero's freed hand was covered with painful burns, and traces of caustic poisonous liquid remained on its surface. The toad was still in front, but now fell on all four legs instead of its former two-legged stance, clearly preparing for another attack. The protagonist, noticing its strange and suspicious behavior, began to carefully observe the further actions of the enemy. It turned out to be an extremely wise decision because, almost immediately, the enraged toad opened its huge mouth and spat out a powerful stream of green slime. The poisonous slime swiftly flew straight at the protagonist, looming over him with a menacing shadow as the young man felt real fear for the first time. The destructive spittle rained down with force on the spot where the young man was, exploding and splattering in all directions in huge droplets. The creature already felt relatively calm as it was certain that its pesky assailant was no longer a threat. The toad would have continued to sit contentedly, but suddenly a voice was heard from the place of the hero's supposed death. And looking closer, it saw an intact young man in a protective dome. The hero rhetorically questioned himself about the advisability of being here without all the buffs, smirking as the killing of the two-headed wolf had increased his stats by 30%. The toad was still in a state of daze and shock, not even noticing the deadly threat of the shadow swords looming right above it. Song Jihan, controlling it all with his blackened hand, brought it down sharply, aiming the weapon directly at the intended target. In just a few moments, the poisonous toad collapsed to the ground, allowing the protagonist to remove the protective dome. Sung Jihan, cautiously approaching the lying foe, noted its unexpected survivability and stronger defenses than originally anticipated. Realizing the need to end the battle as quickly as possible, the hero continued to slowly approach with his shadow sword in his hand ready to strike. Getting even closer to his opponent, the young man strongly disliked the ominous glow of the poisonous toad's eyes, causing some strange, disturbing premonitions. Stopping abruptly on the spot, he suddenly realized the true nature of what was happening, and mentally exclaimed his understanding of the situation. The creature's eyes shone even brighter, and in the next instant, there was an incredible explosion, throwing out a green poisonous mass in a huge mushroom visible from afar. Everything around him was covered in this liquid, forcing the protagonist to crouch down on one knee again, covering his mouth and coughing painfully. An extremely tired sleep, having been given 5 minutes' notice of fatal poisoning, cursed the situation as he felt very ill, not expecting the enemy to self-liquidate. With some relief at the quick conclusion of the battle, the protagonist stood up, leaning on his sword, and began to move slowly, hoping to wait for the debuff to end. Song Jian wondered why no achievement window had appeared, as he had expected to get at least one after clearing the entire forest. Suddenly, very loud and heavy footsteps were heard behind him, causing the exhausted young man to turn back anxiously. In front of him was another poisonous toad, but this time it shone a mystical blue glow around its menacing silhouette. The hero realized the bad idea of fighting this creature in such a weakened state, realizing that all the buffs he had gained would disappear if he died. Despite his fatigue, he was reluctant to give up another achievement, pondering the possibility of gaining it while continuing to barely stay on his feet. Suddenly, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he lifted his head and began to listen, clearly recognizing the sounds of a fierce battle nearby. Quickly calling up the information window, the hero was curious to know the exact location to understand the current situation. The information he saw surprised him at first, but then a sly smile of understanding of the true possibilities of the situation appeared on his face. After realizing where he was, the protagonist realized that it was time for a strategic return to the main battle. An experienced archer from the opposing team was displaying excellent combat skills, having already released arrows several times, targeting Song Jihan's team. The girl started to warn her partner of the impending attack, but was immediately silenced as the hit came directly at her. After the hit, her body disappeared from the battlefield, leaving her divergent guildmate alone against two enemies. A joyous archer from Team Angel celebrated the success, noting that the famous guild was not so great, urging the attack to continue. The mage from the enemy team, remembering the battle map, realized the need to gain the upper hand here as their allies were still fighting at other points. The joy quickly disappeared from their faces, replaced by fear as they heard strange loud sounds approaching with each passing second. This menacing stomping sound was being made by the main character, who was skillfully luring the poisonous toad behind him, moving in the direction he wanted to go. Landing in a clearing right between his team and the enemy team, Song Jihan brought the poisonous toad there as well. The angel team stood in complete surprise, with eyes widened with shock, as they watched the unexpected development. Song Jihan turned to the enemy team with a devilish smile, calling them his extra buffs as he stood beside them in front of the poisonous creature. Just 5 minutes ago, the protagonist was facing off against this poisonous toad in a decisive solo confrontation. He mentally pondered over the strategy of first luring it to the bottom line, getting buffs for killing players, and then finishing it off with a single blow. The perplexed young man continued to stand in front of the inactive enemy, mentally questioning the reasons for her strange passivity. Observers in the comments marveled at the behavior of the suddenly blushing toad, Some even speculated that it had mistaken the young man for a potential mate. The protagonist, reading these comments and realizing the possible truthfulness of the assumption, felt obvious displeasure and even some confusion. Decisively delivering a powerful strike with his shadow sword right at the creature, the young man made it shrilly scream in pain. Immediately after the attack, Song Jihan swiftly ran away, thinking that the toad did not originally want to attack him. The Angel's team members were puzzled as to why the dangerous forest monster had appeared in this location, clearly not expecting such an encounter. The enraged, poisonous toad with glowing evil eyes began to emit a green poison that rapidly spread throughout the area. Unprepared for such an attack, the Angel players did not immediately realize the danger of the poison and began to gasp and spit blood from their mouths. All those affected began to fall and crouch on their knees, screaming that they couldn't breathe, while the protagonist calmly continued to stand in front of the creature. A representative of the enemy team, sitting on the ground and covering his mouth and nose with his hand, shouted furiously at the protagonist about the madness of bringing the monster. In response, Song Jihan only turned around to the talking opponents and ostentatiously displayed his menacing sword in front of him, drawing their attention. With a hearty smile, the hero apologized to his enemies for the impending slaughter, swinging his sword and beginning to approach the weakened opponents. The poisonous toad watched everything that was happening with bewilderment, clearly not understanding what it should do about the situation. The abnormal state of poisoning was removed, which the young man read in the alert with great relief, thanking the enemies for the extra buffs after killing them. The toad slumped slightly to the ground, leaning its muzzle against the surface and beginning to growl menacingly at the remaining enemy. Almost immediately, the creature opened its maw wide and, growling even louder, spat out a multitude of green, poisonous slime directly at the leaping young man. While in flight and looking for a place to land, the hero shouted a spell of 3 disasters and battle loyalty. Shouting out, "Pressure of a huge mountain," he landed directly on the toad, thrusting his deadly sword into it from above. The divergent guild member who was watching stood with his mouth open, unable to utter a single word out of shock. The young man began to reflect on what had just happened, while the protagonist had already descended to the ground and was studying the status window, watching the monster's body disappearing behind him. As he continued to scrutinize the window, Sun read about defeating the poisonous toad, significantly increasing his stats, and completing the first forest sweep for 10,000 achievement points. Suddenly noticing the new quest unlocked, the young man turned around to a member of his group and addressed the archer, who immediately looked up at him. Sun inquired about the current situation, as he had not been aware of the events during his time in the forest, and immediately received a reply about Guyan dominating and saving the team. The team member offered to get rid of the enemy minions to gain an advantage, turning around and pointing at the approaching creeps. Agreeing to the suggestion to finish off the opponents, Song Jihan looked carefully at the weapon still in his hand. The mage from the protagonist's team was just standing at his position and shouting loudly without stopping. Continuing to yell, the team member suddenly ran forward while a small but noticeable explosion sounded behind him. Challenging his opponent to a fair fight, the mage shouted a demand to stop cowardly hiding behind the towers, to which the enemy that came out responded with a counter-accusation of jealousy. Annoyed at himself for having to take down the enemy tower, the mage realized that without the enemy's distraction, the team would not be able to advance. Suddenly shouting Song Jihan's name, the cunning magician looked straight behind the back of his unsuspecting enemy. Seeing this reaction from his opponent, the frightened opponent turned back with a cry, fearing to see the famous fighter behind his back. It all turned out to be a clever plan of distraction, as immediately after the enemy turned, the mage immediately jumped on him with a mocking remark about the lack of threat. The situation became more complicated when the defense tower automatically activated upon seeing a threat to its owner, causing the divergent guild member to fall down with a painful scream. The member of Team Angels was surprised to note his opponent's ability for sneaky tricks, looking at the lying and depressed player, realizing his helplessness. Recognizing the resilience of the defeated, the opponent approached the Sun Jihan team member and swung his sword, announcing his impending death. The crystal on the tower began to glow, catching the eye of the recumbent warrior, who barely uttered the name Gaiyun with surprise. The approaching enemy only laughed, not believing another deceptive trick and continuing to taunt his foe. However, Gaiyun was indeed there, and at that moment, she launched a powerful strike at the tower, destroying it and beginning to land. Hearing a loud noise behind him, the terrified player of Team Angels turned towards the source of the sound in horror. A small explosion occurred near the destroyed tower as Lim landed on the ground, while the startled opponent watched in horror and realization. Turning her head slightly toward her comrade, The girl only briefly gave the command to act without wasting time on unnecessary explanations. Hearing the clear instructions, the lying divergent guild player quickly stretched out his arm in front of him and began to form destructive magic against the enemy. Immediately after the magic, there was a huge explosion in the very same place, the sounds of which loudly reverberated throughout the entire playing field. The bodyguard approached the slightly frightened and trembling mage lying on the ground, delicately inquiring about his well-being. She assumed a speedy end to the game after dealing with the bottom line, not noticing the comrade sitting on his knees before her in grateful admiration for the rescue. The protagonist noted her superiority in accomplishing her goal, approaching the rest of her comrades, though not all were happy to see him. After apologizing for the delay and acknowledging his debt to Gayun, Jihan heard her remark on the good work of the summoned spirit, which caused Ariel to protest. Team Angels was surrendering without even leaving the rebirth site, leaving their opponents with only the task of destroying the last tower. The young man briefly agreed with his partner, continuing to stare intently at the point where all the members of the enemy team had positioned themselves. When he suggested the girl to complete the task, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and she cried out at the surprise of the suggestion. Immediately turning his back, the young man started to move, hearing behind him the interlocutor's unspoken question about his direction. Interrupting the speaker with a mention of the place of rebirth, Jihan continued toward the four opponents, who were just sitting there, with no intention of going anywhere. The annoyed recently killed player materialized and resented the opponent's tactics, while his partner suggested that they simply give up and rest from the hopeless situation. Recognizing the inevitability of defeat, the opponents were perplexed as to the purpose of the approaching protagonist, fearfully shouting that his presence there was unacceptable. Seeing Song Jihan continuing to walk with his black sword raised, they began to whisper about his intentions to attack, considering his behavior to be that of a novice. The soothing arguments about the impenetrability of the barrier were interrupted when the protagonist still struck a rather powerful blow against the protective field. The archer immediately began shouting indignantly about the inadmissibility of attacking this protected place, pointing out the violation of the rules. With an acidic smile, admitting his poor familiarity with the rules as a rookie, the protagonist looked through the barrier that was beginning to crack. Song Jian had been given a challenging apprentice's footprints assignment, requiring the destruction of several sacred artifacts in various enemy camps, which was a continuation of a series of assignments from a destroyed flesh golem. The main problem was the incredible difficulty of the mission. The fragments of the Archangel's sword and the Death God's scythe were placed in protected rest areas behind indestructible barriers. At least that was how the rules of the game were supposed to be. But it seems that Song Jihan had become an exception to the established laws. The frightened players of Team Angel were screaming in panic, begging for someone to stop the madman who was destroying their seemingly indestructible defense barrier, covering themselves with dangerous cracks. Suddenly, the Archangel's sword, which was under the protection of the barrier, began to emit an incredibly powerful glow, as if foreshadowing some kind of threat. Seeing this dazzling divine light, the last slain player abruptly turned around with a questioning expression. The protagonist also instantly stopped striking the barrier and froze, staring intently at one specific point. A powerful archangel majestically materialized in the air, and all the gazes of those present were fixed on it. The celestial being slowly began to open his many eyes, which instantly widened to an incredible size after the notice of his fury appeared. The archangel began to shine with an even more dazzling light, as all the players continued to stare unabashedly at the divine apparition before them. The alarmed mage behind the back of the surprised Limgayan loudly shouted a question about the nature of the phenomenon happening, still unable to believe his eyes. The girl turned sharply to the rest of the team, resolutely declaring the need to quickly destroy the main enemy camp. Not knowing the young man's true plans, she mentally almost cursed his reckless actions. But she was ready to help. The majestic archangel put his hand out in front of him, his eyes still wide open, and he began to activate divine power. A system notification reported the Archangel's blessing strengthening in the resting area, causing the Team Angel player to bounce back in surprise. The overjoyed player began to shout triumphantly about the restoration of the strong barrier, childishly pointing his finger at Song Jihan while the archer tried to quiet him. The protagonist stood silently by the side of a carefully observing Ariel, who was also intently watching the developments. When asked by the small creature about the limit of his strength, the protagonist suddenly answered honestly that it was quite difficult to handle the barrier. With a sinister smirk on his face, the hero declared the need to let loose, once again displaying his sword and summoning even more power. Within the nameless divine arts, There were three legendary techniques with the word God: the God of Destruction technique, controlling destruction, and the God of Lightning technique, controlling light. The third God of Shadow technique possessed the ability to cover the entire world in pitch-black darkness, surpassing the others in power. It was the third God that took the form of a destructive dark soul tornado, which was now embodied by the protagonist's weapon in the form of a huge vortex. The young man confidently held the mystical weapon in his hands and aimed it directly at the defense barrier with tremendous destructive power. The players of Team Angel screamed in panic at being sucked into the deadly vortex, desperately clinging to buildings. Ariel, wide-eyed with amazement, gaped in wonder at the incredible power of the force being observed. Jihan, channeling all his strength into the attack, continued to encourage himself as he saw his power slowly cutting through even the most defensible barrier in the game. Suddenly, a system notification appeared about the destruction of the rest area, and the Archangel came in a frenzy, making the young man freeze wide-eyed. The enraged Archangel decided to personally mete out divine punishment on the ignorant opponent who dared to violate the sacred laws. The Heavenly Guardian began to threateningly approach the one who dared to disturb his peace and destroy the creation, intending to invest all the power. The protagonist, who was the cause of the divine wrath, also rushed forward with a battle cry, determined to complete the dangerous task to the end. The young man moved even closer to the shimmering barrier and continued to channel his destructive magic into it. As the shards of the protective dome flew in all directions, an incomprehensible yellow flame engulfed the revival zone, raising thick dust and greatly reducing visibility on the battlefield. Barely standing on his feet, the young man watched as the barrier disappeared and the bodies of the dead players also began to dissolve into the battlefield. After seeing the notification that all 5 opponents had been successfully killed, Song Jihan exhaled heavily with a smile of relief, noting the criticality of the situation. As the game ended with the demon camp winning, the entire team began to laugh and cheer. Only Lim remained extremely serious. The revival site, where the Archangel and the Angel team had been earlier, now lay in ruins, completely destroyed and cracked. The delighted commentators continued to analyze what was happening, while the stream was being watched closely by Ju Yun-ji, studying every detail. Pausing the broadcast at a key moment, Ju reflected on the silver-ranked player's destruction of the barrier, which was already an incredible feat. But he continued to show unrealistic results. As she continued to delve into her thoughts, she came to the conclusion that at this rate of development, Song Jihan would probably surpass the legendary Sword King. After realizing this, the girl pondered on the need to make every effort to recruit a talented player, realizing the difficulty of getting close, being a mere employee. Ju Yun-ji decided that everything should happen naturally and thought of ways to realize her plan. The guy who entered the Big Vessel Guild office immediately greeted the head of the guild, who responded in a friendly manner and wished him a good day. Li Hain went about her business with a noticeable smile and a happy mood. Watching her boss, the girl cast a sinister glance and mentally noted that she had thought of a way to pull this off. Sitting in his room and studying the status window, Song Jihan marveled at the number of rewards received and challenges completed. The item from the quest had been obtained automatically, and Sun was left to destroy the sacred artifact of the demon camp when a voice sounded nearby, making the young man turn around. The protagonist praised Ariel for her excellent work, promising to continue to rely on her, but she looked sad and said nothing. The small creature suddenly asked about his identity, to which the slightly confused young man could barely answer with a question. Ariel began to wonder about the power with which he had destroyed the barrier, but the boy realized the impossibility of telling about a martial art learned before returning to time. So he simply stated his unwillingness to reveal the details of the power associated with his gift, which clearly did not please the interlocutor. The young man started to speak, but suddenly something strange happened in the place where the creature had been a second ago, and the wind that appeared lifted his hair. Ariel was instantly in front of Sun Jihan, using her strength and holding her arm straight in front of him, while the threatening sword hovered over his head. The slightly startled young man inquired as to the reason for the sudden aggression, continuing to stare intently at his interlocutor. Ariel demanded a detailed explanation of the source of his incredible power, dismissively calling Jihan an inferior creature. Realizing the seriousness of the small creature's intentions, the protagonist tensed up, not understanding the reason for the sudden aggression, assuming envy of his abilities. Ariel responded even more seriously to his assumption by revealing the identity of the power used was the real body of the Shadow Queen, which surprised Sun Jihan. The dark mana woven from purest darkness was indeed very similar to the power of the legendary Shadow Queen. Ariel began to explain the only way to accurately replicate such power, but she suddenly stopped her speech halfway through. She stopped her explanation and began to ask Sion again about the way to use this ability. The young man mentally pondered about the Shadow God technique as one of the nameless divine arts mastered before returning to time. The hero also wondered about the similarities between the abilities of the wandering god of war and the mysterious queen, pondering the possible connection between these powerful beings. Song Jihan lowered his head slightly, declaring his unwillingness to say anything, adamantly not intending to reveal the hidden truth of what was happening. The little creature wanted to start talking, but the boy continued his explanation about the disappearance of the gift, which confused the surprised Ariel. Raising his head, the young man began an explanation about the incomprehensible behavior of the constellation that had collected his gift after trying to make contact with it. The hero offered to show the status window to confirm his words, but the mysterious entity remained silent, giving no response. It inquired about the name of the gift, meeting the attentive gaze of the protagonist, who mentally decided that this information could be revealed. The young man called the gift Eye of the Wanderer, after which his interlocutor continued to stare at it attentively, without answering anything. Expressing suspicion of what was happening, she began to remove the magical swords that were still looming menacingly over the protagonist. When the confrontation ended, the guy exhaled in relief, happy for the peaceful outcome as he was expecting a real destructive mayhem from her. Lee Ha-young was talking very loudly and emotionally on the phone, expressing extreme bewilderment about the stream she had seen with the main character. The agitated girl reported news sites overflowing with information about Jihan, regretting the missed opportunity to create content in advance. Calming down a bit, Ha-young noted the appearance of new material for the Guild channel, pondering the excessive amount of content related to BattleNet. The protagonist inquired about the problematic nature of the situation, logically noting the guild affiliation before sitting down comfortably on the soft bed. Lee Ha-young emphasized the importance of diverse content with a smile, suddenly mentioning the existence of a fan to the protagonist and asking for a favor. The bound Lee Ha-young was on a chair in an abandoned building when a threatening stranger began to slowly approach her. The bald man noted the difficulty of kidnapping the girl while two assistants stood behind him, smiling ominously at what was happening. Someone interjected about the status of the Big Vessel Guild leader, causing the girl to look up and glare angrily at the approaching men. The ringleader continued to speculate about the guild's financial capabilities, anticipating mountains of money from the proper use of the bound defenseless girl. Lee Ha-young suddenly shouted, expressing her resentment at the kidnappers' plans and their unreasonable hopes for the success of the criminal enterprise. The girl continued to protest loudly against the cooperation, explaining the purpose of the guild as helping people rather than the likes of criminals. The bound Lee continued to insult the leader, calling him a bald lowlife, which caused one of the aides to stop smiling and give him a serious look. The second aide exploded with a scream, defending the commander against the bald accusations, while the first one comforted the bald man, sobbing with resentment. The kidnappers continued to threaten the girl, claiming that hopes of rescue were futile since they knew of an abandoned warehouse that few people were interested in. The criminals were bragging about their foresight regarding the unregistered building and the duped GPS, when a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind them. All three criminals turned around with expressions of profound surprise and mounting horror on their pale faces. The kidnappers loudly exclaimed Jihan's name as they saw the young man approaching, who was carelessly loosening the tie around his neck. The bald-headed ringleader questioned the appearance of the famous warrior in a panic, cursing the situation and ordering the unexpected guest to be shot immediately. All three bandits simultaneously opened indiscriminate firing without stopping, aiming deadly bullets directly towards the unperturbed fellow. The young man instantly used his magic power, shrouding himself in bright red flames and taking full control of all the bullets flying towards him. The desperate bald man discarded his usual weapons and grabbed the huge cannon while his admiring aides admired the determined leader. The ringleader threateningly declared his intention to blow up the enemy along with the building and fired a powerful projectile, traveling at an incredible speed. The calm Jihan redirected the projectile with a slight movement of his fingers, causing it to make a few turns and fly back to the shooter. After the huge explosion, the protagonist approached the bound guild leader, untied the restraining ropes, and gallantly inquired about her condition. The freed girl was puzzled as to how to find her location, given the kidnapper's statements about the uselessness of GPS. The young man took out a small device from his pocket and explained the advantages of the Space 23 system with non-responsive GPS, while Lee Ha-young, standing behind her, clarified the new specifications with an enthusiastic smile. The protagonist continued to list the benefits of the smartphone, while smiling at the commercial that was regularly aired on TV. Lee Ha-young jumped up from the couch and started applauding, while the awkwardly feeling protagonist sat next to her niece, who was dying of laughter. After calming down a bit, Sia noted her uncle's photogenic nature with tears of laughter in her eyes, suggesting that he try his hand at acting. Song Ji-han inquired about the appropriateness of the exaggerated advertisement, made at the request, while the guild leader persuaded the benefits to the development of the organization. After demonstrating the device, she also talked about the expensive efforts of Divergent Electronics, who used a rare scroll to create the device. Hyan explained the value of the SS-ranked scroll from the Platinum League, the price of which skyrocketed after its use in technology, causing Ariel to be outraged. An annoyed Ariel met the main character's displeased look, causing her to lower her head and admit the wastefulness of using a rare item. Hearing this, Jahan inquired about the scroll's special characteristics that they might not have known about, causing the small creature to raise her head sharply. Suddenly, the guild leader noted the arrival of the film crew, and the main character's excited niece immediately jumped up, offering to open the front door. Song Ji-han, also heading for the door, inquired about the filming plans for today, receiving an immediate response from Lee about the training roles at the Sword Palace. The girl continued on her way, but stopped abruptly and turned around slightly, announcing the help of the editing team from the Divergent Guild with a smile. At the same moment, 3 persons entered the room and silently greeted Song Ji-han with smiles as he listened to the smiling Lee Ha-young. Ju Yoon-ji, who stood in front, greeted the guy, but the young man was unable to respond, as if he was frozen with surprise, sensing something unusual at her appearance. Introducing herself as a member of the editorial team of the Divergent Guild, the girl began to emit her magical aura, expressing the joy of meeting the hero. The young man stood still, slowly inhaling that sweet magical fragrance from her, as if gradually losing control of himself. Noticing the boy's strange behavior, Lee Ha-young immediately addressed him by name, as if bringing him out of a dangerous hypnosis. The hero inquired about the need for a team of editors for the upcoming filming, receiving from the smiling interlocutor a vague answer about the real situation. Unexpectedly, Ju Yoon-ji intervened, confessing her status as a fan and a strong desire for a personal meeting, for which she persuaded Mrs. Lee Ha-young. The girl with a sincere smile asked permission to shake hands with the idol, and had already extended her graceful limb towards him. The protagonist somehow looked questioningly at the fan's outstretched hand, without saying anything or taking any action. After a few long moments, he decided that this behavior looked uncultured, and shook the hand of the girl who was watching the handshake. Ju Eun-ji began to emit her hypnotic, magical fragrance once again, as if she had been electrocuted, making her whole body shake. The girl read a message in the system notification window about insufficient authority to approach the target, the first time she had seen such a thing. The guild leader suddenly suggested heading to the equipped training room, drawing the thoughtful girl and the protagonist's attention to herself. Lee Ha-young asked the young man to guide them to the right room, and he happily pointed the right way, and walked ahead of the group, while Ju still stood in one place. Yoon-ji looked at the back of the walking Song Ji-han, puzzled at the nature of the blockage that worked even on a Sword King, but not on this guy. The protagonist's niece was all sweaty from the intense training and was shouting loudly from the accumulated fatigue during the exercise. The uncle encouraged his persistent niece, standing with a stopwatch in his hand, while the girl held the heavy barbell and complained about not being able to continue. The head of the guild excitedly noted the girl's impressive muscles, filming the action with a microphone, marveling at the 200 to 300 kilogram weightlift. Shocked commentators were curious about Sia's gift and statistics, so the guild leader inquired about the nature of the young man's unusual intense workout. The hero explained his niece's attempts to increase his rare stats of fortitude, while the girl continued to shake and hold a heavy barbell. In response to the visitor's surprised question, Sun immediately replied about the rare stat gained by reaching maximum health to level 10. The head of the guild, admiring the effect and learning about the resilience stat, was explained that it could only be obtained in the first 100 days after awakening, making it difficult to obtain. The hero expressed confidence in Sia's abilities as a guild buff, causing the head of the Great Vessel organization to silence with a strange expression on his face. As he practiced, Sun was like the devil, continuing to treat his niece with magic, while she held the huge weight of the barbell and begged for release. Although Sia's screams were very loud, as were Jihan's responses, Lee was immersed in reading the text on the paper and seemed not to be paying attention. Suddenly, Ha-young addressed the young man by name, inquiring about the opportunity to see his personal training, causing the boy to look surprised. The hero, not intending to refuse the request, immediately led everyone to his private training room, causing various reactions from the visitors. Someone was surprised to note the emptiness of the hall, but the young man, going up to a small arena, explained the unnecessity of additional equipment for training. Taking the desired position, the hero spoke the name Ariel. A familiar little magical entity immediately appeared in front of him. The weary entity inquired about its master's new desires, receiving a strong order to attack with all available magical powers. Outraged, Ariel summoned deadly sword magic after all. A multitude of sharp weapons appeared around her, ready to fly at her opponent. Seconds later, she thrust her small hands forward, and all those sharp blades flew swiftly at the calmly standing protagonist. Jihan quickly reacted and began to skillfully dodge all the weapons that were flying at him, which were incredibly numerous, deftly running forward. He easily managed to swiftly approach the surprised Ariel, being a few meters away and already putting his hand for a decisive blow. The cunning little creature realized that it was not that simple, so she made a loud exclamation and gave him a very strange look, as if she were planning a deceitful move. As the young man began to swiftly fly closer and closer, she thrust her arm forward, creating several additional sharp swords between them in the floor. But the experienced hero also understood the complexity of the situation, so he quickly used his powerful red magic, grabbing these weapons with magical power. Lightly clenching his fist, he shattered the shadow weapon, which shattered into many small shards, while their creator remained in astonishment. Ariel just stood there and almost screamed at what was happening when the young man finally reached her and attached a small sticker right on her forehead. The outraged entity began to scream loudly while the hero only smiled slightly, acknowledging the nearness of the outcome and talking to her without noticing the surprised looks. The guild had inquired in surprise at the end of the training session, to which the protagonist, who continued to stand in the small arena, briefly confirmed the end. Li Haiyong, laughing slightly, inquired about other methods of training, as those present had not had time to see anything in detail from what was happening. Zhu Yunji mentally expressed her utter disbelief at what was happening, standing a little away with her eyes very wide with amazement. The girl was pondering about a precise blind spot attack and using last-minute force to block while watching the hero's conversation. Just in case, Zhu Yunji mentally noted the presence of a special scroll in her purse, adjusting it and confidently assuming its future usefulness. When the hero was addressed by name, he lifted his attentive gaze to look at the person approaching him. The new assembler approached him with a cordial smile, offering to set up the necessary microphone for a quality recording of what was going on. The protagonist was not going to categorically object to the proposal, agreeing, after which the girl carefully began the technical work with the shirt. She did it very long and diligently, as her secret plans were not just to attach a microphone, but to release hypnotic magic. The girl stood with a satisfied smile as she was starting to get things going. She was close enough to the guy for effective exposure. An incomparable beauty. This gift to Ito Shizuru allows her to skillfully seduce others and completely control their minds at will. The gift falls into a special category of supporting abilities, similar to the famous nurturing of the talented Li Haiyong. The special scroll that was hidden in Zhu Yunji's purse greatly enhances the overall effect of any supporting gift. The girl attached a technical microphone and stood there, looking strangely upwards at the face of her victim with her magic around her. Zhu Yunji mentally began to be perplexed by the ineffectiveness of the scroll. Looking intently at the young man with no apparent reaction to the effect, she continued to be shocked by the differences with the Sword King, studying the protagonist very closely and trying to understand what was happening. Song Jihan spoke abruptly, bringing the girl out of her deep thoughts and scaring her a bit with his unexpected address to her. She quickly pulled herself together and cautiously faced the speaker, who asked her name with a friendly smile. The protagonist stood very close to the new girl on the editing team while his worried niece watched the whole thing from behind the door. The girl, with increasing surprise and concern, was talking about the impossibility of what was happening in front of her astonished eyes. The niece was in shock as she carefully watched her uncle earnestly asking for the phone number of the attractive Zhu Yunji. Seiya continued to watch them intently, marveling at the completely unfamiliar expression on her uncle's face, who used to be indifferent even to a girl like Haiyong. Pondering her uncle's complete disinterest in romantic dates, she suddenly felt someone begin to quietly approach behind her. Before she could turn around, her niece heard Haiyong's surprised words that Jihan was interested in women after all, while the cameraman was filming everything. Ju carefully handed her personal phone to the protagonist, who thanked her sincerely for the unexpected consent, receiving a cheery reply about the fangirl's status. The cunning girl mentally noted with a feigned smile that Sun Jihan was proving to be quite a difficult opponent, rejoicing at the gradual success of her devious plan. The magical brainwashing didn't work completely. The stubborn guy didn't fall to his knees, and submission had absolutely no effect on him or the Sword King. Yunji realized the urgent need for a fundamentally different approach, beginning to carefully distribute her powerful magical aura around the smiling guy with the phone. It was deep night on the cold street, and the lights were still on in the luxurious penthouse, even though the filming participants had long since dispersed. The niece was very surprised to see her uncle diligently adjusting his tie and dressed in an expensive, elegant suit, and asked the reason for the change. The curious relative persistently asked about the upcoming meeting with the girl from the editorial team, honestly confessing at the first glance at her uncle in a suit. The protagonist strode forward resolutely, completely oblivious to Sia's active conversations, but suddenly stopped and turned his head slightly. Jihan categorically warned the confused niece not to expect him for a late dinner, which surprised and alarmed the girl very much. After these short words, the mysterious son silently left, leaving the confused girl standing in a state of incomprehensible mixed emotions. Deeply upset and barely holding back bitter tears, the protagonist's relative was barely able to squeeze out a surprise question. Sia anxiously pondered over the strange gut feeling that her favorite uncle had no plans to return, remembering the bitter experience of her father's betrayal. Ju Yunji and his patient assistant had already been sitting in the cozy cafe for quite some time, patiently waiting for Song Jian. When the silent man suddenly spoke, the focused girl finally took her gaze away from the bright phone screen and began to listen intently. Concerned, Takeda cautiously inquired about the need for such drastic measures before he could even fully conceal his true appearance. A confident Jew objected sharply about the potential for a strong player to break the ability, sternly reminding him of the king's constant restraint, silencing the man. The nervous assistant desperately tried to get out of the extremely awkward situation by hesitantly mentioning the used magic scroll, but was immediately interrupted abruptly by the girl. Slowly taking off her glasses and continuing to stare tensely ahead, Yunji dryly ordered to stop useless worries and strictly adhere to the plan. Ju calmly negotiated the guaranteed help of the powerful shadow in case of unforeseen mishap, as she was definitely aware of its presence in the distance behind. As they continued to talk softly, they suddenly heard the sound of footsteps at the same time, and synchronously raised wary glances toward the front door. The protagonist, with a polite apologetic smile for his unfortunate tardiness, continued to confidently approach their table in the heart of the cafe. Having just started to talk about the supposedly long wait, the surprised son suddenly stopped half-heartedly and froze in absolute stupefaction at what he saw. The young man unmistakably recognized the familiar Japanese man, and the embarrassed hiring manager suddenly scratched his neck in sudden embarrassment. Jihan seriously inquired about the real reason for his presence, but the confused Kazuo only started laughing very nervously, desperately trying to get out of the situation. Ju suddenly intervened in the tense conversation that was brewing, instantly drawing all the attention of the extremely surprised protagonist to herself. She explained with a fake smile that the man had come to help her with an important job, assuming a casual, relaxed pose. Sung Jihan trustingly interjected about the nature of the upcoming job, carefully observing the changed reaction of Ju Yunji, who was rising from her chair. The girl frankly admitted that her job was to deliver the hero to Japan, after which both of them looked seriously at Song while emitting a magical aura. Ju Wonji suddenly shouted her assistant's name loudly, reminding him of an important matter, causing him to reach into his pocket. Quickly taking out a magic scroll, the man surrounded his body with a green glow, placing 2 fingers on his head to separate his emotions. The protagonist continued to stand nonchalantly as if he was made of stone, even as the entire green aura of the Japanese hiring manager was directed at him. This rare gift is completely useless in direct combat, but it combines amazingly with my ability, Ju Yunji said as she watched her ally. The unique gift Fission allows you to skillfully share emotions with your target, and when combined with the aphrodisiac scroll, it deprives the victim of choice. Kazuo joyfully and loudly shouted the completion of the operation while the young man still stood motionless, watching Takeda's approaching ability. Suddenly, the magic scroll fell out of the confused man's trembling hand, and he froze with his mouth wide open in surprise. Takeda's surprised and annoyed man started yelling about the sudden disappearance of the aphrodisiac scroll, while the protagonist raised his hand with the forming power. The red magic immediately grabbed the defenseless scroll, enveloped it, and began methodically tearing it into many small pieces, right in front of its owner. The protagonist quietly noted his long-standing curiosity as to why many people choose to cooperate with dubious individuals that he himself could not imagine. As he continued talking, the young man suddenly called out Ju Yunji's real name, Ito Shizuru, causing the girl to be extremely distrustful. The confused Jun Yunji pondered the ineffectiveness of the brainwashing. continuing to stand with the same feigned emotion and staring intently at the victim. The annoyed girl inquired about the pretense from the beginning, mentally realizing the extreme danger of revealing her true identity to such an opponent. Sung Jihan suggested the possibility of deception with an ascetic smile and rhetorically questioned his obligation to satisfy her curiosity. Moving closer, the hero emphasized the complete ineffectiveness of the ability against him, suggesting that she keep quiet to avoid unnecessary public noise. The depressed girl felt rather overwhelmed by the situation created, so she wasn't going to resist any longer and simply remained silent. She admitted her fault for not being careful enough, speaking in a sad voice, as if trying to evoke sincere regret from her opponent. The young man looked at her more seriously, patiently waiting for her potentially important confession or explanation of the situation to continue. Ju Wenji meaningfully began to talk about the secret plan, while a hidden shadow from the corner of the room suddenly materialized right behind Jihan's back. She solemnly announced the existence of Plan B as the shadow swiftly jumped at the guy, bringing both sharp blades to deliver a fatal blow. The materialized shadow girl abruptly attacked the unsuspecting guy, and with that they both promptly fell out of the window, beginning to fly downwards. Even during the dangerous fall, the persistent shadow was about to destroy Jihan, but he quickly managed to form a shadow sword and began to repel the attack. They continued to fly rapidly, and the young man even began to scream at one point, as he realized the proximity of a hard landing on the asphalt. In just an instant, they landed really hard on the roof of a neighboring building with a deafening rumble and raised clubs of dust. After such a hard, painful landing, the protagonist was almost immediately able to rise to his unsteady feet and look around, pondering the identity of his attacker. The young man looked ahead carefully, trying to discern his mysterious pursuer in the darkness. The mysterious girl quickly threw her dark hood back on and drew both sharp blades again, ready for a decisive attack. Meanwhile, the alarmed Takeda and Ju Yunji walked over to the broken window and began to look down carefully. The prudent girl was mentally glad she had taken her experienced assistant with her just in case of an emergency, watching the shadows. The professional Akari specializes in stealthy ambush assassinations and does best when the task requires covert execution. The protagonist pondered how this all made things a bit more complicated as he continued to watch the face of the mercenary ahead of him carefully. Akari moved with a technique that matched at least Gold League and possibly Diamond League, already being behind his back, swinging her blade and coming closer and closer to her victim. Song Jihan realized that he hadn't expected such thorough preparation. Considering Shizuru a truly fearsome and cunning opponent, slightly raised his gaze and looked at her. Despite all this, the protagonist also seriously prepared for the encounter, putting a finger to his head with a confident smile. "Goddess!" shouted the confused hiring manager, drawing the attention of the nearby Ju Yunji to the important situation. Takeda confusedly reported the live broadcast of Song San's battle on BattleTube, showing the live streaming phone and making the girl realize the magnitude of the problem. Ju Yunji's eyes instantly widened with extreme annoyance at what was happening. Completely unable to understand how such a development was even possible, Ariel immediately appeared beside her owner as the team of operators entered the penthouse, quietly whispering a warning about the suspicious atmosphere. The attentive entity pointed out the girl with glasses. It was Ju Yunji, who most attracted her wary attention among everyone present. Little Ariel reported the scroll hidden in her bag, surprising her gullible owner with the unexpected discovery. The entity explained the true purpose of the rare scroll to enhance the supporting gifts, expressing grave suspicions about its purpose to a common employee. Ariel lastly urged the protagonist to maintain extreme vigilance with this highly ambiguous and suspicious persona. Sung Jihan pondered over the strangeness of possessing a valuable object from an ordinary female employee during a break in filming, trying to understand the true motives. The suspicious girl approached the hero with a request to set up a microphone, and after he agreed, the guy was struck by strange electrical sensations and unusual feelings. Everything that was happening was explained by the fact that the girl began to scatter magical charms, accompanied by multiple system notifications about the use of Ito Shizuru's charm. The protagonist froze, seeing the familiar, fateful name in the system messages, could not believe his eyes, and even thought about a possible mistake. That cursed name belonged to the dangerous woman who had successfully seduced and completely ruined the innocent Yoon Sejin in the recent past. The hero continued to stand and breathe her insidious magic charms, partially losing his sanity, when she suddenly addressed him by name. Being addressed by name woke the young man up a bit, making him realize the need for maximum concentration or else he would fall for her insidious ability. Song Jian mentally urged himself to be absolutely calm, activating nameless divine arts and mind control techniques to effectively resist the charms. Song continuously recited the sacred mantra of the superiority of mind over matter, clenching his fists very hard and trying to maintain mental clarity. Mentally repeating her real name, the guy couldn't understand her presence here without the Sword King, passionately wishing to immediately expose his rival. In such a difficult situation, Jihan decided to pretend to fall under the spell, beginning to play along skillfully and asking her name with an innocent smile. The hero carefully planned to use the first-person demonstration ability to broadcast live on BattleTube the moment she would show her true face. Song Jihan sincerely confessed his worries about possible suspicions and successfully activated the ability, proudly noting the effectiveness of his acting skills in front of the many viewers of the stream. Zhu Yunji stood tensely and listened intently to absolutely everything that was clearly coming from the phone of Takeda, who was present at the stream. The protagonist skeptically assessed Shizuru's plans and her questionable ability, while an irritated Ariel proudly asserted her protective role. Kazuo, seeing the irritated gaze of the angry boss directed at himself, instantly turned pale and was barely able to address the goddess, who was even more angry. Junji was only able to utter a brief instruction to Akari to stick to the original plan, continuing to stare tensely down at the unfolding battle. The obedient subordinate immediately agreed unhesitatingly to carry out the instruction she had received, and began resolutely approaching the protagonist to carry out the task. Akari announced in Japanese her duty to retrieve the hero at her mistress's will, even if she had to break every limb, bending fearfully and displaying 2 blades. Jihan calmly noted the lack of praise in her words, turning to the small entity who did not share his emotion and wondered at the sincerity of his interest. The hero assumed a failure of translation when an information window appeared in front of his face, and he began to scrutinize the data presented. Feeling a blade flying nearby, Jihan quickly summoned black magic, materializing a sword in his hand to repel his opponent's swift attack. In addition to successfully fending off the attack, the young man also went on the offensive, managing to close in on the obviously confused and experienced Akari. Slicing his attacker in half, the surprised son exclaimed about the nature of the shadow, not expecting such a turn in confronting a mysterious opponent. Ashes fell to the floor, and the young man felt himself in some incomprehensible place, as if he had moved into an entirely different mysterious world. The voice in the darkness acknowledged the hero's prowess, according to the rumors, but emphasized the assassin's advantage in such pitch darkness, forcing the boy to concentrate on analyzing the situation. Akari proclaimed the alliance of shadows on her side and once again launched a swift attack on the slightly disoriented in the darkness opponent. Multiple attacks took the guy by surprise. He barely had time to fend them off, as he really found himself disoriented in unfamiliar conditions. Shadow noted his opponent's ability to block blows, but expressed confidence in his own superiority, once again scrutinizing the protagonist. Suddenly, Akari's face contorted in shock as she discovered her shadow's absorption, shouting it out as Sun broke the illusion and returned to the rooftop. The hero interjected with a wickedly sarcastic smile about the Shadow Alliance at her side, demonstrating his clear superiority in magical confrontation. Immediately after this triumphant moment, Jihan swung his sword and aimed it at the still in a state of shock confused Akari. Since her opponent was indeed an excellent fighter, she quickly put up a protective blade and was able to instantly get into the rhythm of the fast-paced battle. The young man noted the amazing coincidence, claiming the opportunity to say the same when their crossed blades and faces were side by side. The opponents continued to stand tensely in readiness for a while, when suddenly the young man thrust his sharp weapon and powerfully threw his opponent backwards. Akari flew a few meters and landed safely on her feet, continuing to break with a sliding slide across the stone surface of the roof. The protagonist grinned at her surprise when he noticed that she was looking directly at him with her serious studying gaze. Song Jihan reminded her of his preparedness with a very confident smile, carelessly slinging his heavy sword on his shoulder for a show of strength. 2 hours earlier, the hero had been sitting in deep thought, unable to come to the right correct thought regarding the upcoming encounter. Pondering the random chest as a unique item, the guy continued to stare at the achievement window, having gotten nothing useful before meeting Ito Shizuru. The boy noted the appropriateness of the gacha game elements with a smile of a former gambler, which caught the perplexed attention of Ariel, who appeared nearby. With a growing smile, the young man marveled at the possibility of receiving a gift from the mysterious chest, anticipating interesting possibilities from the random reward. As he waited for fate's revelation, the chest opened, but the joy instantly fell from Sun's face as he received an unnecessary Agility A. The unexpected system alert about replacing the contents of the chest with a Shadow Queen for a huge sum made the guy seriously rethink what was happening. Replacing the gift Agility A with Shadow Moon even more distorted the protagonist's face from surprise. He could not take his eyes off. The enraged little entity began to shout loudly, clearly addressing the real Queen of Shadows and expressing extreme indignation at her behavior. Ariel screamed as hard as she could about the unacceptability of handing over the Shadow Moon to a pathetic creature, warning of the destruction of the delicate balance of power. Pondering the SS rank gift, the young man realized the Shadow Queen's desire to appropriate it at any cost when he heard Ariel shouting about the constellations. Instantly turning around, the intrigued young man asked the puzzled little creature about the words he had just spoken. The boy asked about the possibility of becoming a constellation upon attaining sufficient power. Approaching the defiantly turned-around Ariel, receiving an evasive answer, the entity continued to criticize the decision to pass on the powerful ability, while the tired protagonist stood and rolled his eyes at what was happening. Quickly gathering himself and walking out into the living room to his worried niece, the hero understood the need to hide his anxiety and act confident. The young man pondered the advisability of telling the truth about the presence of her father's kidnapper in Korea for fear of leaving Sia alone in failure. The hero only uttered his relative's name and turned around slightly, looking at his surprised niece, who froze in silent anticipation of his explanation. Song Jihan mumbled about the unimportance of what was happening and the need to eat dinner alone, deciding not to reveal the truth just yet and just continued on his way. Stepping outside, the protagonist mentally noted Ito Shizuru's attempts to recruit him, despite knowing Seiya's loneliness, barely containing his anger. Saying the evil girl's name, Song Jihan vowed not to let her carry out her devious plans against his family, no matter what it cost him. Therefore, the young man was now swinging his sword very resolutely, not giving anyone a chance to defeat him in this decisive confrontation. The protagonist admitted with an enigmatic smile that he hadn't planned to use this special ability, clearly plotting something against his opponent. Immediately after these words, he swung his sword sharply, and as if he had sent a powerful black wave straight towards his dangerous opponent. The nimble Akari managed to skillfully dodge the powerful attack, and this destructive wave crashed into the wall behind her with a deafening explosion. Quickly taking out 6 sharp red shurikens, the experienced assassin took 3 of them in each hand and looked at her opponent extremely seriously. The warrior girl shouted a battle cry, made a small tactical jump, and launched all of her throwing weapons straight at Jihan. The shurikens quickly flew almost to the target, but the protagonist continued to stand nonchalantly with a heavy sword in his black hand. Demonstrating the superiority of the weapon, Song Jihan began to rapidly run forward, perfectly knocking every flying shuriken away from him. With such a rapid pace, he very quickly found himself right in front of the confused opponent, who was standing with wide-eyed surprise. But, with a quick reaction, the professional assassin was able to avoid her opponent's sword by jumping back with a desperate battle cry. Akari continued to be in a deep state of bewilderment, just staring at the guy, unable to believe what was happening. The assassin was perplexed about her loss to the Silver League player, considering her strength much greater, watching Song Jihan's serious gaze. The powerful explosion on the rooftop made the watching Ju Yunji and the confused Takeda from above simply freeze at the sight they saw. All the careful predictions turned out to be wrong, the girl muttered, as if passing into another dimension in her intense thoughts. Jihan had managed to fend off the brainwashing despite the use of the scroll, and even professional Akari was losing, even though she belonged to the Diamond League. Anger completely engulfed Ito Shizuru for ruining her plans. She bit her lip and mentally vowed to get Sun at any cost, removing Akari's restrictions. The assassin immediately received a clear signal and became completely subservient to her mistress once again. So she landed powerfully, full of determination. It was really an unexpected reaction because even the confident protagonist who was standing on the roof stepped back a bit in surprise. Limitations are a special system where the player's stats are adjusted to be lower during training. The defense system exists to ensure that players don't overdo their strength in real life. But Ito Shizuru used the ability to ignore these restrictions for a while. The upgraded opponent announced the start of the real battle while her confused opponent was still bewildered by the drastically changed energy. Ariel suddenly appeared near the young man's ear and warned of the removal of the restrictions from the dangerous maiden, urging maximum caution. Of course, the lad was unaware of this possibility and realized Ito Shizuru's involvement, so he immediately lifted his gaze to the watching woman. Song Jian was horrified to realize that she was not only capable of brainwashing people, but also had other dangerous abilities. The protagonist once again expressed his bewilderment at the impossible event, while the worried stream commentators realized the approaching disaster. From a car speeding down a busy city road, there were indignant cries of outrage for the ban to be lifted and demands to go faster immediately. Lee Hyung shouted as hard as she could at the calm bodyguard who reminded her of her professional duties while listening to the scolding about the scoundrel Ju Yunji. The big vessel guild head realized that although Song Jihan's strength was incredible, his characteristics were inferior to a Diamond League player. Removing the restrictions greatly worsened the already critical situation for everyone involved in the confrontation, especially the Silver League fighter. Akari declared the difficulty of blocking the upcoming attack with full confidence, aiming a multitude of deadly blades at her opponent. Putting her arm forward, the assassin set the illusory handblades in motion, creating a fan of devastating projectiles. The sharp blades instantly began to crash from all sides near the hero, who barely had time to cover himself, unable to recoil. The young man's body appeared shredded, scarlet blood whipped in various directions from numerous deep wounds. The boy recognized the impossibility of stopping the attack completely, only slowing the blow, continuing to stand bent over and covering the painful wound with his hand. The assassin watching Sun closely, mentally expressing rage at his survival after such a powerful, devastating attack. A growing anger encompassed the girl, realizing the remaining time of 3 minutes before the restrictions on her abilities returned. The observant assassin picked up on Jihan's definite weapon manipulation, realizing that the summoning of the shadow sword with her left hand was taking place. Akari apologized loudly for her impending actions, attracting the attentive gaze of the young man who stared at her fearfully. The girl announced her intention to sever her opponent's arm, raising her sword with its sharp blade high above her head. The warrior shouted the name of the technique, Ghost Cut, and aimed a crushing blow directly at the guy standing in front of her. The incredibly powerful force not only severed the young man's arm, but also cut the massive building behind him in half. The assassin assessed his opponent better than expected, but still considered him an ordinary Silver League player, maintaining a fighting stance. A fire raged around with thick clouds of dust, fire, and smoke. Only 2 warriors stood on the roof opposite each other. The hero stood motionless in place not far from Akari, placing his right hand on her shoulder as his left limb was missing. Meanwhile, the girl studied the system's information window with a slump, reporting that all previously imposed ability restrictions had been restored. Having decided to deprive her opponent of his arm, she assumed his surrender with sanity, relaxing slightly after watching the kneeling hero. Seeing her opponent's submissive posture, the warrior girl immediately began to approach Song Jihan with a proposal. The girl suddenly fell silent at half a word and looked down at her leg with growing alarm, around which something had appeared. Terror gripped the assassin, who realized her complete immobility due to the hero's forceful grip that blocked all her movements. The young man, with a spirited smile, inquired about the repeated loss of his arm, noting the need to aim for the legs, waving at the very limb that had been restored. Recognizing his opponent's complete dedication, the hero decided to do the same, materializing his famous phoenix arrow in his hands. Immediately after uttering the words, the warrior threw the projectile with precision, aiming it at the stationary opponent standing still. There was a small explosion at the collision point, after which the exhausted hero was finally able to exhale in relief. Suddenly, the young man lifted his gaze and was greatly surprised when the thick dust slowly began to dissipate. The protagonist straightened up and, standing firmly on his feet, remained speechless before the unharmed Akari who stood across from him. The assassin was barely bent over and breathing heavily, but still steady on her trembling limbs. The hero, as well as the commentators who were writing various speculations, stood in utter amazement at what was happening and silently watched. Suddenly, the loudspeakers of the flying helicopters above the building demanded the arrest of player Gato Akari and the immediate surrender of his weapons. The protagonist mentally noted the end of the showdown, lifting his gaze to the source of the sound from the hovering aircraft. The angry watching Ju Yunji shouted furiously, while the nearby Kazuo urged her to leave the dangerous place as soon as possible. The girl continued to stand and stare down with great fury for a while, when a sudden bright glow made her close her eyes. The dazzling radiation was caused by Song Jihan's power, instantly teleporting to the floor directly to the man and woman. The young man announced the need for a detailed discussion with a relaxed smile, loosening his elegant tie slightly. A worried Takeda, standing in the distance, angrily shouted the hero's name, while Ito Shizuru froze silently ahead of him. Song Jihan continued to stand silently as his attention was once again drawn to the heavy breathing of his treacherous opponent. Shizuru somewhat sadly acknowledged the revelation of her identity and the loss of several scrolls, philosophizing about the considerable losses. The mistress ordered Akari to follow her, and the loyal assassin immediately expressed her complete obedience. While on the rooftop, the mercenary crouched slightly and, using the power of spiritualization, began to slowly evaporate. Noticing this, one of the men in the helicopter with a shotgun shouted to the other about the fleeing enemies and the need for immediate firing. Heavy gunfire immediately began at the girl's recent location in a desperate attempt to apprehend her. The sounds of gunfire caused the anxious Jihan to turn around and carefully observe the unfolding events. Ito Shizuru regretfully expressed her desire to discuss the situation further, once again drawing the boy's surprised attention. The woman mentioned future opportunities for meetings with a smile as her face began to slowly dissolve. Saying goodbye to Song Jihan and chuckling softly, she stood there until her body dissolved completely, leaving behind only the echo of laughter. Commands came from the helicopters to chase after the lost targets, while the confused young man stared in amazement at the remaining yellow energy. The hero sharply called out by name to the Japan Self-Defense Force recruitment manager, who was trying to tiptoe away, causing him to cover himself in sweat. His tone instantly changed, and the enraged Song Jihan demanded in an ominous voice that the frightened official explain what had happened. Turning around and seeing this reaction, the man, trembling with fear, immediately agreed to give all the necessary explanations. A new day had dawned in Japan, enveloping Ito Shizuru's mansion in sunlight and pleasant weather. From early morning, the Sword King who woke up immediately headed to a certain room for a specific purpose. Upon entering the room, he saw his beloved sitting cozily with a tablet in a comfortable chair. The girl looked up slightly, greeting Seijin, and continued to emit her magical power. Ito Shizuru noted that the man looked like he had a lot to say as he watched the king absorb her charms. Ito Ryuhei gazed intently at the calmly sitting opposite her interlocutor, persistently curious about the truth of the information on Son Jihan's broadcast. The Sword King began to find out details about using the submissive ability to seduce men, while a growing anger flickered across his face. With a calm tone, the girl inquired about doubts about the sincerity of his feelings, casting a serious look that made the lad doubt his own words. Explaining her attempts to obtain more talents for her homeland, she approached her lover and began to emit hypnotic charms, looking directly into his eyes. Mentally acknowledging the impurity of what was happening, Ryuhei realized that Shizuru's proximity took away the strength to resist her influence, forcing him to embrace the beauty. Similarly, everything had happened on the memorable day of the meeting, when the man had sat privately at the bar and consumed alcoholic beverages. The anniversary of Jia's death had ruined Yoon Seijin's mood, so he continued to drink, eyeing the half-emptied glass and contemplating stopping the abuse. Remembering his wife's unhappy request to not drink at home due to little Sia's dislike of the smell of alcohol, the man mentally saw her with her daughter in her arms. These touching memories made him smile involuntarily, as he continued to sit and indulge in nostalgic reflections of the past. An unexpected voice, noticing his hardships, came from outside, causing the confused man to turn around and see an unfamiliar girl sitting next to him. Puzzled by the duration of her presence nearby, the Sword King stared intently at the mysterious stranger who was watching him intently. Not limiting herself to stares, the girl gradually began to flirt with him, gently stroking his hand resting on the bar, inquiring about the amount he had drunk. Suggesting alternative ways to deal with her emotions without harmful booze, Shizuru spoke while her slightly dazed interlocutor began to inhale the charms she was dissolving. The girl directly offered to distract herself with something else, leaning against the guy and staring intently straight into his eyes with an enigmatic smile. Instead of the expected reaction, Yoon Sejin pulled back slightly and continued to stare at her with wide eyes, wide with bewilderment. Suddenly, he decisively pushed her away and, lightning fast, snatched up the shining sword, displaying it in front of him in a defensive stance. Now Ito Shizuo was also extremely surprised and just stared intently at the sharp blade of the weapon glinting near her graceful neck. With a serious and furious tone, the man demanded an explanation about her identity and intentions, while continuing to hold the sword at the ready in a threatening manner. After receiving multiple alerts about successfully rejecting her status and activating her unique trait, the girl sat at a loss, perplexed about the nature of this ability. Ganjang and Mo were legendary Sword King weapons, with the unique trait of one who refused, protecting the user from certain unusual statuses. Realizing the problematic nature of the situation, Ito Shizuru realized the need for a quick way out and inquired about the reasons for his behavior in a calm, innocent voice. Introducing herself as a longtime fan, she said the words that made Yoon Seijin freeze in surprise. Explaining her desire to support her idol, she took the Sword King's hand, still holding the weapon, while continuing to gaze into his eyes and emit magical charms. The man's pupils lit up with a pink glow, ignoring the incoming notifications of attempted addiction and obsession statuses, gradually losing control of himself. The loss of control caused the gleaming sword to fall loudly from his weakened hands onto the cold stone floor. Yoon Sejin seemed to have changed, and he spoke in a different voice, asking for the name of the person he was talking to, as he was under the influence of her magic charm. Mentally noting the ineffectiveness of obedience and fanaticism, Ito Shizuru stood and embraced the young man who had fallen into her embrace, thinking about resistance. Reflecting on Ju Yunji's alter ego's lack of completion, she realized the exposure of her real identity due to the failure of Song Jihan's charm. Akari was chained by all her limbs to the dungeon walls, while her mistress planned the creation of new alter egos in a more thorough and thoughtful manner. There was an intense interrogation going on in the administrative office of BattleNet, where the protagonist was yelling very loudly about how unbelievable Ju Yunji was as an alter ego. While pondering the possibility of there being dozens of Ito Shizuru all over the world, Song Jihan shouted and hit the table with all his might, causing Takeda to recoil backwards. Kazuo gradually began to tell the truth about his first attempt to create an alter ego, explaining the goddess's fears about leaving the Sword King unattended. The hiring manager cried out in a pitiful voice about not knowing how to create an alter ego, begging Song-san to believe his words. Reflecting on the fact that the real Ito Shizuru wouldn't have escaped so easily, the protagonist recalled the Japanese government's reaction after the revealing video. Officials had denied knowledge of a player with that name, stating that they were trying to clarify the situation and that there was no proof of the Sword King's involvement. Leaving BattleNet's office, the young man realized the likely control of most of the Japanese government and business leadership, realizing the impossibility of a conventional prosecution. As he continued to walk forward in his musings, Jihan suddenly heard someone's voice inquiring as to the reason for the delay, which caused him to look up. His disgruntled niece, standing near the car, was complaining of boredom from the long wait, expressing her annoyance at what was happening. To her question about the interrogation that had already taken place, the suited uncle replied about the need to personally verify some important circumstances. Jihan slowly took a few more steps and found himself right in front of Sia, who was looking at him very earnestly in complete silence. But this state did not last long, for she immediately shouted at her uncle, reproaching him for knowing about the coming events, but not telling her anything. The angry girl screamed her shock as she watched the broadcast and categorically demanded that he stop shielding her so much from adult problems. Sia excitedly started talking about what would happen if he too went missing, but tears came to her eyes and she fell silent. Of course, the protagonist was completely taken aback when his own person started wiping away tears, and he was very worried about her. But when Song gently addressed Yoon by name, wanting to delicately inquire about her condition, he instantly received a strong punch to his stomach. Sighing heavily, the guy remained standing on his feet, slightly bent over, while across from him, his enraged niece screamed her knowledge of what was happening. She emotionally continued to yell about her firm intention to become strong as soon as possible to support her uncle, and asked him not to put everything on him alone. The shocked young man looked at his niece as if for the first time, clearly realizing that she had grown and become a new person in his eyes. He mouthed thoughtfully a full understanding of the situation, judging by the force of her blow, slowly rising as Seiya continued to shout about the journey ahead. As the tense conversation continued, the girl suddenly remembered her father, cautiously inquiring about her uncle's certainty regarding that woman's brainwashing. The worried relative seriously inquired about the existence of a real method of release, while the protagonist looked at her, thinking deeply. Yoon would never voluntarily let go of her strong attachment to her abandoning father, as he was perhaps more important to Sia than all other people. Sung Jihan cautiously began to speak little by little, gently drawing his niece's attention back to himself, when Ariel suddenly appeared between them with a brief reply. Of course, all of their attention was now fully drawn to her, and they both simultaneously interrogated the veracity of her unexpected statement. The enigmatic little creature calmly broached the possibility of canceling the brainwashing by the one and only God, giving them a faint hope of a solution to the problem. Upon hearing this revelation, both the protagonist and his surprised niece continued to stare at Ariel, asking many questions. The little creature calmly began to answer all in the affirmative, looking intently and thoughtfully at the interlocutor before her. She briefly spoke a word about elves, and of course, after hearing this, the faces of Sia and Sona became very much alike in their genuine amazement. The astonished niece persisted in asking a whole bunch of questions about the unusual cunning of the elves, while her uncle stood silently behind her back in deep thought. Ariel patiently explained the drastic difference between shadow elves and ordinary elves, reminding her of the elven alliance and their outstanding achievements in the space championships of the past. Sia carefully noted the unusual kindness of the elves from the popular movies, to which Ariel answered honestly about their attitudes toward other species. She mouthed sadly about their real cruelty and blatant injustice, slowly lowering her gaze downward, with a clearly frustrated expression on her face. The curious girl persistently inquired about the identity of the mysterious single god, patiently waiting for a detailed answer from the small creature. Ariel elaborated on the tree as the original source of all life, which is rightfully the whole world and the only god for all elves. The elfess slowly began to speak of the tree's amazing ability to remove all abnormal statuses through the absorption of the leaf, drawing close attention from the interested listeners. She calmly negotiated the need to touch the branch to fully remove the effects of the wash, causing the protagonist to look up at her anxiously. The agitated niece wondered vividly about the real possibility of her father returning to his former state, while the young man continued to stand in utter confusion behind her. Jihan slowly began to reconsider Yoon Sejin's strange past behavior before his return in time, recalling all the suspicious details of that period. The relative quietly mouthed her sincere joy at her sudden hope, looking tiredly at the floor next to her uncle standing there. The protagonist, with a visibly upset expression, involuntarily caught the attention of his niece, who looked anxiously at the silent Jihan. Big Vessel Guild head. Li Han sincerely welcomed all the many spectators with joy, vigorously starting the live broadcast with a wide smile. She spoke confidently about the recent shocking broadcast and Jihan's complete safety, sitting comfortably beside a large monitor next to her bodyguard. The girl thought long and hard about the dire need to inform the viewers about Sun's condition and make sure to fulfill her promise in today's broadcast. All the commentators amicably began to wonder about the mysterious promise, and the excited guild leader abruptly jumped up, loudly announcing the revealing of the status window after 1 million subscribers. She mouthed it happily, sitting back down again while her bodyguard diligently cleaned up the previously scattered confetti with a broom. The girl was fairly talking about the perfect timeliness of the event taking place when she happened to notice the start of another stream on a nearby monitor. She loudly announced Jihan's entrance into the game lobby, excited to see her comrade next to 4 other experienced players. The guild leader was happily rambling on about the difficult dungeon-type invasion and the guy's favorable position on the side of the powerful light angels. She patiently continued to sit with an unchanged smile as the commentators started talking about the status display, making the girl struggle to maintain her outward composure. But Lee jumped up abruptly and slammed her hands down hard on the table, desperately shouting to Jihan about the dire need to wait for a much larger audience. The protagonist in front of his team's players actually showed the status window on the streamer, causing everyone to stare in surprise and scrutinize the information. A lot of questions were coming towards the guy as he stood quietly amongst his shocked comrades. The commentators also persistently asked a lot of questions, and the main character simply raised both hands, showing everyone the need to be calmer for an explanation. After the broadcast that exposed Shizuru, the protagonist suddenly received a huge amount of achievement points for his heroic actions and courage. He carefully looked at all the alerts, scrutinizing their contents while a question formed in his mind about the best use of the points he had received. He now possessed a support and mage class, but he was interested in the theoretical question of choosing an archer and warrior to gain a full set of abilities. Finally, Sun explained in detail that a rank 3 martial artist was a subclass of warrior, chosen after fulfilling the requirements. The commentators persistently started asking Li Haiyan to explain what was happening, but she only turned even more into an angry fury, unable to withstand the viewers' criticism. Reading the viewers' comments, Jihan politely voiced his gratitude for the donations, explaining his inability to answer all the questions during active play. He suddenly shouted about the imminent start of the battle and the need to take his line alone, quickly running away and leaving the team with many questions. Some players spoke of Sun's presence on the enemy team as a violation of the Silver League ecosystem, calling him literally an invasive species. He managed 10 kills in 5 game minutes, leaving the opposing team visibly disgruntled and tired of the constant rebirth. The protagonist continued to stand confidently in front of the enemy team's players, when one of them suddenly spoke, causing a slight confusion on the guy's face. The player emotionally ranted about the beautiful and powerful swordsmanship, recognizing that every time he saw it, a dark dragon was stirring inside him. The attacker shouted a challenge to duel with all his might, going to show his full power and determine the best swordsman in the Silver League. The protagonist shouted about his opponent's excessive talkativeness, and at the same moment, he swung his sword from a distance, cutting off the head of his previously shouted opponent. After that, there was a cryptic alert of a reaper-fearing aura and threatening the demon sanctuary, which drew Jihan's slight attention. It was as if a dome had appeared over the battlefield, with that same reaper perched above it, as if watching and controlling every movement of the participants. The protagonist spoke with delight and a wide smile on his face as he raised his head upward, saying that the time had come to complete this difficult task. Suddenly, a concerned Ariel appeared near his ear, asking his master to be careful, which took the smile off the cocky lad's face a bit. The little creature warned that this demon's element was darkness, so an eclipse would not work well against him, nor would dark spirit powers. It then became quite obvious what the young man was about to do, and his enigmatic smile only increased the little creature's incomprehension. A bright glow appeared from the side where Jihan stood, causing a surprised Ariel to instinctively shield her face from the blinding light. Sleep mouthed the weakness of darkness over light, shrouding himself in a yellow glow and continuing to stand in the same spot beside the tall reaper. The fellow challenged, raising the phoenix arrow above his head, pondering whether the hellfire could burn through his opponent with the lightning god technique. The huge opponent wasn't going to just stand by and watch either, so he put his arm forward and began to form magic on it to attack. The protagonist threw his arrow with all his might straight at his opponent, to the screams of lightning and flash, causing that part of the field to explode violently. Barely standing on his feet and lightly touching the ground with his hand, the guy rejoiced at successfully destroying the divine relic and obtaining a fragment of the Reaper's scythe. He also received a notification that he had completed the bound task among the followers, and with a clear confidence on his face, he muttered about moving on to Phase 2. The girl watching this thrilling broadcast on her phone was not distracted for a second and was completely enthralled by the protagonist's performance. Sophia from American First was finally excited about her upcoming hero encounter since she had already arrived in Korea. She was worried that she might start stuttering from excitement at the meeting, realizing how important it was to make a good first impression as a representative of a great organization. The girl was excited about the upcoming event when suddenly she heard some strange noises behind her and turned around, but only shrieked in fright. The airplane, which had previously stood peacefully on the ground, was now shrouded in ominous red magic and seemed to rise high into the sky directly above the people. In the same instant, it crashed to the ground with all its might, right next to the girl, screaming in terror, who barely had time to bounce aside. She froze in utter shock as she suddenly heard a soft voice about Sona Jihan, and then turned around to see a man standing back and shrouded in scarlet magic. Baron continued to utter threats about demonstrating real power, while Sophia, standing in the distance, was seized with anger at this behavior. The protagonist was confidently interested in the confidence of her interlocutor after personal observation, wondering about the impossibility of faking the window of fortune while she scrutinized it in reality. Lee Hayoung wondered with lively curiosity about the choice of a rank 3 martial artist, receiving a confident explanation from the young man about synergy with guild buffs. A thoughtful Jihan pondered the addition of a unique buff, available only to him, while his attentive companion immersed herself in her own thoughts on the possibilities. Having gained access to all classes, Sun thought carefully about the 2 available development options to maximize the unique opportunities open to him. The strategically minded young man had chosen the Support and Mage classes solely for their power stats, making his final choice a completely logical decision. The powerful all-in-one effect quadrupled the achievements of the 3rd-ranked martial artist, making reaching the Golden League a matter of time. The focused hero understood the necessity of completing the started task, mentally analyzing the conditions and continuing to actively interact with the information window in front of him. Carefully studying all the available information, he occasionally made thoughtful sounds, involuntarily attracting Lee Hayoung's gaze with her questioning expression. Suddenly, a smiling song spoke enthusiastically about wanting to show off something special to Seiya and Masid as the only guild representatives in the Bronze League. The slightly frustrated girl exhaled heavily and spoke insistently about the need to give a proper welcome to the tired guests who had traveled a long way to their guild. Baron very loudly placed the cup with the disgusting drink on the table and started shouting, so that Sophia sitting next to him was forced to cover her ears. Irritably questioning the treatment of guests and the quality of the coffee, he continued to yell while the girl inquired about his problem with a beverage he didn't normally consume. When an irate Williams asked about the timing of his request for dispatch, a young man approached the table and inquired about the temporary guild members' dissatisfaction with the taste of the coffee. The enraged man began to yell even more about the inappropriate words and tone, But the soccer player, continuing to kick the ball around, only noted the impoliteness of judging the food of a guest. Baron started to get into an argument about the guild's defense, but Sophia got tired of listening to it all, and in a serious tone asked her partner to stop the conflict. But instead, Baron decided to mention Sia's luck of being Sun Jihan's cousin, which clearly surprised and displeased the main character's niece. Williams moved on to criticizing the player, wondering about the veracity of the rumors about his weakening after being demoted to the first level and the reasons for his presence here. Majestically and smugly, stating that Diego would become worthless without the ability to throw the ball. The visitor picked up the sphere and took it for himself as the Silver League's strongest player. He stood smugly until the silent Masid never gave a clear answer to his challenge. Then the guest realized that his opponent had nothing to say. The soccer player suddenly admitted to dropping the ball in the restroom this morning, and the smile from Baron's face abruptly disappeared as he looked at the ball. Throwing the sphere back to its owner with all his might, the man shouted a demand to pick it up, becoming even more annoyed, even though it was all a joke. The head of the Great Vessel Guild suddenly spoke of the difficult journey as she walked downstairs and spoke to the arriving guests. Li Hain welcomed Baron and Sophia to their guild as she entered the room, along with the main character following her. The golden-haired girl, upon seeing Song Jihan, couldn't contain her swelling emotions and stood up from her seat and froze, exclaiming his famous name. The fan started talking with genuine enthusiasm, while her partner became even more annoyed at such a violent reaction, suggesting that they start the paperwork immediately. The protagonist calmly mouthed about the lack of hurry, while the upset girl sat back in her chair with a bad mood due to the inability to greet her idol properly. The guy silently walked to the table and looked sadly at the girl, with his head sadly lowered, mentally noting the long absence of meeting her. Sleep remembered that the last meeting had taken place before his return in time, and he had not at all expected such an awkward encounter under the present circumstances. Before getting to the main matter at hand, the protagonist announced that there was an important offer for 2 guild members and 2 guests. The incredulous Baron interrogated the essence of the mysterious offer with some suspicion, looking intently at the guy. Sun proposed to jointly defeat the formidable Count Nessid, showing the powerful creature on the screen behind him to everyone present. Count Nessid is a huge snake monster that appears in the Platinum League and is considered the strongest inhabitant of the Dark Forest. The next goal in Song Jihan's difficult task was precisely to destroy this creature. So, he waited patiently for a reaction as someone suddenly exclaimed, "Nonsense." Baron shouted about the monster's significant level superiority and the impossibility of Count Nessid appearing in the Silver League, to which Jihan calmly replied about solving the summoning problem. The protagonist announced plans to take Seiya and Masid with a couple of good Silver League players, while his niece pointed at herself in horror, and Masid wondered about the reality of such plans. Sophia cautiously began to talk about the possibility of the proposed plan, drawing the young man's undivided attention. She delicately explained the impossibility of forming a group because of the different nationalities and the temporary nature of their contract. Looking at her idol confusedly, the boy reassured her by confidently stating that there was a reliable way to solve this problem, causing surprise and impatient anticipation on Sophia's beautiful face. Li Hain entered into an important conversation, explaining in detail their guild's exclusive effect of forming groups with people of completely different nationalities and languages. She additionally mentioned the certain restrictions that existed, but confidently assured all was fine with their particular group, attracting everyone's interested attention. Li smiled contentedly as she recalled her recent use of the magic scroll from Song Jihan, giving a unique effect and a significant increase in the rank of her gift. Baron once again irritatedly and loudly announced a serious problem with the 2 inexperienced Bronze League players sitting across from him. The protagonist replied indifferently about the optional participation of the unwilling, carelessly mentioning similar tempting offers to other talented players from various countries. He calmly added that all the players mentioned were insistently asked to be sure to inform them of any available spots in the prospect group. Such an unexpected statement drastically changed the tone of Baron's remarks, who irritably interrupted the young man's speech, loudly proclaiming the absence of any refusal. He solemnly declared the necessity of balancing the 2 Bronze League players, playing the hero under Sophia's clearly unfriendly gaze. Sun summed up the 5 participants with satisfaction, met with the same disgruntled expression on Baron's face, and genuine admiration for the beautiful girl. Williams mentally tried to find an excuse for his defeat, calling his opponent an upstart and planning to teach him a lesson, believing that he had won because of a special subject. There was a powerful destructive explosion, and the massive tower began to shatter into pieces, unable to withstand the magical impact. At the 15th minute of the game, the protagonist and his united team were already approaching the fortified location of the opponents. The opponents were shouting in horror to each other about the fall of all the towers and the rapid demolition of their positions. Watching the approach of the protagonist's team, the enemies continued to wonder about the ways of creating a group with such a composition of participants, not taking their eyes off the approaching dangerous fighters. Baron, constantly floating in the air thanks to his magic and attracting everyone's attention, speculated about the drastic difference between the teams. He continued to wryly talk about rewarding opponents for good resistance, clearly causing great irritation with his comments. The man had no sooner finished speaking about the pleasures of watching the torment of his foes and put out his hand for a finishing blow when someone suddenly announced a surrender. The surviving opponents looked questioningly at the unexpected source of the voice, completely unaware of what was happening around them. The exact same reaction of utter bewilderment came from Sia and the soccer player, who also stared puzzled at the source of the mysterious announcement. Even Baron himself, hovering in the air with his arm outstretched to end the fight, looked on in surprise as the smiling protagonist raised his hands in a sign of surrender. About 5 minutes ago, at the top of the line, Musid had destroyed the opponent's second line of towers with his ball, which he was now kicking with his foot for another powerful strike. Opponents were perplexed among themselves about Diego's presence in the Silver League, given his demotion to the first tier due to excessive provocations and aggressive behavior. The player swung his leg and kicked the ball with all his might, which flew with a precise trajectory towards the enemy, who had put up a shield in the hope of saving the ball. The shield not only failed to defend itself, but also missed the ball, which managed to fly straight at the unsuspecting opponent's head, who cried out in surprise. It was the last thing the opponent said, as, immediately after the ball landed, there was an explosion of incredible force that ended the battle. Diego once again stood with the ball near his foot, while behind him Sophia stood huddled, watching in admiration at such an incredible throw. The girl was horrified to realize what she had seen, marveling at the player's control and realizing that the ability she had enhanced was clearly beyond the Bronze League level. She would have continued to ponder for a long time had she not heard some sound in the distance in the forest and seen an explosion rising above the trees. The frightened Sophia was aware of Sun Jihan's whereabouts in that direction and continued to anxiously stare at the indicated point in the forest. The protagonist was indeed on the bottom line, summoning many shadow balls against opponents thanks to his magic. Noting the simplicity compared to last time, turning to his niece with a smile, he offered her a finishing blow, to which the girl laughed and agreed to her uncle's suggestion. Aggressive shouts came from the center line where Baron was, hearing which the young man realized the well-being of the situation there as well. Calling up the status window, he began to study something when his niece turned to him, wanting to know something important about further plans. The girl logically inquired about the need to capture Count Nessid to complete the game, drawing the protagonist's attentive gaze to her musings. When her niece had finished speaking, Sun reassured her by stating his knowledge of the necessary actions, causing his eyes to widen in surprise at his confidence. An outraged Baron shouted the illogic of surrendering after a literal victory, while Sophia supported his indignation, and his niece stood behind him, remembering her uncle's words. In an attempt to placate the agitated team, the protagonist calmly spoke soothing words and channeled the heated passions into a constructive direction to solve the problem. He continued to explain the terms of refusing a simple surrender, while the opposing team stood in the distance and was surprised to hear every word perfectly. Turning to the players from the opposing team, Song Jihan inquired about their desire to defeat Count Nessid, together with an unexpected offer of cooperation. Grabbing the protagonist by his clothes, the irritated man dragged him towards him, shouting outrage and demanding an explanation for such strange behavior. Resenting the lowlife's request for help, he yanked the guy around and yelled about their lack of strength, while the opponents stood oppressed by further insults. The protagonist emphasized that simply killing Nessid wouldn't be enough, which stunned Williams, forcing him to momentarily shut up and release the guy by letting go of his arm. Killing and resurrecting the enemy team a moment later, the young man explained in detail, warning of the possibility of pursuing them during the fight with the Count. Suddenly intervening in the argument, Sophia ranted very loudly about the reasonableness of the plan, doubting a quick victory over a platinum-level opponent. The only constantly disgruntled, angry man was only a reminder that Count Nessid did not usually appear in the Silver League. The protagonist again had to patiently listen to the boring objections, but noticing the enthusiasm of his opponents, he announced that he knew how to summon the Count. Jihan voiced the condition of surrender with the help of his opponents and looked at his rivals, who were glancing among themselves. striving for a common solution. They were interested in the specific details of the assistance required, and after the young man's detailed explanation, the entire united team set off on their journey towards the goal. The girls, impressed by the magnitude of the entire shelter, discussed among themselves as they approached the place where Count Nessid was to appear. The protagonist decisively announced the immediate summoning of the creature, attracting surprised looks from Sophia and a few of the boys with his confidence in his own abilities. The priestess politely asked permission to reinforce him first, and the lad readily agreed, realizing the importance of this preparatory step that he had simply forgotten. He thanked the girl sincerely for her help, and she concentrated on doing a professional job of reinforcing her ally before a serious confrontation. Sophia's buffs were amazing thanks to the SS rank Trinity gift, allowing her to give 3 powerful reinforcements at the same time in the most efficient way possible. The priestess was still continuing the reinforcement of the young man's power when he suddenly turned to his niece, and Sia immediately looked up at him attentively. He gently warned of the impending danger and the need to stay behind until the last moment, receiving an understanding agreement from his relative. The protagonist solemnly announced the time of summoning, holding out his hand in front of him as 2 small crystal fragments materialized in the palm of his hand. Without a second's hesitation, he decisively threw the crystals down into the body of water, at the supposed location of the powerful Count Nessid's appearance for activation. The crystals rapidly fell downward, continuing to sink deeper and deeper and emitting magical energy, as if giving a certain signal to the inhabitant of the underwater depths. The shards were slowly sinking into the water, while the protagonist's team upstairs stood in tense anticipation, when suddenly the underground tremors began. The figure of the Count carved in red light appeared on the stone, marking the turning point of the entire confrontation with the ancient, powerful being. Immediately afterward, there was an incredible scream from the creature itself, and the Count actually began to rise rapidly from the pond, with truly terrifying dimensions. The footballer and the player of the opposing team stood with their heads thrown back, unable to utter a single word or even shriek loudly in terror. Count Nessid shouted menacingly about the coming of the time of his ascension after the fall of light and darkness, addressing everyone present on the ground. A player from the other team cried out in horror at the bloody, hideous sight of the enemy, but the protagonist immediately intervened with a call to follow the plan he had devised. Song Jihan recalled the need to destroy the stones around the lake to weaken the Count, explaining that these stones were the sources of his magical power. He shouted about rebuilding the stones after a while, and the need to continue destroying them in groups of 2, while Sophia listened in surprise. She began to count the participants, noting that there were 9, and at the thought of 8 taking over the destruction of the stones, suddenly fell silent as the young man interrupted her with a statement about a single attack. The enraged Williams thundered that such a plan was unacceptable, but the protagonist, remaining perfectly calm, turned only slightly at his shout and indignation. Baron, folding his arms across his chest and showing obvious displeasure, accused the young man of seeking to draw all attention to himself, approaching him with a judgmental expression on his face. The man came close, shouting furiously and gesturing broadly to the others in contempt, considering the destruction of the stones a waste of their potential. He emphatically warned against begging for his help later, completely oblivious to the events around him, until Sophia, standing behind him, turned around in horror. She loudly ordered Baron and son to flee immediately, noticing that the enraged Count, who had just risen from the depths of the lake, was preparing to attack them. The creature, immediately after this event, did indeed spit a sphere that landed and exploded, but the protagonist managed to bounce aside in time. Ariel suddenly appeared near his ear and spoke an address to the inferior creature, drawing the young man's attention to important information about the enemy. She warned of the monster's colossal amount of dark mana and the possibility of a dark spirit stat boost, causing the protagonist to glance at Nessid in surprise. The lad mouthed his intentions to squeeze the most out of his opponent with a cocky smile as a weapon materialized in his darkened hand. The Count continued to attack with his maw, shattering the ground beneath the young man's feet, who managed to jump just in the last second from the deadly blows. The creature didn't have time to fully comprehend the slip before its many eyes suddenly showed the reflection of the rapidly approaching Song Jihan. Not only had he successfully approached his target, but he was also descending down from above, delivering a multitude of precise blows all over the creature's massive body. The Count cried out painfully from the damage as the young man carefully braked his legs and arms, acknowledging his previous worries about the difficulty of the battle. However, since the boys were excellent at attacking rocks, Nessid couldn't use his full strength, making things easier than expected. Baron stood beside his enemy teammate, who was busily engaged in carrying out instructions, while the man himself simply watched. The mage spoke admiringly of the hero's strength and ability to get the job done in 5 minutes, much to the annoyance of the disgruntled William standing next to him. Suddenly, there was a voice saying that Baron needed to give up his claim to the top spot, and the man was immediately taken aback and frozen in surprise. He asked again after a couple of seconds and looked at the speaker, who turned around with a snide smile, wondering if he agreed with the statement. The player ranted about superiority and brute strength, but overall lagging behind, noting that Song Jihan was not far behind in physical strength. The mage continued to reassure Williams about maintaining first place in stats, when the hand of his interlocutor abruptly began to approach his head with a threat. Baron got tired of listening to all this and quickly released magic from his hand, which from there flew into the smug, mocking guy. The soccer player and Sophia, who were on the opposite side, heard the noise and turned around in surprise and dismay and just froze at what they saw. Williams only shouted a demand for silence, continuing to hold his hand in front of him, from which was still emanating destructive magical energy. His partner, who came from the same organization, yelled Baron's name in surprise and dismay as the player irritably inquired about the man's problems. Another player from the enemy team began to resent the distraught man, but had no time to finish his sentence, as he was also struck by the magic. Baron put out his hand and released like a lot of lightning bolts, continuing to stand in a self-assured pose and demonstrating his superiority over his opponents. The protagonist, hearing all these noises, screams, and disturbing sounds, worriedly looked up where all these dramatic events were taking place. The overly smug Baron, still glowing with lightning, only showed his middle finger, mouthing the fact that it should have been done from the beginning. He boastfully mouthed the ability to kill such a monster on his own, while receiving the buffs, slowly rising into the air for a show of strength. Immediately after he completed his plan and all the players from the enemy team lay dead, Baron had 5 kills and a stat boost. The protagonist turned around to face the man and looked at him with obvious displeasure, addressed him by name, and inquired about his mental state. Baron shouted accusations of betrayal and trying to make himself look better while in midair, while the guy standing on the ground didn't get the point. The man, not intending to continue the conversation, suddenly turned to Earl Nessid with an insult, and the latter immediately turned warily in his direction. Baron, approaching the creature, inquired about his fatigue from his battle with the cretin, while the monster only stared in surprise at his unexpected interlocutor. Williams began to shout with a sinister grin and laughter, slowly forming a huge blob of destructive magical energy in his hands. He shouted a threat of reprisal for the blow, as the magic began to spread like a powerful vortex and headed straight for the worm monster. When the energy reached the Count, he had almost no reaction, just stood there in complete incomprehension of what was happening to him. It was as if the creature was separated from everyone by a huge vortex that was still swirling around it as the young man stood on the ground next to it. The man watching the result of its action only laughed evilly as he saw the effectiveness of his magical attack on his opponent. But abruptly, his emotions changed, his self-confidence vanished, and fear appeared in his eyes. He hadn't considered several important things about his opponent that Song Jihan knew. Firstly, ranged combat was ineffective. Still, Count Nessid was left without strength, while the stones were being hit. And thirdly, after Baron killed his comrades, the destroyed stones began to recover. The most important thing happened at this very moment. The creature that had previously stood, surprised, opened its jaws and began to rapidly approach the hovering Williams. The self-confidence completely vanished from his face. He continued to stare at the monster's approach, managing to utter only a startled exclamation. That was all he had time to say as the Earl's jaws closed around the man's head, leaving his body hanging from the outside of the intimidating jaws. In a team game, a sad outcome awaits toxic players. Such was the case for him when the kill notice arrived, causing Sophia to cover her mouth with her hand. Count Nessid, having regained his strength, grimly towered before the protagonist and shouted a contemptuous message to the pathetic humans with menace. Enveloped in rage, he loudly proclaimed turning everyone into dust and instantly activated paralysis, causing those present to collapse to the ground, feeling an incomprehensible impact. The protagonist was no exception, feeling a holding force when Ariel appeared near his ear, immediately inquiring about his integrity. Sung Jihan did not answer directly, only repeating about Baron's foolishness in ruining a nearly achieved victory, unwittingly helping Ariel realize the seriousness of the problem. He pondered the team's refusal to help, caused by the actions of the cursed Baron, and the possibility of trying again later, remaining in a strange state of mind. The young man was mulling over the imminent promotion and the need to last longer, when suddenly 2 arrows landed in the monster's head. Hearing the sound, the protagonist immediately looked up in surprise, not knowing the origin of the attack and trying to determine the source of the unexpected help. Looking around, he saw his niece standing overhead with her bow, ready to continue her attack on the powerful enemy. She had exceptional shooting skills, but as the formidable creature approached and towered over her, the girl suddenly felt fear, as if she had lost her confidence. Nessid, intent on revenge, swiftly lowered its muzzle and tried to close its jaws. But the girl, shrieking in fear, instantly rushed away, fleeing for her life. The protagonist, still in a state of paralysis, suddenly managed to move his arm and realized the weakening of the enemy's power. Jihan rose to his feet and turned to his niece with a loud exclamation, asking why she was doing this, since he had told her to stay behind. He loudly insisted that there was no need for an attack, begging her to just flee, assuring her that he would take care of everything himself. Suddenly, however, the girl froze in place. She immediately shouted a demand for silence. Of course, her uncle's eyes widened at such unexpected behavior, and he said nothing. Saya, running away from the monster, loudly announced the chat she had read and the impending destruction. Not understanding why her uncle had taken her and not someone experienced, she realized with annoyance that she was considered useless because of her kinship with Sun Jihan, which was why Baron treated her with contempt. And Sophia cringed slightly upon hearing this, only having been freed from the label of daughter of the Sword King. Sia faced a new humiliation, as despite her best efforts, she was now referred to as the niece of the protagonist. She too had talent and incredible perseverance, succeeding, loudly proclaiming her accomplishments and displaying incredible abilities. So while the protagonist sat with a stunned expression listening to her words, the niece suddenly changed her tone. Stopping once again, she resolutely shouted out a question about possible help and looked at her uncle with a serious gaze, waiting for his response. The protagonist, having barely had time to utter his niece's name, began to rise anxiously, realizing the criticality of the moment and the need to act immediately to save Yun. The girl, who had been full of confidence earlier, now stood frightened as the monster was suddenly at her side and slowly lowered its huge maw for a deadly bite. The creature slammed into the ground with force, missing its target as the protagonist's niece, letting out frightened screams, once again rushed to flee from the imminent danger. The young man calmly broached the current inability of Sophia and Masita to fight, assuring that thanks to the priestess's buffs, he would be free from paralysis in just a moment. Therefore, he quickly came up with a strategic plan and sharply shouted his relative's name, intentionally drawing her attention to himself to execute the intended maneuver. Song Jihan put his hands to his mouth and shouted with all his might a new nickname for her, Autumn Mosquito, demanding to become one immediately. The niece continued to flee, but surprise was reflected not only on her frightened face, but also on Count Nessid's muzzle, who clearly didn't understand anything. With the arrival of fall, mosquitoes become more determined and aggressive. Their numbers are much less than the summer period, but the danger remains high. However, while everyone thinks about their complete disappearance with the cold weather, the insects suddenly appear from hiding places and bite with all their accumulated strength. The niece was well aware of this natural peculiarity, so she resolutely took her arrows and once again began to methodically shoot at the creature's massive back. The count, seething with rage, shouted an accusation of malevolence, slowly turning around to face Sia with the clear intention of finally dealing with the annoying nuisance. He continued to shout angrily about the small fly, glaring intently at the very confident girl, who was well aware of her annoying effect on her opponent. She continued her evasive maneuvers as the monster began firing explosive spheres intensely, while Sophia and the soccer player watched in amazement at her ability to dodge the attacks. The protagonist realized a good opportunity to recover while Yun distracted the count, so he materialized a sword and began to lean on the weapon little by little. He continued to lean on the blade for support when he suddenly sensed something strange with the weapon and glanced worriedly at the changed sword. The boy bewilderedly mouthed a question about the changes happening with the eclipse, slowly getting to his feet and continuing to scrutinize his weapon. Ariel materialized nearby and whispered in her master's ear the important information that his weapon was becoming significantly stronger from exposure. She patiently explained the reason for the slight increase in dark spirit from the intense battle, while Sun still remained in position behind the massive creature. He thoughtfully pondered the emerging opportunity to utilize the Shadow God's new technique, while the small creature almost shouted about the need to invest in characteristics. The young man listened intently to the creature's loud roar and realized with alarm that the Nessid had powerfully leapt from its reservoir high up. The Count scornfully shouted the insult of an inferior human, angrily addressing his victim, who was frozen dumbfounded and staring upward in horror. He coldly mouthed the end of children's games of hide-and-seek, inexorably approaching the girl closer and closer and completely depriving her of any chance of escape. Realizing the growing danger, Sia began to take careless steps backwards out of fear, and not calculating the distance began to fly into the abyss. The uncle shouted his niece's name in despair as he watched her fall and realized the possible tragic outcome. The girl struggled to utter the critical need to gain precious time, little by little trying to get up, realizing she was approaching the limit of her abilities. However, she stubbornly did not stop and made more and more efforts, which caused genuine surprise to Sophia and Diego, who were watching closely. The eyes of the protagonist were also filled with surprise at the actions of the determined niece, and he just looked at his relative in silence, understanding her eagerness to help. She did manage to get to her feet and boldly looked at the approaching monster, who also experienced a little surprise at her persistence. Sia's characteristic of endurance reached the 10-unit mark, and she gained the rarest status of perseverance, and was filled with determination to continue fighting. Nessid, annoyed by the noise, demanded silence, angrily opened its intimidating maw, and began to focus a devastating magic sphere. With a furious shriek of its final demand to finally die, it directed the deadly charge at its stubborn young rival. The creature uttered a deep sigh of relief at the blessed silence that had finally come, completing the powerful attack and anticipating a long-awaited peace from the annoying sounds. A very loud mocking question about the direction of the gaze was suddenly heard from the side, which began to piss off the already enraged creature even more. Of course, turning around sharply at the source of the sound, Count Nessid was shocked to see that the intended victim was completely alive and unharmed in the protective embrace of his uncle. The protagonist gaped with confidence at his niece's success, as the paralysis that had previously been placed upon him fell from him, and he was full of energy. Continuing to hold his relative in his arms, Jihan turned to praise her perseverance, which brought a really wide and sincere smile to Sia's face. She was perplexed at the sudden appearance of the stat of perseverance in herself when her uncle set her on her feet and told her to hide behind him for action. The girl voiced her doubt of success with slight regret, staying behind the confident Sion, realizing the limited attack options. The cocky protagonist, proclaiming that he had an idea, rushed into the attack, swinging his black sword. As he continued to run and swing the weapon, Song Jihan suddenly threw the sword at the target with all his might, making the blade fly and spin constantly. But instead of hitting the creature, the weapon simply fell into the body of water, and Nessid watched in surprise as it slowly sank into the depths. Looking surprised at the bubbles left on the water, and then at the protagonist, the monster saw the guy with his hands raised, a smile and words of surrender. Sophia and the soccer player, still under the influence of paralysis, were no longer surprised by this turn, and only shouted in one voice, "Again?" The niece, still standing behind her uncle's back, was shocked by the surprise and wondered if it was a joke, while Count Nessid started laughing loudly. The creature happily voiced the question about the last words, enjoying the victory, but unaware of the coming events that awaited him. The Count mockingly reasoned that this was not bad at all for a weakling, while the protagonist remained calm with his hands raised, and his niece became more and more amazed at what was happening. Nessid shouted a threat to devour everyone with rage and rushed downwards, straight into the pit where the guy, the girl, and his reservoir were already located. As the monster flew over his reservoir with confidence, a dark entity like a huge wave suddenly burst out of there and instantly captured him. The protagonist spiritedly uttered a wish to say just that, finally lowered his hands and watched the scene, explaining the unstoppability of shadows to death. The second technique of the shadow god represented a power that goes against all logic and absorbs even darkness in its powerful ascension of the dark shadow heaven. Baron, while in the rebirth territory, was contemplating a possible victory if he hadn't relaxed the moment Song Jihan fought Count Nessid. The man continued walking from place to place when suddenly some noise caught his attention, and raising his head, he saw a huge dark streak in the distance. Not understanding the nature of the phenomenon, he immediately called up the status window and began to read, finding information about the team's victory over the Count and receiving the blessing of the Void. Rage gripped the man with incredible force, and he grabbed the status window and began trying to squeeze it, screaming about the impossibility of Jihan winning without help. Baron continued to scream nonsense when suddenly a loud name-calling was heard from outside. It was the opposing team he had killed. The players coming closer, irritatedly muttered questions amongst themselves about the piece of shit's insolence and the reasons for his revival. One of them uttered a death threat to the cowardly creep, addressing the man, but the partner standing next to him was startled, noticing the strange change with Baron. The man shouted a rejection with all his might, bent down, and began channeling swirls of his magic in all directions, trying to somehow ease the anger that had taken hold. Baron continued to shout death threats to Sun Jihan with incredible force, as a system alert appeared about a player going into a rage, causing opponents to flee. Williams continued to shout his superiority as the strongest player and concentrated magic again, eventually committing the most kills, leading the team to victory. The niece cheerfully turned to her uncle, looking at her status window and marveling at reaching level 20, considering it an incredibly cool result. The girl rejoiced at rising from level 5 after playing the game, calling it insane, while the sitting and tea-drinking protagonist answered about the importance of stamina. She inquired about her first-class choice, thoughtfully considering her options, which surprised her uncle a bit with a question about the lack of pre-selection. Hearing a negative answer, the protagonist suggested an archer because of the abilities with a bow. But the girl, agreeing with the suitability, pondered the overabundance of archers in the country. Song Jihan mentally thought about the ambitiousness and similarities to his niece, then mouthed with a smile that he still thought an archer was the best choice. The young man laughed as he spoke of his intention to become the best in the warrior class and was once again punched in the chest by his niece, who also laughed about her uncle's insufferability. The phone on the table vibrated, and the girl picked it up and read the message carefully, abruptly responding about having to answer the call. She mouthed the greeting, leaving the kitchen while the young man called up his status window and began to scrutinize the information he had received after the battle. The lad mentally tinkered with the payoff of defeating Count Nessid, the right to a match for advancement, and the many achievement points as rewards for tasks. He thought about the suspiciousness of the S-rank item, the effect of isolation from the world, and the side effect of the cloak of emptiness, scratching his neck and continuing his study. The protagonist mouthed a request for Ariel to approach, and a small entity immediately began to materialize from the surrounding darkness to speak. Jihan asked about her knowledge of the subject, but didn't even have time to finish as she looked at him very intently with some strange expression. The protagonist suddenly mouthed a question about the problems with the face of the interlocutor, folding her hands in front of her. But Ariel still didn't answer the questions asked in any way. Finally, she gathered herself and voiced her concern about the ability Sun had used to defeat the worm, causing the young man's face to change slightly. The boy asked again about the dark shadow heaven raising and received an affirmative answer, but still didn't understand what exactly it was about the technique that bothered her so much. The small creature ranted about the similarity of the ability to the higher power of her original form, which caused Jihan to ask even more questions. The protagonist was perplexed about the Shadow God technique's connection to the Shadow Queen and sat with a more puzzled expression. The young man began to excuse himself by speaking of not knowing this, turning slightly away from his interlocutor so as not to accidentally give her the truth about his past. Ariel spoke sharply about wanting to speak plainly and looked very serious, preparing to ask a critical question about his abilities. She mouthed off about the constellation that had taken the gift of the traveling god of war from him, getting very close to the boy's face, being in incredible shock with his eyes wide open. Jihan was mentally perplexed as to how she knew the truth, but seeing his reaction, Ariel immediately responded with an order not to try to deny the obvious. The small creature explained that the original form had sent her to him precisely because of the energy emanating from him that had caught the queen's attention. The boy uttered a thought aloud about the bad luck of falling under strange and perverted tastes. But Ariel was very angry and only ordered him to be silent. Having finally told the truth that it was no great secret, the lad was met with silence from the creature, who was carefully pondering the information he had received. He inquired about the greatness of the wandering god of war that made the Shadow Queen send a clone, still looking at the silent Ariel, who was studying him intently. The small creature finally mouthed that to the constellations. This god represented disaster and was a serious threat to their existence. Ariel explained that usually a constellation treats a star born to it like a mother, protecting it from all sorts of dangers and threats. The young man suddenly asked a question about the meaning of the word born, assuming that constellations were gods, but immediately got an answer about beings who became gods. She explained that becoming a constellation was possible at level 777 in Battletech, surprising the young man who thought 500 was the limit, and added that a full explanation would come later, but he was already thinking and not listening to her. Ariel explained how the god of war was different from the normal constellations, telling of a star he had created, which he called a battle star for special purposes. The small creature narrated that it hunted the constellations, imprisoning them in this star to extract strength and gain power. Ariel described the process of extracting powers from the constellations that leaves them between life and death, explaining why many fear the god of war. She explained that the original form felt uneasy about possessing such energy, so the queen instructed her to watch over him and control the situation. The small creature explained that using the god of war's power didn't seem unusual, as he could pass on an ability previously stolen from another constellation. However, Ariel mouthed very seriously that the Shadow Queen had never been victimized by a traveling god, which made the situation mysterious. She continued to ask many questions in a calm tone about the origin of the power and how to penetrate, while the guy looked at her in surprise. The protagonist mentally recalled studying the Shadow God technique in the Diamond League of his past life, when the traveling god of war absorbed the Shadow Queen's powers. He realized that the Queen's capture was coming, and realized how that explained all the strangeness and the original form's anxiety about the events to come. Ariel again suggested receiving a powerful ability from the god of war, and it caught the lad off guard again. He mentioned the existence of something more powerful, and this surprised his companion, arousing her interest in an unknown skill. Ariel asked a lot of questions about the demonstration of power, but Jihan just waved his hands, explaining that his level was too low and the technique depended on buffs. The small creature thought about this talent, expecting to use it to enhance the higher power of the original form. The niece returned to the kitchen and joyfully shouted an appeal to her uncle, waving her hand and running swiftly to him with obviously good news. She happily mouthed questions about free time and busy lunchtime with a wide smile on her face, while the protagonist inquired with interest about the reasons for her contented mood. Sia mouthed off about his fans' desire to meet him, and the young man's face took on an expression of surprise when he queried the existence of his fans. Sophia sighed heavily as she sat at a table in the cafe, and it was obvious from her demeanor that she was extremely nervous before the important meeting. She worried about rushing and having to order drinks, constantly sniffing her wrist and questioning the amount of perfume, unable to find a calm place to sit. Suddenly, looking in her purse, the girl squealed about her forgotten lipstick, adding to her anxiety to her already tense state before meeting her idol. Lee Ha-young, also staying at the cafe, sat more calmly, and after renewing her lipstick on her lips, she exhaled a sigh of relief at the completion of her preparations. Taking out her phone and opening the camera like a mirror, she began to look at her reflection, worrying about the safety of the makeup she had hastily applied in her excitement. The main character mouthed a question about the length of the wait as he approached the table, and it was noticeable that he too was a bit nervous for this meeting. Sophia excitedly uttered a denial, very clumsily standing up to greet the guy, showing her intense excitement and awe for her idol. She exclaimed a complete lack of anticipation, and the smile on her face was of incredible size, expressing her sincere joy at the long-awaited meeting. Meanwhile, the guest that the big vessel guild head had been waiting for had also arrived, but she sat with a completely different emotion of slight chagrin and disappointment. Lee Ha-young looked at him in bewilderment, pondering why guys from blind dates were constantly proving to be such unsuitable candidates. Song Ji-hyun was slicing a small piece of meat for a meal when his companion mumbled that the sudden offer to meet must have surprised him. The girl ranted about her fanfare and her desire to introduce herself properly, continuing to fret while her interlocutor only reassured her about the order of dinner. The boy inquired about the frequency of communication with Kia, as he had seen them talk on numerous occasions. But Sophia immediately explained the exchange of numbers after the game against Count Nessid. After explaining the organization of the meeting at her own request, she continued to glow with happiness as the young man methodically chewed a piece of meat and watched her closely. Talking about the lack of worries due to being a temporary member of the same guild, Song listened to the overjoyed girl with a playful question about the Korean address Appa. After questioning the meaning of the word and making his interlocutor laugh slightly, he mentally reflected on her current brightness, drastically different from his previous memories. Realizing the reason for her greater youthfulness, due to an earlier encounter in her current life, Jihan mentally speculated on girlishness, finally broaching the issue of age. Proudly pointing a finger at herself and mouthed the 20 years old, Sophia emphasized her adult status and peerage with his niece for convincing. With a good-natured smile, mouthed a request to simply call him by his first name. The young man braced himself for further surprise from his young interlocutor. Naively surprised by what he heard and frozen in place, the girl was even more amazed at the offer to pay for dinner for a growing child, puzzled about the reasons for such an attitude. After spending some time over food and drinks, they left empty plates and glasses finishing a pleasant meal in a cozy atmosphere. Unexpectedly interrupting the silence with a curious question about the current level, Sophia showed a keen interest in the game achievements of her interlocutor. Having inquired about the reason for such a personal question, the young man listened to the explanation about approaching the games for advancement and entering the top 100 players. The protagonist remembered about the forgotten notification check, while the interlocutor was dreaming again, mentally pondering about the possibility of fighting with the idol and strengthening love. After watching the dreamy girl for a while, the guy abruptly decided to interrupt her musings by speaking a request for a quick check and calling the status window. Mentally muttering about his expected top ranking, he scrutinized the several notifications that had arrived, confirming his in-game achievements. An unexpectedly eye-catching notification reported exceeding the level for the Silver League, followed by the choice of participating in the Gold or Silver League advancement. Mentally pondering about the restrictions imposed and his difference from other players, he put his hand to his chin, realizing the possibility of becoming the fastest in the Platinum League. Lee Ha-young shouted very loudly to her bodyguard about the insanity of the proposal on the first date, remembering the moment when the guy actually got the ring for her. A slightly exhausted Ha-young inquired about the reason for not refusing the date, but the supervisor picked up the phone and explained the difficulty of refusing a blind date to her parents. The only consolation for the girl was her busy schedule and the excitement of betting, so she opened the right website, intending to relax. Finding a notification on the site while trying to place a bet, Lee Ha-young looked at her phone very carefully in bewilderment. As she continued to voice her surprise, she caught the attention of her bodyguard, who was also interested in what was happening on the device's screen. The notification stated that the rules of the promotion game had changed due to Song Jihan's choice, causing the card to change and the bets to be canceled. The protagonist, after reading the same notification, realized with satisfaction that his choice to participate in the Silver League promotion game with restrictions was a good choice. A different choice would have forced him to skip the Gold League. And besides, he would not have been able to complete the task set before him. Realizing the need to control his growth due to his clear difference from the average player, the protagonist continued to analyze the situation. Mentally talking about the September promotion game and the completion of training in 3 months, he continued to stare at the status window. Closing his eyes to prevent the coming calamity, he immediately remembered the picture and the screams of the dying fighters from that terrible day of the past. Finally opening his eyes and continuing to stare at the status window, he realized about the need to stay in the Platinum League at all costs. A warning of insane restrictions appeared on all participants of the advancement game. And of course, Baron was enraged by the lack of such restrictions himself. The Big Vessel Guild leader gleefully ranted about the need to bet on Song Jihan losing, while the bodyguard habitually watched. Time flew by unnoticed, and the long-awaited day of the promotion game had arrived, for which all parties concerned and fans were preparing. The protagonist stood on one of the tall towers and looked ahead carefully, watching the approach of the many opponents below. He was just looking ahead when a system alert officially announced the start of the Silver League promotion game for all participants. The enemies that the players had to fight off turned out to be an association of dead people, fighting for the equality of all beings in the galaxy. Song Jihan continued to stare with his mouth open, not understanding the reason for their early appearance as they paced and shouted about overthrowing the king. The protagonist began to quickly survey all the enemies with his gaze, and noticed one clearly different from the rest of the dead with its ominous presence. This particular enemy was staring purposefully at Jihan with its red glowing eye and ominously mouthed the fact that it had finally found a target. A special defense-type card was exclusively used for an advancement game called Tomb of the Attacked Conqueror with unique rules. Unlike the original concept of raiding the tomb, under the new rules, players were to defend the ancient structure from attackers. However, due to Song Jihan's imposed restrictions, the northern gate, where he was located, would only be guarded by 10 people, including himself. At the southern gate, the remaining 90 players positioned themselves, ready for a large-scale defense against the approaching enemies of the Dead Man's Association. Baron, who was at the south gate among the 90 men, was once again dissatisfied and simply stared out the status window, finding the task excessively difficult. He mumbled about ranking based on contribution to defense and eliminating a team that allowed an enemy breakthrough while continuing to review the game information. Reflecting on the apparent victory with 9 players against 10 on Song Jihan's side, he watched the other participants prepare. A man approached from behind and spoke with a smile about a candidate for the top spot in the online betting, introducing himself as Wang Lin from the Beijing League. The dead men continued to approach inexorably with a constant cry of "killing the king," creating an atmosphere of impending disaster for the defenders. Baron, who had grabbed Wang Lin by his clothes and was preparing to show off his toughness, turned back abruptly, recognizing the unfamiliarity with such monsters. The protagonist mentally recalled one of the reasons for the fall of Earth in his past life, which was the appearance of dungeon portals everywhere. During his training, the portals only appeared in the countries of the bottom 10% of the league. But afterwards, they began to materialize everywhere, without exception. The entire world, excluding the top 10 countries, was mercilessly overrun by dungeons and the deadly creatures of the various legions that inhabited them. At the time the monsters appeared through the Korean portals, the world was plunged into chaos and fear. They were part of the Legion of the Dead. Their only goal was to kill the king, which was what they constantly shouted. The protagonist stood on the north side of the gate and simply looked down, pondering ways to deal with the threat with the strength of 10 men. As he continued to stand and look down, he thought about the sudden appearance of the Legion in the advancement game, instead of the usual dungeons. Suddenly coming out of his musings at the sound of obvious chagrin, he turned around and heard the recognition of himself as a famous fighter and many heavy sighs. The players were talking amongst themselves, and Sun only thought that they had better tell him all this to his face, realizing that help was not to be expected, and he had to deal with the threat on his own. Suddenly, Sophia ran up to the young man and grabbed his hand, happily calling him by name and expressing her delight at fighting together. Alarmed and surprised at her name, the protagonist listened to an explanation about being on the same team and not needing to oppose each other. Reflecting on her low rank and unexpected presence, he only looked at the young girl staring back with her blue eyes. Song Jihan uttered an unintelligible phrase about the dead, raised his phoenix arrow above his head and summoned magical energy to it for the upcoming attack. After shouting out the three disasters of earthly martial devotion and the pressure of a large mountain, he jumped directly onto the rushing crowd and launched a powerful strike. A rather strong shockwave traveled through all the opponents below, creating a sensation of scorching everything living and moving within the radius of impact. As the young man began to rise up and assess the results of the devastating blow, a notification appeared to increase his attack power by 20%. As he continued to ponder the opposite of the Phoenix Arrow element to the element of the dead, he suddenly turned around and saw two opponents with glowing red eyes. The enemies ominously uttered a word about the king, causing the surprised young man to look perplexed at their strange behavior and incomprehensible actions. The entire army of the dead spoke in unison about the man destined to become king, slowly approaching the hero frozen in surprise. Their tone abruptly changed to aggressively hostile as they chorally began shouting calls to kill the king, while Jihan stood in utter bewilderment. A monstrous arm with a huge mouth suddenly burst out of the bowels of the earth, appearing right in the midst of the cluster of enemies and scattering them with a powerful blow. The team above partially observed what was happening through the rising dust veil, not realizing the true nature of the dramatic events unfolding below. The protagonist, who found himself face to face with the threat, stood calmly with his head up, instantly recognizing the now familiar deadly creature. Recognizing the sequence of destruction from the defensive type map, he continued to watch the movements of the giant arm with professional calm. As he continued to stand motionless, the young man noticed the hand begin to descend, clearly intending to grab him with its huge, toothy mouth. Instantly assessing the situation and reacting with lightning speed, the young man activated his abilities and swiftly ran away from the deadly attack. Mentally perplexed by the necessity of fighting a flesh golem, the young man stopped at a safe distance and carefully turned around to his opponent. Observing the monster's behavior, he realized the true purpose of the hand, which was not directed at him personally, necessitating a rethinking of strategy. The true target turned out to be the fortress's defense wall, which the monster immediately destroyed, creating a wide passageway for the enemy to invade inside. The army of the dead immediately took advantage of the resulting breach, as if expecting this moment in advance, and rushed inside the invading fortress. The system announced the destruction of 20% of the fortress wall, while some of the team upstairs watched helplessly as the enemies invaded unhindered. Sophia shouted desperately about the destroyed wall, and her horror was instantly echoed by the rest of the team as they realized the catastrophic nature of what had happened. The protagonist was about to scream in despair when a system alert warned of the disqualification of all defenders upon successful enemy invasion. Swearing at the hopelessness of the situation, he rushed towards the breach site with maximum speed, desperately trying to change the critical situation. Upon reaching the place of destruction and looking up, Jihan found his path blocked by the very same giant monster arm. Lustfully licking its huge mouth, The monster mouthed its noted potential to surpass the king and greedily licked its massive lips. The monster shouted its intent to devour the hero for possession of his power, and slowly began to descend, with its mouth open directly onto Jihan standing below. Horrified, Li Haiyong sat beside the monitor, tensely watching the broadcast unfolding on the screen with the protagonist, suddenly shouting out a question about what had happened. The girl abruptly bounced off the back of her chair and approached the screen while her agitated bodyguard leaned nearby. Puzzled by the collapse of the walls after the initial attack, the boss asked her subordinate about encounters with similar monsters in the past. Expressing doubts about Song Jihan's ability to win against such a monster, the big vessel guild head lowered her head onto her hands, ignoring her subordinate's soothing words. But instead of the expected crying, a loud laughter was suddenly heard from under her arms, surprising Lim Gayun, who was standing nearby watching the reaction. Taking her hands away from her face with a satisfied smile, the boss lady began to talk about her long-awaited luck after losing so many bets since she had bet on Wang Lin's victory. The downed players began to help the protagonist, striking hard to eliminate the constantly advancing hordes of dead men as quickly as possible. Despite the defenders' desperate efforts to deal with the threat, there were too many enemies, and they were constantly advancing in continuous waves on the positions. Sophia, the only one remaining up near the northern gate, silently watched the fierce battle between allies and foes. Realizing the inevitability of a breakthrough at this rate of the dead men's advance, the girl continued to anxiously follow the developments under the tower. Shouting loudly to the boys to hold out a little longer before Sun Jihan arrived, she made sure that she could be heard by those fighting below. Hearing a very loud falling sound behind her, the alarmed priestess quickly turned back, wanting to see what had happened to the structures. The huge hand was constantly falling somewhere, destroying something with its blows, and only laughing ominously at the pleasure of causing destruction. The monster partially in the ground from which the sand was falling was an unstoppable threat, like a golem that was impossible to dodge. However, just as her hand began to fall to deliver another blow, she felt a barrier appear, preventing her from executing the attack. That's exactly what happened. The protagonist actually put his arm out in front of him and, summoning magic, formed a protective dome over himself. Admiring the many amazing tricks up the king's sleeve, the opponent continued to laugh in anticipation of his victory, anticipating the opportunity to savor it. The protagonist, meanwhile, continued to hold up his protective shield and simply pondered who and what was in front of him in the first place. Unlike the last time he simply ate a zombie, this time the monster had clearly come for him personally, and even spoke, breaking the game's settings. After standing for an even amount of time, his hand wasn't going to wait long and immediately swung again, falling on the dome with the hopes of breaking it. As his fingers began to squeeze, the dome began to crack, which was clearly seen by Song Jihan, who was standing below, who understood his enemy's determination. Realizing the danger to the wall and the problematic nature of wasting time on a monster, the young man looked at the multitude of dead people coming through the hole inside. Realizing the need to deal with the threat quickly, Song Jihan summoned magic to the Phoenix Arrow, which glowed with a dazzling radiance. Invoking a technique that allowed the body to use lightning so that it could become lightning itself, the young man shouted with all his might, barely able to stand on his feet from the lightning that burst out. The bright glow caused the huge hand to immediately pull away from the dome and pull back slightly from the source of the blinding light. Realizing the lack of time, the young man summoned the unnamed divine arts of the lightning god technique, determined to give his best. Surprised at the increased danger of his opponent, his hand became alarmed as the young man threateningly displayed an arrow directly in its direction. As if losing the confrontation, the hand spoke sadly of its poor position, while its many subordinate creatures towered behind it. The main monster shouted an order to take the guy, and all those behind immediately rushed towards Jihan to fulfill the instructions received. Calmly seeing the enemies approaching, the protagonist struck the ground with all his might with his spear, which shattered the surface and unleashed a powerful shockwave. Lightning began to envelop the flying creatures, as if paralyzing them with electrical discharges and preventing them from continuing their movement towards the main target. The hand that was watching what was happening first laughed at the sight, but then only began to cough heavily from the effects of the energy. Feeling the pain in his fingers from the spreading lightning, the monster only cried out a prolonged shriek echoing throughout the battlefield. Coughing and admitting to being overly relaxed, the creature uttered it so loudly that the protagonist looked up in surprise at the speaker. Slightly dropping confidence, the monster warned against eating in such a state, then began to disappear, lastly promising to return soon. Seeing the disappearance of his opponent, Song Jihan couldn't let him leave for nothing, so he displayed his spear above him, directing a powerful stream of energy there. Instead of the expected result of the hit, he saw only emptiness and nothing else in the place of the dangerous opponent's recent location. Perplexed by the mere vaporization of his opponent, the young man carefully looked at the place where the giant black hand had originally appeared from. Pondering the teleportation to another dimension and the reason for the pursuit, the protagonist opened the information window to search for answers. Finding a Void follower's Void cloak with the ability of isolation, the young man decided to waste no time and try to use the mysterious item. With one easy movement, Song Jihan's cloak truly began to become invisible to the surrounding opponents and allies. Reappearing on the battlefield with dazed eyes, the guy could see the very attacker wearing the cloak walking and just laughing. Muttering about being hot and nearly fried, the creature continued to move while the protagonist watched from the back and wondered about human nature. Pondering the true form of the Black Hand and the seriousness of the king, the monster continued to rant aloud while the young man mentally analyzed the man beside him. Interested in the opinion of the superiority of the opponent's strength, the unknown cloaked man addressed the silent, glowing silhouette of the conqueror from the tomb. In no way understanding the presence of the conqueror at the purpose of protecting his soul, the protagonist observed the entity's irritation at being ignored by the interlocutor. Realizing the unusual nature of the cloaked guy as not an ordinary NPS, the protagonist realized the real danger of being eaten by this enemy. Clutching his weapon harder with his hand and realizing the only chance of using the Phoenix Arrow, Song Jihan decided to bet everything on this decisive strike. Standing with his head slightly lowered, he suddenly looked forward sharply and felt the presence of someone clearly malevolent behind him. Quickly appearing in front and grabbing the protagonist by the neck, the creature with a glowing red eye only stared at the guy. The hand around the young man's neck continued to clench tighter as the cloaked unknown began to utter an address to the suddenly appearing opponent. Having finally agreed on the method of getting here, the entity with two glowing eyes stood in utter bewilderment, still clutching the hand around the hero's neck. Mentally bewildered by the incredible strength of his opponent, the protagonist felt the increasing compression on his neck, while the veins in his face swelled painfully. Continuing to be held captive by the creature, Sun suddenly felt the glow of the cloak on himself, causing the capturing opponent to be extremely surprised. Still in shock from the surprise, the monster didn't realize how the protagonist disappeared from his hand, and the barely visible cloak began to dissolve. Still in a daze and incomprehension before the void, he called out in surprise to the tomb's conqueror, who had been sitting on the sidelines watching in silence the whole time. Breaking free from his grasp thanks to the magic of the cloak, the protagonist landed very hard on the battlefield where he had been earlier among the fighting men. Lifting himself up and calling up the status window to analyze, he immediately realized the disappearance of the stealth effect with any movement or displacement. Muttering with relief about saving his life, he completely forgot about returning to the battlefield, where two dead men with spears had appeared near him. The creature continued to shout a call to kill the king when it suddenly fell silent as it was pierced by the phoenix arrow of the quickly jumping Sun Jihan. After running some more distance and killing enemies along the way, he suddenly stopped when he heard a woman's voice calling his name. Shouting a question from above about integrity and the thought of death by disappearance, Sophia listened to the young man's reply of order with a raised look. Apologizing and shouting about the team's malfunction, she couldn't lie as the protagonist turned around and saw the multitude of attacking dead himself. Speaking of a quick approach for help, the guy immediately summoned magical energy to quickly move to the endangered allies. Making a tremendous jump and moving along a certain trajectory, the young man left behind a magical trail running straight to the breach in the wall. The strange trail attracted the attention of the fighting players and opponents with blazing red eyes, causing everyone to turn back to watch. Immediately after this event, all the dead immediately turned around and started running out of the fortress, heading in a certain direction. A little frightened at the call to wait, one of the players stood in bewilderment, just looking forward and realizing the event. Inquiring about the identity of the guy running, he saw Sung Jihan waving his spear around to the sides, with the broken dead flying off of him. The guy ran with incredible force, leaving behind raised dust like a wall, so fast and powerful was all the action. Players on the same team as the boy, who were inside the fortress for protection, were forced to close their eyes and cover their faces from the flying dust. Finally managing to open their eyes, they saw a comrade standing with his back to them, waving a phoenix arrow above their heads while the disappearing bodies of the dead lay below. Speaking confidently about the return of the enemies and the time gained, Jihan stood very still as he continued to wave his magic spear above his head. Starting to talk about the problem, Song felt the disappearance of the sun and the appearance of a shadow above him. So he warily turned back around. Just then, A huge hand appeared, as if it had renewed its strength, and only shouted a greeting after discovering the location of the enemy that had slipped away earlier. The hand ironically noted the lack of an attack, then burst out laughing, enjoying its own antics. Muttering about fleeing after a couple blows at such aggression, the young man forced his hand to close his mouth, covering the teeth that had previously been in a smile. With renewed courage, the creature mouthed the offer of willingly allowing itself to be eaten, while the previously watching young man lowered his head in thought. Rejecting the offer, Jihan clenched his weapon harder and directed magic at his opponent, immediately glowing with a yellow glow encompassing his opponent. Resolutely mouthed about not escaping and killing with a single blow, the young man tilted his arm slightly behind his head to throw the spear with maximum force. Realizing the power of the Phoenix arrow throw, he recalled several previous uses and the only attempt left for victory. Realizing there was no further chance of killing his opponent, made Sun concentrate to deal decisive damage to the monster. Shouting a combination of the Phoenix arrow flame with Sophia's buffs, lightning power, and divine technique, the young man unleashed a weapon that was about an arm's length away in an instant. The creature proved to be quite intelligent, and upon seeing the danger, it leaned back slightly, causing the arrow to fly right over him without causing damage. With a mock shriek of delight, the hand demonstrated a very small wound that had absolutely no way of seriously harming the massive monster. Beginning to laugh at the miss and straightening up with a bent pinky finger, the hand screamed at the possible bad outcome and near death. Continuing to shout with derision and not noticing what was happening behind him, the monster did not see the beginning changes in the dark sky above the battlefield. A small gap formed in the dark cloud-covered sky, from where the glow of the Master of the Heavens Judgment Court began to shine out to pass judgment. With a horrified shriek of doomsday, the hand felt the strange glow and noticed the arrow once again flying with incredible force straight at it. The monster had just begun to scream when there was an incredible explosion with a glow so strong that Sophia screamed in terror and covered her face. The protagonist continued to stand in the same spot, shrouded in a lot of dust and unable to see what was happening around her after the tremendous explosion. Continuing to stare into nowhere through the dust veil, Jihan barely began to speak the end of his confrontation with the powerful opponent. Collapsing to the ground from sheer powerlessness, the protagonist quickly summoned a status window and discovered the impossibility of further utilizing the Phoenix arrow that had ceased to exist. Recognizing the weapon's value in past battles, he realized the difficulty of using Doomsday, and gingerly touching his wounded arm, felt the effects of this powerful technique. Having spoken of massacring the others with one hand and the need to return, Sun was aware of the vast army awaiting, which had yet to be defeated. But suddenly, there was an incredible laughter in unison, and the previously in good spirits young man was now frightened and afraid to look up. The loud laughter reached Sophia, standing on the dais, watching in bewilderment as the rising wind played with her hair and dress. Continuing to stand on the tower, the girl looked forward and saw a whirlwind of incredible size forming, engulfing everything around her, rocks and monsters. Being down and very close to what was happening, the protagonist slightly put his arm forward, trying to stay on his feet. The vortex continued to spin inexorably, engulfing more of the army of dead people who were spinning in the air and constantly screaming in terror. Song Jian was just standing on the ground and looking anxiously at what was happening, when a very loud voice shouted out the long-ago fun and entertainment. After uttering about the value of exceeding a mere king and the dignity of being his head, a mouth of incredible size simply laughed with anticipation. Continuing to laugh an infectious laugh, the monster watched the protagonist, still standing in wonder and not believing his own eyes. Battle.net's system had detected the invasion error of the constellation Dead Star in the wrong ways, explaining the appearance of a huge, headless human body. Screaming in horror about the constellation, the boy looked at the creature, which began to take menacing steps in his direction for the final takeover. Advancement games with huge penalties for a single player had never existed, but when Song Jihan surpassed all predictions and turned the Black Hand into dust, the hopes of a multitude of players crumbled as well. Cursing damnation and overability, 2 employees were yelling about lost money when the boss came in unexpectedly and yelled at them for watching the stream while working. Outside, there were various shouts, some cheering for Sun's reliability, and some standing around just crying, betting everything on Baron's victory. The bodyguard calmly turned to her mistress while her superior lay her head on the table and just sobbed from another painful bet loss. Surprised by Song Jihan's yet another victory, the girl sat at the table with her interlocutor, who admitted that she believed he had lost this time. Recognizing Wang Lin and Baron's good results as a trifle compared to Song Jihan, he regretted that without the protagonist, one of them would have become the star of the game. The girl started to talk about the almost finished advancement, but was suddenly interrupted with surprise as the broadcast seemed to start interrupting with interference. A system alert notified that the broadcast was unavailable in training mode, leaving everyone puzzled as the monster, wasting no time, slowly approached the young man. Despite his wounded arm, the protagonist stood very confidently, tilting his head back slightly and looking intently at the approaching dangerous enemy. Not believing it was possible to deal with the constellation alone, even for a couple of seconds, he continued to utter doubts without taking his eyes off the monster. Suddenly, something strange happened. Both the young man and the huge creature felt a lightning bolt that made the constellation stop and look around. It was as if a powerful earthquake had struck the entire battlefield, and Song Jihan could barely stand on his feet from such sudden and unexpected jolts. Something incomprehensible shot out at the creature and burned through its arm, where a wound appeared, which the monster looked at with even more surprise and screamed. Immediately afterward, the space around the constellation was engulfed by many small portals, with something glowing menacingly inside. They instantly began firing simultaneously, causing the creature to scream in unbearable pain as the portals were too many to resist. The protagonist continued to stand in the same spot and just watched in horror as an explanatory alert appeared, explaining the prohibition of dead star interference. Another alert appeared about an exorcism in progress, as the creature screamed more and more in pain and begged for it all to stop, but the protagonist only laughed goodbye. The system was dealing with the intruder, and Sleep was pleased with its efficiency, looking ahead where nothing could be seen but explosions and gunfire. Constellation suddenly shouted a request to wait a moment, holding out a hand in front of the portals with partially destroyed fingers in a desperate attempt to stop the attack. It shouted for the return of its soul, and a flame formed in the palm of its other hand with a valuable relic encased inside for exchange. The dead star begged to be given the opportunity to speak with it for a bit in return, pleading the need for a conversation while the protagonist stood bewildered. Within the fire in the palm of his hand was imprisoned the soul of a conqueror from that very dungeon of significant value to the player. An information window with a constellation offer appeared in front of the guy, which he carefully began to read, thinking about the good reward. After noticing the importance of releasing the conqueror's soul and the monster's desire for consent, Song continued to study the information window with the offer. Looking up slightly at his opponent, the young man agreed to the deal, seeing the immediate joyful reaction of the relieved constellation. Jihan briefly reiterated his acceptance of the offer, continuing to look directly at the creature and waiting for the terms of the agreement to be fulfilled. The monster began to speak cheerfully about the hero's lack of regret, but the young man interrupted him, speaking of busyness and the need to get to the point. When the interlocutor began to explain the essence of the case, the guy stood attentively and listened, preparing for important information from a powerful constellation. The creature flirtatiously mouthed the offer to become his head, licking its lips and running a finger across them in a seductive gesture. With obvious disgust and distaste, the lad rejected the strange creature's vile offer with an exclamation, unwilling to even look at it. The monster insisted on the greatness of becoming a constellation, ignoring the boy's obvious reluctance to become part of such a vile and repulsive creature. As the protagonist took a closer look at the creature woven from the souls of the fallen, he finally realized how it had been gaining power all along. Convinced of the monster's sinister nature and the deadly threat of the Covenant, Sun steadfastly refused, causing a new outbreak of disturbing, flickering portals. Constellation screamed angrily at the impoliteness and lack of understanding of the true power of the strongest creature in the universe, waving his arms furiously at the sight. The young man with absolute certainty declared his ignorance of such constellations, while ostentatiously stuck his little finger in his ear and lazily scratched it, emphasizing complete indifference. Then the creature began to speculate about the similarity of its ideologies to the teachings of Karl Marx and Lenin, desperately trying to find common ground with Earth's beliefs. Constellation slowly ran his fingers over his lips and continued to speculate on the possibility of calling himself Karl Marx Lenin, an idea that could make the other one turn over in his coffin. Having shortened the name to Kamal and offering friendship, the monster spoke without stopping, while the interlocutor pondered in bewilderment about communism and its symbols. The young man irritably appealed to the system, demanding an end to the prolonged stream of nonsense, and pointing his finger at the monster, insisted on ending this absurdity. The constellation howled at the unfinished conversation, but immediately collapsed to its knees as the portals, obeying the system's command, resumed firing. Stubbornly insisting on the exclusivity of its offer and refusing to surrender, the creature continued to persuade, but the guy only slightly waved goodbye. The last words, heard through the rumble of explosions, were a vow to return at any cost, after which the monster was gone. The powerful explosions kicked up dust clouds, making the guy squeeze his eyes shut to keep his eyes away from the flying debris. After a while, taking his hand away from his face, Jihan looked around and realized that he was back at the site of the previous battle. Mentally noting the conclusion of events after the army left with the constellation, he calmly looked around, realizing that there was no more business ahead. Exhaling heavily and bending slightly, the young man leaned on his knees, not realizing that in the silence behind him, an unknown presence was already lingering. The boy stood silently, tiredly mouthing his thoughts, while the Tomb Conqueror rider was already very close, and the weapon in his hands was preparing to strike. As he continued to just stand there, the young man suddenly felt a compulsion to turn around, and was horrified to see something flying right next to his head. Managing to move away from the flight path, he watched in horror as the unidentified object slammed forcefully into the ground beside him. The rider mouthed his thanks to the alien savior for his release and promised to present the Imperial Phoenix flag, pointing to the previously thrown object. Mentally surprised by the Phoenix flag instead of the expected arrow, the protagonist looked up and scrutinized the gift he had received. After reading the characteristics of the item, Jihan's eyes expressed extreme surprise, as he could not believe he had received an SSS rank gift. Upon realizing that it was a conqueror's reward from the system, the surprise was replaced by seriousness and simultaneous joy at the unexpectedly high quality of the item. The young man replied about the item's usefulness and gratitude, promising to use it if necessary, while the conqueror continued to stare at it silently. The man inquired with interest about previous honors, and his companion froze, looking questioningly at the unexpectedly interested rider. Sleep mumbled about receiving the phoenix arrow in the tomb, but immediately heard the conqueror's questioning interjection about the location of the event. The rider uttered a suggestion about his copy, meeting the overly surprised face of the protagonist, not understanding the nature of the explanation that was taking place. The man assumed the protection of the tomb by the copy instead of him during his stay with the Death Star, explaining the logic of the events taking place. The conqueror explained the creation of a false reality to observe the real tomb as a suitable place to house his copy. Continuing to talk about the unimportance of details, the writer watched the guy who was still standing there, silently not understanding the explanation. The tomb conqueror negotiated eternal servitude to the dreaded constellation without the aid of a savior, and began to slowly dissolve before the young man's eyes. Continuing to speak a warning never to mess with the constellation, his body shattered into small pieces falling into the boy's eyes. With a final conqueror warning not to give in to the words and temptations of that creature, the man dissolved completely. The young man lifted his head up and looked at the traces left behind, noting his immunity to being deceived, even without warning. Continuing to stand with his head tilted back slightly, he turned his attention to the flag still rippling in the gusts of wind. Pulling the flag out of the ground, Song instantly saw a system notification appear about his victory over the special boss Black Hand, determining the winner of the promotion game among the top 100 players in the Silver League ended with Song Jihan's triumph, infuriating the surprised Baron and Wang Li. The ending day was accompanied by the sun slowly setting behind the horizon, hiding behind the majestic penthouse of the Sword King in the city. Collapsing exhaustedly on the bed, the protagonist let out a sigh of relief at finally completing the grueling trials and battles. After winning and receiving 5 million experience points, with a level increase of 5 units, and the title of King of Kings Silver League, he reacted expectantly. Looking through all the notifications he received, the guy was suddenly surprised by the special achievement Constellation Attack, unaware of counting it as an achievement. Pondering the possibility of showing the events via broadcast, Jihan doubted the system's decision to broadcast such incidents to the general public. Beginning to call out to Sia and ask about watching the broadcast coming out of his room, his uncle suddenly fell abruptly silent, realizing something important. The room, where earlier his niece had previously spent constant time on the couch, was now completely silent, indicating her absence. Realizing his relative's participation in the promotion game, the lad exclaimed very loudly from understanding the reason for the emptiness of the house. The Bronze League competition was being held in an arena, specially designed for such events with proper equipment. Among the 3 remaining participants was a girl from the protagonist's family, who deftly bounced off the enemy's magic attacks directed at her. Demonstrating incredible speed, she deftly dodged the blow, and, before the opponent had time to realize what was happening, was already at his back. Being an experienced archer with excellent shooting skills, Sia quickly drew her bow and drew an arrow with a magic glittering tip. The next moment, she immediately fired, and the arrow flew through her opponent's head like a spear, leaving a huge hole and causing him to let out a final shriek. With a happy smile, celebrating her victory, the girl froze, realizing that there was only one opponent left in the arena. Sia would have continued to stand and celebrate her triumph if she hadn't felt movement behind her. The last player jumped up with his sword drawn. The enemy slowly began to land, bringing his blade in front of him at just the right trajectory to blow the unsuspecting contestant's head off. But he was in for a big disappointment as Jihan's niece reacted very quickly and ducked, allowing the weapon to pass over her head. The still surprised opponent started to fall, but the girl instantly got to her feet and delivered a powerful blow to his chin, throwing him far upwards. She sent the enemy flying with a scream, and he just flew away, while the archer, in the meantime, was already pulling out an arrow for the final attack. Waiting for the right moment of precision to hit the target, Sia fired and pierced the body of the cocky opponent through and through with a deadly blow. The victorious woman continued to stand and breathe heavily as the corpses disappeared from the battlefield, oblivious to what was happening around her. The announcement of winning the Bronze League promotion game came over the loudspeaker, and the girl turned around happily with an impossibly wide smile. Jumping with happiness and unable to believe her luck, she shouted her triumph and advancement to the Silver League with enthusiastic cheers. Suddenly stopping, the participant read the system alert about fulfilling the conditions to increase the rank of the gift, and was a little surprised. Joyfully muttering about the promotion to E rank and singing a tune to herself under her breath, the archer looked at the notification window with a satisfied expression on her face. But surprise froze sharply in her eyes when reading about having to get into the Golden League first, which caused her to be disbelieving. In the Hong Kong night, a woman sat and watched intently the broadcast of the Sword King's daughter jumping for joy at defeating her opponents. Two prisoners sat bound on the floor, with armed guards standing behind them in a stone room while the mistress watched the broadcast. One of the prisoners suddenly spoke with a plea for mercy, raising his head slightly and looking into the eyes of the lady sitting in front. The woman interjected with a question about the audacity of asking for mercy after betrayal, silencing the speaker with an open mouth. Signaling to the armed guard standing behind her, she ordered the traitors to be finished off, and he brought his sharp weapon to bear for decapitation. The mistress continued to sit sadly watching the broadcast when the screams suddenly ended and blood spurted in all directions. Turning to the guy standing next to her, the girl interjected about meeting a Korean girl named Yoon Sia, who had received a rare flower. Hearing an affirmative answer, Hong Kong Chinese League player Jin Yuhua carefully continued watching the broadcast, pondering how to get rid of her rival. With simultaneous surprise, the protagonist and guild leader of the Big Vessel Guild muttered, scrutinizing the C status window that appeared, interestedly inquiring about the upgrade requirement. The uncle listened to his niece's explanation about the changed conditions after reaching E rank, grimly commenting on the ominousness of the requirement with the threat of losing the gift. Lee Hayoung was interrupted by a bodyguard pointing out the motivational aspect of the competition, pensively speculating on the fame of other owners of a similar gift. The superior observed the immersed in thought protagonist not participating in the conversation. The only known owner of the late bloomer remained Jin Yu Hua, ranked an honorable second in the rankings of his past life. Having received identical requirements for ability development, she posed a serious threat due to her skills shrouded in secrecy and sinister rumors. Realizing the lack of direct danger due to Xia's popularity, her uncle still felt it necessary to remain vigilant while watching over his niece, urging her to reach the Golden League in the October competition and temporarily limit her outings. He received the girl's understanding consent. Remembering the planned plans with Sophia for the coming week, the girl visibly saddened, unwittingly attracting the attention of Lee Hayoung sitting next to her. Cheerfully urging her not to be sad and clapping her hands, the guild leader turned to the main character's niece with encouraging words. Excitedly offering to celebrate the first places of both winners, she tried to defuse the tense atmosphere in the room. Lee congratulated the contestants and inquired about the time of Gayun's victory, but the bodyguard quickly intervened with an objection about her place among the top 100, while the protagonist sat as if tired. He suddenly muttered that something was wrong, causing the previously cheerful Lee Hayoung to tense up a bit and look closely at the young man speaking. The guy inquired about her bets this time, confidently assuming that she had bet on someone else, but the girl gave him a confused look, unwilling to answer. Then he continued to question her about the reasons for her joy, starting to say something else, but her interlocutor immediately began to make excuses before the bodyguard intervened with an explanation. Lim explained that the hostess had lost money, but had already gotten it all back thanks to BattleNet's compensation for the error in the system, and the protagonist accepted the explanation with a smile. Now Lee Hae-young started asking counter questions, inquiring about what happened and the reasons for the system error that affected the tournament results and payout. The woman inquired about Sung's gift of allowing her to turn off the broadcast, remembering how she stood on the table and nearly smashed the monitor with rage while Lim tried to stop her. The young man started to talk about how it wasn't that simple, folding his arms in front of him, but suddenly fell silent, sinking into thought. He sat in silence while that constellation speech about becoming his head and king, about giving himself whole and kissing a lot of people. The protagonist calmly explained the appearance of a strong enemy due to a system error, as well as the reward for its elimination. But the interlocutor was even more amazed. The young man mentally ranted about the reason for the guild level increase as one of the rewards, even though the phoenix flag was a gift from the conqueror, scrutinizing his hand. Sleep mentioned to himself that he had received something much more meaningful when a small symbol of a crown surrounded by lightning appeared on the outside of his hand. Standing up from his seat, the protagonist turned to Sia, suggesting they head home, and though she was surprised at first, she then agreed. As they headed for the exit, Lee Ha-young decided to walk them out, and on the way, she asked if Sion would have any free time next week. She happily announced that she had received an award for raising Korea's prestige, asking him to receive it as a worthy representative of the organization. Sung inquired interestedly about the need for this, but in response, he heard about his status as a guild symbol and peak popularity, requiring him to receive the award in person. With a smile on her face, Lee Ha-young spouted off about the positive impact the ceremony would have on the promotion of the guild, leaving him no way to turn away from the obligation. Jihan, realizing that there was no way to avoid participation, reluctantly agreed to make time for the event, resigning himself to the inevitable, and inquired about who would be in charge of presenting the award. The BattleNet Ministry is a majestic building designed to host all significant events, including the award ceremony. Oh Gyo-sung, the head of the BattleNet Ministry, cheerfully greeted the arriving guest, welcoming Mr. Song Ji-han with a wide smile on his face. He enthusiastically remarked on the hero's best appearance ever and thanked him for his time, shaking his hand while the entire team stood behind him. Song Ji-han politely mouthed the need to come down for a greeting, but Oh Gyo-sung remarked on his status as a valued guest with a smile. The protagonist stood, barely containing his discomfort from the excessive attention, when Lee Ha-young quietly whispered in his ear about the new head after the dismissal of the past one. The new head was trying to restore the ministry's image after the Taewon Daily incident, and could erect a statue of Seonu in the center of Seoul if the young man wished. The niece was excitedly gushing about the awesomeness of her uncle, who had come to be greeted by the head of the ministry when the soccer player talked about popularity, making the young man roll his eyes. They happily made their way towards the building, carrying on a conversation and not noticing the man in black, who was standing behind a parked car, clearly watching. The stranger, covering his face with his cap, waited patiently for everyone to enter the building and still continued his covert surveillance of the group. The head of the ministry solemnly spoke the beginning of the award ceremony, walking onto the stage and inviting the protagonist to join him to receive the award. Oh Gyu-sung, while reading the fiery speech, occasionally took a break from the text and looked intently at Song Ji-han, standing beside him, listening to every word. The entire young man's team present sat enthralled, watching and applauding at the right moments of the ceremony with genuine enthusiasm. His niece was the most cheerful and was almost silent, admiring her uncle until the head of the Grand Vessel Guild, sitting next to him, grew tired of listening to the compliments. Sia laughed as she recalled his improvements since the women's sneakers on the first raid, and Lee Hae-young backed up with a threat to burn his former closet. His niece was reassuring about his current good looks, even at home, when suddenly a woman sitting next to him snagged a cup holder while standing up, knocking the drink over onto the girl. The woman immediately began to apologize for what had happened, but her niece was more worried about the ruined clothes, although she herself was fine. The protagonist, standing on the stage and listening to the fiery speech, noticed a strange movement near Sia and began to cautiously look there with concern. He was perplexed about what was happening, still not giving any sign of his concern, and turned his head slightly to see the situation better. Sia somewhat sadly agreed to try and clean the stain in the restroom, realizing that she would have to miss the most important part of the award ceremony. The girl refused the guild head's help, assuring her order, but the soccer player sitting nearby, as if sensing something amiss, listened intently to the conversation. The niece of the protagonist began to leave the hall, followed by a woman. But no one noticed the man in black with a cap. Only Diego suspected something and looked at the departing stranger, who went through another exit, bypassing the main crowd of people present. Sia mentally regretted the first time she put on the dress, trying to scrub the stain in the restroom while the guilt-ridden woman stood behind her. Seeing the young girl's distress, the stranger couldn't help herself and apologized for the awkwardness, receiving Sia's assurances in return that it was fine. The woman held out a small handkerchief, mouthed an offer to take it to make amends, and was thanked by the girl for her attentiveness. Immediately afterward, Sia turned away to the faucet, but the woman behind her suddenly spoke of the coffee stain on her neck and began to move closer. The girl was perplexed as to how she had managed to get soiled there as well, bending slightly so the stranger could help her wipe away the unfortunate stain. Sia was asking many questions about the size of the stain when the woman reached into her purse and pulled out a syringe, yelling ominously about its tininess. Lim Guyan was another person who was not in the hall, but was walking down the long corridor of the ministry with some strange foreboding. She continued walking, feeling inexplicably anxious and internally tense, which grew stronger with each step down the empty corridor. As they sat in the hall, the soccer player turned to her and told her about the strange man who had followed the protagonist's niece. Diego explained the possibility of a mere coincidence, but noted the suspiciousness of waiting for the moment the girl left the hall. Masid broached his concern, but Guyan only replied about the unlikelihood of the incident, walking into the restroom with thoughts of wasted excitement. What was her surprise when she looked up to see a woman walking and supporting the nearly unconscious Sia? The bodyguard immediately shouted the girl's name loudly, but she didn't react in any way, which alerted the stranger to the victim. The kidnapper immediately turned around and started running away with the protagonist's niece, in the opposite direction from the witness of what was happening. Lim, still at the restroom door, was about to rush after them, but suddenly felt a powerful hand on her head, forcing her to the floor. She barely managed to anxiously shift her gaze and look at the one who was holding her down with one hand so tightly that it was impossible to move. Thinking he had gotten rid of everyone in the vicinity, the black-clad stranger told her not to move to avoid unnecessary noise, and at that moment Lim realized he was that woman's accomplice. The guy warned that it was impossible to move in this position until he got out himself, and his pupils glowed yellow and emitted magic, which the bodyguard immediately began to absorb. Her pupils also glowed yellow while the girl was lying on the floor and really couldn't move under the influence of the magic spell. Lim mentally screamed at the impossibility of the kidnappers leaving, and at Sia, as there was nothing else she could do as the man headed for the exit. The protagonist was ceremoniously awarded, and with a small folder in his hands, he descended from the stage to the loud applause of everyone present. As he descended and looked around the hall, he saw the head of the Big Vessel Guild waving at him, and was slightly surprised by her behavior. He took a closer look and noticed his niece's absence from her side. Then a disturbing question about Sia's whereabouts struck him. This fact alarmed him greatly, and the boy even froze in a daze for a moment as disturbing thoughts began to enter his head. But that wasn't all. At the same moment, the doors of the hall opened abruptly, and a bodyguard appeared there, barely keeping on her feet. She was breathing heavily and was extremely agitated as she shouted Song Jihan's name at the top of her voice, attracting the attention of the entire hall. Lim shouted an apology and called out her niece's name, causing the protagonist's eyes to widen in horror at the realization of what had happened to his relative. Darkness reigned outside, and only the silhouettes of ruined buildings could be seen, creating the ominous atmosphere of an abandoned place with no signs of life. Sia opened her eyes slightly and mentally wondered when she had fallen asleep, unaware of her location and what was happening to her. When she finally opened her eyes fully, the girl cried out sharply and tried to get up from the floor, feeling panicked by the unknown. The stranger sitting opposite in the chair calmly inquired about the captive's awakening and carefully observed her reaction to the situation. Jin Yuhua greeted Yunxia cheerfully, holding a knife with a shiny blade in a very prominent place as an instrument of intimidation. The captive tried to move from lying down to at least a sitting position, while simultaneously being in fear and wondering about the identity of the person standing in front of her. Jin Yuhua mouthed the ignorance of her identity and introduced herself, continuing to sit on the chair while the same stranger stood beside her. She negotiated the status of the fellow late flower present, and the face of the protagonist's niece showed all the surprise possible at the revelation. The surprise subsided a bit, and then Sia continued to stare at the girl with whom she would have to compete to keep the valuable gift. A suggestion to get straight to the point was heard from the number 2 ranked player as she continued waving her knife in front of her captive. Jin Yuhua demanded the rejection of the gift by extending her arm and pointing the knife towards the girl as a means of forcing consent. She had assumed to receive the same message about losing the gift upon rank advancement, while Xia was in actual surprise at the information. The kidnapper had firmly stated that there was no way she could lose the gift, and so told her to cease all interaction with BattleNet until she reached the Golden League. She warned of the unpleasant consequences of refusal, and turned the startled girl's attention to the knife she still held in her hand. Xia mentally assumed the kidnapper's habitual criminal activity, since they had ventured into a kidnapping in broad daylight in a public place. The girl pondered the appropriateness of lying about refusing the gift, and thought about her uncle's actions in a similar situation, analyzing the possibilities. Jihan's niece spoke of the impossibility of special actions, and suggested a desire to avoid bloodshed. Looking at Jin Yuhua again, the kidnapper noted the captive's cleverness after a brief silence, and Xia raised her head fearfully, waiting for the conversation to continue. Jin confirmed the correctness, and explained the complexities of dealing with the aftermath of a celebrity's disappearance in her country, while Xia looked around carefully. The kidnapper noted the reluctance to refuse the gift, and there was a threatening note in her voice that foreshadowed a change in coercive tactics. Xia mouthed the lack of choice, and the girl's face once again filled with fear as she froze in anticipation of the developments. Jin Yuhua simply ordered her to die as if signaling, and the same black-clad man appeared behind the captive. He abruptly grabbed the girl by the hair and dragged her behind him, while Xia screamed in sudden pain and tried to break free. The influential player explained the subordinate's gift of suggestion, while the girl sat with her head tilted back and stared into her captor's eyes. Jean talked about the difficulty of using the ability in the game, but the possibility of being forced to write a note and commit suicide while the subordinate's pupils glowed yellow. She continued to talk about the unfortunate situation and dealing with the consequences, while the victim began to slowly come under the influence of the magic. The stranger in black mouthed a farewell to Yunsea, and the girl obediently tipped her head forward without any resistance to the compulsion. The supervisor quietly picked up on the boredom of what was happening as she watched it all while sitting comfortably on the same chair in a relaxed pose. Getting up from the chair, Jean remarked on the undesirability of suicide in this location, and her subordinate agreed about attracting unnecessary attention and offered to drop her body off closer to home. She agreed to go, and the guy started to move when something caught his attention behind near the captive, causing him to turn back slightly. Immediately after turning around, he received a strong fist punch to the face from Song Jihan's female relative, who had suddenly freed herself from the magic. The previously very strong guy fell to the ground with a loud clatter right in front of his boss and another surprise girl. Xia mouthed her momentary hesitation in refusing the gift and the rare opportunity she had been given, meeting the surprise on the faces of her captors. She barked out her unwillingness to give up the ability, tearing the ropes from her hands as the symbol of a crown appeared on the outside of her hand. The protagonist, along with bodyguard Li Haiyung, arrived at the abandoned building and got out of the car with very serious expressions on their faces. The guy mouthed a question about the right place as they stopped and carefully looked forward at the abandoned structures in front of them. Ariel appeared beside Jihan and answered in the affirmative, feeling Sea's energy emanating from the building, confirming her continued movement within. Hearing this, the protagonist's face found a bit of joy as he realized the meaning of those words. His niece was still intact. Jihan headed forward, talking about the lack of time and the need to get to her while standing behind Gaion sharply shouted his name. The girl wondered about the reasonableness of calling the police at first, understanding his haste. But the young man turned around slightly and briefly dismissed the idea. The uncle started to talk about the uncertainty of what was happening to his niece while waiting for help, but abruptly stopped talking when he noticed something up ahead with his interlocutor. There stood a lot of armed guys who were clearly hostile and were going to attack the guests approaching the building. The bodyguard irritably mouthed the question about the connection with the kidnappers, pulling out her famous sword and preparing for the upcoming confrontation. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted the silence, making the girl wipe away all the accumulated anger from her face, replacing it with genuine surprise. The protagonist turned to her and summoned his magic, surrounding himself with lightning, then apologized for having to leave them to deal with their opponents. Meanwhile, inside the building, the two confused girls watched their lying accomplice while the newly freed victim stood across from them. Jin Yuhua pondered in mixed feelings of surprise and slight horror about the nature of the mysterious ability that had just manifested in front of them. The niece, realizing her miraculous rescue, thanks to the seal from her uncle, looked thoughtfully at the painted crown adorning the skin of her hand. Seon explained to the interested girl that he had received the status of lightning-fast physique as a reward for advancing in the game, allowing him to bestow the protective seal on others. Sia inquired about the effects of the unusual lightning seal, which she didn't feel at all while her uncle called up the information window to search for information. After a while, the young man said with a smile at her ability to harness the powers of lightning, demonstrating an impressive skill available to himself. As he continued to study the information, he noted the strong resistance to psychological attacks as an advantage of this ability, ignoring his niece's admiration. The girl now remembered her uncle's warning not to get into situations where this defense could come in handy. Realizing the irony of her current situation, she stood confidently, directing her gaze at the gradually regaining consciousness of her captor, who had earlier been subjected to a surprise attack on her part. Realizing that Gina's opposing subordinates were not simple bodyguard players, the girl nevertheless maintained her fighting posture with ostentatious confidence. With a sudden decision, the young captive quickly rushed to run past her dazed and disoriented captors towards the exit. Jin Yuhua's assistant reacted instantly to the escape attempt, professionally retrieving a sharp blade from the hidden sleeve of her blouse. The masterful throw of the weapon caught up with the fleeing girl, inflicting a precise wound and stopping her rush to freedom. The protagonist's niece collapsed to the floor with a deafening thud, unable to continue her escape due to a serious leg wound. Seizing the opportune moment, the man in black, who had previously failed in his task, was lightning fast next to Sia, placing his hand on her head. Lifting the captive, the attacker threw the girl forward with all his accumulated rage, sending her flying several meters straight into a solid wall. Bouncing off the barrier after the powerful blow, Sia's body, covered with numerous bruises and battering marks, collapsed to the ground, bleeding, lying almost motionless on the cold floor. The girl barely audibly muttered about the impending loss of consciousness as her eyes slowly closed. Approaching the nearly unconscious Sia, the woman noted with undisguised surprise at her victim's unusual resistance to the suggestion applied. Jin Yuhua and her assistant were discussing options for eliminating the victim, considering the possibility of faking the girl's disappearance by burying her in the forest. Before she could finish her sentence about the necessity of quickly eliminating the captive, she noticed a manifestation of magical energy and a human figure nearby. Turning around, the woman froze in a daze from the unexpected sight before her eyes. The protagonist, gradually straightening up, continued to emit summoned lightning magic, attracting the stunned gazes of the two frozen girls. The leader of the kidnappers stood wide-eyed, unable to utter a single word, as she slowly realized the identity of the man who had appeared before her. The girls recognized the famous fighter Song Jihan instantly due to his celebrity in certain circles. When he looked to the side, the young man saw his niece's motionless body stretched out on the ground with no signs of consciousness. Fear was reflected in the eyes of the protagonist. Gloomy thoughts filled his mind as he stared at his helpless relative. The assistant from the conference room instinctively stepped forward, pushing Jin Yuhua back for protection, while fumbling for something in her pocket. The stranger, lightning fast, pulled out a small jar and threw it right under the feet of the approaching protagonist. Puffs of smoke began to fill the space, reducing visibility, but the young man continued to stand unperturbed, showing no signs of fear. The distraction allowed the woman to move stealthily behind the boy, attacking him from behind with her sharp blade. Song Jian's confidence was due to the pre-activated red dome magic defense, which the attacker immediately flew into. Without realizing what was happening, the attacker flew upwards, smashing into the ceiling of the room with all her might. Blood gushed from the mouth of the cocky stranger after the powerful blow, staining her face with scarlet streams. The helpless body of her attacker collapsed to the floor behind the motionless Sung Jihan with a deafening thud. The black-clad stranger rapidly shortened the distance, grabbing the boy's face and pushing him against the wall behind him with great force. The attacker continued to clench his hand on the intruder's face, activating the spell as his pupils began to glow with an ominous yellow light. Suddenly, the attacker realized something wrong, noticing the lack of resistance from his victim, who calmly wrapped his hand around the hand clutching his face. With a sharp movement, the protagonist pulled the captor's hand aside, freeing himself from the pressure, and began to confidently reduce the distance. As he came close, Song Jian delivered a crushing blow with his face to his opponent's face, causing a fountain of blood from his nose and other injuries. Jin Yuhua froze in a daze as she watched her experienced subordinates being defeated by the stranger with frightening ease. Despite the bleeding wounds on his face after the intense clash, the captive's uncle continued to stand, only slightly trembling his hand to give away the tension. The recent attacker, having lost his balance, abruptly knelt down in front of his unwavering opponent. Finally defeated, the man collapsed face down at the feet of the unperturbed Sun Jihan. Having neutralized the second opponent, The protagonist turned his attention to the lone remaining head of the entire operation. The girl stared in unconcealed horror at the guy's fiercely glowing pupils and the blood streaming down his face as he demanded responsibility for what had happened. Hearing a familiar voice, the niece slowly tried to get up from the floor, silently calling out to her uncle, trying to tell him something. It was indeed a warning cry as the girl noticed a deadly threat behind her relative, in the form of a drawn, sharp weapon. Reacting lightning fast, the protagonist deftly sidestepped, allowing the strange woman's blade to slice through the air. Taking advantage of the attacker's blunder, Song struck a powerful blow directly at the self-confident girl's face, causing her to instinctively clench her eyes. The defeated opponent collapsed to the ground with a painful cough as the young man who had attacked her towered over her with a cold stare. Grabbing the stranger by her clothes and lifting her up, Song Jihan swung in for another series of crushing blows. A serious shout behind him made the hero turn around, where he saw Jin Yuhua holding his niece with a knife to her neck. The enraged leader of the kidnappers threateningly warned of her intentions to brutalize the hostage at the slightest movement, forcing Sun to let his subordinate go. Jin Yuhua, holding her captive with hands shaking with tension, pondered the need to get out alive at any cost, even at the cost of Sia's life. 15 years ago, in the luxurious mansion of the head of the Hong Kong Red Tiger Association, the guards had nonchalantly ignored a child's cries. The mother of a crying boy watched helplessly, begging little Jin Yuhua to stop bullying her son. The arrogant girl completely ignored the servant's pleas until a name suddenly spoken in a serious tone caused her to freeze. The cause of the sudden silence was Jin's father, who appeared nearby with obvious disapproval of what was happening on his face. Inquiring as to the cause of the noise, the man listened to his daughter's uncertain explanation of her desire to get her hands on another's toy by any means necessary. The mother of the injured boy, feeling the awkwardness of the situation, guiltily explained to the gentleman about the value of the toy for her child. Unexpectedly for all present, the father of the girl expressed loud approval of his daughter's actions, which surprised the woman behind him. As he approached his confused daughter, who was looking at him with a questioning gaze, the man radiated an unconcealed contentment with the situation. The father instructively explained to his daughter the family philosophy of taking what they wanted by force, stroking the girl's head approvingly. The tension left young Jin upon realizing her father's approval, and with a relieved exhale, she smiled in agreement with her parent. The youngest daughter of the powerful house of Jin, the leader of Hong Kong's underworld, had been surrounded by luxury and power since birth. The girl sat in front of the television with an expression of displeasure as the security guard standing behind her loudly reported information about Batlight. The unperturbed man, continuing to stand with impeccably straight posture, confirmed the player's imminent spread to every country in the world, silencing Yuhua. Jin thoughtfully inquired about the maximum available S rank, receiving only an affirmative tilt of her interlocutor's head in response. Smiling smugly with her eyes closed and turning around to face her interlocutor, the girl loudly proclaimed her determination to obtain this coveted rank. Receiving the gift of a late bloomer F rank instead of the expected success, she froze in front of the status window with unspeakable sadness, unable to accept the bitter reality. The disappointment was amplified by the atmosphere of the classroom, where classmates were enthusiastically discussing among themselves about the gifts they had received, joyfully sharing their impressions of the high ranks. The students were genuinely envious of their lucky classmate with the first highest rank in the school, while Jin was overwhelmed with feelings of malicious envy. The younger sister of the famous family admiringly called the lucky owner of the rare rank a unicum, making her smile at the unexpected compliment. Shortly after this event, the shocking news was the mysterious disappearance of a high school girl whose body was later found dead near a quiet river. The information about the young victim, who had recently received a precious gift of the highest rank, spread throughout the news channels, causing widespread grief. Jin Yuhua watched the news reports with a sinister smirk of glee, gloatingly commenting on the fate of the rival who had dared to stand out while concealing her involvement in the tragedy. Batlinet's appearance had turned her worldview completely upside down, giving the information from Sonjihan a priceless significance. The only ray of hope to restore her broken pride, the intrigued girl, not taking her eyes off the screen of the streamer with the protagonist's niece, excitedly learned about the real type of her gift as development. Realizing the prospects that were opening up, she whispered with a devilish smile about her future greatness and potential to become the strongest in the entire world. Coldly holding the guy's frightened niece, the woman watched her opponent, who stood motionless, assessing the situation. Mentally reveling in the advantage, the kidnapper decided to destroy the annoying Xia and her uncle in a matter of seconds, bringing the sharp blade closer to the girl's delicate neck. Suddenly looking up from her captive, Yuhua was startled to notice the young man taking a few steps in her direction, in defiance of the strict prohibition. Displaying her blade on her outstretched arm, the woman furiously shouted an ultimatum to the approaching guy, threatening instant reprisal against the defenseless hostage. Suddenly, the threats were silenced, as the young man appeared before her as if transformed by a demonic aura, shrouded in a frightening magical energy that caused uncontrollable shivers. Cold sweat rolled down the face of the horrified Jean, who felt the incredible psychological pressure from the towering figure of the enemy that destroyed all hope of salvation. Paralyzed by fear, she helplessly dropped the knife from her trembling fingers, collapsing ignominiously to her knees before the crushing will of her adversary. Utterly confused, Yuhua didn't understand how the captive had gotten sidetracked, while she herself, unable to rise up on absorbent cotton legs, stared fearfully at the mysterious guy. The protagonist continued to watch the defeated rival with a focused gaze, not noticing how the alarmed niece caught his fierce gaze. Managing to form a ghostly sword in his black hand, he froze as his relative approached him with soothing words about her integrity. Frightened as she listened to Sia pleading with her uncle to give up on foolishness and just go home, the girl sitting on her lap shrank back, waiting for the verdict. Unexpectedly, Yoon uttered a phrase about the pointlessness of getting her hands dirty over such a lowly person, painfully hurting the ego of the youngest daughter of the Jin family. The eyes of the defeated opponent filled with rage at the thought of such a humiliating attitude from a pathetic girl standing back and talking to her uncle without a care in the world. Her mind boiling with indignation at the insulting words, she drew her pistol in a sharp motion, pointing it forward directly at her enemies. Jumping to her feet, the kidnapper fired erratically, causing a worried Sia to cover her ears and hide behind her uncle's back, who put his arm out in a protective gesture. Desperately telling herself that it was impossible to lose to the weakest of opponents, the distraught girl continued to frantically pull the trigger, venting her rage. The frantic shouting of eternal victories was accompanied by more and more frequent and desperate shots from the trembling weapon in her hands. Shouting curses, she frantically shot forward while her former victim instinctively tried to protect her head by covering it with her hands. Frantic screams mingled with the rumble of gunfire, but all was in vain as the young man continued to meet the bullets, with his arm outstretched forward, maintaining his protective dome. Suddenly, the relative who had been feeling safe was startled to see the barrier begin to dissolve, letting 3 deadly bullets pass right in her direction. Song Jihan, anxiously tracing the trajectory of one of the bullets that pierced the barrier, instantly assessed the deadly danger to his defenseless niece. Taking a lightning-fast step towards the threat, he swung his gleaming sword sharply, masterfully cutting the projectile into small fragments, saving his frightened relative. His incredible strength and precision allowed him to intercept the deadly projectiles that only flew out of the gun at a considerable distance. The powerful energy wave from the impact reached the continuously firing girl, catching her off guard and mercilessly slicing her body in 2 along the belt line. The niece, still covering her head with her hands, cautiously lifted her gaze in the ensuing silence, horrified to find fresh blood splattered everywhere. A few days later, the protagonist stood pensively in the kitchen of the Sword King's luxurious penthouse, scrutinizing his hand. He could see blood splatter on his skin, and his consciousness was transported to a different locale, where an irreparable encounter with his enemies had occurred. Closing his eyes and opening them again, he saw the familiar reality of a normal hand in a familiar kitchen instead of the bloody visions of the past. Mentally convincing himself that there was no other choice, he tried to stop endlessly thinking about the gravity of the deed he had committed. After that fateful day, Jin Yuhua and her group had disappeared without a trace, and the incident in the abandoned building had not been publicized. Neither the ambitious Jin Yuhua nor the dedicated members of her organization had ever sought media attention. The girl's influential patrons, upon learning of what had happened, would undoubtedly ignite uncontrollable rage and a thirst for revenge. Ruthless allies would without the slightest doubt do the same to the defenseless Sia, fulfilling an oath of retribution. The once cheerful niece often fell into a deep reverie after her nightmare, staring fixedly at a single point. Her uncle's unexpected question about the reason for her musings caught her off guard, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. A hasty denial burst out of her chest, now surprising the protagonist who froze in place, instantly sensing the falsity. Mentally realizing the traumatic nature of recent events for the young relative, the young man sadly watched the fragile back of the girl immersed in worries. Thinking about the completion of training and making such situations a daily norm, He doubted his niece's ability to cope with such a burden. An unexpected knock on the door interrupted the heavy musings, causing him to turn in genuine surprise at the unscheduled visit. The surprised girl, still sitting on the couch, looked at the door interestedly, mentally going over possible guests, for they were expecting no one. The energetic greeting of a smiling Sophia, waving her hand in a friendly gesture, came as a surprise to the owners of the quiet house. The stunned Saya didn't have time to realize that her guest had quickly entered and was pelting her with questions about her noticeable weight loss and possible diet. Yun, not wanting to answer the flood of questions, deliberately ignored them, laconically inquiring about the true purpose of the unexpected visit. The protagonist, approaching with a friendly smile, interjected into the conversation, admitting to organizing the meeting due to his niece's long recluse. Sia froze with a startled look fixed on Sun as an enthusiastic Sophia cheerfully offered to join him on the planned outing. Politely declining the invitation with a curt refusal, Jihan evoked the surprise of his guest by enthusiastically mentioning the carefully planned date. The enthusiastic girl tried to continue her persuasion but was tactfully interrupted by a slight cough from the young man, hinting at the need for restraint. Approaching his guest, Jihan leaned in close to Sophia's ear, sharing his concern for Sia's sad state and his hope for the support of the only trusted person. Smiling with unconcealed love in her gaze, Sophia froze in place, mentally repeating the precious words about her exceptionalism. Looking sadly at the young man, the niece quietly confessed her unwillingness to go anywhere, hoping for understanding on the part of her caring uncle. The protagonist did not even have time to look at his relative, as the energetic Sophia Lightning grabbed her, and a moment later, they disappeared behind the front door. Ariel appeared and grinned at the noisy guest, to which the thoughtful host nostalgically remarked on the striking change of character. Sophia, diligently following Sun Jihan's instructions, organized a luxurious walk, confidently guiding her friend to a busy part of town. The enthusiastic woman literally dragged her frightened and obviously unhappy friend behind her, pointing her finger at the next points on the route. The first stop was a cozy eatery with delicious food, where the mood of frowning Seiya began to gradually improve with each appetizing dish. The protagonist's niece watched Sophia's diligent attempts to pull the coveted toy from the vending machine intently, becoming infected by her excitement. Joyfully hugging the long-awaited trophy, the happy girl explained to the surprised Yoon that in the States, she simply had no one to go to such entertainments with. The visibly cheerful friends laughed together when the energetic Sophia suggested a game of basketball, smugly promising to give 5 points as a handicap. Before she could brag about her athletic skills, Sia froze when her attention was drawn to 2 boys shooting at virtual targets in a shooting gallery. One of the shooters missed and listened to his friend's mocking comments about his skills, stubbornly continuing to aim at the zombies running on the screen. The stubborn player finally hit the target, causing the digital zombie to bleed brightly colored virtual blood flying all over the screen. The innocuous game scene instantly brought back nightmarish images of blood gushing from the cut body of her captor. The horrible memories rushed through young Sia's mind, making her cover her mouth with her hands against the coming nausea and panicky feeling of nausea. Sophia froze behind her friend confusedly, not realizing what was happening, especially when she suddenly jumped up, still covering her mouth, and ran away swiftly. Leaping out of the noisy room into the fresh air of the street, the girl stopped, bending over slightly and leaning on her knees, trying to regain her breath. Tears welled up in the emotionally distressed Sia's eyes as the excited voice of her friend sounded behind her, genuinely concerned about her condition. Realizing the impossibility of revealing the truth, Jihan's niece tried to calm herself down, citing a temporary ailment without explaining the true cause. Sophia persisted in her questioning, noticing her friend's moist eyes on the verge of new tears, intuitively sensing the seriousness of the situation. Suddenly putting on a fake smile, Sia tried to feign nonchalance, but the shrewd priestess immediately recognized the falsity of her state. Sincerely offering her support, the guest reminded her that she had come to cheer her up, causing her to fall back into thoughtfulness. Pronouncing her friend's name with a peculiar intonation, Saya caught the attention of her companion, who was looking at her with a sympathetic gaze, waiting for a revelation. Starting delicately from afar, Yun inquired about her feelings when confronted with the bad deed of an important person, gradually moving on to the topic of murder. Continuing to gibber with a downcast gaze, she speculated on the complexity of the situation when a loved one commits murder for the sake of protection, causing internal conflict. Raising her eyes to her interlocutor with a question about ways to discuss such a sensitive topic, Sia was surprised to notice the eyes of her attentive friend shining. A delighted Sophia exclaimed happily about the romanticism of a situation where a man wasn't afraid to stain his hands with blood for the sake of his beloved, making Yoon smile at the bitter irony of the misunderstanding. Continuing to fantasize about the imaginary couple's mutual love, the girl was keenly interested in the details of the relationship, building idealized pictures of what was going on in her head. The friends spent their time until nightfall, and only when the darkness enveloped the streets did they finally decide to go home, ending the busy day. A slightly tired Saya stepped over the threshold of the apartment and softly announced her return, not expecting to see her uncle waiting attentively. The protagonist asked with a sincere smile about the quality of the time spent, and received an affirmative answer from the cheerful niece. Sung Ji-han, while maintaining a friendly expression on his face, suddenly asked to sit down for a serious conversation, instantly changing the atmosphere of the room. The previously cheerful girl instantly turned gloomy, losing her smile and frozen in a daze as she anticipated a difficult conversation with her attentive relative. Overcoming her inner resistance, she nevertheless sank down on a neighboring sofa with palpable heaviness, looking questioningly at her serious interlocutor. In an attempt to diffuse the tension, Sia noted her uncle's unusual seriousness, as if waiting for her to return to talk about something urgent. Saying her niece's name with a peculiar intonation, the thoughtful Jihan suddenly suggested she stop being a player, eliciting a shocked look from her. The surprise so distorted the girl's face that she froze wide-eyed, barely squeezing out a single questioning word. Starting the heavy conversation, Song Jihan leaned lightly on his knees, lowering his gaze to gather his thoughts before revealing the shocking information. To his niece, he revealed the terrifying truth about the reality of BattleNet after graduation, where death becomes final in the absence of achievement points. Carefully choosing his words, Jihan explained that a person killed in the game could die for real, realizing the difficulty of realizing this fact for the impressionable girl. A surprised Xia shrieked, demanding to know the source of such shocking information, to which the young man quickly redirected the responsibility to Ariel. Turning to the small entity that had suddenly appeared, the protagonist asked for confirmation of his words. Enduring a tense pause of anticipation, Ariel, confirming the veracity of Jihan's words, warned of the impending brutality of the Cosmic League, advising to quit the game now, which caused the girl's frightened look. Shocked by what she heard, Xia lowered her head in silence, trying to comprehend the gravity of the information revealed. Looking down at the floor near her tense feet, seeing her niece's emotional struggle, her uncle interrupted the lingering silence with a delicate suggestion that she not force herself to continue the arduous journey. In an unexpectedly firm voice, the girl replied that such a dire future only strengthened her resolve to stay in the game, shocking her caring uncle. Puzzled by the unexpected response, Jihan, who had been preparing for a completely different answer, hesitated and asked a questioning what, not believing what he had heard. Yun honestly admitted that she still had nightmares about the horror of the kidnapping. Remembering the chilling sensation of the knife at her defenseless neck, she realized that with the game becoming a reality after training, the nightmares would only worsen, causing her hands folded in her lap to visibly tremble. Recalling her conversation with Sophia, she mentally repeated her wise words about wanting to help a loved one to prevent a tragedy from happening again. As she continued in deep thought, she firmly stated her unwillingness to leave her dear one to bear the heavy burden alone, noticing the sudden understanding in her friend's gaze. Thinking back on it all, Sia strongly emphasized her unwillingness to be alone in a dangerous world. Raising her gaze to her surprised uncle, the shocked young man continued to stare in amazement at his suddenly matured relative, who had suddenly declared her willingness to protect him. Smiling mentally, Jihan recognized Sia's remarkable strength of character, never before displayed with such vivid determination and maturity. The niece assured her uncle that her recent bad mood only needed time to reflect, causing an understanding smile to spread across his face. Ariel's suddenly loud remark about the repeatedly turned tables due to the girl's rejection of Sona's cooking elicited a surprised and incredulous look from Sia. Translating the conversation, the young man activated the status window, beginning to customize something while his intrigued niece watched the process curiously. A mysterious cloak of emptiness materialized in front of the astonished girl, suggested by her uncle as a protective item against possible future dangers. Jihan strongly recommended using the artifact if past threats recurred, to which his niece skeptically inquired about the real need for such protection. Jokingly stating the alternative of a constant escort, the uncle elicited laughter from the girl, merrily suggesting his secret stalking during the day. Suddenly stopping laughing, Sia was surprised to note the seriousness of her relative, who evasively attributed his surveillance today to concern for her safety. The unlocked Gold League map with a defense type called the Only Bridge attracted the attention of experienced players by its rarity. Some fighters who had already taken up positions on the battlefield were chatting amicably among themselves, offering advice to the newcomers on how to strategize on the unfamiliar map. Suddenly, a loud commanding shout shattered the animated atmosphere of the team, instantly replacing it with wariness and worried looks. The large man, who was the gatekeeper of Cloud Empire's allied NPS Bijan, was angrily questioning the inadmissibility of whispering before the upcoming battle. Continuing his angry tirade about the unworthy behavior of the soldiers, the angry man made the players cover their ears against his deafening roar. Everything was unfolding on a strategically important bridge when a noise behind him caused the shouting man to turn sharply toward the approaching enemies. A multitude of armed dead men with frighteningly glowing red eyes were emitting eerie screams, rapidly approaching for a deadly attack. Bijan, abruptly turning his back to the players and taking the most forward position, commanded to prepare for battle, demonstrating his readiness to fight. Taking his majestic weapon and setting it upright, the warrior began to summon powerful magic, shouting a spell loudly. After commanding the enemies to retreat, Bijan struck the bridge with all his accumulated power, throwing the approaching monsters in different directions with a powerful wave of energy. Inspired by the brave leader's example, all the other players also rushed to attack the armed undead, forming a united battlefront. The battle was going well. The team was able to effectively destroy the opponents, blowing the body parts of the dead in different directions with powerful blows. The allied NPS, having destroyed the last enemy, stood alone on the bridge among the lifeless bodies of the defeated enemies scattered everywhere. The warrior, exhausted from the continuous battle, heard someone calling his name, and with an effort he looked up at the source of the sound. Surprise seized the fighter when he saw a new army of undead, led by a recognizable man, the traitorous Hojo, commander of the Phoenix squad of the enemy Wind Empire. The former comrade-in-arms, now turned enemy, was smugly towering over his subordinates as they prepared for a decisive clash on the bridge. Bijing angrily rejected the fat man's offer to switch to the Wind Empire's side, angrily calling him a lowlife for betraying his homeland. The patriotic warrior vowed that the Cloud Empire would never surrender and its soldiers would fight to their last breath, waving their weapons vigorously. Mockingly interjecting about the soldiers, the smug opponent broke out into sinister laughter, clearly unimpressed by his opponent's fiery speech. Hojo contemptuously pointed at the vanishing bodies of the defeated dead behind Bijang, sneering at his former comrades' tiny minions. The information alert of more than half of the players dead made the brave warrior turn around with a heavy heart. Realizing the criticality of the situation, realizing the lack of alternatives, the determined defender looked closely at the glowing blades of his powerful weapon, glowing with mystical energy. Swinging for a crushing blow on the bridge, Bijan heroically proclaimed that this place would become a common grave for both irreconcilable opponents. The powerful strike, amplified by the ancient magic, caused a devastating explosion in the middle of the structure, causing the entire surface of the bridge to shudder from the released energy. The dazed opponent screamed in panic, losing his balance on the collapsing bridge and realizing the fatality of a miscalculation in his overconfident strategy. The undead army fell into the abyss, along with the debris with heartbreaking screams, ending the dramatic game scenario of the first round of the battle. The system instantly began to form a new lineup of players, and soon the opponents were back in their original positions for a second battle scenario. Hojo, as if following a pre-scripted scenario, once again offered Bijan to switch to the Wind Empire's side, receiving the same patriotic refusal. The enemy commander, remembering the past successful round, began to mockingly repeat the line about soldiers, unaware of the drastic change in the situation. The unexpected attack that struck him from the back made the self-confident fat man silent for half a word, frozen by a sudden painful sensation. The protagonist, who released a crushing force that burned the mustache of the boastful Hojo, wryly inquired about possible vision problems due to the excess fat. A surprised Bijan, seeing the system message about the survival of more than half of the players and the beginning of the second phase of the mission, turned around, not believing in the favorable turn of events. Behind stood the confident protagonist with his elite team, ironically inquiring about the supposed minions, successfully completing a covert mission to prevent the death of a valuable NPC. Long ago, the mighty empires of Wind and Cloud ruled the continent indiscriminately, maintaining a delicate balance of power. One day, the ruler of the Wind Empire, raised from the dead, declared a bloody war on his neighbors, seeking to steal divine beings, symbols of the power of the hostile nation. In the legendary war, the valiant gatekeepers of the Cloud Empire, led by the emperor's named brother Bi Jiang, repelled fierce enemy attacks 3 times with the strength of only 10 elite warriors. Inspired by ancient heroism, the modern fighters were not about to give up, unleashing the full power of their weapons on the approaching hordes of the reanimated dead. The game map type, The Only Bridge, forced participants to take the side of the legendary Bijang, fighting against superior enemy forces with undying determination. The protagonist, as he continued to methodically attack the enemies, noted the rather high level of monsters, attributable to the admission of the map, exclusively to Gold League players and above. Hearing Sea's desperate cry for Sophia's support and her friend's negative response, Jihan instantly realized the criticality of his niece's situation. Seizing the perfect moment, he resolutely raised the phoenix flag, slamming it to the floor and unleashing an incredible force that shot upwards in a blinding yellow light. The astonished spectators soon saw the energy materialize into a majestic phoenix bird, attacking the enemies with a piercing battle cry. A system alert announcing the blessing of the phoenix caused the astonished Sophia and Xia to throw back their heads, marveling at the incredible sight in the sky. The next message announced an impressive 25% increase in the stats of all the allies, while the protagonist maintained a majestic posture. Hojo, frozen in place with his eyes wide open, watched mesmerized by the maneuvers of the divine bird, gracefully soaring through the air currents. Shocked by the sight, he threw back his head as the majestic creature flew right up to him, barely squeezing out the first words of recognition. The frightened fat man continued to gaze rapturously at the marvelous apparition, loudly confirming the appearance of the legendary divine creature, the phoenix itself. The young man's team, without wasting precious time, immediately attacked the dazed opponents with arrows, piercing the confused enemies one by one. The companions rapturously noted the support's amazing buff, wondering how anyone could doubt Song Jihan's supporting abilities. Despite the general cheering, the attentive young man was mindful of the focused niece standing behind him and asked her opinion on the powerful enhancement. While the other players fought, Xia, recognizing the effectiveness of the buff, declared her intention to leave the group due to the disproportionate increase in level relative to her own knowledge and skills. Her niece, holding up 2 fingers in front of her surprised uncle's face, explained the unique condition of pumping her special gift with unexpected determination. Gesturing emotionally, the girl explained the necessity of winning the game for advancement, or maintaining a 60% victory statistic for early reinforcement. Jihan agreed with his niece's decision with feigned regret, skillfully choosing a moment when Sophia could hear his desire for a longer time with the 3 of them on the same team. Shocked by the overheard conversation, the priestess immediately began urging her friend to stay, promising to channel all her buffs solely in her support. The persistent Sophia's continued persuasion was interrupted when the protagonist was forced to turn away when he heard the voice of the legendary warlord Bi-Jan behind him. The surprised man excitedly exclaimed, recognizing the legendary phoenix, a symbol of incredible power, in the fiery bird soaring in the sky. The man, impressed by the rare sight, inquired about the origin of the protagonist, noting that only the commanders of the Imperial Guards possessed such power. The thoughtful guy, not immediately grasping the essence of the question, looked at the giant puzzled, mentally going over possible answers. Muttering something about a casual presence, the young man froze, having received a system alert of interest from an important character of Bijan. Barely containing the violent emotions, the protagonist realized the appearance of a hidden task where preventing the death of an NPS would allow for the coveted recognition. Instantly changing his manner of speaking, he introduced himself as the gatekeeper of the Imperial Guards, bowing respectfully before the majestic interlocutor. The astonished niece, freed from the company of the energetic Sophia, watched bewildered as her uncle knelt down, offering to deal with his enemies. Bijan, scratching his thick beard thoughtfully, expressed doubts about his retreat, despite the appeal of the offer to rest after a grueling battle. Warning of the difficulty of defeating Hojo even for a divine being, the gatekeeper offered to fight together, causing a determined gleam to appear in the young man's eyes. Unexpectedly, Song Jihan mentioned Bijang's status as the emperor's named brother, causing the mighty interlocutor to stare in surprise at his familiarity. With sincere fervor, the protagonist declared his order to protect the emperor's relative at all costs, even if it was at the cost of his own life. Carefully observing the giant's changing emotions, the young man noted with satisfaction the appearance of a system alert about Bijang's increased confidence. The emotional gatekeeper covered his face with his hand as he recalled the touching moment of swearing brotherhood with the emperor under the cherry blossoms. Cheerfully agreeing to the proposal, the enthusiastic Bijan pointed his mighty weapon straight at the young man in front of him with a determined look. Solemnly announcing the sharing of the power of his cloud spear, dubbed Thundercloud, the gatekeeper urged his interlocutor to overpower the traitorous Hojo. The protagonist froze as he watched the phoenix flag in his hands become enveloped by an alien mystical force, manifesting in the form of twisting lightning bolts. System alerts confirmed the Thundercloud's interaction with the Thunderbelt, recognizing the player as the new host and greatly amplifying the destructive power. Suddenly, a serious voice echoed behind Bijang, interrupting the power transfer ceremony, causing the gatekeeper to turn around resolutely to the new speaker. The commander of the Phoenix Squad of the Wind Empire, an enemy NPC surrounded by an army of dead men, expressed surprise at meeting the Phoenix Force controller. Hojo thrust his hand forward and loudly commanded to attack and capture the Phoenix, instantly sending his silent subordinates into a deadly attack. Giving clear orders to his niece to climb higher and Sophia to take care of the allies in the rear, the protagonist was faced with the question of his own fate. Freezing in place before the rapidly approaching armed creatures, the young man calmly began his sentence, radiating the confidence of a seasoned warrior. Declaring his intention to decapitate the enemy, he summoned the powerful magic of 3 catastrophes of battle devotion and 1,000-fold killing, slicing through all the attacking dead with a single blow. The zombies' body parts flew apart. Death screams still echoed in the air as the newly confident Hojo realized his situation. A desperate cry for the dead soldiers burst from the commander's chest when multicolored magical streams suddenly rushed towards him, causing him to instinctively recoil backwards. Quickly recovering from the shock, the warrior resolutely displayed his weapon, fending off the approaching magical projectiles with a noticeable effort. The success was short-lived as the reflected magic exploded, creating a dense cloud that obscured what was happening and disoriented the experienced fighter. A furious shout from his opponent cut through the fog as he saw the protagonist standing proudly with the phoenix flag raised and continuing to generate magical streams. Sun Jihan defiantly offered a direct confrontation instead of taking cover behind his wards, provoking a violent reaction from the mustachioed giant who burst into angry insults. Fury clouded Hojo's mind, causing him to frantically swing his huge weapon at the deftly dodging young man, displaying impressive maneuverability. The giant rhetorically interjected about hiding, unable to believe that this accusation was directed at his majestic persona, continuing to rain down deadly blows. The unexpected stop was the protagonist's mistake, too late noticing the rapidly descending sharp blade that left no chance for evasion. The only available option was to display the phoenix flag in front of him, trying to block the attack that forced the young warrior to his knees. Joyfully anticipating victory, the giant mockingly offered to block the blow if the rat could, continuing to build pressure on the enemy's defensive position, barely audibly repeating the insulting nickname. Jihan, almost crouching to the ground, continued to hold back the onslaught of colossal force, concealing his true intentions. With a lightning-fast movement, the boy yanked his weapon sharply, suddenly knocking back the crushing sword with such force that the giant's arms were thrown back in an involuntary swing. Simultaneously with the fierce battle, one of the surviving dead was slowly rising, as if rising from the last of its strength after a crushing blow. Barely unhinging its jaw, the creature uttered an ominous "Darkness is coming," whereupon its eyes lit up with a blood-red light, marking the gaining of a new breath and repeating the warning. Saya, following her uncle's instructions, took up an elevated position, continuously firing arrows from her bow with the astounding marksmanship of a former sniper. Her alarmed partner warned of a new enemy advance, to which the girl coolly replied that she was aware, pausing slightly to assess the situation. Admiring her uncle's swift leap from the heights, directly at the mighty opponent, the niece mentally wondered at his chances of overpowering the enemy. Hojo, reacting lightning fast to the attack, skillfully displayed his impressive weapon, successfully blocking the young man's onslaught at the critical moment of the clash. The confrontation did not last long. The experienced giant almost instantly repulsed the blow and threw the young man back with a powerful kick, proving his superior physical strength. Trying to slow down the movement with his feet, the protagonist was simultaneously summoning the magic power of multicolored lightning to the phoenix flag, concentrating energy for a counterattack. With a sharp movement, he thrust his weapon in front of him and directed a powerful energy stream at his opponent, instantly engulfing him in a magical attack. Caught by surprise, the giant, not having time to realize what was happening, could not avoid the blow and screamed for a while, enveloped by electrical discharges. Suddenly recovering from the attack, the man mockingly inquired about the limits of his opponent's capabilities, demonstratively making several powerful leaps forward. Mentally and clearly not happy, the protagonist noted his opponent's amazing ability to absorb lightning, realizing the need for a change in battle tactics. Disappointed at the minimal damage caused by his thunderstorm status and Bijan's borrowed power, the young man carefully watched the approaching rival boss. Pensively pondering his next move, Song Jihan looked suspiciously at his opponent's strange maneuvers, clearly preparing some sort of devious move. With a resounding battle cry, Hojo began to vigorously swing his weapon in different directions, creating powerful air currents that raised dust clouds. Stunned by the sudden change in tactics, the protagonist froze in indecision, feverishly calculating possible countermeasures against the unknown attack. The young man's shock intensified when an impenetrable swirl of dust appeared around him, completely obscuring the giant's location and depriving him of his strategic advantage. Standing inside the dust veil, with growing anxiety, Jihan was unaware of the man leaping from behind, ready to deliver the fatal blow. Whether due to a sudden premonition of danger or a well-developed seventh sense, the young man instinctively bounced forward, turning sharply and spotting his attacker. The opponents engaged in a swift battle, masterfully alternating between blocking blows and lightning-fast dodges, displaying the highest level of martial skill. Hojo was surprised to note the proximity of the weapon slipping near his cheek, leaving a small scratch, recognizing the danger of underestimating his opponent. The protagonist, maintaining his stance after the blow, coldly confessed his intention to decapitate his opponent, appreciating his evasive skills. Not hearing the offer of surrender, the young man decisively changed tactics, extending his arm backwards and summoning dark magic, causing his hand to shroud itself in an ominous blackness. Noticing the fear in the eyes of the giant who smelled the strange vapors, the protagonist declared a combination of lightning and fire, while a mystical vortex formed behind his opponent's back. A multitude of energy streams emanating from the materialized phoenix rushed towards the frozen giant, creating a magical trap for the immobile target. Solemnly announcing the lightning god's lightning flash technique, the phoenix released a fireball, instantly turning the impact site into a raging flame from which there was no escape. The protagonist continued to stand in an unchanged pose, holding the phoenix flag on the shoulder of his opponent, who was kept on his feet solely due to the support of Song Jihan's weapon. He let the exhausted giant collapse at his feet, bringing the epic confrontation to an end. Surprised at his defeated foe, Jihan could not hide his amazement at his unexpectedly easy victory over his once formidable foe. Analyzing what had happened in his mind, he wondered how the head of the Phoenix Squad had been so vulnerable to the power of his patron, unable to resist a single blow. Feeling a strange jolt under his feet, the anxious boy turned back sharply, preparing for a possible new threat from an unexpected direction. The approaching Bijan, holding the dead man's body in his hand, stopped in amazement at the sight of the defeated Hojo, not hiding his shock, admiring the young man's independent victory. The gatekeeper confessed his intention to help in the middle of the fight, but immediately heard a humble remark about his opponent's weakness. Mentally celebrating the completion of the second stage, the protagonist remained unperturbed as the satisfied ally lavished praise on his combat skills. Thinking about the upcoming final challenge and the possible appearance of another boss, Jihan didn't notice the defeated Hojo starting to rise behind him. Feeling a strange movement behind him, the young man calmly turned around, raising his gaze to the source of the ominous laughter coming from above. A sudden insight visited the hero, who watched the unusual phenomena unfolding in the air above the bridge with an understanding smile. Ominous blackbirds resembling ravens soared into the sky with piercing cries, marking the beginning of the final phase of the only bridge, the appearance of the Phoenix descendant. The bewildered Bijan anxiously watched the black feathers and unidentified objects falling from the sky, portending something sinister and unfathomable. Anticipating an additional enemy, Jihan mentally prepared himself for the new threat, immediately hearing the loud footsteps of a creature approaching from the side. One of the dead men, holding its head convulsively, uttered incoherent words of darkness, hesitantly approaching the surprised protagonist. The giant, amazed at the dead man's survival, intended to destroy him immediately, but Jihan resolutely blocked his path, urging caution. Looking closely, The shrewd young man instantly recognized the feature of the approaching fighter, realizing his key role in what was happening. The system alert identified the approaching NPS as a soldier of the Wind Empire, freed from brainwashing, whose glowing red eyes were accompanied by constant warnings of impending darkness. The creature, quickening its steps towards the motionless hero, suddenly spoke of the continued influence of the Phoenix Squad even after death, due to the mysterious darkness. Approaching closely and grabbing the young man by the shoulders with its bony hands, the NPS revealed information about the real descendant and the impossibility of victory without destroying the true darkness. Absolutely calmly realizing the necessity of eliminating the real descendant, Jihan continued to stare nonchalantly at the approaching informant, analyzing the information he had received. An agitated Bijan tried to find out who the real descendant was and how to find him, but the guy who had beaten off the dead man's hands calmly stated that he would handle it himself, and there was no need to worry about it. The protagonist maintained a smug look when the same dead man suddenly continued his strange speeches, instantly attracting Sun's aggravated attention. The creature, again clutching its head in a painful gesture, suddenly warned of the impossibility of combining lightning with the Phoenix's power, causing the listener to be perplexed. Mentally noting the absence of such a phrase in the standard replicas of the NPS, Sun continued to listen attentively to the unusual statements of the mysterious dead man. The system alert about the detection of a violation in the NPS replicas coincided with the beginning of strange tremors, earthquake, and chaotic movement of surrounding objects. The appearance of a new alert about an unauthorized constellation intruding into the game caused the young man to ponder tensely as the dead man continued to stand behind him, with his head tilted. After standing for a while with his back to his potential opponent, the protagonist turned around slightly with a question about the identity of the strange creature. The dead man, taking his hands away from his head and letting his eyes glow with an ominous red light, was lightning fast right up to the protagonist, confessing his unmasking. The surprising situation did not frighten the guy, rather plunging him into a state of deep bewilderment as to the true nature of the events taking place. Continuing to study the smile and glowing eyes of the strange creature, Jihan pondered the possible invasion of the constellation through the game's viral mechanism. The monster, abruptly turning its back to the pondering hero, addressed the system to extend the conversation, using the characteristic intonation of being in love. Hearing the familiar manner of speech, the protagonist's face changed, instantly recognizing the unique intonation associated with a certain creature. Turning around with a familiar greeting of "Long time no see, head," the constellation that had evolved from hand to body confirmed its unchanged essence from the last test. A system alert of the deportation process with a countdown caused the creature to hurriedly approach the guy, hastily acknowledging the inevitability of removal. Constellation, hastily warning of caution with the mysterious birds, and the need for less visibility, left the protagonist in a state of tired bewilderment. Joyfully shouting goodbye with a smile, the strange visitor seemed to begin to disappear under the influence of system deportment, promising a future meeting. Surprise swept over both of them as they continued to stand opposite each other a few seconds later, contrary to the expected disappearance of the invading creature. The monster, slightly bent over, uttered a few words of darkness with resentment, causing the young man to assume the NPS to return to its normal state after the invasion. A loud cry of birds interrupted the musings, causing the giant and the protagonist to anxiously raise their gaze to the source of the new threatening sound. A horrifying sight came into view. Birds of prey were mercilessly picking up defenseless players and killing them right in the air, leaving no chance of escape. The desperate attempts of some characters to escape were futile in the face of the superior speed and strength of the winged pursuers. The mighty Bijan warned of the Phoenix awakening, urging caution, while the protagonist remained unfazed in the face of the new threat. As he continued to watch her, Jihan sadly noted the impossibility of using the lightning god technique, along with the phoenix flame against the black birds circling above them. While pondering the advisability of ignoring the constellation's counsel, the young man noticed Ariel appearing near his ear, beginning to whisper something insistently. The small creature suggested the use of a dark spirit, prompting a surprised question about the timeliness of such a decision at a critical moment in the battle. The frowning tiny figure began to explain feverishly about the Phoenix's sinister alliance with the mysterious alliance of the ancient world. A desperate cry of systematic extermination of her people echoed through the neighborhood, betraying the depth of the creature's personal tragedy. Jihan's silent, questioning gaze settled on the agitated assistant, waiting for further clarification of the situation. Determined to take the chance for revenge, Ariel faced the young man's logical and concise refusal, urging restraint. Doubting the information, the protagonist inquired about the connection between the unification of the elves and the extermination of Ariel's kin, silencing the latter with a mixed expression. A sudden darkening of the sun caught Jihan's attention, turning around and seeing a threat rapidly approaching him from the sky. The giant bird, descending with the clear intention of grabbing its talons on its intended victim, caused the young man to instantly snap out of his seat with a panicked cry. Dodging to the side and continuing his flight, he demanded an explanation, but Ariel, fleeing with him, only promised to clarify the situation later. The small creature urged the use of the eclipse as the boy once again dodged an attack from the beak of the persistent feathered pursuer. The indefatigable bird, unable to grab its prey on the ground, changed tactics, attempting to catch the leaping foe right in midair. Dodging to the side, the young man simultaneously summoned his black arm with the sword materialized in it, being in a jump and choosing the moment to counterattack. Waiting for the perfect position, he made a decisive leap straight at the attacking bird, delivering a crushing blow with his sword before landing. The wounded creature let out a piercing cry of pain as its wing was split in two, making it difficult to continue flying. Surprised at the effectiveness of the strike against the Shadow Phoenix, Jihan expressed disbelief, which caused the small creature to vehemently rebuke the dark spirit's underestimation of its power. Meanwhile, the other birds attacked the other players, one of which methodically scratched the protective dome with its claws, causing the mage to shout desperately for the barrier to collapse. Sophia, undaunted, continued to hand out vital reinforcements to the players, in an effort to somehow support the defenders in the unequal battle with the aerial predators. With a cry of, "Away from my subordinates!" the enraged giant lunged at the bird with his weapon drawn, but destroyed the protective dome instead. Despite the partial damage to the attacking bird's wing, it began to regenerate amazingly right in front of the astonished observers. Shocked by his opponent's regenerative abilities, Song loudly expressed his surprise as he realized the lack of effectiveness of the attack against the unoriginal creature. Analyzing the situation in his mind, Jihan realized that the clones recovered almost instantly, while the damage to the original affected all copies. Continuing to ponder the problematic nature of the search for the true phoenix, the young man heard another bird cry behind him, indicating the beginning of the predator's landing. Turning around, he froze at the horrifying sight of a desperately resisting player sticking out of the feathered monster's beak, crying out for help against the crazy chicken. No one had time to react to the plea for rescue when, after the insulting treatment, the bird's sharp beak snapped shut, causing a fountain of blood in all directions. The protagonist realized the limited capabilities of the Golden League players against the Phoenixes, noting that only he and Bijan were capable of inflicting substantial damage on these opponents. The gatekeeper of the Cloud Empire clattered his weapon to the ground with determination and loudly called for everyone to gather around him, unintentionally startling Sophia, standing in front of him with his suddenness. The giant furiously chased away the approaching birds, protecting the players clustered behind him and loudly warning against harming his soldiers. Having identified the source of the loud cursing and shouting in the distance, the protagonist watched with wide-eyed concern. A strategic understanding of the situation revealed the consequences of Bijang's actions, gathering the players into a single group and attracting the attention of the entire Phoenix pack. Instantly assessing the criticality of the situation, the young man continued to watch the descending bird, forming a decisive plan of counterattack in his head. Quickly thinking over his next actions, the protagonist suddenly ran straight at the astonished Bijang, who did not understand the reason for the strange behavior of his ally. He jumped on the shoulder of the stunned giant and, using it as a springboard, made a powerful leap high into the sky. Having reached an impressive height thanks to the force of repulsion, he chose a dense cluster of circling phoenixes as the target of his landing and began to fall directly on them. Dismissing the idea of distinguishing the clones from the original, Jihan decided to radically destroy all the opponents in one blow, clutching his sword tighter and forming a deadly vortex. Uttering the spell, Nameless Divine Arts, Shadow God Technique. He filled the weapon with dark power and directed the created vortex directly at the cluster of feathered monsters. The birds, one after another falling into the deadly vortex, let out frantic screams of agony, gradually subsiding as the vortex compressed towards the point of its creation. Satisfied with the effectiveness of his plan, the protagonist suddenly realized the lack of a safe landing strategy as the vortex collapsed and he began to plummet downward. The sudden cessation of the fall was accompanied by the sensation of a firm grip on his arm. Looking up, Jihan saw Bijang, who had managed to grab him. The giant, pulling the lad onto the bridge, inquired admiringly about the real identity of the rescued man. Finally recognizing his outstanding abilities, the game ended and the protagonist returned to the penthouse, from where the deafening sounds of intense training with a new weapon could be heard. Song Jihan vigorously swung the spear, brimming with mystical power, honing his wielding technique and testing the capabilities of the legendary artifact. Displaying incredible strength, he delivered a devastating blow that instantly shattered the training arena and scattered the shards in different directions. Realizing the extent of the destruction from the seemingly ordinary movement, the young man could not hold back an emotional exclamation, amazed at the unforeseen effect. Pensively examining the weapon in his hand, he pondered the significant amplification of the Cloud Spear's lightning, granting the wielder elemental power. The epic task of clearing one of the bridges had yielded an expectedly generous reward, including legendary artifacts and unique items. The biggest prize was the Cloud Spear Lightning from the appreciative Bi Jiang, which exceeded all expectations regarding its combat performance. Thinking about the gift he had received that could combine with other artifacts, Jihan mentally imagined the potential combination with the eclipse and the impressive possibilities of such a union. Suddenly, turning to the small creature, the young man inquired the opinion of the observant Ariel, receiving an indefinite, terse reply. The creature explained the opposing elemental nature of the items, warning of the potential absorption of the eclipse's power, and mentioning the possibility of amplification through the support of the present form. The protagonist, suddenly noticing the unusual change, was surprised to inquire as to the reason for the transformation in the size of Ariel, formerly tiny and now reaching human height. Her companion, sincerely not understanding the reason for the surprise, only looked back questioningly, as if what was happening was a completely natural process. Finally breaking the silence, Ariel inquired about possible problems with her current form, continuing to stand nonchalantly and waiting for the puzzled young man's explanation. After receiving an explanation about the contrast between her former diminutive size and her current height, the creature revealed the true nature of her appearance, hidden due to the weakness of the dark spirit. Ariel spoke with undisguised pride of the power boiling within, gained through absorbing phoenixes through the form of a tornado, defiantly clenching her fist with veins showing through. Recognizing the benefits of the increased spirit stat, the young man suddenly interrupted the inspirational speech of his interlocutor, who looked at him in surprise. Calmly expressing embarrassment over Ariel's resemblance to the perverted queen, Jihan instantly provoked an indignant cry of arrogance over the attention of the true form. After a stormy explanation about not wanting such attention and an emotional tiff, Ariel defiantly reverted back to her previous miniaturized appearance. As he offered to continue the interrupted conversation, the young man met the surprised gaze of the small creature, who did not immediately recall the topic of the unfinished discussion. Noticing the confusion in his interlocutor's reaction, Jihan sat down on the bench and clarified the question about the reasons for her clan's confrontation with the elf allies. After a long pause of thought, Ariel asked with slight bewilderment about the source of the assumption of friendly relations between their peoples. Surprise was reflected on the boy's face, though he refrained from verbal comment, clearly at a loss to understand the story. Starting her story with the mention of the birth of all elves from the Tree of Peace, Ariel carefully watched the reaction of her interlocutor, gradually revealing new facts. The revelation that only 1 in 10 is born in the usual human form of an elf made the boy listen more attentively to the little creature's confession. Bitterly confessing to belonging to the countless defective, thrown out because of unsuitable appearance, Ariel opened the veil of her tragic past. Talking animatedly about her rescuer, the little creature recalled with reverent gratitude the decisive moment of her existence. Concluding her frank story, Ariel named her true form, the Queen of Shadows, who'd collected the rejected souls of the discarded elves and granted them a new rebirth. She then spoke inspiringly of a revolution on one of the planets under the control of the Ancient World Alliance, declaring the territory of the free Dark Elves. Recognizing the power of the Ancient World Association as the strongest organization in the universe, Ariel emphasized the relentless efforts of the present form to gain the strength to finally destroy its enemies. Silently listening to the emotional story to the end, the young man maintained a thoughtful expression on his face, which gradually revealed notes of realization and understanding. Confessing his ignorance of the story, Jihan grimly recalled the cruelty of the elves before his rebirth that had caused the Earth's demise. Suddenly, loud shouts interrupted the conversation, causing both of them to turn toward the door with the same expression of alarm. Immediately leaving the training room, the hero found his niece desperately screaming, "No!" into the phone with an expression of genuine horror. Approaching anxiously and inquiring about the cause of the agitation, the young man heard Xiao's worried voice pleading to look at the screen of the device. The girl showed an article about Korea's new defeat in the BattleNet League, with a picture of humiliated players, feeling agonizing shame in front of the nation, inundating her uncle with questions about the consequences of another loss and the possible impact on their future. The niece nervously rubbed the phone, showing the disappointing news. Pensively studying the article, Jihan softly uttered a phrase about the expected events approaching earlier than planned, drawing Sea's attention with his comment. Anxiously shrieking and receiving the phone back, the girl continued to stare warily at her unexpectedly calm uncle, trying to unravel the reason for his equanimity. An unexpected call from Park Yun-sik's manager interrupted the tense moment, a monotonous voice informing her of the urgency of the situation and the need to act sooner than planned. The interlocutor inquired directly about Jihan's decision to join the national team, clearly looking at the same article about the latest defeat, responding lightning fast to the offer. The young man arrived at the BattleNet Ministry building at sunset, determined to have a serious conversation. Gratefully noting the positive response, the man accompanied the protagonist through the spacious corridor of the imposing government building. Confidently confirming his desire to join the team, Jihan met his interlocutor's joyful smile, satisfied with the decision he had made at an important moment. Realizing the need to prevent further defeats for the Korean team, he mentally decided to do his best to restore the country's prestige. The door opened and revealed a shocking sight: a man with a bloody bat standing over a battered player with obvious signs of serious injuries. The aggressor continued to shout at the victim, demanding to fight seriously as if his life depended on it, paying no attention to the witnesses who had entered the horrifying scene. The loud shout of the manager calling the aggressor by name caused the man with the bat to suddenly turn around, interrupting the torture of the defenseless player. An alarmed Park Yun-sik indignantly questioned what was happening, while Kim Dong-woo hastily disposed of the evidence, carelessly discarding the bat and justifying himself with a lesson. The unconvincing explanation made the manager even angrier, while the aggressor's attention was completely turned to the nonchalant protagonist standing next to him. Without listening to the questions and ignoring the outrage, Kim Dong-woo approached the calmly standing Sung Ji-han, sizing up his potential opponent. Expressing formal joy at seeing him, the guy extended his bloody hand for a handshake, commenting dismissively on the unlikelihood of being selected as a Golden League player. Continuing to hold his outstretched hand and insisting on a pleasant introduction, Kim watched the silent young man's reaction, showing no emotion. After a long pause, Jihan succinctly confirmed the mutual pleasure of the encounter by slowly extending his hand toward the bloody palm. A sinister smile distorted the facial features of Kim Dong-woo, whose powerful punch fell upon his interlocutor the moment the outstretched hands almost came into contact. Park Yun-sik, standing nearby, froze in a shocked daze as he watched the sudden outburst of aggression, completely contradicting the expectations of a business meeting. A few days ago, the manager of the BattleNet division, maintaining the utmost seriousness, had announced an attempt to recruit player Song Ji-han to the national team. Kim Dong-woo, who was sitting across from him, instantly froze wide-eyed, stunned by the sudden announcement of a potential competitor. Aggressively slamming his fist on the table, the man erupted into an indignant shout, to which Park Yun-sik hurriedly clarified the need for an official test if the candidate agrees. The aggressor continued to protest vehemently, while his unperturbed interlocutor silently listened to the emotional tirade with professional calm. Outrageously emphasizing the status of the Gold League and the seriousness of the professional competition, Kim Dong-woo expressed doubts about the appropriateness of choosing a person for his fame. Suddenly starting to read out public comments from his phone, the manager silenced his shouting interlocutor, surprised to hear quotes about Jihan's preference. As he continued to inform about the avalanche of complaints coming into the ministry about the state team, Park Yun-sik watched Kim Dong-woo sink into an even greater rage. Mentally going back in time, the aggressor recalled the humiliating moment when reporters surrounded Yoon Se-jin after the game, ignoring the rest of the team. Standing waiting for an interview, he bitterly watched the departing backs of the reporters as he casually overheard disparaging comments about the uselessness of the Korean team without the Sword King. Infuriated by the reporters' inattention and contemptuous comments, Kim Dong-woo wallowed in dark memories that fueled his growing hatred for his former leader. Mentally cursing Yoon Se-jin and his brother-in-law, The aggressor was seething with resentment, realizing the potential threat to his position on the national team. Completely out of control of his emotions, Kim Dong-woo mentally promised himself to kill his opponent if he joined, unleashing his rage on the innocent table. That was the intention he tried to fulfill now as he threw a powerful punch, but he suddenly froze with a furrowed brow. Inquiring about what was happening, the protagonist showed a lightning-fast reaction, managing to put his hand in front of his face and intercepting the attacking fist of his assailant. Suddenly starting to laugh, the Korean team's professional player pulled his hand out of the dazed guy's tight grip, turning the whole thing into a joke. Kim Dong-woo took a few steps back and recognized the good reaction with fake admiration, clearly not expecting such a counteraction from the rookie. Unconvincingly presenting the attack as a test, the player tried to smooth things over by claiming to have anticipated blocking the punch, causing bewilderment among the witnesses to the incident. Jihan inquired about the completion of the test with undisguised skepticism, addressing the shocked manager of the BattleNet department, who froze in amazement. Quickly extricating himself from the awkward situation, Park Yoon-sik talked about the need for a separate test, while the player who was annoyed by the failed attack stood behind him. A sudden cough interrupted their conversation, causing everyone present to synchronously turn their heads towards the source of the unexpected sound. Taking a few steps closer, the aggressor offered a full-blown test, eliminating any doubt as the battered players began to slowly rise from the floor, insisting on an unusual test format for a special occasion. Kim Dong-woo ignored the manager's own objections, offering his own vision of testing a candidate's professional status. Decisively approaching the young man, he proposed a duel, staring directly into the eyes of his potential opponent with a defiant expression. After clarifying the publicity of the upcoming duel, the confident player continued to hold eye contact, approaching the protagonist at a discomfortingly short distance. The anxious manager attempted to intervene by calling out Kim Dong-woo by name, clearly concerned about such a proposal and its potential consequences. Sung Jian's unexpected agreement caused Park Yoon-sik to be genuinely surprised, momentarily interrupting his objections and frozen in bewilderment at the newcomer's determination. After confirming the fairness of the suggestion regarding the credibility of such a challenge, the protagonist displayed unwavering confidence as he continued to endure his opponent's intense gaze. Lee Hain, sitting in her own office, was browsing the news on her computer while concurrently carrying on a phone conversation and familiarizing herself with the unflattering comments about the underdogs on the Korean team. Turning to the interlocutor, the girl asked about his confidence, not taking her eyes off the monitor, with the flow of information about the upcoming event. Expressing doubts about the reasonableness of a public duel on television for a Gold League player, she commented on the risky decision of the silently listening Sung Ji-han. The suggestion to reschedule the duel was rejected by the protagonist, who considers the upcoming date in a week to be perfect timing and sees no need for a postponement. The unexpected expression of faith in another victory surprised Ji-han, as the girl had never shown such confidence before. Experiencing a strange feeling from the unfamiliar support, the boy kept a nonchalant expression on his face, eager to end the awkward phone conversation as soon as possible. Disconnected, the young man pondered the motives behind organizing a public duel with a live broadcast, suspecting his opponent's intention to publicly humiliate him. Recalling the moment he successfully avoided a punch, Jihan assumed that Kim Dong-woo had realized his lack of strength to match the national team's level. Calling up the status window to check the parameters, the guy continued to analyze the situation, thoughtfully discovering an interesting pattern in the statistics. With a slight smile, he wondered if the situation would be the same after a week, but he found a combat strength of 99 points and decided to add the missing unit. Rounding the parameter, the young man watched in amazement as the status window began to generate a strange, magical energy, causing unusual sensations. Observing his hands enveloped in red fire, Jihan noted with delight the noticeable difference despite the minimal change in the numerical parameter. Clenching his fists and continuing to study the visible changes, the lad confidently stated the potential for the desired result. Focusing on controlling the body's internal energy and surrounding strength, Jihan strove to overcome the invisible barrier to qualitative progress. Determined to break down the walls separating the Dantian points, the young man fully immersed himself in the process of transforming the energy centers. While applying maximum effort to break down the barrier, he encountered unexpected resistance, requiring much more concentration and willpower. Experiencing tremendous tension causing him to cough, Jihan felt as if his entire body was being torn apart by the effort being applied to the energy centers. Mentally encouraging himself to endure the pain and not stop halfway, the young man continued to overcome his body's internal resistance, concentrating on the barriers between the Dantian points. He cried out in pain, grabbing the point on his chest that was the epicenter of the painful sensations. Exclaiming at the destruction of the barrier, Jihan bent under the impact of the shockwave emanating from it, marking an important moment of transformation. Helplessly kneeling down with his head bowed, the boy found himself surrounded by puffs of smoke that materialized as a result of the energy release. Covered in sweat, he froze wide-eyed as he read the system alert about the successful merging of the three Dantians into a single energy center. His astonishment intensified at the information about the fusion of combat power and strength into a single stat, with the acquisition of battle spirit and the mysterious star ability. Wondering about the benefits of the acquired ability over the unmerged stats, Jihan struggled to get to his feet after the grueling process. A sudden voice congratulating him on successfully completing the test was accompanied by strange phenomena around the young man and the appearance of a huge palm above his head. The mystical hand, grabbing the guy and clenched into a fist, announced the summoning of the wandering warrior's battle spirit by the owner, instantly disappearing. After the giant palm disappeared, only a faint, airy trace of its presence remained in the room, quickly dissipating in the space of the training hall. Sighing heavily and uttering a long "ooh," the young man slowly opened his eyes, feeling the coldness of the unfamiliar ground beneath his prostrate body. As he raised himself up, he marveled at the unusual sky with incomprehensible symbols and silhouettes of various objects, trying to make sense of his whereabouts. Remembering the information from the status window about the summoning of a wandering god, Jihan pondered the possible connection to the unification of the three Dantians and the previous incident. An unexpected voice commenting on the rarity of the guest's appearance caused the young man to turn around abruptly, meeting his gaze with the mysterious silhouette of an unknown being. Frightened, the protagonist jumped up and stepped back a few steps, tensely watching the approaching figure of the potential enemy. Remaining serious, Song Jihan directly asked if the stranger was a wandering god of war, without taking his wary gaze off the mysterious figure. The stranger replied with a warning about the fatality of a direct encounter with the deity due to the low level of a mortal, explaining his appearance in place of the formidable lord. After introducing himself as a subordinate of the wandering god and a being that had lived for 180,000 years, the man approached the wary fellow. Dongfang Shuo revealed his face with a friendly smile and introduced himself by his full name, causing the surprised protagonist to instantly recognize him. Mentally linking his interlocutor to the famous writer who owned the tainted brush artifact, Jihan froze in silent amazement. Noticing his guest's confusion, the subordinate decided to get to the heart of the conversation, explaining the reason for the divine summons and the difficult choice ahead. With an unchanging smile on his face, the man offered to give up his martial spirit and become a subordinate of the god of war, presenting it as the only way out. As he began to explain the uniqueness of the martial spirit as a power available to only one being on the planet, Dongfang Shuo theatrically raised his index finger to the sky. A multitude of various weapons instantly rushed towards the terrified Song Jihan, demonstrating the deadly threat of disobeying the higher powers. The subordinate completed the warning of the inevitable forfeiture of life by the god of war upon reaching the right level, suspending the attacking weapons in dangerous proximity. The alternative offer was eternal service as a servant of the god, presented as the only way to preserve life in the current situation. Surrounded by the gleaming blades of the sharpest swords, the young man silently pondered the proposed choice, while his subordinate awaited his response with visible interest. Mentally analyzing the situation, Jihan wondered about the nature of the fighting spirit and the earthly origin of the god of war, trying to find logical inconsistencies. Realizing the illusory nature of the choice between slavery and death, the boy intuitively felt that immediate execution was unlikely even if he refused the offer. His interlocutor's sudden remark about the transparency of thoughts made the young man look up anxiously, realizing the vulnerability of his inner dialogue. Dongfang Shuo, appreciating the young man's potential, decided to offer advice while signaling for the weapon to gradually distance itself. Continuing his impressive speech, the man pointed out the surrounding artifacts that belonged to the constellations that dared to challenge the god of war and were defeated. Warning against needlessly risking his life in an obviously losing battle, the subaltern philosophized about the value of existence, even in captivity. The insistent warnings about the pointlessness of taking deadly risks for freedom continued to echo from above as the young man's frightened gaze darted across the heavens. A silent assent escaped the boy's parched lips, a decisive step forward in response to the wise words of his invisible mentor. The delighted subordinate began to smile, but was instantly interrupted by the young man's categorical refusal to become a slave. The protagonist shrewdly inquired about the possibility of using the fighting spirit to oppose the god of war, and surprised his interlocutor with his unconventional thinking. Firmly stating the impossibility of accepting the role of a slave to protect family, city, and planet, Jihan demonstrated unwavering determination in the face of danger. Upon hearing the unexpected response, the wandering god's subordinate froze in a surprised daze, clearly unprepared for this turn of events. Appreciating the courage of the martial spirit owner's refusal, Dong Fangshuo thoughtfully stroked his long beard, recognizing his sympathy for the unruly fellow in spite of the situation. The man defiantly straightened up and hid his hands behind his back, acknowledging the dignity of the young man's behavior. Although his voice betrayed an inner contradiction, the subordinate's face suddenly transformed, changing from a benevolent smile to a mask of fury with glowing eyes, and the hand hidden behind his back formed a powerful energy charge. Approaching the guy, Dong Fangshuo threw his arm forward, directing the energy at the protagonist, instantly knocking him back with a powerful wave. With considerable effort to stay on his feet, the young man tried to slow down while his opponent philosophized about the survival of the fittest as a fundamental law. The wandering god's subordinate pondered that courage alone was not enough to survive until Jihan finally stopped and looked up, pressing his hand to his chest. Declaring the need to fight on equal terms with at least him before challenging the deity, the man materialized an impressive sword straight out of thin air. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the blade and directed the destructive stream directly at Song Jihan, giving him no chance to prepare a defense. The space was flooded with violet light, and stone debris flew upwards, as the young man sitting on one knee tried to realize what was happening and regain his composure. The wandering god's subordinate held out his sword in front of him and called for a demonstration of abilities, addressing the stunned young man with a clear challenge. The protagonist, still holding his hand over the wound he had received, raised a serious gaze at his opponent, hiding his inner confusion about defending himself against the impending attack. Mentally panicking about ways to block the powerful blow, Jihan stared forward, bewildered, trying to find a solution to the critical situation. The higher being's unexpected voice interrupted his subordinate's preparation for the next phase of the attack, instantly changing the dynamics of the confrontation. Abruptly changing his tone to a respectful one, Dong Fangshuo immediately turned away from the guy, approaching the god that had appeared, leaving the young man bewildered. The shocked observer stared at the creature's huge silhouette, hardly realizing the reality of meeting the legendary wandering god of war. The powerful entity expressed curiosity at the audacity of a mortal, thinking of defeating a deity, not even a constellation. Unexpectedly agreeing to wait, the god continued the conversation while the exhausted protagonist, wet with sweat, breathed heavily, comprehending what was happening. Sitting on the ground in bewilderment, the young man suddenly felt a strange movement under him, as if the ground began to dissolve, leaving under his feet. The wandering god, expressing anticipation for his next encounter with Song Jihan, watched as the ground beneath the young man disappeared, sending him into a bottomless abyss. After a few seconds of falling, the boy collapsed onto the hard asphalt of the real world with a deafening rumble, returning from the mystical dimension. Breathing heavily, he tried to rise to his feet, attracting the surprised stares of passers-by, amazed by the sudden appearance of a man literally out of nowhere. Realizing the implications of even a partial glimpse of the god of war, Jihan pondered the unbridgeable gulf of power between him and the divine entity. Barely able to get to his feet, the young man found himself the focus of attention from passers-by who recognized the celebrity and excitedly shouted his name. Surrounded by a crowd of journalists with their dictaphones on, the bewildered Jihan faced a hail of questions about his return and the reasons for his disappearance. The bewildered young man stood in utter bewilderment, unable to understand the nature of the accusations of disappearance and refusal of the team's national test. His attempts to comprehend what was happening were interrupted by the sound of a car pulling up and stopping dangerously close to the group of people. A worried niece jumped out of the car, clearly relieved to recognize her uncle among the crowd, and shouted his name loudly. Running up to her relative, an angry Sia began emotionally beating his chest, demanding an explanation for his prolonged absence, and causing even more confusion. Inquiring more aggressively about what was going on, the protagonist met the incredulous gaze of his niece, surprised at his lack of awareness. Jihan's face froze in mute amazement as the news of the missed week came crashing down upon him, clearing the air with the reporters and the worried niece. As he continued to stand in bewilderment, Jihan heard his name spoken by the surprised head of the Grand Vessel Guild, waving invitingly from the car. Li Hain called out loudly to the confused young man, insisting that he immediately approach the waiting vehicle for an emergency departure. Quickly taking their seats in the cabin, the trio drove away from the pursuing reporters who kept shouting pleas to stop for interviews. Li Hain, sitting in the front seat, peppered the bewildered young man with angry questions about his whereabouts, making no secret of her irritation at the situation. Insistently describing the general anxiety, the fruitless search for the police, and Sia's worries, the woman did not notice the protagonist's detachment, immersed in his own thoughts. As he pondered the duration of his encounter with Dongfang Shou and the traveling god, Jihan barely heard the accusations, perceiving what was happening as if through a foggy veil. Abruptly interrupting the stream of recriminations, Song worriedly inquired about the status of the national team exam, pushing forward to Li Hain's seat. After asking many questions about the cancellation of today's test, the young man met the girl's calm gaze, silently assessing his worried state. After noticing her interlocutor's frightened look and serious attitude, she finally announced that the original plans had been retained, calming the worried Jihan down a bit. Li Hain's words were confirmed by the cluster of reporters outside the ministry building, where Kim Dongwoo had already appeared in his official uniform, attracting everyone's attention. The reporters instantly surrounded the professional player, inquiring if the fight plans were still on track despite the main challenger's week-long absence. Smiling smugly, the player confirmed the duel on the condition of Jihan's return, prompting questions from reporters about the rumored avoidance of the fight. Launching into a theatrical monologue about his first meeting with his opponent, Kim Dong-woo instantly caught the attention of the hushed reporters, eager for sensational revelations. Quoting Jihan's alleged phrase about destroying everyone in front of his eyes, the aggressor urged to accept the loss with dignity and manliness, accompanying his words with laughter. Addressing his absent opponent directly through the cameras, the player urged to take responsibility for what he said, demonstrating full confidence in his superiority. Mentally enjoying the perfect development of the situation and hoping for his opponent's non-return, Kim Dong-woo continued to play the role of an offended professional for the audience. An unexpected energy blast behind made the surprised reporters and the player himself anxiously turn around, revealing the silhouette of a man in puffs of smoke. Calmly answering the phone on arrival at the venue, the young man stood surrounded by a magical aura of lightning, creating an impressive visual effect for the gathered crowd. The shocked eyewitnesses in one voice exclaimed the name of the one who had appeared, not believing their eyes and instantly switching their attention to the unexpected protagonist of the day. Inundating the returnee with questions about his whereabouts and intentions regarding the exam, the reporters turned on their cameras while a dumbfounded Jihan stood silently. Kim Dongwoo, standing at the side, mentally noted the spectacular appearance of his rival from heaven, though his inner reaction was far from enthusiastic. The unexpected shout calling Jihan's name caught the attention of the bewildered young man trying to fend off the intrusive reporters. Showing fake friendliness, Kim Dongwoo approached with arms outstretched for a hug, welcoming the timely arrival of his long-awaited opponent. Loudly offering to go inside to prepare for the duel, the player guided Song into the building while security guards pushed the persistent reporters away from the celebrities. Annoyed at the return of his presumably frightened opponent, Kim Dong-woo walked ahead, leading Jihan deeper into the ministry building. Turning around and assessing his opponent's appearance, the player was perplexed to note Jihan's condition, which didn't match the supposed illness or grave situation. Mentally pondering the consequences of facing Dongfang Shou and the wandering god, the young man put his hand to the point of impact, continuing to immersively follow the Korean player. As he analyzed the martial spirit characteristic he had obtained and the uncertainty of its application, Jihan realized the potential difficulty of the upcoming battle. The coliseum had already been prepared for the battle, and the massive gates through which the opponents were to exit were slowly opening before the spectators. The commentator watching through the monitor began a solemn speech, emphasizing the long-awaited importance of this significant event for the whole country. Whispering amongst themselves, Park Yun-sik and his partner expressed relief at Jihan's appearance just before the start, allaying fears of the bout being canceled. Announcing the official entrance exam for a spot on the national team, the commentator accompanied the Korean team player's entrance to the battlefield. The public fight between Kim Dong-woo and Gold League player Sun Jihan attracted the attention of the cameras, showing the tired face of the protagonist with noticeable bruises. The commentator heralded the start of the game as the fighters took their starting positions opposite each other, while no one took active action. An unexpected question about his opponent's well-being surprised the still motionless young man, who had not expected his opponent to care. He replied sharply that such concern was unnecessary. But Kim Dong-woo laughed mockingly, admitting his lack of genuine excitement. Beginning to approach the motionless Jihan, the player continued talking, emphasizing his indifference to his opponent's state of health before the inevitable defeat. Abruptly ending the psychological attack with a call to not make excuses after losing, Kim Dong-woo swiftly rushed into the attack with his sword drawn behind his head. The protagonist, reacting quickly, easily bounced back, causing his opponent's strike to fall uselessly to the ground instead of the intended target. Mentally analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of the national player's technique, Jihan noted the lack of speed and technique in the aggressive style of pressure. Calculating the possibility of a counterattack when his opponent self-disclosed, the young man continued to dodge the next attacks, driving Kim Dong-woo to a state of fury. Shouting outrageously, the Korean player unsuccessfully tried to land at least one effective strike on the elusive target. Deciding to change tactics, the protagonist chose a good moment to move behind his opponent's back, preparing a decisive blow from a minimum distance. His precise and swift movements brought Jihan's arm in close proximity to his opponent's head, seemingly guaranteeing the successful completion of the attack. The alarmed cry of the protagonist gave away an unexpected development that completely contradicted his tactical calculations and expectations. Kim Dong-woo smugly commented on the predictability of his opponent's movements, holding his fist a few centimeters away from his face. The S-rank's gift of foresight, despite the spectacular name, did not allow one to look into the future, but to unmistakably anticipate the opponent's next move. Theoretically, as long as the player retained the physical ability to continue fighting, the unique gift ensured that almost any attack would be blocked. Regardless of tactics, direction of swing, or speed of approach, all actions of the protagonist became obvious to a sophisticated opponent. The constant result remained the same. Every attempted attack was met with unwavering confidence by Kim Dong-woo, who was prepared in advance and calculated every move. Attempting to activate the protective dome, the protagonist crossed his arms in front of him. But the absolute territory did not manifest as before, depriving the critical defense. Perplexed by his opponent's lack of magic and weapons, the Korean team player mentally savored the anticipation of an easy victory over an unprepared challenger. Continuing the psychological pressure, Kim Dong-woo declared the futility of any attacks, demonstrating his ability to see and anticipate Jihan's every move. Shouting a confident assertion of the impossibility of reaching him, the player took a few steps back, preparing for his own attack with a powerful swing of his sword. The unexpected appearance of the weapon right in front of his face puzzled Song Jihan, clearly not anticipating such a swift move from his opponent. The loud sound of the clash was accompanied by an explosion that raised a cloud of dust that completely obscured the action from the tense spectators. Kim Dong-woo, who had launched the attack, stood smiling as he stared confidently into the impenetrable veil that concealed the result of his supposedly successful strike. The emergence of Song Jihan from the dust, leaving bloody footprints on the ground behind him, indicated only one thing: the severity of his injuries. Park Yoon-sik, who was watching the broadcast in the office with his partner, jumped up abruptly from his seat, emotionally shouting questions about what was happening in the arena. The assistant began to comment on the moment captured by the camera, while the two continued to stare intently at the broadcast screen, trying to make out details in the poor visibility. Through the scattering dust, viewers could make out the protagonist confidently approaching his dazed opponent, who had lost his former self-confidence. The sword suddenly fell out of Kim Dong-woo's hand as he stared at his limb, which was completely covered in fresh blood from a strange injury. Realizing the seriousness of the injury, the player screamed at the top of his voice as he lowered his arm and grasped the injured area, unable to hide his genuine horror at what was happening. The protagonist, shrouded in red fire, was satisfied with the correct use of the new ability, which dramatically changed the balance of power. Mentally perplexed as to why he was injured after his own attack, the Korean team's player continued to hold onto his arm, crying out in unbearable pain. The unexpectedly uttered "thank you" from the protagonist caused the opponent to look up in utter bewilderment, not understanding the meaning of this thanks. Jihan explained gaining an understanding of his capabilities through his opponent's circular movements, comparing his tactics to the behavior of a frightened rat. Despite the serious injury to his right arm, rage overwhelmed Kim Dong-woo, causing him to instantly materialize a new sword to continue the battle. Trying to calm down and anticipate his opponent's next move with his unique ability, the player desperately prepared for the impending attack. His prolonged deliberation cost him precious seconds, and when he finally recognized the direct strike, The sudden head movement started late. By physically dodging the contact, Kim Dong-woo avoided the direct hit of the fist, missing its target by literally a few centimeters. Even without direct contact, the shockwave threw his opponent a considerable distance away, causing him to bounce off the arena surface several times like a rubber ball. Finally managing to brace himself with his hands and starting to get to his feet, the injured player mentally expressed disbelief at what was happening. Fury overwhelmed the mind of the battered opponent, whose bloody, bruised face expressed absolute denial of the impossible outcome. An agonizing misunderstanding of the mechanics of hitting, while successfully dodging, tormented the fighter's mind as Song Jihan rushed back into the attack. The protagonist's new combat characteristic combined power and strength into a single morale parameter that amplified the destructive potential. Combat power enhanced the physical parameters of the body, while strength provided energy for telekinesis, surrounding the bearer with a protective aura. Proper use of the combined characteristic made the fighter virtually untouchable to the opponent, providing an unprecedented advantage. As Jihan approached his opponent, who could not see the magic surrounding him, he noticed the signs of fear that made Kim Dong-woo not only retreat, but also drop his sword. Striking another crushing blow, the protagonist threw his opponent back again, turning his movement into a series of uncontrollable bounces around the arena. The commentator enthusiastically noted the unexpected turn of events when the camera captured the protagonist immediately after conducting a successful attack. The announcement of Sung Ji-han's superiority over Kim Dong-woo was made while the Korean team representative sat motionless against the wall as if unconscious. The impressive dent behind the defeated player testified to the power of the blow that made him sit helplessly with his head down, coughing occasionally. Noting the amazing stamina of his opponent, still conscious after such damage, the young man prepared to finish the fight. Unexpectedly, Kim Dong-woo raised his head and looked up at his surprised opponent and laughed in surprise. Recognizing Song's superiority, especially for a Gold League player, the defeated man expressed his respect for his skills, to which Jihan reacted with a questioning look, joyfully announcing that he had passed the challenge. Kim Dong-woo jumped to his feet, ignoring the blood trickling from his mouth after the previous blows. The declaration of eligibility to join the team was abruptly interrupted by another fist strike, sending the arrogant player back to the ground. Coldly questioning his opponent's right to make such decisions, the protagonist looked at the defeated victim with superiority. The commentator announced the result of the duel, eliciting happy smiles from the managers of the BattleNet department, clearly satisfied with this outcome of the long-awaited confrontation. As the commentator continued to report on Kim Dong-woo's inability to continue the fight, he turned his attention to the unconscious player lying down and the triumphant player standing next to him. The name of the winner of the duel, Sung Ji-han, echoed throughout the arena as the young man turned around, showing his face to the live broadcast audience of thousands. The momentous event drew a huge number of viewers to the screens, including the girl who was admiringly watching the outcome of the intense duel. Ito Shizuru was pensively contemplating Jihan's participation in the upcoming international competition, impressed by his victory over a professional player. Turning to her lover, who was quietly eating at the table, the girl asked his opinion on what had happened in the arena. The man, not even looking up from his plate, showed clear displeasure at the topic of conversation as he continued to methodically cut the meat. Suddenly, Sejin coldly declared his lack of common ground with the new player, promising to destroy him along with the rest of the opponents when they crossed paths. Shizuru marveled at the brutality of the statement when their conversation was interrupted by a waiter approaching, offering to fill the girl's glass with fine wine. Sliding the glass over and holding it, the girl watched as the awkward waiter accidentally spilled some of the precious beverage on her dainty hand. The embarrassed employee began to apologize, promising to rectify the situation immediately, clearly realizing the seriousness of his oversight. Without letting the waiter continue, the girl set the glass down and slapped him so hard that a red mark appeared on his cheek. Taking the glass with a smile, Shizuru defiantly poured its contents onto the floor, causing the waiter, still holding onto the injured cheek, to be stunned. Unleashing her magical energy, the girl jeeringly offered to sip the wine from the floor, demonstrating her absolute power over the shocked restaurant employee. Under the influence of mystical power, the waiter smilingly agreed to fulfill the humiliating demand, completely losing the will to resist. Running up to the table and getting down on all fours like a dog, he actually began to lap up the spilled wine from the floor, to the obvious delight of the watching Shizuru. Without taking her eyes off the humiliating scene, the girl addressed her companion by name, drawing his attention to continue the interrupted conversation. Inquiring about the certainty of victory over Jihan, she met the pensive gaze of her lover, who had broken away from his meal for serious reflection. Sejin acknowledged the current superiority, but expressed doubts about next year while maintaining the insane growth rate of his potential rival. Surprised at such an unusual admission from the usually cocky Sejin, the girl silently continued to watch him, remembering his former fame as the strongest player. Mentally recognizing Song Jihan's significant increase in strength since the battle against Akari, she recalled the observed battle on the roof of the building. The silence of reflection was interrupted by the voice of a commentator from the broadcast, inquiring about the winner's well-being after achieving a spot on the national team. Responding modestly about a long-standing goal and good fortune in reaching it early, the player smilingly elicited an additional question from the journalist, noting Jihan's numerous victories. Invited to demonstrate determination and address the public, Sun was the center of attention, while relieved managers sighed in relief at the happy outcome. The solemn address to the nation about the national team's cloudless future was broadcast live, while Sia and Lee Hyung watched the stream from the car with rapt attention. Recognizing the rookie status of the national team and the accompanying distrust of the audience, Jihan continued the address, knowing that the King of Swords was listening, making a solemn vow to decide the fate of the traitor during the match against Japan. The young man addressed the harsh message directly to Yoon Sejin. Hearing this, the Sword King seemed to fall out of reality, unconcealed fear running across his face, intensified by the shocking promise to strip his head and present it to the entire nation. Joyfully offering to raise her glass to Sun Jihan's induction into the national team, Lee Han stood up from the set table with her glass raised. Continuing her enthusiastic congratulations, she noted Jihan's excellent work, as everyone clinked glasses, eliciting a grateful smile from the celebrant. Inquiring about plans to leave for training camp, the niece received an affirmative reply from her uncle, awaiting a schedule from the management. Guyan recognized the rapid career growth of the protagonist, comparing it to her own achievements, when she was interrupted by an excited Seiya, suggesting that everyone should become national team players. Continuing to elaborate on the idea of role assignment, the girl glanced at the Argentinian soccer player sitting across from her, suddenly realizing the awkwardness of her suggestion. Frozen with an expression of embarrassment and shame, Seiya was saved by Li Han's intervention, suggesting that they focus on everyone's areas of individual strength. The guild leader embarrassedly denied stuttering, causing the young man sitting across from her to pause before drinking his juice with a hearty laugh. A sudden alert that an anomaly had been detected in the nameless divine arts instantly wiped the smile off the joyful lad's face. Multiple system messages about restoring the unnamed divine arts fighting spirit and the need to tweak techniques made the hero freeze in a daze. Mentally comparing it to his past life when the land was destroyed before the discovery of the true names, Jihan noted the early appearance of the chants with slight regret. Reflecting on the divine techniques, shadow god technique, divine lightning god technique, and annihilating god technique, the hero decided to focus on adapting them. Noticing the young man's thoughtfulness, someone present called out his name, inquiring about his occupation and bringing him back to the reality of the festive feast. Deciding to postpone thinking about divine techniques, the protagonist began to rise from his seat, responding to the call to say a few words. Becoming the center of attention for all gathered, Jihan modestly began by acknowledging the talented people hired, sharing the success with the team, thanking each guild member for their faith, support, and total dedication. The young man emphasized the collective nature of the results achieved. Concluding his speech with a proposal to gather next time to celebrate South Korea's victory in the World Championship, he raised his glass. A simultaneous cry of "Let's drink!" was heard from everyone present as the glasses touched in a solemn unity of celebration. The player slowly opened his eyes, lying on the cold floor and assuming an awakening on a normal good day, completely unprepared for the awaiting reality. Recognizing his unfamiliar surroundings, he jumped up abruptly, bursting into curses, interrupted by a system greeting in Kanem's Golden League. The voice continued to announce a survival mission on the experimental map, while the disoriented player noticed the presence of several other participants. Alarmed by the unusual situation, he began to rise, continuing to look around warily, feeling intuitive unease. Mentally musing about the new map, only available from level 75, the player lamented the lack of advanced preparation while considering potential allies. A sudden cry from one of the participants caught everyone's attention, breaking the tense silence of the first moments after waking up. Desperately complaining about being placed in the red zone, the player continued to scream, while another participant demanded silence due to the rapid drop in level. Puzzled as to the nature of said red zone, the guy continued to move around the room between the tense players, gathering bits of information. The system voice announced the start of the game, informing the current number of participants and the progress condition of reducing the survivors to 50. Ending the briefing with a call to fight for life, the system activated a laser grid across the room, instantly attacking players in unfavorable positions. Receiving a painful stab in the back, the young man instinctively jumped forward, turning around to identify the unexpected source of danger. The chaotic battle between the participants turned the room into an arena of merciless combat, where the corpses of the fallen disappeared and the survivors continued their desperate struggle. Watching the bloody chaos, the player furiously shouted perplexed curses as he tried to comprehend the suddenly changed reality. An internal monologue explained the mechanics of randomly distributing players between 3 zones, green, yellow, and red, the last of which was renowned as a graveyard of newcomers. A few survivors, having reached relative safety, stood breathing heavily and occasionally coughing, recovering from having traveled the dangerous path. An enraged participant cursed fate for the red zone instead of more favorable options, angrily scattering surrounding objects in a fit of uncontrollable rage, reflecting on the cruelty of a system that required simultaneous confrontation with other players and avoiding traps. The guy listened to the angry shouts of a co-conspirator behind him. An unexpected call for cooperation caught everyone's attention when one of the players suggested not fighting amongst themselves, emphasizing the difficulty of avoiding traps. Arguing the need for cooperation to get to 50 survivors, the player spoke confidently about the pointlessness of internal conflicts with the reduced number of participants. Continuing to argue the benefits of cooperation to overcome obstacles, the leader met skeptical looks from some experienced fighters, questioning the sincerity of the suggestion. Additional encouragement from a joined player gave confidence to the thought leader as he began to form a survival coalition in the danger zone. The mage who inquired about the presence of the newcomers who had recently reached level 75 scrutinized the guy standing across from him with an appraising gaze. The call to gather around for information on traps drew the gullible newcomers, impressed by the seemingly friendly atmosphere of mutual aid. A troubling sign manifested itself when the thought leader and the approaching mage exchanged conspiratorial glances, signaling an impending betrayal. After ascertaining the level of the 4 newcomers, the player received an affirmative response, preparing for the next phase of the devious plan. Barely beginning his next sentence, he lightning quickly displayed his weapon against the gullible players, who were frozen in amazement at the unexpected betrayal. The newcomers stood in a daze, unable to utter a single word, with undisguised fear on their faces as they faced the deadly weapon of a superior opponent. Realizing the betrayal, the player desperately shouted a question about the motives of his recent well-wisher. Not understanding the sudden change of mood, the mage only laughed, sarcastically explaining his actions as a demonstration of the way tactics are conducted, reveling in his own greatness in front of the defenseless victims. The plan's accomplices joined in the mockery of the morons, genuinely amused by the naivety of the newcomers who believed the offer of cooperation. While continuing to humiliate the victims, the experienced fighters philosophized about the preferability of dying with an understanding of good tactics, rather than dying senselessly without that knowledge. The girl, who showed a fleeting doubt in the ethics of the act, received a cynical response from her partner, who admitted his own sad experience of such deception. The magician finished his mocking speech with a wish to use the trick next time, realizing perfectly well that there would be no next time for the doomed newcomers. Saying goodbye with fake cheerfulness, the traitor directed powerful explosive magic at the place where the victims were clustered, causing a deafening explosion and a cloud of dust. The accomplices stood encouraged by the significant reduction in the number of survivors, pleased with the effectiveness of their cruel plan. The dissipating dust gradually revealed the unexpected silhouette of a lone figure standing unharmed against all expectations of the insidious attackers. Before they could shout out a warning of danger, the traitors were swept up by powerful magic and slammed into the wall with incredible force. Thrown to the floor after hitting the wall, they continued to scream in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening and the source of the unexpected opposition. The protagonist, holding the enemies under the influence of his magic, approached them, meeting looks filled with horror, and confessed a vague recollection of the nature of the card. With a smile of gratitude for prompting such an effective way of mopping up the location, he continued to casually rest his sword on his shoulder, showing complete control of the situation. Several accomplices were instantly killed by their protagonist. Their bodies began to disappear from the battlefield, according to the mechanics of the game system. One more enemy was slashed with his weapon, but the latter managed to dodge a bit, avoiding a direct attack and preserving vital functions. Realizing the presence of the last target, The hero thoughtlessly raised his weapon above his head, preparing to deliver the final blow with ruthless determination. The surviving player only had time to furiously shout an insulting phrase, expressing bewilderment and anger before the inevitable finale of his participation. A lightning-fast sword strike cut the last opponent into fragments, scattered in different directions, ending the localized confrontation. Surveying the surrounding area with many disappearing bodies, Song Jihan thoughtfully inquired about the completion of the mission, assessing the results. Finding a tally of 54 survivors in the information window, the young man expressed annoyance at the inability to access other zones to complete the tally. Ariel's sudden appearance was interrupted by a quiet warning of danger, whispered directly into the unsuspecting boy's ear. Instant wariness swept over the protagonist, whose intuition reacted to the seriousness of the unexpected warning. The young man said her name in a puzzled manner, turning around to confirm her identity, when the interlocutor noticed the recognizability of her surroundings. The shocking revelation of finding the World Tree unification in the laboratory made the host freeze wide-eyed, listening intently. Ariel explained the common practice of elves to leave laboratories on conquered planets, mentioning the deaths of dark elves due to the activation of defense mechanisms. Expressing surprise at the visit to the laboratory that had become a game card, the creature continued to share information while the young man remained in an emotional daze, mentally confirming the transformation of the elven laboratory into a survival mode game map. The boy finally came out of his stupor and began to scrutinize his surroundings. An unexpected system alert about the only survivor in the red zone made the hero look around questioningly, waiting for further events. The alarming message about the discovery of an unauthorized experimental object, repeated twice, greatly increased Sun's anxiety. The appearance of the laser grid around the entire perimeter of the laboratory marked the launch of the Total Destruction Protocol, instantly changing the priorities of survival. Realizing the danger of the situation, the protagonist looked around in confusion, questioningly gazing into the surrounding space with growing concern. Surprised at the existence of such traps, he searched frantically for an escape route, realizing that the lasers were blocking the entire available area of the room. Furiously resenting the inevitability of a fatal outcome, the boy rightly noted that he was effectively condemned to death with no chance of escape. Ariel's unexpected voice drew attention to a potential salvation. A door in the center, barely visible amidst the chaos of activating traps. Drawing on the memory of the gap between the door plates when the trap was activated, the creature suggested using that moment to enter through the door, masquerading as a wall. The insistent cry of the time constraint of the life-saving slit caused the hero to speed up his movement, realizing the criticality of every second, activating the accelerating magic for rapid approach to the only salvation. The young man mentally prayed that there was no mistake in the assistant's recommendations. Recognizing the trap's imminent activation when the distance to the target was insufficient, he made a desperate leap with his arm outstretched, touching the door before the deadly mechanism was triggered. Closing his eyes in anticipation of pain, he felt a bright light and opened his eyes in surprise to find himself in a completely different environment, having escaped imminent death. Perplexed by what had happened, the hero found himself in a marvelous world filled with lush vegetation, paths, a river, and decorative fountains with a gazebo. Questioning Ariel's whereabouts, the young man moved deeper along the path, receiving an unexpected answer about the creature's ignorance of the nature of these gardens. A system alert informing him of the completion of a secret mission and the need to leave the red zone interrupted his enjoyment of the scent of a plucked flower. After reading the information about unlocking the epic quest to meet the owners of the experimental zone, Jihan thought about the difference between the quest and normal missions. An unexpected voice questioning the identity of the alien caused Sona to look up in surprise, meeting the unknown inhabitant of the mysterious garden. The elven woman started her sentence in horror, looking at the unexpected guest and clearly not expecting such an encounter in an isolated space. Completing the thought with the assumption of a test sample escape, she met the mutual horror in the eyes of the guy, not believing in the reality of meeting with a real elf. Jihan's rapturous observation was interrupted by Ariel's anxious cry, warning of the danger of the situation, although the hero himself was well aware of the unusual circumstances. Remembering the information about the ancient world's unification laboratory, the young man wondered about the status of the elven woman as a potential owner of the experimental complex. Without waiting for an answer, the stranger with a slight chuckle commented on the amusingness of the situation, doubting the ability of the test sample to reach this secluded place. Offering tea and noting the timeliness of the visit, the elfess pointed to a cozy gazebo with a set table, showing unexpected hospitality. Mentally flagging the urge to immediately attack for information, the hero restrained the impulse, realizing the risk of his opponent's unknown level of strength. Heading resolutely towards the Elphys, with the intention of playing along with the situation, the taciturn Jihan maintained an outward calm, hiding his inner tension. Seated at the table, he watched the ceremonial actions of the hostess, pouring the fragrant tea with the graceful movements of a true aristocrat. Sliding the filled cup to his guest, the elf met the continued silence without breaking the strange atmosphere of uncertainty between them. Overcoming the inner fear, the hero accepted the cup, silently hoping for the absence of poison in the offered drink, preparing for any development of events. Ariel aggressively suggested a radical solution to the problem, but the young man, being in mixed emotions, mentally rejected the idea of immediate violence, reminding himself of the need for natural behavior in a learning mode and the risks of rash actions. Jihan finally thanked his hostess for her hospitality. Cautiously inquiring about the nature of the mysterious place, the hero met the girl's gaze, carefully analyzing his every word. Developing the dialogue, the young man asked a series of questions about the identity of the interlocutor and her role on the experimental map, watching the calm reaction, not letting the cup out of his hands. An unexpected comment about the guest's curiosity caused Jihan to lean back in his chair in surprise, not expecting such a straightforward response. Calling for patience, the Elphys characterized the place as just an ordinary garden under her care, emphasizing her non-involvement in the training of humans with a slight smile. Revealing the true task of analyzing the actions of her subjects, she activated a supernatural ability that manifested with a glow of blue light in her eyes. Mentally noting the unexpected openness in her answers, the young man continued to watch her uninterruptedly, maintaining an outward silence. Finally daring to ask directly about the purpose of the experiments, Jihan met the elf's smiling gaze, promising a simple explanation of the mystery. The shocking revelation about turning special subjects into slaves was uttered with a smile, but there was a distinctly sinister undertone to the words that changed the atmosphere dramatically. Completely stunned by what he heard, the boy froze, unable to utter a single word, realizing the horrifying consequences of such experiments. The cup fell to the floor with a clatter from his suddenly disobedient hands, demonstrating his body's physical reaction to unexpected information or something more sinister. Against his own will, kneeling down and beginning to bow to the girl, the hero realized with horror the loss of control over his own body, which had become a foreign instrument. Absolutely confused and not understanding what was happening, he watched the smiling elf with burning blue eyes, enjoying the scene of submission with undisguised satisfaction.